The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 521 to Chapter 698. Then, he looked towards the dumbfounded Xianxia, and the corners of his lips curled up into a light smile. Xianxia, did you just say that I'm learning alchemy from you? Xianxia's body suddenly quivers, then she glares at Mayan. How is that possible? You clearly don't know how to refine pills. How could you have succeeded in condensing your core? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. When did I say that I can't refine pills? If you knew how to refine elixirs, how could you have begged me to refine the golden elixir of 9 orifices? Before Mayan could say anything, Han Yi already coolly says, that's because my family's Jun Shang doesn't want Madam to work hard, so he randomly found an alchemist to do hard labor. In any case, as long as they paid, would they be afraid that they wouldn't be able to find someone to refine pills for them? It's just that Xianxia happens to be in the ghost city, it's convenient and cheap to invite her, that's why Jun Shang chose you. Who would have thought, TSK. Cheap goods don't get good stuff. 3 dark cloud spirit flowers actually only produced 1 golden pill of 9 orifices. These words were simply blatantly saying that Xianxia was cheap goods. Xianxia's face alternated between green and white. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she wanted to eat someone alive. Unfortunately, Han Yi doesn't seem to have provoked her enough. He continued, oh, that's right, just now I remember someone praising Fairy Sure something? He's only in his early 30s and he already knows alchemy? Hee, you're already in your 30s. You're already so old. Do you think you're that great at alchemy? Our family's madam is not even 20 years old and can already refine pills. The pills he refined were 100 times better than yours. Some people look at the sky from the bottom of a well, but they still want to show off. Their skin is really thicker than the city walls. You shut up. Xianxia couldn't help but roar. Who does this slut think she is? How could the pills she refined be better than mine? So what if she refined 10 pills? Look at that color and aura, how can it be compared to my Meridian Shield pill? As she spoke, Xianxia slowly calmed down. Her gloomy gaze schemes over the elixir in Mayan's hand, then she becomes more and more certain. If it was before this period of time, she might have been a little fearful of the fact that she could only refine 3rd-grade pills at most. But now, after taking the medicine that Luce gave her, not only had the white jade purple frost on her body been dispelled, her looks had also become even more beautiful. Even her pill refining abilities had been greatly enhanced. In the past, she had never succeeded in refining a 4th-grade medicinal pill, but today, she easily succeeded. Moreover, it was a middle-grade Meridian Shield pill. Just casually taking it out, it could make Yanwu continent's practitioners break their heads over it. He doesn't know what trick that slut Jun Mayan used, pretending to refine an elixir. But there are no 4th-grade elixirs on the market, so the elixirs that Jun Mayan takes out are definitely inferior to hers. The person who won in the end was still her, Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the ghost slave beside her. What are you waiting for? Go and have a look. What's the grade of the elixir? Don't tell me someone thinks that a dozen or so grade 1 pills can be compared to my grade 4 Meridian Shield pill? This sentence once again made everyone's hearts jump to their throats. That's right, Mayan does refine a lot of elixirs. But in terms of appearance, it was not as dazzling as Xianxia's pill. The only one present who believes in Mayan is Han Yi. That's because all the effects are contained within the elixir, not even a little bit is exposed. Otherwise, as an immortal from the Xiaoxian continent, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to follow behind Mayan all day long, hoping to ask for one more elixir. The ghost slave quickly steps forward and takes one of the elixirs. He smells it, carefully inspects it, and then frowns. Ghost King, this slave can't tell what kind of elixir this is, and can't tell what its quality is. The ghost slave looks at Luce. This slave has never seen this kind of elixir before. Ha. Hearing that, Xianxia immediately bursts into laughter. Sure enough, Jun Mayan, you really made some trash to fool everyone. Do you really think we're all fools? Mayan indifferently says, if he can't tell the quality of the elixir, does that mean that these elixirs are trash? Who does he think he is? Stop struggling. Ling fiercely says, in the Yanwu continent, even though not everyone can refine pills, everyone knows the pill recipes that are available. Since no one has seen the elixirs that you've refined, and even the ghost slave can't tell the quality, then they must be useless trash. Heh. Mayan lowly laughs, a pair of delicate peach blossom eyes slightly raise, outlining a languid and charming arc, a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant and inexperienced, but you still have the nerve to bark here. Didn't you want to know whether these elixirs are trash or not? How about I let you see them with your own eyes? Saying that, she leisurely walks forward a few steps. She stops right next to the still unconscious Magistrate Lu. There's only one elixir left in her hand, and she puts it into Magistrate Lu's mouth. At this time, Magistrate Lu is already on the verge of death. The black fog that Lu Sei just released to him is the poison smog. And the reason why Magistrate Lu didn't die on the spot like the doctor. It's only because his cultivation is very high. The internal force in his body temporarily withstands the outbreak of the poison smog. But it's just a struggle at death's door. As long as it drags on for another quarter of an hour, he's bound to be like the doctor, his whole body rotting and dying. Seeing Mu Yan's actions, Ling stares blankly at first, then she laughs out loud. Jun Mu Yan, you can't be thinking that you can cure the Ghost Wind Valley's poison smog just by relying on that trash pill, right? Do you know that this poison smog has existed for hundreds of years and no one has ever been able to cure it? Don't tell me you've lost your mind because you know you're going to lose? Mu Yan ignores her clamor. After sending the pill into Magistrate Lu's body, she immediately stimulated her internal force, letting the pill take effect in Magistrate Lu's body. On the side, Ling and the ghost envoys are still unscrupulously laughing at Mayan. All of a sudden, cries of alarm rang out in the hall. Look at his face. It was Dr. Wan who spoke. His expression was as if he had seen a miracle in the world. The black spots on his face are fading, and his breathing is becoming stable. God! It's cured, the poison smog in his body is really being removed. In a split second, the laughter of Ling and the ghost messengers could be heard. It's like a quacking duck suddenly being choked by the throat. Ling looks over as if she's seen a ghost. Even if you beat her to death, she wouldn't believe that Jun Mu Yan could really cure the poison smog. Compared to Ling, it's Lu Sei who's trying to correct her. But it's slapped away by Mayan, Ghost King Lu. Magistrate Lu's life is related to the outcome of the competition between me and Xianxia. If you accidentally kill him, wouldn't I lose unjustly? Lu Sei glares at her, her rough voice trembling with a hint of disbelief. You cured him, you cured the poison smog. How is this possible? No one is clearer than Lu Sei. The poison smog is mixed with the poisonous smoke of the 7-star grass, after it is ignited. And this 7-star grass can only be found in the Shoshan continent and the Shoshan continent. Not only does it not exist in the Yanwu continent, there is also no medicine that can restrain the 7-star grass. That's because only elixirs that contain spiritual power could have an effect on the 7-star grass. How could the elixirs that Mayan, a mortal of the Yanwu continent, refined by herself, restrain the 7-star grass? Unless, cough, cough, cough. Violent coughs come from Magistrate Lu's mouth. He slowly opens his eyes and looks around, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Suddenly, a scene flashes through his mind, and his pupils suddenly contract. Didn't I die from the poison smog? Mayan pats his shoulder and stands up. Don't worry, you won't die in a short time. The poison smog in your body has already been dispelled. The expression on Magistrate Lu's face becomes even more bewildered. He stands up, moves his hands and feet, touches his face, and runs his internal force. Then he says in shock, I'm really still alive. And the poison smog in my body is all gone. What's going on? Shinshudaran, did you save me? Mayan doesn't pay attention to him, but looks at Ling with a smile that isn't a smile. Xianxia, do you still think that your elixir is more valuable than mine? All of a sudden, everyone comes back to their senses. Each and every one of them suck in a mouthful of cold air, their expressions aghast. And among them, the ghost envoys of the ghost city are even more panic-stricken, finding it hard to believe. The Ghost Wind Valley's poison smog has existed for hundreds of years, and no one has ever been able to dispel it. Therefore, even if a peak pre-celestial expert enters the Ghost Wind Valley, they could only let the Ghost City slaughter them. But today, the Ghost Wind Valley's poison smog was actually broken by someone. Moreover, it was solved by a girl who was not even 20 years old. How could they accept this? Haha. Good job. Well done. Little girl, I didn't misjudge you. Dr. Song vigorously pats Mayan's shoulder, his face is filled with gratification. I didn't expect that you could actually refine an antidote to the poison smog. This elixir is truly 100 times more precious than any other elixir. Ha ha ha. Dr. Du, on the other hand, sneered at Xianxia. Xianxia, who was the one who said that since you lost, you should obediently carry out the bet. Now that you've lost, isn't it time for you to fulfill the bet and cripple your own meridians? Ha ha ha, that's right, Xianxia, you were the one who wanted to bet. It can't be that now that you've lost, you want to act shamelessly, right? Xianxia's eyes widen, as if they're about to pop out. Jun Mayan only saved the injured Magistrate Lu. What makes you say that she can cure the poison smog? If a random healing pill can be compared to my 4th grade Meridian Shield pill, wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? Magistrate Lu was stunned at first, then he fiercely clenched his teeth. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Everyone held their breath as they watched Magistrate Lu walk into the thick fog. He was slowly entangled by the wisps of black fog, and even his whole body was swallowed up. The timid Dr. Wang could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was afraid that he would hear Magistrate Lu's scream in the next moment. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everything was as usual. A quarter of an hour passed, but there was still no scream. Soon after, Magistrate Lu swaggered in from outside. Not only was there no fear on his face, but it was also filled with excitement. As soon as he enters the hall, he rushes towards Mu Yan, shouting, "Shinshudaran, this elixir must be consigned for sale in our ghost city. I'll only take half." No, 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 I won't take a single cent. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. This old man really, he still doesn't forget about the ghost city's business at this time. Should it be said that he had a screw loose in his brain or that he was insensitive? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Magistrate Lu is about to rush in front of Mu Yan and hug her thighs. Suddenly, a black shadow soared into the sky from the side. It was wrapped in a powerful killing intent, and went straight towards Magistrate Lu. It was a ghost slave. Be careful. Dodge. Despicable and shameless bastard, you actually launched a sneak attack. The doctors cried out in fear. Dr. Song moves forward, wanting to rush over to save Magistrate Lu. However, it was too late. It was too late. In other words, it was fortunate that Dr. Song didn't rush forward, otherwise, he would have been killed by the ghost slave along with Magistrate Lu. Because at this moment, they realized. This ugly and inconspicuous ghost slave actually had the terrifying cultivation of a high-level pre-celestial. At the side, Xianxia slowly raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister smile. As long as Magistrate Lu died, no matter how he died, Jun Mayan's elixir can't be said to be able to cure the poison smog. It could not be said that he was definitely stronger than her. And in this martial arts competition, she would not lose. Bang! In the end, the ghost slave's palm still fell on Magistrate Lu's body. Magistrate Lu's whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, heavily hitting the table. The heavy mahogany tables and chairs were smashed into pieces like tofu. Even the tables and chairs suffered such an impact? Not to mention Magistrate Lu. For a moment, the complexion of all the doctors was as black as water. They couldn't bear to look at Magistrate Lu's miserable state. Xianxia chuckled softly. Soon after, the laughter becomes louder and louder, sharper and sharper. Jun Mayan, Magistrate Lu is dead, proving that your elixir has no way to restrain the poison smog. In the end, you still lost. You shameless whore. The hot-tempered Dr. Du couldn't hold it in any longer and yelled at Xianxia, "Don't go too far. It was obviously you guys who killed him. What does it have to do with Dr. Jun's pills? How shameless. I didn't expect Xianxia to be such a shameless person." Several of the older doctors were so angry that their chests were heaving up and down. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on Ling and tear her to pieces. They had never seen anyone shameless to this extent. As early as when she had the ghost slave make his move, Ling had him hide the poison smog on his body. When she killed Magistrate Lu, she injected the poison smog into his body. In this way, if she says that Magistrate Lu was poisoned to death by the poison smog, then he was poisoned to death. Damn it. Ba ba ba, this old man's bones are falling apart. Suddenly, an angry curse comes from the main hall. She sees that Magistrate Lu, who has fallen into the debris of the tables and chairs, is actually spitting as he stands up. Facing Ling's dumbfounded face, he can't help but crack open his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Who told you that this old man is dead? You, how could you not be dead? The ghost slave is even more surprised than Ling. His rough and unpleasant voice suddenly rises. That strike of mine just now was with my full power. You've just broken through to pre-celestial, how could you possibly survive? Magistrate Lu moves his arms, spreading his hands, TSK, full power, and that's it? This old man doesn't even have a little injury, I'm very well. Saying that, he returns to the ground and jumps in a circle, very much like an old urchin, very infuriating. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ling shakes her head with all her might, then she looks at Mayan. Mayan chuckles lowly, slowly walking to Magistrate Lu's side. She checks that there are no injuries on his body, then withdraws her hand. As if carelessly saying, oh, that's right, did I forget to say the name of this elixir? This elixir is an improved version of the Vein Shield pill. It can resist the poison smog and treat minor internal injuries. Of course, the most important effect is that it can resist an all-out attack from a practitioner below high-level pre-celestial. Her line of sight falls on Ling, and she unhurriedly says, Xianxia, do you think it's the same Vein Shield pill, your elixir, or mine is better? The whole audience goes deathly silent. Then, ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter comes from the doctors' mouths. A few doctors even laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. It's actually a Vein Shield pill, it's also a Vein Shield pill. This comparison of effects is simply a slap in the face. Even those highly respected doctors can't help but stroke their beards, laughing especially heartily. And the way they looked at Mu Yan was as if they were looking at a monster. Soon after, as if realizing something, they suddenly clenched the elixirs that Mayan had just given them. It was as if he was holding a rare treasure. This was the Meridian Shield pill that could cure the poison smog. Its value could not be measured with gold coins. Both are Meridian Shield pellets, but one can only block a low-level Xiantian attack, while the other can block a high-level Xiantian attack. Not to mention, Dr. June refined 10 Meridian Shield pills in one go, and they also have the effects of resisting the poison smog and healing injuries. Is there still a need to say who wins and who loses in this alchemy competition? Haha. Everyone looked at Ling in unison. Ling's previously insolent face was now deathly pale and filled with fear. She shook her head furiously as she retreated. No. No. I didn't lose. I don't want my meridians destroyed. I'm Ghost City's Xianxia, a famous alchemy genius in Yanwu continent, you can't do this to me. Her frightened voice had not yet fallen. Hanya's figure suddenly disappears like a ghost. With a swish, blood splatters everywhere. A head flies high up in the sky, and rolls down with a grunt. Ling trembles, lowering her head in horror. She sees the ghost slave's ugly face, stained with blood, falling at her feet. A pair of muddy, bloodshot eyes are staring at her. There's confusion, fear, and the despair that's about to befall her. Aya! Ling lets out a mournful scream, falling on her but to the ground. Hanyi just casually wipes the blood on the sword in his hand, sneering, I said, daring to covet my family's madam, simply courting death. Saying that, he smiles merrily at Lu Se, Ghost King Lu, I'm sorry, I've directly dealt with your subordinates for you. You won't have any objections, right? Lu Se's complexion is ashen, but he can't say a word. Hanyi continues, then what about this one? Do you want me to continue dealing with it for you? As he says that, his sword points at Ling, who's on the verge of collapse. Lu Se unhurriedly walks over to Ling's side. Ling raises her head, her face full of hope as she looks at Lu Sei. Ghost King Lu, save me, save me. I don't want my meridians to be crippled, I don't want to become a cripple. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Sei's hand presses down on the top of her head. A powerful energy mixed with a cold and gloomy aura suddenly pours down from Lanling's head. From Lanling's body, there's suddenly a sound like a rubber water bag leaking. Soon after, everyone sees that Lanling's 5 orifices, as well as her skin, are all oozing with blood. No, it's not accurate to say oozing, it should be said that it's shooting out. After a few short breaths, Lanling weakly collapses, lying in a pool of blood. At this very moment, her meridians aren't just crippled. Even the bones of her hands and feet have been shattered. Even his originally rather outstanding appearance had become riddled with holes, all of which were bloody holes. There's a deathly stillness in the main hall. Even if the doctors didn't like Lanling a moment ago. Seeing her miserable condition at this time, they can't help but be fearful. The dignified Ghost City's fairy, the alchemy genius that everyone in Yanwu continent admires. In just a short moment, she's completely crippled, turning into a lump of rotten flesh that's worse than death. And the one who made the move was Yama King Lu Sei, someone who was originally supposed to be on the same side as Lanling. This Lu Sei's heart was so ruthless and dark. Lu Sei takes out a silk handkerchief and wipes the hand that had just touched Lanling's head. A smile appears on her face. I don't know if Miss June is satisfied with fulfilling the bet like this. Mu Yan also revealed a smile. But that smile completely didn't reach the depths of his eyes. Ghost King Lu, now that the alchemy competition is over and the bet has been fulfilled, shouldn't you let me take a look at the Ghost King's illness? Of course. Lu Sei's eyes flashed with an indecipherable light. Miss June has already proven her medical skills, naturally she is qualified to treat the Ghost Lord. In that case, please follow me, Miss June. Without waiting for the others to react, he turned around and walked towards the back of the hall. When the doctors see that Mu Yan wants to follow, they immediately become anxious. Little girl, don't go. This person is so cruel and merciless, I don't know if he wants to harm you or not. Yeah. Look at how ruthless he was to Lanling. You absolutely cannot trust this person. The Ghost King has nothing to do with you. You don't have to risk your life to save him. The Ghost Lord naturally isn't related to her. But from Han Yi and Ing Mei's tone, he can tell that this Ghost Lord called Guyu should still be quite close to them. It's only because they're in the Yanwu continent that they can't casually make a move and affect the fate of heaven and earth, so they can only endure and not help. They can't help, but Mayan can. Moreover, she remembers that after the Ghost Lord's body was never seen, the entire Ghost City's resources were all taken by Gong Qianxue. She absolutely can't bear such an ending. So the Ghost Lord, she must save him, stop. The Ghost Hall's holy land, unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Mayan follows Lu Sei all the way to a palace in the deepest part of the Ghost Wind Valley. But just as she's about to enter, several figures suddenly rush out like ghosts, blocking in front of them. Lu Sei seems to have expected such a situation, and unhurriedly says, please help inform the Ghost Lord's black and white protectors. This is the Enchantress of Medicine June Mayan. I've specially invited her to treat the Ghost Lord. Hearing that, those ghostly men look at Mayan and frown, but they don't say anything. She immediately puts her hand to her lips and blows a strange whistle. As the whistle falls, the palace's door rumbles and opens. A deep and sharp voice comes from inside at the same time, come in. Lu Sei takes the lead and steps in, with Mayan and Han Yi following behind her. Soon, the scene inside the room comes into view. They see that this is a hall that's several times smaller than the hall where the alchemy competition was just held. But the furnishings in the hall are even more luxurious. There's an empty seat in the middle of the hall, but there are 2 men sitting on each side. The man on the left is dressed in black, and has a rough appearance. The man on the right is snow white, looking somewhat effeminate. That deep and sharp voice just now is coming from them. Mayan has also heard that every Ghost King in the Ghost City will have a pair of black and white ghost messengers. And the Ghost Lord will have a pair of black and white protectors. They are respectively named Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. Although they belong to the Ghost City, they are only loyal to the Ghost Lord. Presumably, these 2 are Ghost Lord Guyu's black and white protectors. Which one is the Enchantress of Medicine, June Mayan? Mayan steps forward and says with a smile, this one is June Mayan. Seeing how young she looked, the black and white protectors frowned. Luce casually finds a place to sit down, faintly saying, two law protectors, don't look at Miss June's young age, her medical skills are superb. The elixir she refined defeated Ling, and even cured the Ghost Wind Valley's poison smog. It took me a lot of effort to find her and confirm that she is the person most likely to cure the Ghost King. That's why I brought her here. After saying that, Mu Yan and Han Yi look at him strangely, their brows slightly wrinkling. This Luce was actually speaking up for her. It could even be said that Luce couldn't wait for her to treat the Ghost Lord. Why, listening to Luce's words, the black and white protectors pondered for a while, and finally nodded, you can treat the Ghost Lord, but only you alone can go in. What a joke. Han Yi immediately retorts, what if Miss June encounters danger after going in? I must go in with Miss June. Seeing the Dark Lord's token, the black and white protectors' eyes suddenly widen, their faces revealing a struggling expression. But in the end, their loyalty to the Ghost Lord suppresses their reverence and fear towards the legendary Dark Lord. No, the black and white protectors shake their heads, except for the doctor, no one is allowed to enter the Ghost Lord's holy land. But we can guarantee that the Enchantress of Medicine is absolutely safe inside. I'll go to your holy land, isn't that the place where that Gaigyu sleeps and cultivates? I don't know how many times Laozi has gone in and out of here since hundreds of years ago. When Laozi peed inside, you guys weren't even born yet. Impudent. You dare insult the Ghost Lord, the black and white protectors suddenly stand up, their murderous intent fully revealed. Just then, Luce chuckles, Han Yi Darren, what's the hurry? The Ghost Lord's house is a stone room, there are no windows on all sides, only one door. We'll guard outside the door, and no one else can enter. Are you still worried that the Enchantress would be in danger like this? Han Yi still wants to say something, but Mu Yan gently pats him to stop him. Then she gives Luce a deep look, and says in a low voice, okay, I agree, I'll go in alone. The heavy stone door closes behind her. Mu Yan slowly walks inside, feeling the wisps of spiritual power gushing out from the ground. Her mind immediately comes to a realization. No wonder this place is called the Ghost Hall's Holy Land. It turns out that there's a spiritual vein buried underneath this stone house. Although this spiritual vein is very thin, only wisps of spiritual power seeping out. But cultivating next to this spiritual vein, a martial practitioner's advancement speed would be several times faster than usual. The cave that Mu Yan found on Nameless Mountain that day also hid such a spiritual vein. But it's far from being as thick and pure as the spiritual vein in the Holy Hall of the Ghost Hall. When Mu Yan found that spiritual vein, she only thought that cultivating internal force next to it would increase a lot faster. But now that her body has formed a spiritual root, she knows. The most precious thing about a spiritual vein isn't that it allows a martial practitioner to absorb more internal force. Instead, it's that there are wisps of spiritual energy seeping out here, which are unique in the Yanwu continent. If one cultivates next to a spiritual vein for a long time, even one's root bone would slowly improve. In her previous life, this spiritual vein might also fall into Gong Qianshua's hands. Mu Yan frowns slightly. She crouches down and gently touches the bluestone floor. When his palm touched the ground, he felt that the spiritual energy flowing in was even richer and purer. It simply made her feel indescribably comfortable. His meridians and dantians seemed to have been cleansed. This is different from the spiritual power in the Tian Emochin space. The spiritual power in the Tian Emochin space can only be used for alchemy. He wanted to use it to cultivate, but for some reason, he was unable to absorb it. What a pity. If only I could always bring the spiritual vein with me to cultivate. Mu Yan muttered regretfully. In this way, her spirit cultivation level might also be able to grow like mystic cultivation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, the dim stone room, which was only lit by candlelight, suddenly lit up with a resplendent light. The melodious sound of the zither echoed in the enclosed space. Mayan looks up in astonishment, only to see that her Tian Emochin has unexpectedly flown out on its own. As it played, it emitted a sparkling white light. Then, the ground beneath them trembled. Countless white lights, like dense fireflies, fly towards the glowing Tian Mo-chin. Mu Yan looks at this scene dumbfoundedly, and subconsciously reaches out to touch the firefly-like specks of light. When the light touched her skin, she felt a comfortable spiritual power flowing through her body. It was so comfortable that she almost wanted to sigh. What was going on? Why does it look like the Tian Mo-chin is absorbing this spiritual vein? But since when could spirit veins be absorbed in a short period of time? Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Mayan's figure swayed and disappeared from where she stood, entering the space. As soon as she entered, Xiaobao ran over and hugged her thigh. His usually cold voice contained a bit of surprise. Mother, look, the space has changed. Yes, the space had changed. A hill had appeared in front of the originally lush green plains. On the hill, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and on the flowers, dots of light overlapped, as if embellishing a galaxy. It was indescribably beautiful. Little Bao stared at the Milky Way, his big eyes flashing. Mother, the smell coming from there smells so good. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, the shock on her face slowly turns into ecstasy. Of course it smelled good, because it was clearly the aura of a spirit vein. Heavens, the spirit vein of the Ghost Hall's holy land was actually absorbed by the Tian Mo-chin, it even appeared directly in the space. Holding Xiaobao's hand, Mu Yan slowly approaches. As the distance between him and the spirit vein shortened, the feeling of his body being cleansed and nourished became more and more obvious. His dried-up dantian excitedly absorbed the rich spiritual energy, which then flowed through his meridians. At that moment, Mu Yan actually felt that her spiritual power cultivation had advanced. However, she was completely clueless about the spirit cultivation system, so she had no idea what level her cultivation had reached. But that didn't stop her from being in a good mood. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the wrong place and that she had to treat the Ghost King, she would have sat down cross-legged to cultivate immediately. After making arrangements for Xiaobao to cultivate next to the spiritual vein, Mu Yan flashes out of the space. At this moment, the dazzling light had disappeared without a trace. The entire stone chamber returned to its original darkness. The candlelight flickered not far away, illuminating the only bed in the entire room. The Ghost King was lying on that bed. The Ghost King Guyu, also known as the Ghost Emperor, is the de facto controller of the Ghost City. In the Yanwu continent, this is a person who can call the wind and summon the rain, a person whom ordinary practitioners revere and look up to. But now, he was lying alone in the cold stone room. Mu Yan slowly walks to the bedside. The moment she sees the person on the bed, she jumps in fright. The man on the bed was motionless, his body stiff. His face was purple under the candlelight. This doesn't look like a living person, right? At this moment, the person lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. His grayish-white eyes were unfocused. The greenish-gray lips parted slightly, as if it was breathing, but also as if it wanted to speak. He could move, open his eyes, and breathe. This should be a living person. But Mu Yan still feels very strange. She grabbed the Ghost King's hand and placed it on his wrist. The pulse throbbed strongly under her fingers. However, Mu Yan frowned deeply. Why was this pulse so strange? He was clearly breathing and had a pulse, but his entire body exuded an aura of death. He was about to send in his qi to carefully examine the Ghost King's illness. Suddenly, her complexion greatly changes, and she quickly retreats. But she's still a step too late. The fingernails of the hand that she's taking her pulse on suddenly lengthens, ruthlessly grabbing at her body. The black, smelly fingernails tear through the clothes on her shoulders, piercing into her skin. 3 bloody marks on her snow-white shoulder appear so glaring. Mayan turns to look at the wound. The 3 bloodstains were dyed black in the blink of an eye. A numbing pain instantly spreads from her shoulder to her whole body. This is corpse poison. TSK, your reaction is really fast. Originally, my Corpse King's fingernails should have directly pierced your heart, dug it out, and let me taste it. A rough voice comes from the corner. Soon after, the wall next to the bed rumbles loudly, separating to the 2 sides. Lu Sei's figure slowly walks out from inside. The candlelight shines on her wrinkled and pitted face. Coupled with her difficult and unpleasant laughter, it's particularly frightening. But it doesn't matter. You've already been poisoned by my corpse king's corpse poison. When it flares up later, you'll still be fish on my chopping block, and I'll taste it as I please. Mayan's cold eyes fall on her, but there's no panic in her expression. She quickly takes out a bottle of draft from the space, and pours it on the wound. Then she swallows another elixir. Internal force and spiritual power circulates together, and the numbness and stiffness in her body disappears. But this corpse poison is very powerful, and she can't completely remove it for a while. She can only force it to a certain part of her body. Lu Ce stares at her series of actions, and the hatred in her eyes slowly turns into greed. Jun Mayan, tell me, why do you have spiritual power? Why can you refine real elixirs? And what kind of magic tool is the zither that you use to refine elixirs? If you obediently answer all my questions, I might leave you an intact corpse. Lu Ce's original purpose in coming to the Ghost Wind Valley is naturally to avenge her pretty boy, Xianxia. She wants to hack Jun Mayan into 1,000 pieces. However, when she saw Jun Mayan's alchemy technique, and saw the mysterious Di Mingju, Hanyi, and the others attach great importance to Jun Mayan, Lu Ce slowly realizes that this woman's body hides a great secret. This secret might even give her the opportunity to return to the Xiaoxian continent and return to the Tiani men. That's right, Lu Ce and Xianxia are the same, originally residents of the Xiaoxian continent. Because he did something wrong, he was expelled by Tiani men. However, unlike Xianxia had his immortal bone removed. But Lu Ce was poisoned with the most dreadful goo poison of the Tiani men. Lu Ce has already been banished to the Yanwu continent for over 100 years. Due to the effects of the parasite, she became uglier and uglier. Her body was riddled with holes, and she looked neither human nor ghost. She had long since given up hope of returning to the Xiaoxian continent. But seeing Jun Mayan today, hope finally ignites in her heart. Because in Lu Ce's heart, there was a bold conjecture. Mayan sneers, but doesn't answer her question. Instead, she says unhurriedly, Ghost King Lu has something to ask me. It just so happens that I also have something to ask Ghost King Lu. When I saw Ling concoct pills today, I felt it was very strange. With her level, it was impossible for her to concoct a 4th-rank Meridian Shield pill. Moreover, the Meridian Shield pill actually contained the aura of spirit power. If I haven't guessed wrong, you should have made Ling take a special kind of goo a few days ago, making her think that she had detoxified the poison of the white jade purple frost, and that her alchemy skills had also increased. But she didn't know that every time she did alchemy, this goo gnawed on her blood essence. This goo gave Ling a temporary beauty and a powerful alchemy ability, and you used Ling's ability to be stimulated for a short period of time to refine the medicine that poisoned the Ghost Lord, turning him into the living dead he is today, or rather, your puppet. Ghost King Lu, am I right? Clap, clap, clap. Lu Ce's face is full of admiration as she applauds, truly worthy of being the Enchantress of medicine, being able to guess so much just by relying on these little clues. I really can't help but admire you. However, so what if you've guessed it? Now that you've been poisoned by my corpse poison, no one will come into this stone room to save you, hee. I advise you to obediently let yourself be captured, lest you suffer even more. Mayan raises her hand, and the Tian Mo Chin suddenly appears in her hand. Under the candlelight, the beautiful little face lifts up into an unruly and willful smile. In the end, who will suffer even more? How would you know if you don't try? Clang, the strings vibrate, and countless wind blades shoot towards Lu Ce like a rain of arrows. Lu Southeast stands in her place, not moving an inch. But the Ghost Lord Gu rushes over like a gust of wind. His black fingernails lengthen again. A rotten stench, accompanied by a formidable pressure and impact, hits her in the face. That's a fighting strength that far surpasses the peak pre-celestial. It's as if the entire space of the stone room has been turned upside down by Guyu. And Mayan is like a small boat in the middle of the ocean, about to be overturned at any time. This is a suppression of strength that transcends several levels. It's not something that can be surpassed by relying on talent and skills. Looking at Mayan's distressed appearance under Guyu's attack, Lu Ce bursts into laughter. Jun Mayan, at your age, you're actually able to reach the high level of pre-celestial cultivation. I admit that your talent really shocks me. But that's all. In the eyes of the people of our Xiaoxian continent, you creatures of the Yanwu continent are, at best, just a little higher than ants. Or do you think that with your current cultivation, you can really defeat my corpse king? Do you know how much Ghost King Guyu's cultivation was originally higher than yours? Even though he has now become a corpse soldier, his cultivation has been preserved, and he is no longer restricted by the spatial barrier. Do you really think you can win? Mu Yan's current situation was indeed very bad. Ever since her rebirth, this was the first time she felt that her life was in danger. At this time, Guyu was like a zombie. He was not afraid of pain or injury, but his movements were extremely nimble. Mu Yan's sound blade attack has already reached the level of 100 blades, but Guyu doesn't need to dodge. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Bang! Mu Yan is unable to dodge in time, and Guyu's fist heavily hits her shoulder. A sharp pain came from his shoulder. He could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Mu Yan's complexion suddenly turns deathly pale. Guyu had already turned his fist into a palm. His black fingernails suddenly stretch out, a cold glint flickering as it goes straight for her heart. In the nick of time, the Tian Mo Chin is lifted up, blocking the palm. The Tian Mo Chin was unscathed, but Guyu transmitted a powerful attack through the sound of the Chin. But it makes Mayan suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The scalding blood falls on the strings of the zither, causing the Tian Mo Chin to make a buzzing sound. Mayan only feels that everything in front of her is a blur. Her whole body, whether it's her meridians, dantian, or qi, is burning with pain. Xiaobao's heart-wrenching screams seem to be ringing in his ears. Mother! Mother! Let me out! Let me out! The small body kept hitting the spatial wall, trying to rush out. But, no. No, Mu Yan fiercely bites the tip of her tongue, forcing herself to calm down. She couldn't fall, she couldn't lose. If she fell, she wouldn't be the only one to die. Xiaobao, who was in the space, would also die. The moment she was reborn, she swore that she would protect her baby for the rest of her life. She would never let her baby get hurt. Mayan staggers to her feet, her hands tightly gripping the Tian Mo Chin. The blood on the strings seeped into the body of the zither bit by bit. His blood, which should have been cold after such a long time, became boiling hot at this moment. Mayan's eyes are scarlet as she stares at Guyu. She wanted to win, she would never allow her baby to be alone. You want to become stronger? Suddenly, she heard a deep and rich voice. The voice seemed to come from the void. It seemed to come from the depths of her soul. It was a strange yet vaguely familiar voice. You want to become the supreme existence of the three realms? Mayan's pupils slightly contract, and she silently says 3 words in her heart, Tian Mo Chin. Yes, this is the sound of the Tian Mo Chin. Once in the Shen musician's space of inheritance, she had also faintly heard it. When the spiritual roots were being reconstructed in Jin Wangfu, there was also a vague echo of this voice. But it had never been as clear as it was now. That old, thick, and seductive voice echoed in his mind over and over again. Do you want to become stronger? If you want to become a supreme king, then offer your flesh and blood to me, offer your soul to me. I will take your place and protect you. From now on, you will be high and mighty, invincible. Rip, Guyu's black armor once again tears Mayan's clothes. The wound on his back was so deep that his bones could be seen. The corpse poison that he had suppressed earlier was stirring in his dantian, as if it was on fire. Mayan's consciousness is getting more and more fuzzy. But Xiaobao's heart-wrenching cries and the Tian Mo Chin's enticing voice are getting louder and louder. If she dedicates her soul to the Tian Mo Chin, she can obtain supreme power. If she lets the Tian Mo Chin control her body, she'll be able to survive and protect Xiaobao. Mayan's lips move, as if she wants to say something. All of a sudden, a frantic voice seemed to come from the horizon. Mother is the most awesome. Xiaobao loves mother the most. Jun Mayan, you are destined to be my Mingju's wife. His eyes, which were dyed red, suddenly flashed with a glaring light. Because of the pain, his figure is hunched over, supporting the Tian Mo Chin that is dripping with blood, and slowly stands up. Tian Mo Chin, I'll say it again. I am your master. Stop trying to seduce me, control me, and replace me. Her slender, blood-stained fingers gently stroked the strings of the instrument. Tian Mo Chin, now, tell me your choice. Buzz buzz buzz. The bloodstained Tian Mo Qin makes a sound of unwillingness and longing. But in the end, under Mayan's resolute and powerful mind, the voice slowly disappeared. Then, there was a sudden deafening sound of the zither. The entire stone room seemed to shake violently because of the sound of the zither. Luce only felt the blood in her body churning, and then she discovered to her horror that she had unexpectedly lost control of the corpse King Guyu. What happened? Jun Mayan, what did you do? She looked as far as she could. The unremarkable black zither that Mu Yan had just grasped in her hand suddenly lit up with a bright light. The bloodstains on the zither's body had completely disappeared. Luster circulated around the zither, as if it was carved out of the most precious and beautiful ancient jade in the world. Little girl, listen carefully to me. What I'm forcibly opening for you now is the third realm of the Shin musician, Broken Moon. On the Yanwu continent, you can skip levels and master a Shin musician's level 3 skill. If you still lose like this and cause my true self to be sealed again, I will definitely destroy your soul and send you to hell forever. At this moment, the Tian Mo Qin's voice carries a trace of exasperation. But strangely, it was no longer old and deep. Instead, it sounded like a young man's voice. But at this time, Mu Yan couldn't care less. Because in the split second when the voice in her mind fades away, a powerful energy bursts out from the hand holding the Tian Mo Qin. At that moment, she felt as if her meridians and dantian were about to explode. Intense pain spread throughout her body. In just a few breaths of time, her entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Then, a ding sounded in his mind. A Shin musician skill that she has never seen before appears in her mind. 7 Sword Spirits, the only close combat skill of a Shin musician below the 3rd level. Zither strings transform into swords, all spirits return to origin. Once the skill is activated, the 7 strings of the Tian Mo Qin turn into 7 swords, revolving around Mayan. Driven by spiritual power, the sound of the Gu Qin automatically assisted. Retreat to defend, advance to attack. Ever since she obtained the Shin musician inheritance, Mayan has been practically invincible in the Yanwu continent. But Mu Yan herself knows that there is a fatal flaw in the Shin musician skills that she has mastered. Only long-range attacks, no close-range combat. It's just that in the past, the opponents she's encountered are all mediocre. She doesn't need to use her Shin musician skills to defeat them. That was why this weakness was not exposed. And now, she had finally made up for her last weakness. Mayan's complexion is pale, but the corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a disdainful smile, making such a big scene, but only opening a 3rd-level skill for me. Tian Mo Qin, can you be any more stingy? Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, 7 swords of different colors floated around Mu Yan. The swords around Mu Yan trembled in unison, as if in protest. However, Mu Yan sneered and ignored him. With a light wave of her hand, one of them flew into her hand. Just at this moment, Guyu receives Lu Sei's command. Letting out a beast-like roar, he once again rushes over. The sword in his hand shot out. Guyu's figure nimbly dodged, his long fingernails bringing along a swift and fierce wind as they whizzed over. However, the next moment, clang, in front of the black fingernails, a purple sword appeared, effortlessly blocking Guyu's attack. Ah 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 ah, a mournful roar resounds throughout the stone room. The 6 swords directly penetrate Guyu's body, but they don't stop. Instead, they tremble and ignite clusters of flames. It's precisely because of these raging flames that the originally unconscious Guyu lets out a painful wail. Lu Sei stares at this scene in shock, her face filled with horror. Mayan waves her hand, and the 6 swords fly out from Guyu's body, circling around her once again. Guyu, who was seemingly invincible just a moment ago, is now kneeling on the ground, unable to get up. Mayan's line of sight slowly turns to Lu Sei, the corners of her mouth lightly lifting. Ghost King Lu, now, it's your turn. Lu Sei suddenly comes back to her senses, a pair of eyes that look like they're about to pop out, unwaveringly glaring at Mayan. You're a Shin musician. You're really a Shin musician. There's no mistake, that zither just now was clearly the 3 realms treasure, the Tian Mo Qin. And that powerful zither attack just now that could even kill Guyu, there's nothing else besides a Shin musician's skill. Jun Mayan, she really is a Shin musician descendant. The Shin musician that the 3 realms feared and hunted down, that once made the three realms tremble with fear. Mayan's eyes slightly narrow, not saying anything. But in her heart, she's already made up her mind that she must kill Lu Se here. She clearly remembers what Bailey Inlu said. Before she becomes strong, her identity as a Shin musician must not be known to anyone. Otherwise, she's afraid that it would be a terrible disaster. However, just as she's about to activate the 7 swords, she suddenly feels a burning pain in her dantian. The meridians of her whole body become empty, as if all the energy has been sucked out in an instant. Immediately after, the 7 swords that were originally circling around her suddenly disappear without a trace. Mayan is dumbfounded, asking in her heart, what's going on? The Tian Emochin's hateful voice reaches her ears, what do you think is going on? With your current spiritual power, it's already a miracle that you can support the 7 swords to launch a wave of attacks. Now that your spiritual power has been exhausted, the 7 swords will naturally disappear. What kind of joke is this? Mayan simply wants to curse, this is a matter of life and death, and you're telling me that the 7 swords have lost their effectiveness? In the end, you gave me such a lousy skill? The Tian Emochin's voice is even more exasperated than her, you dare to despise the sage? Mu Yan is about to retort sarcastically. On the other side, Lu Se seemed to have noticed something. She laughed lowly, your spiritual power, there is no way for you to use that powerful move just now. Ha 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 ha. Her low and deep laughter becomes coarse and unbridled, this is only natural. In the Yanwu continent, you can't absorb spiritual power, and you simply can't replenish the consumed spiritual power. That's why even I had no choice but to abandon my spiritual power and cultivate the more powerful devil chi instead. Shin musician, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet a descendant of the Shin musicians in the Yanwu continent. I believe that as long as I bring your corpse back to the Xianxia continent, Master will definitely forgive me and let me become the high and mighty immortal I once was. As if thinking of a beautiful future, Lu Se's entire face smiled with incomparable joy. However, her ugly appearance made her face look sinister and terrifying. She slowly pulled out a steel whip. However, it wasn't bronze in color. Instead, it was pitch black and emitted a cold, fishy smell. Lu Se swung the whip towards the ground, and the steel whip immediately extended, splashing sparks on the ground. Mu Yan looked at the ground with an ugly expression. Because in the instant it swept across the floor, the bluestone in the room was corroded into a long and deep trench. It could even corrode limestone, let alone humans. Jun Mayan, as an insignificant mortal of the Yanwu continent, to die in my Tianyi Men's Lu Se's hands today is your greatest honor. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel whip immediately issued a popping sound and suddenly extended. It wriggles towards Mayan like a viper. Mayan wants to operate her internal force and spiritual power to resist, but she suddenly feels a burst of pain in her Qi Si and Dantian. She clenches her teeth and forcibly activates the Tian Emochin. The sound of the zither lingered in the air, and a sound wall soared into the sky. Divine Hand's Weave was activated, the steel whip struck the sound wall and returned without success. But at the same time, Mu Yan, who had exhausted all of his spirit energy and profound qi, also swayed and almost fell down. Lu Se didn't give her any chance to catch her breath, the steel whip came back again. This time, the steel whips turned into countless whips in the air, falling down like a torrential rain. The sound barrier of Divine Hand's Weave was on the verge of collapsing under this unbridled attack, as if it would shatter at any moment. Mayan clenches her teeth, there's not a trace of blood on her face. Tian Emochin, can you hear my voice? She asks with her consciousness. Humph. What answered her was a disdainful snort. However, Mu Yan did not care about its attitude, and instead said in a low voice, if I can't hold on any longer, help me protect Xiaobao's life. Humph, why should I? The Tian Emochin's voice hasn't yet fallen when the sound wall constructed by the divine hands weaving the heavens collapses with a loud bang. The earth-shattering whip shadows ruthlessly fall towards Mayan. It was as if the tip of his nose could already smell the rancid odor of the steel whip that had been soaked in blood and corpses for many years. Mu Yan closes her eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not come. However, her body was suddenly pulled into a familiar and wide embrace. The hands that were hugging her tightly held her in his embrace, like a pair of iron pincers, not letting her have the slightest separation. But the body pressed against her was trembling slightly, a sign of how nervous and afraid the owner of the body was. Mu Yan's lips trembled slightly. He slowly raised his head and saw a familiar face. Di Mingju. Her hoarse voice is tinged with hope, with joy, and with a grievance that even she herself isn't aware of. The person who has come is Di Mingju, who has rushed over at the last moment. His eyes were slightly red as he looked at the girl in his arms, who was covered in cuts and bruises. For the first time, his indifferent face showed a mixture of heartache and regret. He had actually allowed his girl to be hurt like this. Even if his consciousness briefly returns to the polar domain in order to confirm that Mayan's identity as a Shin musician hasn't been discovered. Yan, it's me. Before his hoarse voice could leave his mouth, he was pressed down by a slender blood-stained finger. Mayan struggles to get up from his embrace, a disdainful and wanton smile hooks up on her pale and bloodless little face. Shu, Di Mingju, don't say that you didn't protect me well. I don't like to hear it. If you really want to walk down this path with me, then try to respect me. Let me grow and become stronger on my own, until one day I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Instead of building a warm and safe cage of gold threads for me, you claimed that you were protecting me. Di Mingju stares at her in a daze for a long time, before finally pulling her into his arms. The body of the girl in his arms was covered with cuts and bruises, and there was a strong smell of blood coming from her. But he was so infatuated with her, so deeply in love that he was unable to extricate himself. Because of his deep love, Di Mingju knows better than anyone else that as the successor of the Shin musicians, Mayan must experience trials and tribulations, and become stronger little by little. Otherwise, no matter how big the world is, there will be no place for her. Because of his deep love for her, even if he was so afraid that she would be hurt, and wanted to tie her to his side, protect and pamper her, he still couldn't do whatever he wanted. Just like that, the two of them quietly embraced each other as if they had forgotten about time and space. Then, countless steel whips covered the sky and covered the earth again with a fierce killing intent. Di Mingju's eyes turned cold, his handsome face as cold as 10,000 years of ice. He doesn't even move his hand that's holding Mayan. He snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of ka. Mu Yan raised his head in shock, only to see that the whip shadows that filled the sky were all frozen in midair. And that cold ice was still spreading in Lu Sei's direction. Ah! Lu Sei screamed, desperately trying to throw away the steel whip. But it was still too late. The ice seemed to have a life of its own as it quickly climbed onto her hand. In a short span of a breath, it had spread to her entire body. Mayan stares dumbfoundedly at the woman who has just driven her into a hopeless situation. With a light snap of Di Mingju's fingers, he turns into an ice sculpture. Oh, calling it an ice sculpture was not entirely correct. Because Lu Sei's whole body was sealed in ice, but her head was still exposed outside. His teeth chattered as if he wanted to say something, but he could only make gurgling sounds. Mu Yan suddenly feels a little depressed. An enemy that no one could defeat no matter how hard they fought, was defeated by someone else with just a finger. He definitely couldn't be happy. But before she could say anything, her chin was already locked by someone. The man's fiery kiss fell. This pervert, bastard, at a time like this, he only remembered to take advantage of others. But very quickly, Mu Yan discovers that she has wronged Di Mingju. This was because as the man's kiss landed, the cold and burning corpse poison in his dantian seemed to be drawn by a powerful force and flowed up along his meridians. In the end, it blends between her and Di Mingju's lips and teeth, and disappears without a trace. Mu Yan, she used elixirs and drafts, but she couldn't get rid of the corpse poison. Di Mingju solved it with just a kiss. It was even more depressing. Who knew that a man's deep and low voice would reach her ears? Yan, what you just said, does it mean that you're willing to marry Ben Jun? What did he just say? Mayan stares blankly for 3 seconds before she remembers what she just said. If you really want to be with me, then try to respect me and let me grow and become stronger on my own, until one day I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Wait, that's just an example. Marriage, the wedding is on the agenda? What the hell? Who likes you and wants to marry you? Di Mingju, don't talk to yourself. I already said that it was just an analogy, ah. The rest of the voice is once again blocked by a scorching kiss. When the kiss ends, Mayan ruthlessly punches the man's chest. Niangqin, Niangqin. At this time, she hears Xiaobao's call again. Mayan is startled, and promptly releases Xiaobao and the fat rabbit from the space. Just as she releases the control of the space, Xiaobao's body rushes into Mayan's arms. The child, who has always been mature like a little adult, cries for the first time in a heartbreaking manner, choking with sobs. Niangqin is bad. Boo-hoo-hoo, Niangqin is bad. Xiaobao hates Niangqin. Boo-hoo-hoo. He's clearly saying those hateful words, but his little arms are tightly hugging Mayan's neck, not willing to let go for even a moment. The tears that didn't fall when she was in the most desperate situation, the tears that didn't fall when Di Mingju rushed over to save her by a hair's breadth. But at this moment, it bursts like a dam. Mayan tightly hugs her son's soft little body, her voice choking, Xiaobao, I'm sorry, it's Niangqin's fault, making you worry. Xiaobao's head is tightly buried in the crook of her neck, his little body constantly twitching. Hot tears flow down her neck and onto her skin, scalding her whole heart to the point of aching. Mu Yan wants to lift her baby son's face, to see if his eyes are swollen from crying. But Xiaobao hugs her neck and doesn't let go. For the first time, he willfully doesn't cooperate with Mayan's actions, doesn't listen to her words. Even if Di Mingju says from the side, how can a man cry at the slightest provocation? Normally, Xiaobao would obediently let go of Mayan if he was provoked. But this time, it's as if he didn't hear it, refusing to lift his head. Mayan softly breathes out, her expression indescribably sour and soft. Suddenly, she lets out a low moan. This sound is like an order. Xiaobao, who was originally unwilling to lift his head no matter what, suddenly raises it, revealing a pair of red eyes from crying and a small face covered in tears. Xiaobao didn't care how disheveled he looked and asked anxiously, Mother, what's wrong? Mu Yan frowns slightly and gently wipes away the tears on Xiaobao's face. She says softly, Niangqin's injuries haven't healed yet, so it's a little painful. Xiaobao will help Niangqin apply the medicine, okay? Xiaobao sniffled and said nothing. Although he was young, he was very smart. At this time, he already knew that this was Mayan's deliberate cry of pain. But when he sees the wound on his mother's back, his big blue eyes are once again filled with tears. He gritted his teeth and nodded, forcing himself not to let his tears fall. Mother, it hurts. Xiaobao, help mother apply medicine. Mayan's heart feels like it's soaked in a hot honey pot, sour, soft, and sweet. She takes out the draft, and Xiaobao immediately takes it, carefully pouring it on the wounds on Mayan's back and shoulders. The stimulation of the medicine entering the wound makes Mu Yan frown slightly and let out a low groan. She immediately hears a nervous voice, one big and one small, Niangqin/Xianyan, how are you? Does it hurt a lot? Xiaobao moves his little head over, pouts his lips, and gently blows. Niangqin doesn't hurt, Xiaobao blows, it hurts so much that it flies. Mayan's gaze softens, as if it's about to melt. Who would have thought that Xiaobao would remember it all this time, given how young he was back then, being able to obtain a treasure like Xiaobao in this life, she had no regrets in her previous and current lives. Just as he was thinking, Xiaobao's little head was suddenly pushed away by a big hand. Immediately after, a gentle kiss falls on her slowly healing wound, and the man's deep and husky voice reaches her ears, Yan Yan, it doesn't hurt, it'll be fine if your husband kisses you. Mu Yan, what kind of bad luck did she have in this life to actually meet this shameless guy? Xiaobao angrily pushes Di Mingju away and hugs Mayan's neck. Niangqin is Xiaobao's. You're not allowed to snatch it. Di Mingju sneers, Jun Machin, do you want Ben Jun to use my strength to tell you who Mayan is? The big and the small stared at each other. Just as they were about to make a scene, the door of the stone chamber suddenly opened. Han Yi rushes in like he's flying, his mouth shouting, Miss June, what happened just now? You're fine, Jun, why are you here? With quick reflexes, Mu Yan shoves Xiaobao and the rabbit back into the space. The black and white protectors also rushed in. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were also dumbfounded. Who are you people? How can you enter my ghost hall's holy land? Ghost King Lu? How did you get in here? As they spoke, their gazes turned and finally landed on the Ghost King's body, which was riddled with holes and covered in blood. The two of them rushed to the Ghost King like a whirlwind, their faces filled with anxiety. Ghost King? Demon King? What happened to you? However, when their hands touched the tip of Guyu's nose, they discovered that he wasn't breathing at all, and immediately became alarmed and angry. Who? Who killed Ghost King? The black and white protector's eyes were bloodshot as they glared at everyone present. It was as if they wanted to kill someone. Bang! Suddenly, the ice wrapped around Luce shattered with a loud rumble. She fell to the ground, panting heavily. Mu Yan and Di Mingju's gazes are drawn over. Di Mingju slightly raises his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect that Luce would actually be able to break free from the ice. However, even though she managed to break free from the ice, she also paid a painful price. Her arms were severed at the shoulder and fell to the ground, turning into powder. But because of the cold, not much blood flowed out. But the despair and pain of her broken arm makes her eyes burn red, and she glares at Mayan and Di Mingju. It's them. Hee hee. They killed the Ghost King. Hee hee hee. I was worried about the Ghost King, so I came in to take a look. Hee hee hee. I saw them attacking the Ghost King, they didn't even let me off. Hee hee hee. While shivering, Luce gnashed her teeth and roared, Black and white protectors, quickly gather everyone in the Ghost Wind Valley, to these villains, kill without mercy. Hee hee hee. When the black and white protectors heard this, their eyes widened in anger. They don't even have the time to think about why Luce can appear in this stone room, they just roar and rush towards Mayan. However, Di Mingju is by Mayan's side. How could he allow anyone to hurt her? Black impermanence and white impermanence had gathered all of their profound chi to attack, but it seemed as if they had hit an invisible barrier. With a bang, he was directly bounced back. The two of them looked at each other, their faces bursting with hatred. Suddenly, the black impermanence let out a sharp whistle from the corner of his lips. Mu Yan stands unsteadily, her body slanting to the side, but she suddenly bumps into Di Mingju's embrace. The man's warm and firm skin is tightly pressed against her through the thin fabric. A warm and moist breath enters her ear, carrying a lingering and ambiguous aura. The candlelight goes out because of this sudden change. When you can't see your own fingers in front of you, it always makes people flustered. But Mu Yan doesn't care about anything. That's because this shameless man beside her actually takes advantage of the moment when the light disappears, and directly kisses her lips. There's a rumbling sound, and the stone chamber finally stops falling. Jun Shang, are you and Miss Jun alright? Hanya's concerned voice reaches her ears. Since you've killed the Ghost Lord, then all of you will be buried together with the Ghost Lord in this underground palace of the Ghost Hall. The black and white protectors' hysterical voices, filled with hatred, reverberate throughout the stone chamber. Then the light brightens, illuminating everyone's faces. Luce's pride and madness, the black and white protectors' hatred, the Ghost Lord's lifeless ash-gray complexion, and Hanya's worry, every fine detail is revealed. Seeing that Mu Yan and Di Mingju are unharmed, Hanya breathes a sigh of relief. But he suddenly asks strangely, Miss June, why is your face so red? Mu Yan doesn't answer, and she harshly bumps Di Mingju with her elbow. She purses her lips, which are still a little sore. She raises her hand, and the zither strings fly out. Before the black and white protectors and Luce could even react, the zither strings have already wrapped around the Ghost Lord, and with lightning speed, it drags him in front of Mu Yan. Ghost Lord, the black and white protectors bellow, wanting to rush over. Hanyi sneers, stepping forward and brandishing his sword. The two are immediately forced to retreat again and again. Almost at the same time, the stone chamber's door opens, and countless ghost envoys flock in, surrounding Mu Yan and the others. Did you see? These people deliberately sneaked into the Ghost Wind Valley to murder the Ghost Lord. Luce grits her teeth and roars, but her eyes flash with a sinister light. The one who killed the Ghost Lord is this fake doctor, Mu Yan. I didn't expect that I would be fooled by this vicious woman. This woman killed the Ghost Lord under the guise of treating his illness, and also wanted to silence me. Now, she doesn't even want to let the Ghost Lord's corpse go. Guardians, you must not let her off. Black impermanence and white impermanence coldly look at Mu Yan, and they shout in unison, you'd better hurry up and return the Ghost Lord's corpse, I might be able to leave your corpse intact. However, Mu Yan did not care about their threats. She squatted down and looked at the Spirit King's corpse that was riddled with holes. She sighed and said, "Tsk tsk, the dignified Spirit King has become someone else's puppet. It's really miserable. But Ghost King Lu, shouldn't you know better than anyone else how the Ghost King died?" Lu Sei's complexion flashed, and then with a coarse and unpleasant voice, she angrily roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's obvious that you killed the Ghost King. The many wounds on his body are the best evidence." Heh. Mayan's smile is full of ridicule. "I don't dare to guarantee Ghost King Lu's other abilities, but when it comes to lying through your teeth, that is truly unparalleled." As she spoke, she looked at the black and white protectors. "You've been staying by the Ghost King's side all this time. Didn't you notice that there's something strange about his illness?" "What's strange?" Protector Black asked subconsciously. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes, her expression unfathomable. Her sweet-sounding voice is clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. "The time you've been in contact with Ghost King Lu can't be considered short. You wouldn't tell me that you don't know that Ghost King Lu is most proficient in goo poisons, right?" The black and white protectors were shocked when they heard this, and they looked at the Ghost King's corpse together. Because the Ghost King was knocked down when he was attacking Mu Yan, the black nails that he had extended out had not yet retracted. It really looked like he had been poisoned. A trace of panic flashes across Lu Sei's face, and she immediately shouts, "Jun Mayan, you have such a vicious method. You were the one who poisoned the Ghost King, rendering him unable to resist, and then you cruelly killed him. Now you want to frame me? Do you dare to say that the bloody holes on the Ghost King's body were not caused by you?" Mu Yan nodded without hesitation. "That's right, the injuries on the Ghost King's body were caused by me. He was controlled by you to attack me. Shouldn't I retaliate? Did you hear that?" Lu Sei immediately looked towards the black and white protectors, and said loudly, "No matter what the Ghost King had experienced before, the person who killed the Ghost King was her, and it was also this bitch who harmed me to this state. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get someone to tear them to pieces." The black and white protectors frowned tightly, and finally looked coldly at Mayan. "Since you admit that the fatal wound on the Ghost Lord's body was caused by you, that means that you killed the Ghost Lord. You must die." "Heh, fool." Mayan sneers, "The people around the Ghost Lord are all idiots like you. It's no wonder that he fell for someone's trick so easily." With a flick of her wrist, a dagger appeared in her hand, and before anyone could react, the dagger appeared in her hand. He raised his hand and the saber fell. The sharp saber and sword suddenly pierced through the body of the Ghost King. There was dead silence. Soon after, the eyes of the black and white protectors almost bulged out of their sockets, and they rushed towards Mu Yan like a madman. "Slut, you dare?" However, before their attacks can reach Mayan, suddenly, a silver light flashed. A silver needle pierced the Ghost King's heart and was then pulled out from the wound that the dagger had just made. Then, everyone saw a terrifying crimson bug struggling on the tip of the silver needle. A pair of cold inorganic compound eyes kept looking at everyone around him. His mouth opened and closed, and it was as if he could see the sticky flesh inside. Blurg. Some low-level ghost servants couldn't help but vomit as their stomachs churned. The black and white protectors' attacks come to an abrupt halt, stopping less than a meter away from Mu Yan. What is this?" the two of them asked in shock. Why would such a terrifying insect be taken out from the Ghost King's heart? Mayan disdainfully glances at them. "This is the Three Corpses goo, a Three Corpses goo that has absorbed the Ghost King's blood essence. Just a little bit more and I'll become the king of all goo. Ghost King Lu, don't tell me that you don't recognize this thing?" Lu Sei sneered, "Jun Mayan, you don't need to frame me again and again. Even if the Ghost Lord has the Three Corpses goo, it's still your poison. What does it have to do with me? If I could use the Three Corpses goo on the Ghost King, how would I end up like this?" Black and white guardians, you must not be deceived by this sinister and ruthless woman. It's really Lu Sei and Jun Mayan's argument that they're in the right. For a moment, they're unable to distinguish who the real murderer of the Ghost Lord is. "Tsk, Ghost King Lu, I can't help but admire you. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Mayan smiles as she gently shakes her head, her expression leisurely and charming. "Then how about this? How about we let the Ghost Lord personally tell you who killed the Ghost Lord? As soon as her voice falls, there's already a bottle of draft in her hand, and she quickly pours it on the still struggling three corpses' goo. When it comes into contact with the draft, the three corpses' goo seems to be burning, and it suddenly makes a strange ear-piercing sound. Immediately after, its originally round body quickly becomes thinner, turning into a thick red liquid that drips onto the Ghost Lord's wound. This series of actions is like moving clouds and flowing water. Everyone watching stares blankly. Lucé's complexion suddenly pales, the blood in her body churning, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. The three corpses' goo has been burned, how could the mother goo in her body not be affected, but in the end, she still manages to endure it, and hisses, "Jun Mayan, don't talk nonsense and try to struggle on your deathbed. The Ghost Lord has already died, you killed him, how could he come back to life?" Cough, 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 cough. Lucé still hasn't finished her words. The corpse lying on the ground suddenly lets out a heart-wrenching cough, and abruptly sits up from the ground. It's as if someone has pressed the pause button in the entire stone room. Everyone, including Hanyi, are dumbfounded. That's because the corpse that's sitting up is the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Lord actually came back to life? Under the illumination of the candlelight, the ash-black corpse-like complexion slowly turns weak and pale. The lifeless eyes slowly focus, finally falling on everyone in the stone room. Even in the quiet stone room, one can still hear his heavy breathing and muffled groans from his wound. Ghost Lord, you're still alive? After a long silence, the black and white protectors suddenly rush over, kneeling down beside the Ghost Lord. All the ghost envoys in the room seem to react now, and they all kneel down, paying respect to the Ghost Lord. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, there's a scream of fear in the room, aren't you already dead? He should have died when he was corroded by the three corpse goo. Why are you still alive? How could you have survived? Lucé, who had lost both her hands, had a face full of fright. She shook her head with all her might, as if she had gone insane. Hearing this, the black and white protectors turned their heads and glared at her fiercely. The ghost envoys in the room also abruptly changed their positions, trapping her firmly in the middle. Lucé's words could be said to be a complete admission that she was the one who harmed the Ghost Lord. Guyu crawls up from the ground, but he doesn't pay any attention to Lucé. Instead, he looks at Mayan. "Many thanks for saving my life, miss." Before he could finish speaking, Guyu's line of sight unconsciously stops on Dimingju's face, and his body suddenly freezes. Jun Lord, he shrieked in disbelief. Then, before his brain could react, his knees had already softened and he knelt down with a thud. Guyu of the Heaven Division, under the command of the leader of the Wind Demon Army, pays his respects to the Lord. Lucé, who had fallen into a heavy encirclement, was originally thinking about how she could get out of her current predicament. She has always known that the Ghost City used to be the property of the Polar Domain. She also knows that Hanyi and Ingmei came from the Xianxia continent, from the Polar Domain. Lucé had even guessed, who is this man that's so powerful that it makes her tremble at Mayan's side? He's an elder of the Polar Domain, or a high-level official of the Polar Domain. But she never thought that Dimingju would be that person. Even in the Xianxia continent, he's a ruler that no one can reach. That man that even the sect master of the Tianyi men barely qualifies to be on an equal footing. How could Dimingju be the sovereign of the Polar Domain? How could a supreme ruler of the Polar Domain appear in such a barren land like the Yanwu continent? But besides the Polar Domain's sovereign, who else could Guyu call Jun Sheng? Only at this moment, does true despair and alarm rise from the bottom of Lucé's heart, making her body, which is no longer cold, feel as if it has fallen into an icehouse, uncontrollably trembling. Opposing the sovereign of the Polar Domain, what kind of end will she fall into? On the other side, after Guyu receives the order to get up, he can't help but glance at Mayan. Soon after, he seems to think of something, and his eyes suddenly widen. "Don't tell me, you are our Polar Domain's future mistress, Miss Jun Mayan?" The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches. "Who is your Polar Domain's future mistress?" Don't casually claim relationships, alright, but before Mayan can refute, Hanyi is already boasting shamelessly on the side, laughing. "Nonsense, apart from our madam, who else would have such superb medical skills to be able to bring you back from the gates of hell? I was still worried that if you really died, Guyu, how would I explain it to that guy Feng Sha when I return? I didn't expect that you'd become a corpse, but our madam's miraculous hands would actually bring you back to life. Saying that, he slaps Guyu's back. Idiot, what are you still standing there for, still not greeting Miss June? Guyu abruptly comes back to his senses, and promptly bows and kneels. Greetings to Miss June, no, greetings to Madam. Soon after, he looks at Di Mingju with adoration. When he first heard Han Yi say that Jun Shang had fallen in love with a mortal woman from Yanwu continent, Guyu still felt it was strange. He even thought that a mortal woman couldn't be a match for their wise and divine Jun Shang. But now, they know how good their Jun Shang's foresight is, he says with heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Jun Shang's discerning eyes being like a torch, choosing Madam, this subordinate's life would have been lost in this Yanwu continent. Shut up. Mayan couldn't bear it any longer. Who's your wife? Di Mingju, aren't you going to control your subordinates? Di Mingju steps forward and grabs her waist. His voice is clear and cold as he carelessly says, Madam, you can wait until Mayan and I are married before you call me that. There's no hurry. Yes, my lord. Mu Yan. What the hell, no hurry. Di Mingju, can you be even more shameless? Seeing that Mu Yan has flown into a rage out of humiliation, Han Yi promptly says, Guyu, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and handle the matters of the ghost city. You're really regressing the more you live. You were actually tormented to such a state by a mere King Yanluo. Hearing this, Guyu's expression abruptly became cold, and he slowly turned around to look at Lu Sei, his eyes bursting with a cold and fierce light. After hiding under my hands for so many years, even I didn't realize that you were actually from the Xianxia continent. I treated you as a loyal subordinate, trusted you, and delegated power to you. I didn't expect that you would actually repay me by placing the 3-corpse Gu on me. You people of Tianyi men really have good moral conduct, good ability. Lu Sei firmly clenches her teeth, but doesn't pay attention to Guyu's interrogation. Instead, he abruptly looks towards Di Mingju. Di Jun, do you know that this woman, Jun Mayan, is a god? Before she could finish her words, Di Mingju has already swung his palm high up in the air. With a loud bang, it was as if gunpowder had exploded on Lu Sei's face. Immediately, half of her already pitted face was badly mutilated. No one knew what she wanted to say. They only thought that she was struggling on her deathbed. But Mu Yan suddenly turned his head to look at the man beside him, his expression uncertain. Of course, she knew that what Lu Sei wanted to say just now was, she was a Shen musician. Then why did Di Mingju interrupt Lu Sei? Could it be that Di Mingju already knows her identity as a Shen musician? No, impossible. Didn't they say that the people of the 3 realms wanted the Shen musicians dead? If Di Mingju knew about it, why wouldn't he catch her instead of helping her? Lu Sei, it's already come to this, and you still want to splash dirty water on Miss June. Guyu obviously doesn't know what Lu Sei wants to say, he just sneers and steps forward. Since you are my subordinate king of hell, then today I will personally end you. At this time even Lu Sei's lips and tongue are badly mutilated from the beating. She can't speak, but her eyes seem to be glued to Mayan. His eyes were filled with hatred and disbelief. Suddenly, she opened her bloody mouth and laughed. The laughter was rough and unpleasant. Hearing this laughter, Mu Yan suddenly had an ominous premonition. As if to verify his hunch, Di Mingju's complexion abruptly changes. He waves his hand in the air, and a frightening pressure and energy engulfs the entire stone house. The tables, chairs, and beds in the stone house all let out crackling sounds as they shattered one by one. Guyu's sword was sent out like a bolt of lightning. However, all of them were still a step too late. At that critical moment, Lu Sei's body actually burned with a glaring flame. In just a short period of time, her body had been completely incinerated. Almost at the same time, a dark red light soared into the sky and disappeared from the stone room. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Han Ye's complexion turns pale inch by inch, his voice trembling as he mutters, "It's the sect-destroying exterminating sacrifice, Tianyi men's unique skill, sect-destroying exterminating sacrifice." He abruptly looks towards Di Mingju, his expression aghast. "Jun Shang, what should we do?" She must have returned to Tianyi men. Sect annihilation was a unique skill of the Tianyi men. When one's life was in danger, one could return to the altar of the headquarters of the Tianyi men by burning the soul. However, even if he returned to the altar, he would only be able to survive for 2 to 4 hours at most. Moreover, after using sect annihilation, this person's soul would never be able to reincarnate and would suffer the pain of being torn apart by time and space. Therefore, whether it's Di Mingju or Han Yi, they didn't expect that Lu Sei would actually stake it all on one throw, and use the sect annihilation extermination. In this way, Lu Sei will undoubtedly die, but the secret of Mayan being a Shen musician will also be exposed in front of Tianyi men. If the people of Tianyi men were to know that Mayan is the successor of the Shen musicians, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Di Mingju's complexion is ashen. He doesn't answer Hanya's words, instead, he abruptly turns to look at Mayan. Mayan looks at him in astonishment, her heart inexplicably flustered. What happened, Lu Sei? Before she could finish speaking, her waist tightened and she was forcefully pulled into the man's arms. Then, a scorching and domineering kiss landed. This kiss was short, but it was filled with endless plunder and invasion. When she lets go, it's only for a few short breaths, but Mayan feels that her legs are unsteady, and her red lips are numb. They were bitten. Mu Yan raises her head, wanting to complain, but she hears the man's low, hoarse voice. Mu Yan, take good care of my body, and wait for me to come back. After saying that, the man's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. At that moment, Mu Yan felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, empty. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and her consciousness sank into the space. Sure enough, they find Di Mingju's lifeless body in deep sleep. This bastard, how could he enter her space without her permission, and what the hell is take care of my body, ridiculing in her heart, Mayan's expression relaxes. With the Ghost King's guidance, they quickly left the stone chamber. As it turned out, after the stone chamber sank into the ground, it led directly into the underground labyrinth of the Ghost Hall. If no one led them in, even an inborn expert would be trapped to death. But at the same time, if they were to encounter danger, this was also the best place for the Ghost Wind Valley's people to hide. Moreover, the terrain of the Ghost Wind Valley was easy to defend and hard to attack, and there was also the poison smog as a cover. It was truly the best place to set up a base. Miss June. Just as Mayan is contemplating the merits of the Ghost Wind Valley, she suddenly hears Guyu's grateful voice. This subordinate is unable to repay your life-saving grace. If you don't mind, this Ghost Wind Valley and the ghost envoys in the valley are all gifted to Miss June. What do you think? Mayan stares blankly, almost suspecting that she misheard. Give me the Ghost Wind Valley? If I remember correctly, the Ghost Wind Valley has always been the core stronghold of the Ghost City. For you, its value even surpasses any Ghost City. Guyu chuckles and says, the Ghost City is originally our polar domain's property. This one is only managing it for these 100 years, that's all. But Miss June, you are our polar domain's future mistress. Not to mention just giving you an insignificant Ghost Wind Valley, if it weren't for the Ghost City's current situation being unclear, fearing that it would bring trouble to Miss June, there would be no harm in giving you the entire Ghost City. Yeah. Hanyi doesn't wait for Mu Yan to speak, he's already chiming in. Miss June, I've already told you, you only need to tell Jun Shang what you want. Even if it was the stars in the sky, he could pluck them for you, let alone a mere Ghost Wind Valley. We'll be family sooner or later, so don't stand on ceremony. Mu Yan, who's going to be friends with you sooner or later? Thank you so much. However, thinking that this Ghost Wind Valley that is easy to defend and hard to attack has actually become her stronghold, no matter how calm Mu Yan is, she can't help but smile. The Ink Camp and the Tianji unit, under her command are expanding more and more, and the Taishu Battalion is also in the process of being established. Whether it's Tianyuan City or Wangjiang City, a small courtyard already can't accommodate these people. Hanyi certainly knows that this gift is delivered to the bottom of Mayan's heart, and he smiles like he's asking for credit. Miss June, if you think that the Ghost Wind Valley doesn't sound good, it's better to change the name. Like, Ghastly Flame Valley, or something? Ming is a homonym for Di Mingju, and Yan is a homonym for Jun Mayan. Ghastly Flame Valley is the holy land that belongs to Di Mingju and Jun Mayan. Even if Mayan thinks with her knees, she knows what this guy Hanyi means. She rolls her eyes at this guy who wishes for the whole world to be in chaos, and slightly nods at Guyu. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. But this gift of the Ghost Wind Valley is really too big, I'm ashamed to accept it. As compensation, I will provide Ghost City with a large number of drafts and elixirs for auction, and Ghost City can take 30% of the market price as a processing fee. Guyu stares blankly, but he doesn't have the time to speak. Magistrate Lu already cries out, "Oh my god," and he rushes over. "Xianxia, are you serious? You're not only giving drafts, you're even allowing our Ghost City to sell those elixirs that you've refined? That's great. From now on, you are this old man's food and clothing. Let this old man work like a cow or a horse for you." Guyu and his black and white protectors stare at this scene, dumbstruck. In the end, Bai Wuchang couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just drafts and elixirs? It's not like our Ghost City hasn't consigned them before. Even the elixirs refined by Heavenly Road Sect's Great Master Jian Feng were auctioned off by our Ghost City. Magistrate Lu, is there a need to make such a fuss? What do you guys know?" At this moment, Magistrate Lu even forgets his seniority, making a big fuss. How can the elixirs and godly drafts refined by our Xianxia be mentioned in the same breath as those mundane things? Since the two protectors don't believe me, then Xianxia's medicine has been delivered, you mustn't fight with this old man over it. The black and white protectors are getting more and more amazed, but they soon become indifferent. Rest assured, isn't it just some elixirs? We don't even care about Jianfeng's 4th grade elixirs, why would we fight with you over these? However, after a period of time, the two of them would regret what they had said today until their intestines turned green. Guyu originally wanted to say, "I don't need pills." He really doesn't care about any pills in the Yanwu continent. But he suddenly hears Han Yi sourly say from the side, "You're really too lucky, guy. I've been by Miss June's side, begging and pleading, but I could only get a few of them. You, guy, don't need to do anything, and you can actually get a whole bunch of them." Guyu. This time, he was really curious. There's no spiritual power in the Yanwu continent, so no matter how good the elixir refined is, it's only a semi-dan. Not to mention, even if it was a pill refined by a famous alchemy grandmaster in the cultivation world, they would never put it in their eyes. Could it be that the elixirs refined by Jun Mayan were really that magical? "Sir Shen too, can you only supply one batch?" Magistrate Lu's excitement is over, and he's even more insatiable, throwing himself over to hug his thigh. "In any case, you've already given it, why don't you give me a bit more? Especially that elixir that you refined, can you give me one right now? It's just like the one I ate." This old man is really too curious. Why can an elixir block an attack from a high-level pre-celestial practitioner? In the main hall, Dr. Song and the others are still anxiously waiting. Seeing her come out, each and every one of them is immediately overjoyed. "Little girl, are you all right?" Dr. Song hurries over, looking Mu Yan up and down. After confirming that she's not seriously injured, he lets out a long sigh of relief. Mu Yan obediently lets them pull her around, as lovable as a real little girl, without a trace of impatience. These old seniors might be vain and selfish, but in the most critical time, they risked their lives to protect her. This is something that Mu Yan will never forget for the rest of her life. Niangqin. Holding the rabbit, Xiaobao catches up from behind and grabs Mu Yan's hand. After coming out of the ghost hall's underground palace, Mu Yan releases Xiaobao and the fat rabbit from the space. She doesn't know what the fat rabbit has discovered, but it suddenly ran away with Xiaobao, only catching up now. Seeing the adorable little boy suddenly appear and call Mu Yan Niangqin, Dr. Song and the others are dumbfounded. "Little girl, you actually have a son." "This is my son, Xiaobao." Mu Yan smiles faintly, taking Xiaobao and pushing him forward. "Xiaobao, call me grandpa." Xiaobao's little face is cold, but his voice is crisp and clear. "Hello, grandpas." A group of old doctors who are over 50 years old suddenly feel like an arrow has struck their hearts. Their entire hearts are about to melt. How could there be such a cute baby in this world? "Xiaobao, come, this is the draft that Grandpa Song refined himself, I'm giving it to you." "Xiaobao, look, Grandpa Du's treasures are all here. What do you want as a greeting gift? Just pick it." In a split second, a group of enthusiastic old men surround an ice-cold baby. This scene was indescribably funny and strange. With great difficulty, Xiaobao breaks free from the enthusiasm of the grandpas, and hides behind Mu Yan. His tightened little face revealed an expression of lingering fear, and he even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yan is tickled by his cute little appearance. She bends down to pick him up, and gives him a peck on his tender little face. Just as she wants to ask her baby what he and the fat rabbit were up to, she hears Dr. Song say, "Little girl, your son is already so big, is he already married?" The father is. When he asked this question, Dr. Song was a little hesitant and angry. Because no matter how you look at it, Mayan's age is at most 20. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, was already 4 or 5 years old. In other words, when Mu Yan was pregnant with Xiao Bao, she was only 14 or 15 years old. Which man was so beastly? He actually laid his hands on such a young girl and even made her pregnant. On the side, Han Yi immediately indignantly nods his head in agreement. I don't know which murderer is one step ahead of their Jun Shang, laying his hands on such a young Miss Jun. He was simply a pervert, a scoundrel, and shameless. If he were to encounter any shameless man, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Mu Yan smiled casually and kissed Xiao Bao's face. That distant memory was indeed a humiliation to her, one that she could not bear to recall. But he gave her the most precious gift in the world. Just as she was about to answer, a figure stumbled in from outside the door, looking flustered and frightened. "Help! Help! Help! Ghost King, save me!" Before he could finish speaking, the man dressed as a ghost fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as it sprayed out, these little black bugs seemed to smell something delicious, and like lightning, they drill into everyone's body. Ah! What is this? Everyone in the great hall is in a state of panic, screams rising and falling one after another. The little bugs are about to crawl onto the doctor's bodies. Mu Yan's reaction is very fast. She immediately calls out the Tian Mo Qin, and the sound of the zither resounds. The divine hand weaving the heavens skill is launched in a flash. Those little black bugs are immediately blocked out of concealment. The Ghost King is also the first to react. He took a deep breath, and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of profound energy. That internal force reaches midair, and unexpectedly turns into a ball of flame, burning fiercely. After a few short breaths, the little bugs in the room have been completely burned away. But this unforeseen event is too unexpected. In the end, there are still a few ghost envoys and a doctor who are corroded by the little bugs. Inch by inch, their complexions turn pale, and it doesn't take long for them to fall to the ground, letting out painful moans. Mu Yan quickly gives the few people who have been corroded by the little bugs a draft, ensuring that the bugs in their bodies won't spread. But in these few short breaths, the little bugs in these people have already increased from 1 or 2 to over 100. Mu Yan is also somewhat helpless if she wants to get rid of them in a short time. What is this thing? Looking at the little bugs' corpses that have been burnt to black ash, Dr. Song and the others have extremely unsightly expressions, opening their mouths to vomit. Gu Yu's expression is even more unsightly than theirs. It's Lu Sei, damn it. This slut, before she died, she actually tricked all of us. Seeing everyone looking over in shock, Gu Yu calmly explains, Lu Sei's body should have been planted with the mother gu of the gold silkworm gu. The gold silkworm gu is a kind of gu unique to the Tiani men of the Xiaoxian continent. Among the top 10 mystical gu of the Tiani men, it can only be ranked at the bottom. But in the Yanwu continent, it's already an existence that defies the natural order. Because Lu Sei made a mistake that year, the mother gu of the gold silkworm gu was planted and kicked into the Yanwu continent. Because the Yanwu continent doesn't have spiritual power, the gold silkworm gu can't be replenished. It begins to corrode Lu Sei's body, turning her into a neither human nor ghost. In order to protect herself, Lu Sei began to absorb the decaying corpse energy on her body, transforming it into devil energy for the golden silkworm gu to absorb. After hundreds of years of nourishment, the golden silkworm gu in Lu Sei's body had already become an extremely and evil thing. Originally, when Lu Sei, the host, died, it was reasonable to say that the golden silkworm gu should also have died. He did not expect that Lu Sei had already released the mother of the golden silkworm gu before entering the stone room. Without a host, the mother gu would lose its nutrients and would immediately die. In order to survive, the golden silkworm gu began to split into countless child gu to absorb the nutrients it needed. If they did not stop it immediately, it would not be long before the entire Ghost Wind Valley would be devoured by the golden silkworm gu. Although without a host, the golden silkworm goo would not survive in the end, but all the people in the Ghost Wind Valley would be buried together with the golden silkworm goo. Thinking of this possibility, Guyu wished that he could dismember Lu Se, that slut's body, into 10,000 pieces, and hack her to pieces. Everyone's expression did not look any better. In Guyu's narration, he schemes over the parts related to the Xiaoxian continent and the Tiani men. But just by looking at the terrifying devouring and reproduction speed of the golden silkworm goo's children, one could tell how terrifying this thing was. Guyu and Hanyi look at each other, their brows wrinkling even tighter. There's only one way to resolve the current crisis, and that is to find the location of the gold silkworm mother goo, and then kill it. However, the mother goo of the golden silkworm goo is not afraid of water and fire. It is as hard as iron, and its body is so small that it can't be seen, but every inch of its skin has a corrosive poison. Even if we find it, we won't be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. And this period of time is enough for the golden silkworm goo to control its child goo to invade the entire Ghost Wind Valley. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Even Mu Yan was at a loss for what to do. She could kill the parasitic child goo in these people, but if the golden silkworm goo was not eliminated, the speed at which she killed the child goo would definitely not be able to keep up with the reproduction speed of the mother goo. In the hall, the cheerful atmosphere from before was completely swept away. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. At this time, the entire Ghost Wind Valley outside must have been completely occupied by the child goo. If they appeared now, they would definitely die. For someone with a profound cultivation like Mayan, she might be able to ensure that she wouldn't be eroded by the child goo. But he could not protect everyone in the Ghost Wind Valley. From time to time, miserable screams could be heard coming from outside. That was the sound of the ghost messengers being swallowed by the goo when they were caught off guard. What should I do? How can I find the golden silkworm goo? Mayan is frowning in contemplation, when suddenly, the fat rabbit in Xiaobao's arms darts out. Bunny, don't run around. Xiaobao shouted and hurriedly followed. The fat rabbit pulled out a round golden bug from the corner of the hall's entrance. This insect was very beautiful, completely different from those ugly goo insects with cold compound eyes. When the wings on its back gently flapped, they would also emit a sparkling light. The fat rabbit looked at the golden bug, and its mung bean eyes lit up. Without waiting for Xiaobao to reach it, it opened its mouth and swallowed the golden bug. Bunny, you're eating random things again. Xiaobao reprimanded unhappily. Mother said that eating unclean things will cause diarrhea. As if to confirm Xiaobao's words, the fat rabbit's face suddenly twisted. His expression was as if he had swallowed a pile of feces or a fly. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the golden bug. How disgusting! There was a putrid smell. It was different from what it had eaten before. The fat rabbit wriggled its round body and rubbed its little master's trousers for comfort. Xiaobao picked it up and was about to scold it again. Guyu seems to suddenly wake up, shrieking, "Gold silkworm goo!" What? This is the golden silkworm goo? You mean, if we kill this golden silkworm goo, we will be saved? Everyone gathered around him. Ghost King Guyu took out a small cover and covered the air, trapping the golden insect that was originally trying to escape. Following that, everyone present thought of various methods. Burning, using water smoke, chopping, frying, poisoning, they had almost exhausted all the methods they could think of, but they just couldn't do anything to this tiny golden bug. And because the golden silkworm mother goo was attacked, the external child goo multiplied crazily. Outside the sound wall, there's a dense mass of black bugs that make people's hair stand on end. It can be said that as long as this sound wall is broken, the person inside will almost certainly die. And no matter how high Mayan's cultivation is, no matter how thick her internal force is, it's not endless. As time goes by, the gold silkworm goo remains unscathed, but Mayan's complexion is already slightly pale. Xiaobao looks distressed at his mother's slightly sweaty face, then looks at her fingers plucking the zither strings. He suddenly carries the fat rabbit to the front of the gold silkworm goo. Bunny, eat it. The fat rabbit desperately shakes its head. No, no. It stinks. Bunny doesn't like it. Xiaobao fishes out an elixir from the storage space that Di Mingju gave him, and says with an expressionless face, "Eat it, these jelly beans are all yours." Seeing the elixir in Xiaobao's small hands, the mung bean's eyes brighten. These elixirs are the highest quality elixirs that Mayan refined using the cloud giving birth to sea binding. There's a world of difference between them and the vein shield Dan that she refined in the main hall without using her Shin musician skills. Moreover, she can only refine 3 to 5 at a time. After refining once, she can't use the cloud giving birth to sea binding skill again for 3 days. Of these godly elixirs that Mayan refined, apart from Hanyi pestering her for a few, the rest are all given to Xiaobao to eat as jelly beans. Xiaobao treasures these elixirs very much. Usually, he's only willing to give 1 or 2 to the fat rabbit. But this time, in order to share his mother's worries, he takes out all the jelly beans. With the jelly beans as bait, the fat rabbit jumps to the ground without hesitation, and flips over Guyu's cover with one claw. "Hey, stupid rabbit, what are you doing? What if that gold silkworm Gu runs away?" Seeing its actions, someone immediately shouts. The fat rabbit glares at the person speaking in a bad mood. "You're the stupid rabbit, your whole family are stupid rabbits." Soon after, it smacks its little mouth, slightly inhaling. With a whoosh, the gold silkworm Gu flies into its mouth without any resistance. The fat rabbit's face distorts once again, wanting to vomit out the stinky stuff it swallowed. But when it remembers those fragrant jelly beans, it forcibly restrains itself. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Afterwards, Guyu abruptly recovered. "Little lord, quickly make the rabbit spit out the golden silkworm Gu." The golden silkworm Gu's entire body is poisonous and can corrode the majority of living beings under the heavens. "If you don't spit it out, I'm afraid your rabbit will." He did not finish his sentence. The bugs that were crawling on the sound wall of Divine Hands Weaves Heaven started to self-combust one after another. In just a few short breaths, more than half of the bugs that had covered the entire sound wall had disappeared. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. After a while, even the few people who were moaning on the ground slowly opened their eyes. Their pale faces slowly regained their vitality. "No, it can't be." Guyu looks at the fat rabbit, then looks at Xiaobao, one of the magnificent Tianyi men's 10 great exotic poisons. The golden silkworm Gu was actually eaten by a rabbit? On the contrary, Hanyi isn't that surprised. Because he already knew that this rabbit was not simple. Hehe, truly worthy of being their polar domain's future mistress and future successor, even the spirit pet she raises is so special. Burp. Just as everyone is feeling happy and at a loss, the fat rabbit burps. An intoxicating stench instantly pervades the entire hall. "Ugh, it stinks, what's the smell? This old man is going to throw up last night's dinner. Ah, quickly go outside and hide." Even Xiaobao runs with his short legs, scurrying to Mu Yan's side, hiding behind her shrinking sound wall. With the sound wall's obstruction, the stench can't come in, and Xiaobao breathes a long sigh of relief. The fat rabbit is angered to death, stomping its feet on the spot and howling at the same time. "The little master is too much." The rabbit obediently ate the bug, but the little master actually dislikes it. "Woo woo woo." The fat rabbit covers its furry round face with its paws, crying very sadly. Mu Yan snorts out a laugh. The notes under her fingers move, and in a split second, a gust of wind sweeps through the entire hall. After a moment, the stench that had just filled the air disappears without a trace. Mu Yan leads Xiaobao to the fat rabbit's side, grabbing its collar and lifting it up. She chuckles. "All right, don't pretend, the benefits of the gold silkworm Gu aren't small. I see that your body has become round again." The fat rabbit twists its round body and snorts. This rabbit is a noble mythological beast. It won't eat anything, especially this stinky thing. Even if it's good for it, this rabbit will disdain to eat it. Ba ba ba. "What rabbit? It's not a rabbit at all." "Rabbit, these are for you." Xiaobao holds the elixirs with both hands and delivers them to the fat rabbit. The fat rabbit's eyes brighten, and it immediately forgets its sadness from just a moment ago. It howls and jumps into Xiaobao's arms. Its fat paw grabs a jelly bean and puts it in its mouth, then grabs another one and puts it in Xiaobao's mouth. The two little guys happily play around. Mu Yan puts the two little guys back into the space, and then she asks Dr. Song and the others to come over. "Seniors, I know that you've come all the way to the Ghost Wind Valley to learn the secret method of pill condensation. I don't know if you still want to learn alchemy now? As soon as this question is asked, all the doctors present widen their eyes. Dr. June, what do you mean by that? Are you willing to teach us alchemy? Could it be that we can also refine pills like yours? Mu Yan casually shook her head. The conditions for refining pills like mine are very harsh. I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it in a short period of time. In other words, as long as there's no spiritual power in the Yanwu continent, it's impossible. Everyone immediately hangs their heads in dejection, but they also know that Mu Yan is telling the truth. Her pill refining method was simply miraculous. It was unimaginable, so how could it be easily achieved? However, Ling and the others' core condensation secret method, I think I probably touched the doorway. Mu Yan faintly smiles, throwing a heavy bomb at the dispirited doctors, without the help of goo worms, and without any special conditions, as long as a special technique is used, the pill can be condensed. Unfortunately, I can only refine pills below the 3rd grade, and the effects of the pills will be greatly reduced. I wonder if everyone wants to. Yes. Of course I do. Even if I can only refine 1st grade pills, I want to learn, not to mention 3rd grade and below. Not waiting for Mu Yan to speak, Hanyi already sneers, my family's madam can refine an elixir that's 100 times better than this. This kind of worthless secret that can only refine a semidan, how could she take notice of it? Only you people would treat this broken thing as a treasure. Everyone. Although what you said is very true, but when the thing that you want is called a broken thing by someone else, no one would feel comfortable in their heart. Mayan casts a sidelong glance at Hanyi, coldly saying, who is your foreign? Because he wanted to learn the core condensation mystic technique, plus the goo worms in Ghost Wind Valley had been cleared. Therefore, the doctors who were planning to leave decided to stay. After sending everyone away, Mayan directly enters the space. From the very beginning, she had been very concerned about one thing. That is her Tian Mo Chin, at her most critical moment, that strange man's voice, the person who broke through the limits of her body and activated the 7-sword spirit skill for her. Who was it? After entering the space, Mu Yan sees that Xiaobao has already fallen asleep while holding the fat rabbit. A small body nestles next to Di Mingju's body. Her small head is still resting on Di Mingju's arm. Mayan's face shows a smile as gentle as water. No matter how tit-for-tat Xiaobao and Di Mingju usually show. But subconsciously, apart from himself, the person Xiaobao was closest to and most dependent on was also him. After staring blankly for a while, Mayan takes the Tian Mo Chin and enters the tower. Fingers lightly plucking the strings, the corners of Mayan's mouth curl up in a faintly discernible arc. Since you've already shown yourself, what's the point of hiding? Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Little girl, do you know how many people in this world dare to speak to me like this? A low and clear voice sounded. Immediately after, a dazzling light shines on the zither in Mayan's hand. A figure slowly appeared in the empty tower. Mayan stares blankly at the gradually solidifying silhouette in front of her. Her mouth slowly forms an O shape because of her astonishment. In front of him was a young man who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. His figure was tall and slender, and his posture was elegant. His face was like jade, and his lips were red and teeth white. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a stunning young man. For a man to possess such an appearance, I'm afraid only little Bao can rival him once he grows up, right? But such a beautiful young man kept saying this noble one and little girl. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. The youth on the other side immediately frowned, his expression cold. However, such a gloomy expression, when made by him, was indescribably romantic, bright like the moonlight. Little girl, what are you laughing at? Cough, cough. Mu Yan held back her laughter, slightly raising her eyebrows. I see that you seem to be about the same age as me. Why do you keep calling me little girl? Are you taking advantage of me? The youth snorted coldly. Do you know how long the sovereign has existed for? How many years? When the 3 realms split, when the Yanwu, Xiuzhen, and Xiuxian continents were first formed, the Tian Mo Chin was already born along with the Qi of heaven and earth. How many years do you think I have existed? Mu Yan's pupils slightly contracted. Who the hell are you? The youngster's gaze falls on the Tian Mo Chin in her hands. Didn't you already know? This deity is the spirit of the Tian Mo Chin, 7 brilliance. Mayan's fingers gently stroke the slightly cool strings under her fingertips, her heart somewhat incredulous. She has only seen creatures like tool spirits in ancient books and legends. But she never thought that an inanimate object like a guqin would actually give birth to a living creature. You woman, shameless. While she's in a trance, she suddenly hears the youth's flustered and exasperated voice. Mayan looks up and sees that the handsome youth across from her has a flushed complexion, his coquettish eyes like silk. His originally beautiful complexion is faintly flushed because of his anger, making him look even more charming and seductive. Mayan reveals a blank expression, "What about me?" Saying that, her fingers subconsciously stroke the body of the guqin. Ugh! A low moan, like a sob, overflows from the youth's mouth, followed by an angry roar from Shame. Woman, do you not know shame? How can you? How can you touch my body at will? Your body? Mayan murmurs and repeats it. Soon after, she lowers her head, her fingers fiddling on the strings again. She sees the youth across from her let out another muffled groan, his sparkling and translucent jade-like skin flushing a sweet pink. Even though he's angry, sometimes he's smiling, sometimes he's angry and affectionate. Wait a minute, Mayan dumbfoundedly retracts her hand. You don't mean that, when I touch the guqin, it's the same as touching you, right? Qi Huang fiercely glares at her. Woman, I'm warning you, your hand better behave for me, you're not allowed to touch Benzun's body, do you hear me? Mayan is sluggish for a long time before she comes back to her senses, but this Tianmo Qin is my weapon of attack, I can't just not touch it forever, can I? Moreover, when I played the guqin before, I didn't see you have any reaction? Humph, that's because Benzun was originally inside the Tianmo Qin, fused with the body of the guqin, and didn't have the feeling of being a tool spirit. Qi Huang grits his teeth. You remember this, when Benzun is outside, you're not allowed to touch that guqin, do you hear me? Otherwise, Benzun will tear you into pieces. The young man in front of him threatened him viciously, but his appearance was just too beautiful. Not only is his threat unconvincing, it makes Mayan's hands itch to pinch his face. However, in the end, she still holds back the urge to laugh. With a wave of her hand, she puts away the Tianmo Qin, saying, Why didn't you appear before? Do all the previous masters of the Tianmo Qin know of your existence? Humph, what kind of joke is this? Do you think that just anyone can make this exalted acknowledge him as his master? Qi Huang gives her a disdainful look. In these past thousands of years, the only people who have seen me are only two. One is the founder of the Shin musicians Bailey Luin 1,000 years ago, and the other is you. For thousands of years, the Tianmo Qin has been used by countless people. Even the later descendants of the Shin musicians can use it. However, after Bailey Luin, no one else was able to summon 7 brilliants. Because to 7 brilliants, those masters' blood wasn't hot enough, their souls weren't clear and solid enough, and their minds weren't tough enough. How could a mere mortal be qualified to be his master? Hence, after Bailey Luin's death, Qi Huang had fallen into a deep slumber. Even after the destruction of the Shin musicians, he did not wake up. Until Mayan's boiling hot blood is poured on the body of the zither. However, when he spoke, Qi Huang's voice was still filled with disdain and arrogance. Previously, I didn't come out because you were too weak. I don't even have enough energy to maintain my spiritual body. Even now, you're still too weak. This deity can only come out for half an hour at most, before going back to sleep in the Tianmo Qin. Mayan coughs slightly and rubs her nose somewhat gloomily. In the Yinwu continent, she's clearly an existence that's practically invincible. But people always said that he was too weak. Lu Sei said so, Qi Huang said so, even that guy Di Mingju said so. Was she really that weak? If you want the main body to appear, you have to obediently level up and leave this damned world that doesn't even have spiritual power. Qi Huang raised his chin and spoke in an arrogant and gracious tone. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth twitched, and she thought to herself, no one said they wanted you to appear, did they? But when he thought of the 7-sword spirit, skill that 7 brilliants had unsealed for him, he swallowed his words. Even if she hasn't seen it before, Mayan is now aware that the Tianmo Qin with an awakened tool spirit and the Tianmo Qin with a dormant tool spirit are completely different. Just then, Mu Yan noticed that the figure of the youth in front of her was becoming indistinct and blurry. TSK, there's only so little time. Seven Brilliance grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said with a solemn expression, "Remember, no one must know of this body's existence. Unless you can control divine power, otherwise, even those close to you and those you trust, you must not let them know. Even if your identity as a Shen musician is discovered, you will only face the calamity of death. But if the existence of this deity is discovered," before Seven Brilliance could finish his sentence, his figure rapidly faded until it disappeared. Mu Yan, on the other hand, frowned deeply because of his words. If her identity as a Shen musician is discovered, she will face a fatal disaster. It didn't matter if the consequences were like this. What did Seven Brilliance's existence signify? And before Lu Ce died, that wild smile, what did it represent? Why did Di Mingju leave in a hurry? Did he already know something? Why did he suddenly leave? Mu Yan slowly raises her head, looking at the tall tower that she can't see the end of, her expression slightly absent-minded. Di Mingju, you promised me that you would come back. You can't. Go back on your word. Shouxian continent, Tiani men. Clang, 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 the heavy and distant sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire hinterland of the Tiani men. Inside a palace decorated with carvings and paintings, Leng Qingwan slowly opened her eyes and said coldly, "What happened? Why did the soul suppression bell ring?" As soon as he finished speaking, two maids dressed in immortal clothes quietly floated in. Facing Leng Qingwan, he respectfully saluted and said, "Reporting to young lord, someone launched the sect annihilation extermination, and their divine soul returned to the Tiani men's altar." As he spoke, one of them took out a small silver mirror. Leng Qingwan took the mirror. The surface of the mirror suddenly flashed and Lu Ce's figure appeared. Seeing Lu Ce's disgustingly ugly face, Leng Qingwan immediately frowned in disgust. Who is this person? Tiani men had this kind of disgusting thing? Hearing Lu Ce's name, Leng Qingwan's pupils suddenly contract, her brows slightly wrinkling. Young master, that woman tried to murder you 100 years ago. I don't know how she still has the face to return to the altar. I think, young master, you don't need to care about her. Let her fend for herself, let her soul fly and scatter. Leng Qingwan's eyes flash with a dark light. No, I want to see how she has the face to return to Tiani men 100 years later. Tiani men's altar. Because of launching the sect-destroying sacrifice, Lu Ce's soul is trapped in the altar, rushing left and right, but unable to escape. Master? I want to see Master. She shouts loudly with a rough and hoarse voice, "Quickly go and tell Master that I, Lu Ce, have returned, and I have a big shocking secret to tell Master." There are many Tiani men's disciples standing around, all looking at her with pity and disdain. But not many people moved. "Senior Sister Lu, long time no see." A cold voice comes from afar. The Tiani men's people who just turned a deaf ear to Lu Ce's words immediately make a path, respectfully saluting the newcomer. "Greetings, young master." Lu Ce's eyes widen, staring blankly at Leng Qingwan who is slowly walking over. Her turbid eyes suddenly burst with hatred. Leng Qingwan, you slut, why did you come? Master? I want to see Master? Did you hear me? Leng Qingwan sneers, how could Master see you, a deceiving ancestor, a heartless guy? Say, you used the sect-destroying sacrifice to return to Tiani men, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Lu Ce madly rushes towards Leng Qingwan. Slut. Slut. Back then, it was clearly you who framed me, it was clearly you who deliberately lured me to do those things, making me hated by Master, making me expelled from this Xianxia continent, making me become this neither human nor ghost. Slut, I want to kill you, ah. It was a pity that no one paid any attention to her hysterical look. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a pitiful clown on the verge of death. Leng Qingwan's faint voice was transmitted into her ears using the secret sound transmitting technique, and it was filled with endless mockery. Senior Sister Lu, I am now the young master of Tiani men, the future master of Tiani men. Will anyone believe it? I really didn't expect that the graceful and decisive Senior Sister Lu would become this ugly and disgusting. Lu Ce glared at her, wanting nothing more than to tear her to pieces. But in the end, she just sat on the ground dejectedly, despair and resentment welling up in her heart. But then, she seemed to have thought of something and shouted, Leng Qingwan, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to see Master. I have important information to tell Master. As long as I tell this information to Master, Master will definitely use the secret method of Heaven's physician sect to save me. Heh. You've already been banished to the lower realm. What important information can you possibly have? The maid beside Lin Qingwan sneered. I advise you to stop daydreaming and obediently wait for your divine soul to dissipate. Young Master, don't bother with this trash. Let's go back. Another maid respectfully says to Lin Qingwan, if I look at that face of hers for even a minute longer, this maid is afraid that I'll lose my appetite. Don't dirty young Master's eyes. Lin Qingwan takes a deep look at Lu Sei's miserable appearance. Her aloof face reveals a carefree smile. She turns around to leave. But she didn't expect that just after taking 2 steps, she hears Lu Sei's rough voice behind her. What if I say that this news is about the Shin musician's successor? Lin Qingwan's footsteps abruptly stop, and she turns around, fiercely glaring at her. What do you mean by this? Do you know where the Shin musician's successor is? No, don't tell me that the Shin musician's successor has really appeared? This time, the roles are reversed. A complacent smile appears on Lu Sei's face. Lin Qingwan, don't waste your energy, I won't tell you the news. I only have 2 to 4 hours to live, you'd better call Shifu here immediately, otherwise, I can't guarantee that the news about the Shin musicians won't disappear together with my death. You should know better than anyone, if the Shin musicians are given room to grow, how terrible they will be, and how big a threat they will pose to our Tianyi men. Lin Qingwan grits her teeth. Suddenly a white silk appears high in the air, ruthlessly waving it towards the altar. The white silk whistles, as it penetrates the altar's enchantment, it suddenly changes from soft and harmless to hard as iron, ruthlessly whipping Lu Sei's soul. Ah, a mournful scream comes from Lu Sei's mouth. On the altar, Lu Sei's figure can be seen rolling around in distress, incessantly wailing. This kind of pain only stops after several breaths. Lin Qingwan takes back the white silk, sneering, you'd better obediently tell me the Shin musician's whereabouts, otherwise, don't blame me for directly dispersing your soul. Although Lu Sei is currently in the form of a soul, the severe pain makes her ugly face twist into a ball. Snot and tears flow on her face, looking terrible and disgusting. Thinking of the pain of her soul being whipped just now, her body can't help but tremble like a sieve. However, as soon as she sees Lin Qingwan's face, the hatred in Lu Sei's heart overshadows the fear of pain. Ha 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 ha. Lin Qingwan, if you have the ability then kill me, but if you kill me and lose the news about the Shin musician, do you think Shifu will let you go? Anger and hatred flashes on Lin Qingwan's face, and the white silk is about to be lifted. Suddenly, a cold female voice seemed to come from the horizon. Qingwan, stop. Before he finished speaking, a snow-white figure with a veil over her face had already approached him like a bolt of lightning. Lin Qingwan's complexion changed, and she unwillingly put down the white silk in her hand. Lu Sei, who was within the boundary of the altar, was already howling and pouncing over. Master! Master! Master, save me! I don't want to die. Master! The white figure landed on the ground, bringing with it a chilly fragrance and a faint immortal aura. It was the master of the Tianyi men, Xianxia. The people of Tianyi men surrounding the altar immediately kneel down respectfully when they see her. Greetings, sect master. Xianxia waved her hand, gesturing for them to come over. Very soon, only Xianxia, Lin Qingwan, and Lu Sei remained around the altar. Xianxia's displeased gaze sweeps over Lin Qingwan's face and finally falls on Lu Sei. She frowned slightly. You said, the Shin musician's successor has really appeared? Yes, master. I saw it with my own eyes, so it's definitely true? Lu Sei doesn't immediately reply to this question. Instead, she pleads with a hoarse voice, Master, in order to report this news to you, this disciple used the sect extermination technique. Now my soul is about to collapse, and I can only live for an hour. I ask Master to save this disciple doesn't want to die. This disciple wants to stay in Tianyi men, and serve Master until you die of old age. Impudent. Lin Qingwan finally couldn't bear it, and sternly shouts, Lu Sei, are you threatening Master? Lu Sei raises her head and meets Xianxia's bone-chilling gaze. She shivers. But thinking that her little life is hanging by a thread, she still clenches her teeth and weeps. Master, you should know that after using the sect extermination technique, you can't even search the soul's memory, otherwise it will immediately collapse. This disciple can only tell you all the information about the Shin musicians if I'm alive. I beg you to save this disciple. This disciple guarantees that the information I bring will absolutely not disappoint Master. Even if her heart is terrified to the extreme, Luce still won't relent no matter what. Because she clearly knows that this is her only chance to survive. Bystanders only know that after the people of Tiani men use the sect extermination technique, their souls will collapse and they will die. But they don't know that the previous generations of Tiani men's sect masters have mastered a secret technique that can send the collapsed soul into a dying corpse, seizing it for rebirth. In Yanwu continent, Luce recklessly uses the sect extermination technique, holding on to a glimmer of hope. The information she brings makes Master have no choice but to save her. Lung Qingwan looks at the Tiani men's sect master's cold and stern expression, and hurriedly says, Master, you can't be deceived by this traitor. Maybe she doesn't even have the exact information about the Shin musicians. Even if there's no information about her, with our Tiani men's current strength, there will inevitably be a day when we can find that Shin musician and kill her. Luce anxiously says, Master, believe me, what this disciple says is true. I once saw with my own eyes that her whole body transformed into 7 swords of different colors. That should be the Shin musician's 7-sword spirit skill that Master had mentioned. Ling Yuexia's expression changed when she heard this. His voice was filled with deep hatred and anger. The 7-sword spirit can already use the 7-sword spirit. That bitch used the 7-sword spirit to make me lose face in front of all the immortals. But, how could it be so fast? In such a short period of time, they actually possess a 3rd-level skill. These demons cannot be left alive, we absolutely cannot allow them to grow. Ling Yuexia's line of sight suddenly turned towards Luce, and she said faintly, Alright, I'll perform a secret technique for you, and help you be reborn. But if the information you bring about the Shin musicians is not weighty enough, you should know what is 100 times more painful than death. Yes. Yes. Master, your disciple guarantees that every word is true. Luce didn't think that she would actually grasp that thread of hope, and was immediately overjoyed. Ling Yuexia suddenly raised her hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. In the next moment, a young girl wearing the uniform of an outer sanctum servant was grabbed by the neck and held in midair. That young girl's face was clearly confused, not knowing what had happened. She opened her mouth, and just as she was about to speak, suddenly there was a cracking sound, and her neck was directly broken. The pitiful young girl didn't even know why she had died, but she had already breathed her last. One more or one less, basically no one will notice. Ling Yuexia throws the corpse aside, her hands begin to form a complicated seal. Soon after, she sees her hands emit a burst of dazzling light. The light converges into a line, connecting Luce's soul and the young girl's body. Up! A loud shout comes from Ling Yuexia's mouth. The next moment, they see Luce's soul vanish from the altar, and the young girl on the ground slowly opens her eyes. Ling Yuexia's complexion is pale, her forehead faintly oozing with sweat. It's very clear that this kind of secret method of possession also consumes a lot of her body's energy. However, in order to know the news of the Shin musicians, in order to completely destroy this race, Ling Yuexia can no longer care about anything. Lung Qingwan supports Ling Yuexia's somewhat frail body, her resentful and unwilling gaze fiercely glaring at Luce, who is sitting up. Luce is somewhat absent-minded at first. When she realizes that she has really taken over the body, and feels smooth skin, she is immediately wild with joy. The only regret is that this rough outer sect girl's aptitude is really too poor. But she also knows that the better the aptitude of the body, the harder it will be to use the secret method of possession. Luce doesn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. She gratefully kneels in front of Ling Yuexia, snot and tears overflowing. Master, you have saved this disciple's life. This disciple will never forget, still not speaking, about the news of the Shin musicians. Ling Yuexia sternly interrupts her, her voice carrying the urgency of gnashing her teeth. This time Luce doesn't dare to hide anything, and promptly says, Master, this disciple accidentally met the successor of the Shin musicians in the lower realm. Her name is June. Halfway through her words, suddenly a loud rumbling sound is heard. The entire hinterland of Tiani men, as if the sky is falling and the earth is splitting, shakes violently. Above their heads, the extremely powerful defensive barrier unexpectedly makes a cracking sound. Then, a crack appeared on the wall. Xianxia and the other two simultaneously look up, aghast. They see a tall figure slowly descending from the crack of the barrier. Like an aloof, unparalleled deity, descending to the human world. Lung Qingwan foolishly looks at the figure descending from the sky, her eyes gradually filling with deep adoration and longing. But when Lu Sei saw the person who had come, her complexion changed greatly. The new body that she had just obtained began to tremble like a sieve. She opened her mouth to speak, but all she could hear was her teeth chattering. His throat felt like it was being choked, and he couldn't make any sound. Xianxia was the first to react. She raised her head and looked at the broken mountain defense formation and the surrounding furnishings that had collapsed due to the earthquake. He was extremely displeased. But thinking of the identity of the visitor, she still slowed down her voice and said, "If Dijun wishes to pay a visit to our Tiani men, our sect will naturally sweep out our beds to welcome you. Why is there a need for Dijun to make such a big scene and destroy my Tiani men's mountain-protecting great formation?" Di Mingju doesn't answer her, he doesn't even look at her. The handsome face that could captivate all the women in the world didn't have the slightest expression. The blue eyes that were as cold as ice slightly turned, and finally fell on Lu Sei's body. Lu Sei's body shook uncontrollably. She watched as this terrifying man walked towards her step by step. Before she could finish speaking, the young girl's body that Lu Sei had just taken over seems to be pulled away by a tremendous force. A sharp, ear-piercing scream that seems to be able to pierce through a person's eardrum comes out from the young girl's slender throat. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sei's soul is directly pulled out from that body. Her ugly face is extremely distorted, her eyes bulging out, her entire face full of panic and despair. She seems to want to shout out something, but her soul seems to be squeezed by a tremendous force and restrained, no longer able to make a single sound. "Dijun, what are you doing?" Xianxia suddenly comes back to her senses and shouts in a stern voice, "Still haven't put down my disciple." Lung Qingwan is fascinated as she watches the man's elegant and graceful every move, but in her heart, she feels unspeakably carefree from his action of pulling out Lu Sei's soul. So much so that Lung Qingwan faintly feels that Di Mingju would do that because he knows that she doesn't like Lu Sei, so he specially rushed over to stand up for her. But she thinks of the information that Lu Sei has on the Shin musicians. A faint blush appears on Lung Qingwan's face, and she softly says, "Dijun, I don't know if my senior sister has done something bad to make you unhappy. If that's the case, I will apologize to you on behalf of my senior sister. I hope that you can give me face and spare my senior sister's life." Di Mingju sneers, "Why would Ben Jun let go of someone who has offended me? Or, can you give me a reason to let her go?" Listening to his tone, Lung Qingwan thinks that he's really shaken because of her request. Her heart and spirit are immediately shaken, and her cheeks become even redder. She softly says, "Senior sister has returned this time because there's an important news to report to the sect. If Dijun really wants to punish senior sister, can you wait until after senior sister has inquired about the news?" As long as Dijun agrees to Qingwan's request, no matter how Qingwan and Tiani men repay Dijun in the future, Qingwan will absolutely not complain. When she says this, Lung Qingwan's expression is shy and timid, but also full of affection. That usually cold and aloof face seems to be dyed with the color of peach blossoms, and she's as shy as a young girl. Anyone who saw the otherworldly fairy reveal such an expression would probably be moved and unable to extricate themselves. However, Lu Sei, who is trapped by Di Mingju, opens her eyes wide in fright, the bottom of her eyes already filled with despair. Sure enough, the terrifying man slowly turned his head, the corner of his mouth raised into a faintly discernible smile. A voice that only the two of them could hear echoed in her ears, "So, you didn't have time to say anything. Ah. Master, save me, God." Lu Sei struggled fiercely, letting out a hysterical scream. However, she had only said half of her words. A flame suddenly rose on her soul, and in the blink of an eye, it burned her completely. He was annihilated, never to be reincarnated. Leng Qingwan's bashful expression froze, and the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ling Yuexia tried to stop him, but it was too late. Her hands were trembling violently, and the veil covering her face was also fluttering because of her extreme anger. Dimingju, what's the meaning of this? Ling Yuexia finally couldn't bear it, and she screeched, my Tiani men and your polar domain have no grievances or enmity. Why did you break my mountain-protecting enchantment, and kill my disciple? Ling Yuexia is simply going mad with anger. It's to find out news about the Shin musicians. But now, her divine power has been used up. She hasn't heard anything, yet she's already been killed by Dimingju. How could she accept this? Dimingju retracts the hand that had just burned Lu Sei. His matchlessly handsome face carries a lofty and indifferent indifference. She offended Ben Jun's people, so Ben Jun wants her dead. Sect Master Leng, do you have any objections? What's more, if Ben Jun didn't remember wrongly, this Lu Sei had already been expelled from the Xianxia continent 100 years ago. Tiani men also informed the immortals that from then on, they no longer cared about her life or death, leaving her to fend for herself. He lifted one corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. How is it that she has just offended me, and suddenly became the disciple of Master Leng? Ling Yuexia was speechless. She wants to monopolize the information about the Shin musicians. Because she knows that the first person to find the Shin musician and kill the Shin musician's successor will be able to obtain the Shin musician's inheritance. So when Lu Sei, that evil disciple, threatened her, she endured it. But she can't say these words to Dimingju. For a moment, he felt incomparably sullen, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Dimingju is about to leave, Ling Yuexia promptly clenches her teeth and says, I don't know how our sect's evil disciple offended Jun Shang, to make Jun Shang chase us for thousands of miles, to kill us all? Dimingju's footsteps slightly pause, and he slowly turns his head back. His expression is cold, but a touch of gentleness flashes through the bottom of his eyes. Lu Sei injured Ben Jun's fiancée, so even if she escapes to the ends of the earth, she will undoubtedly die. Fiancé? This time, the one who spoke was Leng Qingwan. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Monarch, where did you get a fiancé from? Why didn't I know? Wasn't she supposed to be the Thearcha's fiancé? Dimingju sneers. What does it have to do with you whether or not Ben Jun has a fiancé? What right do you have to know? He saw Leng Qingwan rushing over to ask something. Dimingju raised his hand, and a cloud of dust rose up, causing Leng Qingwan to stagger. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The altar of Tiani men regained its tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Only the crack in the great mountain protecting formation in the sky and the ashen faces of Ling Yuexia and Leng Qingwan indicated what had just happened. Master! Leng Qingwan finally couldn't help but shout with a sobbing tone, Master, didn't you say that one day, I would become the mistress of the polar domain? Why? Why does His Majesty have a fiancé? Ling Yuexia took a deep breath and swallowed the surging grievance and unwillingness in her heart. Only then does he coldly glance at Leng Qingwan. How did your master teach you? Why are you so impatient? But Master, His Majesty, I heard that during this period of time, the Emperor hasn't been in the polar domain all along. Ling Yuexia suddenly said in a deep voice, therefore, the fiancé that the Emperor Monarch mentioned is definitely not someone from the Xianxia continent. Leng Qingwan was startled. Master, you mean, she's just an unpresentable vixen from the Cultivation continent. She managed to bewitch the Emperor for a while, and you're already so flustered? In the future, how would she have the qualifications to manage Tiani men, and how would she be able to become the mistress of the polar domain? That's right, after Lu Sei was chased out of the Xianxia continent, she must have passed through the flowing immortal platform, and was banished to the Xianxia continent. Therefore, that shameless slut must also be from the Cultivation continent. A puny cultivator of the Xianxia continent actually dares to dream of Dimingju, to dream of becoming the master of the polar domain? Leng Qingwan's face twisted for a moment, then she took a deep breath, and restored her cold and noble appearance. Master is right, this disciple has lost her composure. Even if a cultivator from the Cultivation continent managed to seduce the sovereign lord, he would still be unable to obtain the approval of the polar domain's elders, let alone pass the god-punishing tribulation. She probably wouldn't even be qualified to be the god monarch's concubine. I really shouldn't have taken her to heart. That's right. Xianxia reaches out and pats her on the shoulder, saying in a deep voice, the most urgent task now is to find the successor of the Shin musician, kill her, and take away the Shin musician inheritance in her hands. As long as we have the inheritance of the Shin musician, the status of our Tiani men will be greatly enhanced, so much so that one day in the future we will be able to stand on equal footing with the polar domain. At that time, would you still be afraid that the position of the polar domain's mistress wouldn't be yours? Lung Qingwan nods heavily, her eyes bursting with a dazzling light. Master, rest assured, disciple will immediately send people to the Xiozhan continent to find traces of the Shin musician's successor. At the same time, she would also find the vixen who seduced the emperor and tear her into pieces. However, they would never have thought that the place where Lu Sei and Di Mingju returned to wasn't the Xiozhan continent, but the barren Yanwu continent that doesn't have any spiritual power. Because even if you beat them to death, Lung Qingwan and Xianxia wouldn't want to believe that Di Mingju would seal 90% of his cultivation, and take the enormous risk of going to the Yanwu continent with his real body. As soon as Di Mingju leaves Tianyi Men's mountaintop, Yingmei waits at the mouth of the valley. Behind her was a handsome young man with a mischievous smile on his face. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the anxiety and worry in his eyes. As soon as they sense Di Mingju's appearance, their complexions immediately change, and they hurriedly come to greet him. Jun Shang, how are you? Di Mingju waves his hand. His expression is still cold and detached, but it can't hide his pale, almost transparent complexion. He seemed to want to suppress it, but in the end, he still spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Juansheng. Yingmei and the ruffian youth hurriedly reached out to support him. The worry and helplessness in his eyes almost overflowed like a tide. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Di Mingju says faintly, take me back to the polar domain's forbidden area, and summon Elder Cheng alone. Don't let other people in the polar domain know that I'm back. Jun Shang, Elder Cheng isn't skilled in medicine after all. You'd better confess. The ruffian youth anxiously wanted to refute something. But in the face of Di Mingju's ice-cold and unwavering gaze, he swallows back his words in the end. Di Mingju looks at Yingmei and says in a somewhat hoarse voice, send a message to Han Yi, let him protect Mayan. If Mu Yan is injured in any way, he can wait to stay in the purgatory pool for the rest of his life. Yingmei quickly nodded, yes, Jun Shang. Also. Di Mingju's body sways, his complexion is completely pale. Perhaps it's because of his weakness that his voice is unspeakably gentle. Ben Jun's injury, first, don't let Mayan know. After saying this, Di Mingju can no longer support himself and loses consciousness. Outside the polar domain's forbidden area. Elder Cheng, how is Jun Shang? Is his injury serious? Seeing Elder Cheng come out, several people immediately surround him. Elder Cheng slowly exhales, he was injured by the backlash of Tianyi Valley's great mountain guarding array, and then he used the burning heaven art to thoroughly burn his soul. His divine power was exhausted, so his injury isn't light. I'm afraid he'll need to recuperate for a while. Everyone's expression is indescribably grave when they hear this. That ruffian youth finally couldn't bear it, grabbing Yingmei's collar and angrily rebukes, Yingmei, what's going on with you and Han Yi? You clearly know that Jun Shang's real body is in the Yanwu continent, and that his strength in the Xiaoxian continent is less than 10%, yet you guys actually let Jun Shang charge into Tianyi Men alone? Although the master of Tianyi Men's cultivation is far inferior to Di Mingju's current strength is only 10% of his original strength. Fortunately, they didn't make a move today. Otherwise, the rumor that Di Mingju has lost his cultivation would spread throughout the Xiaoxian continent. At that time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xing Lang, calm down. How can Yingmei and Han Yi interfere with Jun Shang's decision? Elder Cheng berates, what's more, if Jun Shang hadn't made a move, how could he have intimidated the master of Tianyi Men with one strike, making her not dare to act blindly without thinking? Otherwise, the identity of the Shin musician's successor would have been known by the master of Tianyi Men long ago. Xing Lang tightly frowns, his expression indignant, what Shin musician's successor, she's just a mortal. What virtue or ability does she have, to actually let Jun Shang get injured for her, and take such a big risk for her? If it weren't for this Jun Mayan, Jun Shang wouldn't. Xing Lang, shut up. Ying Mei suddenly speaks, coldly interrupting him, I don't care how you reprimand me and Han Yi, we didn't protect Jun Shang. I'm willing to accept any punishment. But I won't allow anyone to slander the miss, not even you. You. Xing Lang glares at Ying Mei in shock and anger, you've only been with that mortal for a few months, and she's actually hooked your soul? What kind of joke is this, isn't it just a... Xing Lang. This time even Elder Chang spoke coldly, his expression indescribably chilling. The Lord is inside. If you're not afraid of dying without a burial, you can continue. Fear appeared on the Star Wolf's face, and then it twisted for a moment. With a hateful wave of his hand, he left, Jun Mayan. Wasn't she just a mortal girl? What's so great about it? He must go to the lower realm and meet this woman. He'd like to see what kind of ability this woman has in the end. Not only has she mesmerized Jun Shang, but even Ying Mei and Han Yi are also captivated by her. Star Wolf looked at his own hands, slowly opening and clenching them, his smile cold. He would definitely let that woman know that being the mistress of the polar domain wasn't that easy. However, not long after, Star Wolf would regret his decision today so much that he wished he could kill himself with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Yanwu continent, Huangyao. The dark and gloomy underground gave off a thick stench of decay and blood. In the center of the underground, hundreds of corpse soldiers stood in rows, their bodies rotting and reeking with a strong killing intent. Gong Qianxia sat on the high platform, looking down at the powerful, corpse soldiers, a satisfied expression on her face. Dr. Qian, what do you think of my puppet soldiers? Each of these corpse soldiers has a cultivation base above Earth stage. But this isn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing is that none of them are afraid of death or pain. Even if their hands and feet are cut off, they can still fight bravely. Even if they're really dead, as long as the child goo in their bodies are drawn out, they can still create another corpse soldier. Gong Qianxua proudly raises her eyebrows and suddenly claps her hands. Immediately, someone steps forward and throws a tall man into the crowd of corpse soldiers. As soon as the man lands, he immediately glares at Gong Qianxua with hatred. His whole body soars into the air and recklessly pounces towards Gong Qianxua. Gong Qianxua, you vicious woman, return my father and mother's lives. However, before the man can soar, the corpse soldiers below him have already swarmed up. The man desperately revolves his internal force to resist, but in the end, he is outnumbered. He quickly consumes all his internal force and is pressed down by the corpse soldiers. Mournful screams come from below. Qianqing looks down at the man whose flesh is being bitten off by the corpse soldiers, and can't help but shiver. This time, besides admiration and envy, his face also carries a trace of fear. These corpse soldiers are really too powerful. In this way, in this Yanwu continent, who would still dare to oppose the princess? Gong Qianxua claps her hands again, and as a result, practitioners are sent into the pile of corpse soldiers one after another. And they, without exception, are all torn to pieces by the corpse soldiers. Even their skin and bones are completely eaten. In this terrifying and bloody atmosphere, Gong Qianxua has a leisurely expression. She stretches out her slender fingers and gently fiddles with her neatly trimmed nails. She says with a smile, although these corpse soldiers are powerful, their numbers are still too few. Ben Gong got a batch of goo insects from Lu Sei that are specially used to raise corpse soldiers, but these goo insects need a special method to be raised. That's why I asked Dr. Qian to help. Qianqing stares blankly, becoming even more fearful and fearful. Princess, please speak. It's easy to raise a corpse soldier's child goo, it's enough as long as it's a fresh living body. But the mother goo needs the mildest internal force to be raised, then they will swallow each other and finally become the goo king. The mildest internal force? Gong Qianxua looked at him meaningfully. In this world, is there anything gentler than the profound energy of doctors and alchemists? After all, the profound energy of other martial artists is used to kill people, but the profound energy of doctors and alchemists is used to save people. Thump, Qianqing sat on the ground with a terrified expression. Princess, this subordinate is loyal and devoted to you. You wouldn't use this subordinate's body to raise goo, right? Gong Qianxua said with a smile, Dr. Qian must be joking. I'm well aware of your loyalty to me. Why would I want your life? Ben Gong wants those doctors in your Xian medical pavilion. She didn't finish her sentence. Suddenly, a scream came from below. Originally, it was very normal for the corpse soldiers to scream. But this voice was very special. It was neither a man's nor a woman's voice, but a unique sharp voice that seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums. When Gong Xianxia heard this voice, her expression changed. She abruptly stood up and looked down. One of the corpse soldiers suddenly burst into flames. After a few short breaths, that corpse soldier, along with the goo insects in its body, was completely burned away. And this seems to be a signal. One by one, several hundred corpse soldiers spontaneously combusts without any fire. No. No. My corpse soldiers. Why? How could this be? In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the corpse soldiers below have been completely burned, not even a bit of ash remains. On the contrary, the last person that Gong Qianxua's subordinates threw down, only a few pieces of flesh were bitten off of his hand, and he's still alive and well. Gong Qianxua blankly stares at the empty ground below. Her eyes are wide open, her breathing is short, and she can't come back to herself for a long time. How much manpower and material resources did she invest in these corpse soldiers? How hard did it take to raise them? Moreover, she still had to endure that disgusting woman Lu Sei, constantly fawning over her, calling her sister. But now, her several years of painstaking effort, her beautiful dream of dominating the Yanwu continent, has been completely destroyed in an instant. Why? Why did the corpse soldiers die? Aren't corpse soldiers supposed to be immortal? Gong Qianxua roars hysterically, her beautiful face hideous and terrifying. Suddenly, she seems to have thought of something, and her complexion turns snow-white. It's the Mother Goo. The Mother Goo is destroyed. Lu Sei is dead? That waste Lu Sei is actually dead? How could she die? Who killed Lu Sei? Who destroyed my corpse soldiers? Gong Qianxua screams, a gloomy and vicious murderous aura diffuses from her body, making everyone retreat. After a long time, Gong Qianxua's face slowly calms down. But in her eyes, there's a cold glint of extreme resentment and resentment. It's Jun Mayan, it's that woman again. Lu Sei left to kill that woman. I didn't expect that she would actually kill her instead. Jun Mayan, you slut, why do you have to oppose me again and again? Princess. Qianqing suddenly cautiously steps forward, lowering his voice to say, Princess, this subordinate also knows this Jun Mayan. She passed my Xian Medical Pavilion's senior doctor's exam, and she also killed my disciple in public. Gong Qianxua's cold and gloomy gaze slowly turns to him. Do you have any way to deal with this slut? The corner of Qianqing's mouth slightly lifts, revealing a faint arc. Doesn't the princess need a doctor to raise the Mother Goo? This subordinate believes that the Junji Medical Center's doctor is the best choice. Hearing this, Gong Qianxua's eyes brighten slightly. That's right, without these corpse soldiers, I can raise another batch. Not just the Junji Medical Center's doctors, immediately gather all the doctors in Yanwu continent in the name of Xian Medical Pavilion. At that time, Qianqing laughed cruelly in a low voice. At that time, these doctors will either pledge allegiance to you, princess, or they can only become nourishment for the Mother Goo. Princess, you hold Jingqin country's army in your hands, you have Heavenly Road sect and Master Jian Feng as your backup, and you have all the doctors in the world become your subordinates. Why worry about not being able to unify the Yanwu continent? When Gong Qianxua heard this, she laughed in a low and carefree manner. His anger at the destruction of the corpse soldiers he had carefully raised seemed to have lessened a lot. But when she thinks of Jun Mayan, she still gnashes her teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Jun Mayan, hee, since you're so capable, then Ben Gong will let you become the host of my Mother Goo. Jun Mayan, Qianqing murmured in a low voice. She frowned slightly as if she wanted to say something. Why did this name sound so familiar? It seemed like he had heard it a long time ago. He looked at Gong Qianxua as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, after hesitating for a long time, he swallowed his words. No. That's impossible, right? That Jun Mayan can't be that person from back then, right? Back then, he had diagnosed that the girl who was pregnant with an immortal spirit fetus couldn't possibly still be alive, right? Perhaps it was just the same name, or perhaps it was just a homonym. In the end, Qianqing resisted the urge to speak her mind. He couldn't wait to take a look at what Jun Mayan looked like. Don't worry, princess. Leave this matter to me. This subordinate guarantees that all the doctors in the entire Yanwu continent will be in the princess's pocket. That June Mayan will definitely not be able to escape from the princess' palms. Gong Qianxia smiled coldly and nodded. Neither of them noticed that at the top of the underground palace, there was a pair of eyes staring at them from a small gap. Bai Yichen raised his head and frowned. A look of worry flashed across his face. He has to think of a way to inform Mu Yan and be careful of Qianqing. After dealing with the golden silkworm Gu, Mu Yan didn't do anything else. She just hugged Xiao Bao and sleeps next to Di Mingju. When she opened her eyes, the man's handsome face was right in front of her. His expression was so serene, as if the years were peaceful. Mayan was momentarily stunned, unable to come back to her senses. After a long while, she heard Little Treasure's soft voice. Mother Mayan abruptly comes back to her senses. She smiles and lowers her head to kiss her precious son on the cheek. Since the last time the Tianmo Qin was repaired, in addition to the mountains and rivers, there was also a spring in the space. Although the spring water was very shallow and did not have any special function. But for Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, they were still very happy. This was because their days in the space had become more comfortable. For example, washing up. She turns her head to look at the little baby, who's carved from jade, puffing his cheeks to help him rinse his mouth. Mu Yan's playful heart is aroused, and she can't help but reach out and poke him. Water immediately sprayed out of Little Treasure's pouting mouth. As soon as the dirty water touched the ground, it immediately disappeared without a trace. The self-purification ability of this space was very strong. Even rabbit's poop, if it wasn't deliberately collected, would be immediately absorbed. Xiao Bao helplessly glares at Mu Yan before he finishes washing up and obediently wipes his face dry. He even reaches out to wipe Mayan's fingers. This appearance of taking care of people like a little adult simply makes Mayan extremely rare. Smiling, she picked up Xiao Bao and kissed his soft and tender cheeks a few times before turning around and walking into the tower. This time, he was surrounded by danger in the battle, and the temporary display of power of the seven sword spirits. This makes Mayan realize how important the growth of spiritual power is for her, the successor of the Shin musician. However, the Yanwu continent doesn't even have spiritual power, so naturally, there are no related exercises. Even now, she didn't know what her spirit cultivation level was. Unfortunately, at this time, Di Mingju isn't here, and Han Yi, this guy, is particularly unreliable. He understands spiritual power, but because he was born in the Xiaoxian continent, he skipped over Xiaoxia all of a sudden. As a result, he doesn't understand the cultivation method of the early stage of spiritual power at all. In desperation, Mu Yan remembers the book in the tower in the space. There were all kinds of books inside. Some were useless, but some were very useful. However, after being busy for half an hour, she still hasn't found a single useful cultivation secret book. Mayan is a little depressed for a moment. Bunny! Xiao Bao, who is watching Mayan busying herself on the side, suddenly says to the rabbit in his arms, "Help Nyangqin find books." The rabbit lazily turns over and shakes its short paws. It says, "Bunny wants the little master to knead and hold it high, then go find books." After a moment, Mayan sees a snow-white rabbit suddenly leap into the air. In the towering tower, there's an endless bookshelf. But this bookshelf is completely empty, there's not a single book. Why did the fat rabbit fly up there? As she's thinking about this, Mayan sees the fat rabbit's small and plump figure suddenly become bigger and thinner. Dazzling light and shadow are projected from the top of the tower. Vaguely, she can see a giant beast, its whole body stretched out. The fur of the giant beast is snow white, but there's a strange crimson totem on its forehead. That appearance is really indescribably awe-inspiring, beautiful, and holy. It's not the least bit similar to the fat rabbit's silly appearance that only knows how to eat. Bang! After a loud noise, the two books fall straight down from the sky. The pages of the books naturally flip open due to the fall. Under the turbulence of the air, they make a flapping sound. Almost at the same time, that snow-white behemoth suddenly shrinks, like a punctured balloon. It falls straight down along with the books. Thud, Mayan catches the books, and Xiao Bao catches the fat rabbit. The fat rabbit yawns tiredly in Xiao Bao's arms, and rubs its furry round face against it. Then, it snores away. Xiaobao strokes the fat rabbit's fur, and looks at Mayan with his sparkling blue eyes. Niangqin, last time, the classic of supreme drafts was knocked down by the rabbit like this. Even though Xiaobao has already told her about it, Mayan is still a little shocked to see it with her own eyes. Just now, when the rabbit had become bigger, she had felt a powerful pressure that made her tremble. Moreover, just by looking at that gorgeous and domineering appearance, she knows that the fat rabbit's origin is absolutely not simple. Suppressing the bewilderment in her heart, Mayan looks at the two books in her hands. On the covers of the two books were written in clerical script, Perfect Body Forging and Perfect Anidia. Mu Yan's breathing quickens. She recalled that in her previous life, Gong Qianshui had once told her that the 9-stage lightning tribulation was the process of tempering the body and nurturing the soul, the process of shaping the spiritual root. The body-forging pill that Gong Qianshui had poisoned was to assist in the formation of the spirit root. Then what is Anidia? Could it be a higher level of spirit cultivation? Feeling a bit nervous, Mu Yan slowly flipped open the first book, Perfect Forging Body. As soon as the book opened, Mu Yan and Xiaobao immediately felt a majestic and mellow energy assaulting their faces. The book in his hand suddenly disappeared, and a circle of light about the size of an adult's head appeared in front of him. A few lines of words were clearly displayed on it. Spirit Wave Ball with Cultivation Aptitude. What is this? Holding Xiaobao's hand, Mu Yan cautiously approached the thing. Below that line of large words, there was another line of small words. Those with poor aptitude will suffer irreversible damage when undergoing perfect body forging. Therefore, only by passing the test of the Spirit Wave Ball can one read the Perfect Forging Body. They actually need to pass the test to be able to cultivate it? She immediately puts her hand into the circle of light. She doesn't know if this so-called Spirit Wave Ball is dangerous or not, so she doesn't want Bao Bao to casually touch it. As soon as her hand enters the circle of light, Mu Yan feels a cool and refreshing energy pouring into her body, making her feel so comfortable that she wants to sigh. But before she can sigh, the holy and pure white ball of light actually starts to flicker with a dazzling red light. It's accompanied by a beep 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 warning sound. Immediately after, a line of blood-red characters emerges from the ball of light. Your aptitude for cultivation is too high, exceeding the verification limit of the Spirit Wave Ball. Please quickly withdraw. Please quickly withdraw. Otherwise, this ball will be scrapped. WH. What the hell? Mu Yan quickly retracts her hand and suspiciously asks, then, do I have the qualifications to practice perfect forging body and perfect anidia? After she retracts her hand, the red light and the warning sound disappear. As if it heard her question, a line of words appears on the ball of light. If your aptitude can't reach perfect forging body, then no one in this world can. No, I don't think there's anyone in this world with a higher aptitude for cultivation than you. Mu Yan becomes more and more suspicious. This so-called Spirit Wave Ball can actually answer her. Isn't it a bit too magical? Just as she is thinking, she sees Xiaobao suddenly take 2 steps forward, and curiously extends his chubby little hand towards the white ball of light. After 3 breaths, the Spirit Wave Ball makes a loud bang and disappears without a trace. Immediately after, 2 books, plus a small round ball, fall onto Mu Yan's hand. The 2 books are Perfect Forging Body and Perfect Anidia. What's different from before is that after these 2 books are opened, there's a normal concentration of mental cultivation methods, and there's no longer any Spirit Wave Ball. Mu Yan opens the Perfect Forging Body and reads 10 lines at a glance. Many of the questions in her heart are easily solved in this instant. The spirit refining body realm is divided into 10 levels. And now, she's actually at the 7th level of body refining. Moreover, because of her special spiritual roots, Mu Yan's body refining is a perfect forging body. In fact, her body refining process directly absorbs the essence of the 3 realms, and is 100 times stronger than the so-called perfect forging body. But Mu Yan is still very happy to get this book. With the help of the spirit vein, Xiaobao would be able to perfectly temper his body. On the other side, Xiaobao was curiously looking at the small round ball that had fallen. Mommy. He raised his little face and revealed a puzzled expression. Mommy, why did Chocho explode? Mu Yan doesn't have time to answer. He heard a weak sobbing voice coming from the small ball. Because your root bone data is too high, it directly burned my psychic wave ball, woo-woo. This time, not only Xiao Bao, even Mu Yan looked over in astonishment. Why did this little ball make a sound? And it can talk like a human? What the hell are you? Xiao Bao asked with his big blue eyes. Qiu Qiu is not a thing, Qiu Qiu is a little phoenix. Little phoenix? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. I don't know much, don't lie to me. The legendary divine bird phoenix will grow into a ball. Even if it's a phoenix egg, isn't this too small? But just now, the psychic wave ball was also burnt, boo-hoo. Qiu Qiu is going to be homeless. Mu Yan stares blankly. Is your master a member of the Shin musician clan? The ball in Xiao Bao's hand shines, as if it's nodding. Yes, Qiu Qiu's master is the last leader of the Shin musicians. Master is a good person, but there are so many bad guys who want to beat her. Boo-hoo, those bad guys are so annoying. Boo-hoo-hoo. The little ball speaks incoherently, and in the end, only the sound of crying can be heard. Finally, don't cry. Xiao Bao says with a cold face, you're a real man, how can you cry? But, Qiu Qiu is not a male phoenix, Qiu Qiu is a female phoenix. If it turns into a human form, Qiu Qiu is a girl. So Qiu Qiu is not a real man. Boo-hoo. Xiao Bao chokes for the first time, making Mu Yan on the side unable to help but laugh. No, whether it's a man or a woman, in any case, don't cry. What do you want? There's a trace of helplessness in the cold, childish voice. Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu needs a new host, otherwise, Qiu Qiu's soul will soon perish. The little ball rolls around in Xiao Bao's palm. Little brother, your breath is so warm and comfortable, can Qiu Qiu temporarily reside in your body? Qiu Qiu guarantees that it will always be obedient. If you don't let Qiu Qiu speak, Qiu Qiu will never speak. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Reside in Xiao Bao's body? She slightly narrows her eyes. You won't harm Xiao Bao, will you? I won't. Qiu Qiu immediately makes a fawning sound. Qiu Qiu is the condensed form of the phoenix primordial spirit. Residing in a person's body, not only will there be no harm, but it can also use the phoenix fire to temper and improve the host's physique, and can even save the host when he is in danger. Unless the host breaks through the realm of cultivation and transforms into an immortal body, my phoenix primordial spirit and it will reject each other. Little brother, pretty sister, what Qiu Qiu says is true, can you believe Qiu Qiu? Mu Yan's mouth twitches. This little phoenix calls Xiao Bao little brother, but actually calls her pretty sister. Should he say that she was stupid, or that she was especially good at sweet talking? When Qiu Qiu saw that they didn't speak, it thought that they were unwilling, so it hurriedly continued. If you still don't believe Qiu Qiu can sign a spiritual pet contract with Little Big Brother and recognize Little Big Brother as its master. In this way, you should know that Qiu Qiu won't harm Little Big Brother, right? Establishing a spiritual pet contract? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and is about to speak. Little Treasure's little face was already taut as he said, will you be able to make me stronger quickly if you reside in my body? Qiu Qiu guarantees that you will definitely become stronger than before. Alright, I agree. Mayan is startled. Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao raises his delicate and pretty little face, looking at Mayan with childish admiration, but his expression is incomparably resolute. Nyangqin, Xiao Bao must quickly become stronger, only then can he protect Nyangqin. Also, I can't let that lecher monopolize Nyangqin. After receiving Xiao Bao's approval, the small sphere suddenly exploded. A strange totem slowly appeared in the air. The totem was shaped like a Tai Chi symbol. However, what separated the two ends was not black and white yin and yang, but a phoenix and a phoenix. Xiao Bao cuts his finger and drops his blood in the center of the Tai Chi diagram. In a split second, it's radiant. Almost at the same time, two huge fiery wings unfold behind Xiao Bao. The delicate and indifferent little face is reflected in the flames, looking incomparably dignified. Mu Yan stares blankly for a long time until the fiery wings dissipate, only then does she wake up. Looking at her son, who has returned to naive attachment in an instant, throwing himself into her arms. Mu Yan painfully treats the wound on his finger and can't help but sigh. Her baby's luck is always very good. Entering the fog forest, he can casually find rare drafts. Casually picking up a rabbit, it's an unknown mythological beast, and it even swallowed Gong Qianshua's sacred beast egg. Now, testing the aptitude of his spiritual root, he actually abducted a phoenix as a spiritual pet. Oh, although it's a very childish little phoenix without a physical body. In the following time, Mu Yan has a rare relaxed and comfortable life. The Ghost Wind Valley has been completely renamed to Ghost Flame Valley, which makes Han Yi very happy. He repeatedly says that if Jun Sheng comes back, he will be very happy. For half a month, apart from cultivating, Mu Yan also instructs the doctors on alchemy. Until even Dr. Wang and the others can refine second-grade elixirs, most of the doctors are satisfied and grateful to leave. Before leaving, several doctors surround Mu Yan and chatter for a long time. You're a little girl, you must be careful in the Ghost Wind Valley. Although that man looks good, you can't just look at a man's appearance. The most important thing is his conduct, don't be deceived. Xiaobao is still young, if she can't take care of him alone, she can come to them. Mu Yan has been chattering away for a long time. She has a big headache, but she can't help but feel grateful and warm. In her life, she had rarely enjoyed the care and concern of an elder. Even if it's the Shen father, the amount of time he spends with her is very little. The only one who gives her the most care is probably her foster mother, Xianxia, who has passed away for many years. Therefore, she has long regarded these doctors as her own family. After sending off the doctors, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan and the others also arrived with a large group of people. After finding out that the entire Ghost Wind Valley belonged to them, Ru Yan and Old Tao were simply so happy that they almost went crazy. Miss, are you serious? The entire Ghost Wind Valley will be our base in the future? Heavens, this is the Ghost Wind Valley that is the easiest to defend and hardest to attack in the entire Yinwu continent. There's a natural barrier, and there's also the poison smog as a cover. Is it really ours? Before Mu Yan could reply, Han Yi has already corrected her with a smile. Remember, this place is no longer called Ghost Wind Valley. From now on, it will be called Hell Flame Valley. Hearing the name Nether Flame Valley, Ru Yan and the others looked at each other and revealed meaningful smiles. Even the taciturn Feng Haitang pursed her lips and said, "This name is really not bad. This will be our home from now on." Mu Yan blushes a little under their understanding gazes. But when she heard the word home, she was still a little dazed. Home? Ever since she was set up to get pregnant, she had been wandering from place to place. She no longer knew what home was or where she was. Now, was she and Xiaobao finally going to have a family? Or Deming Jews. Touching her somewhat hot cheeks, Mayan coughed softly. The ghastly Flame Valley covers a very large area. It was originally used by the Ghost City to train the Ghost Lord's trusted aides. Nowadays, the number of people in the Heavenly Secret Unit and the Ink Camp isn't small. It's not enough for these people to just rely on medicine. They need to constantly train and improve every day, and they also need opportunities for actual combat. I know. Ru Yan excitedly raised her voice. In the Ghost Wind Valley. No, that's not right. In the Nether Flame Valley, there's a crying ghost mountain. There are all kinds of fierce beasts inside, as well as all kinds of natural dangers. It's used to train our Divine Secret Battalion soldiers. Just now, it just so happens, Ru Yan's words had yet to finish when she saw Yan Haoyan walk out without a word. The swiftness of his movements was completely different from his usual dull appearance. Ru Yan suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly asked, Yan Haoyan, what are you going to do? Guan Hu, who's following behind Yan Haoyan, turns around and says with a mischievous smile, Miss Ru Yan, compared to your Tianji unit, our Ink Camp needs Weeping Ghost Mountain as a training ground even more. Nowadays, the people of our Ink Camp are used to seeing blood, an ordinary battle array is simply not enough for them to warm up. This place, Weeping Ghost Mountain, is more than suitable for us. The Ink Camp is the first force to form around Mayan. After going through several actual battles, plus taking on a lot of mercenary missions, those veterans of the Ink Camp are no longer the gangster slaves who came out of the Wanren coup. Now, for them, the drafts and zither sounds that used to make them wish they were dead, they can now completely endure it without batting an eyelid. They even wish they could endure it a few more times. What they lacked the most right now was actual combat. Therefore, they were determined to obtain the Weeping Ghost Mountain. Didn't they see that even Commander Yin, who had always been quiet and had no sense of existence, was anxious this time? Bastard! Ru Yan jumped up. I was the one who suggested it first. I reserved the ghost weeping mountain first. Don't snatch it from me. Heh, first come first served. Miss Ruyan wouldn't be unaware of this logic, right? Bye-bye, you. However, before Guan Hu could finish speaking, a figure had already dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Ru Yan also hears Fang Jingyao's quiet voice, first come, first served, we got it first. Commander Yan and Captain Guan, don't fight with us. After being rescued by Mayan, Fang Jingya has completely regarded herself as a spy. Therefore, she focused on cultivating her observational skills and lightness skills. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, her figure had already disappeared without a trace like a wisp of green smoke. F***CK. Commander, let's quickly chase after them. Not waiting for Guan Hu to finish speaking, Yan Haotian's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Ru Yan burst into laughter and chased after them. Watching them leave, a gentle smile appeared on Feng Haitong's cold face. Suddenly, she looks at Mayan and says softly, Miss, thank you. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, her expression languid, thank me for what? Thank you, for giving Haotian a new life. That was a true rebirth. It didn't just give Yan Haotian life. It also gave him the hope of survival and happiness. However, it was obvious that the pain of the past had slowly faded, so why was Haotian still unwilling to accept her? The smile on his face is gradually replaced by sadness. Mu Yan sees this scene and wants to say something, but she sees Dr. Song hurriedly coming in, followed by Chen Qingfeng. Most of the doctors in the ghastly Flame Valley have left, only Dr. Song and Dr. Wang stayed behind. First, it's to study Professor Mu Yan's alchemy and refining special drafts. Second, it's to help Mu Yan sort out the ghastly Flame Valley's medicine storehouse. It should be known that Ghost King Guyu didn't say that he would give the entire Ghost Wind Valley to Mu Yan for nothing. That is, the valley, the poison smog, and all the materials inside, all given to Mu Yan. Not to mention other things, just sorting out those rare and precious herbs would take a huge amount of manpower and material resources. Now, besides herself, Chen Qingfeng is the only one around Mu Yan who knows medicine. So Dr. Song and the others volunteered to stay. During this time, Chen Qingfeng, who has been learning from Dr. Song and the others, also benefited a lot. Little girl, this old man and the other doctors have to go back first. What's wrong? Mu Yan stares blankly. Seeing a trace of worry on their faces, she quickly asks, is there something wrong? It's not a big deal. Dr. Song shakes his head, it's just that this old man received news that a plague has appeared in Lotus Flower Town in the north of Jingqing country. Although not many people died, there are a lot of people who are sick. Dr. Du and the others sent a message, saying that they have rushed to Lotus Flower Town, but there are still too few doctors. They are too busy, so they asked us to rush over to help. A plague has appeared in Lotus Flower Town, Mu Yan frowns, puzzled over it. In her previous life, because she trusted Gong Qianxue and followed her, she spent most of her time in Jingqing country. At that time, she had never heard of a plague in Jingqing country. But then, Mu Yan shakes her head. It could also be that the plague was not serious and was quickly cured, so it did not spread. After all, in her previous life, her medical skills could not be considered particularly outstanding. Dr. Song, why don't I go with you? Although it may not be serious, it is a plague after all. As a doctor, the most important thing is to help the world and save people. Mu Yan has always guarded this point. Even when the hatred is at its deepest, she has never given up. No need. Dr. Song waved his hand casually. According to Dr. Du and the others, although it's a plague this time, the illness isn't as serious as imagined. After they prescribe the right medicine, the patient's conditions are much better. There's no need for you to do anything at all. Seeing that Mu Yan is still deeply worried, Chen Qingfeng says from the side, Miss, we all know that the little Gongzi is going to advance during this period of time. It's a critical juncture, you can't be distracted. Why don't I go with Dr. Song? If the condition is really serious, I will come back to inform you. That's right, Xiaobao was currently trying to break through to heaven rank. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that after Mu Yan discovered the perfect body forging manual, she started to let Xiaobao cultivate next to the spiritual vein. The mental cultivation technique taught in the perfect body tempering art was called the heart source style body tempering art. In Xiaobao to be, he to be, he has yang, he, the clan, he has. 2. He, half, he has. 2. Therefore, during this time, Mayan really can't be distracted. Finally, she nods and says, okay, then Dr. Song, be careful. These drafts and elixirs are life-saving. Take them with you, and if you encounter any life-threatening danger, take them. Haha, little girl loves to worry. This old man is very powerful, how could there be danger so easily? Rest assured, when this old man has solved the plague, I will come back to your Hellfire Valley. At that time, don't despise this old man. Watching Dr. Song's back slowly disappearing into the mist, Mayan can't help but hold her heart. Her heart is pounding non-stop, and her mind is inexplicably swirling with an ominous premonition. Is it because you haven't come back yet? She looks up at the blue sky, her eyes carrying a longing that even she herself isn't aware of. Dimingju, are you safe? Don't forget, you promised me that you will come back. Jingqing Country, Lotus Town. There's a rancid smell coming from the dim underground. There's a cage separated by iron bars, each holding a person. Each of them is bony, and their breathing is weak, as if they could faint at any time. If Mayan were here, she would find that Dr. Song, Dr. Du, and Chen Qingfeng, who left Hellfire Valley, are all here. But unlike half a month ago, Dr. Song and Dr. Du are now haggard and thin. Their complexions are ashen, carrying a deathly aura. But only their bellies are bulging, as if they're pregnant. In particular, Dr. Du and the others, who left Hellfire Valley earlier, are so thin that they're almost out of shape. A thin layer of skin wraps around the bones, and the whole person seems to have aged by several decades. Princess, these are the doctors who are raising the Mother Gu. Now, there are 68 Mother Gu being raised. Once these Mother Gu break out of their bodies and devour each other, the real golden silkworm Gu will be born. On the narrow path, Qianqing leads Gong Qianxua forward, proudly saying. These doctors were deceived by this subordinate with the news of the plague in Lotus Town. Among them are Dr. Song and Dr. Du, who are very skilled in medicine. Their internal force really provides excellent nourishment for the Mother Gu. Qianqing hadn't even finished speaking when Dr. Song suddenly pounced out of the cage and roared, "Bastards! You bunch of bastards!" For his own selfish desires, he actually disregarded the lives of an entire city's citizens. That was tens of thousands of commoners, tens of thousands of commoners. You actually turned innocent people like them into corpse soldiers. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Qianqing sneered, looking condescendingly at Dr. Song, whose belly was bulging as if he had gone mad. What I cultivated for Princess is the most precious golden silkworm Gu. You should feel honored to become its nourishment. As he speaks, Qianqing fawningly looks at Gong Qianxua. This subordinate guarantees that these Mother Gu would only need another month at most to break out of the abdomen. At that time, Princess, your millions of corpse soldiers would be able to sweep across the Yanwu continent. However, Gong Qianxua doesn't reveal any good expression. Instead, she coldly glances at him. Jun Mayan? Why isn't she here? Those who wanted to break in never came out again, trash. Gong Qianxua coldly glances at him. If you can't enter the Ghostwind Valley, you have no other way? Qianqing stares blankly, becoming even more terrified. He sees Gong Qianxua suddenly clap her hands, and very soon, a group of black-clothed people come over, dragging a group of people. Each and every one of these people are dressed in rags, their bodies riddled with scars. It's very clear that they've gone through a fierce fight. Qianqing's gaze suddenly falls on the face of one of the youths, revealing a bewildered expression. He hears Gong Qianxua coldly say, "Do you know who these two are?" She points to two of the unconscious people. He sees that these two have the lightest injuries, and they're protected by those people riddled with scars. One of them is relatively young, with a handsome appearance. The other is already middle-aged, but also has an extraordinary temperament. Qianqing's gaze unblinkingly stares at that youth's face, his expression becoming more and more bewildered. Finally, he couldn't help but raise his voice to ask, "Princess, who is this person?" Gong Qianxue slightly narrows her eyes and says, I've already sent people to investigate. Although that slut June Mayan is surnamed June, she's the Shen family's adopted daughter. And that slut still values her adoptive father and brother, leaving a lot of people by their side to protect them. Especially this brother, heh. Gong Qianxue raises her foot and heavily steps on Shen Jinglin's arm. Shen Jinglin immediately lets out a cry of pain, opening his eyes. Seeing the scene before him, Shen Jinglin doesn't panic, but coldly glares at Gong Qianxue. Who are you? Why do you want to capture me? Before Gong Qianxue could speak, she sees Qianqing suddenly stride forward, staring unwaveringly at his face. Young Master Shen, do you still recognize this old man? You. Shen Jinglin slightly frowns as he looks at him, seemingly finding him somewhat familiar. After a long time, he suddenly widens his eyes. You're the doctor who diagnosed my sister that day. Why are you here? Hearing his answer, Qianqing suddenly stands up. He doesn't even care that Gong Qianxue is in front of him, throwing his head back and laughing. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, finding it by chance without even looking for it. Gong Qianxue frowns at him. What are you talking about? Princess. Qianqing's voice trembled with excitement. Do you remember how I discovered the immortal fetus? It's because a young girl didn't know she was pregnant. Under the guidance of her brother, she came to seek treatment. From her pulse, I detected the unique fluctuation of immortal qi in the world. Gong Qianxue's eyes widened a little. Her originally beautiful eyebrows and eyes almost popped out due to extreme excitement and greed. Are you saying that the woman who was pregnant with the immortal spirit fetus back then was June Mayan? Qianqing nodded repeatedly, his eyes reddening. When this subordinate heard the name June Mayan, I felt that it was familiar, but I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be true. Unexpectedly, it was really the woman who was pregnant with the immortal fetus. Princess, this subordinate has heard that June Mayan has a 4-year-old child by her side all year round, calling her Nyangqin. In this way, that child's age matches up. In other words, congratulations, Princess, congratulations, Princess. That immortal fetus belongs to the princess, it will eventually return to the princess's hands. Gong Qianxue couldn't bear it any longer, facing upwards and laughing. June Mayan, so it's you. You escaped back then, but now, you can no longer escape from the palm of my hand. I will definitely refine you mother and son into an elixir, to help me on my path to blue sky. Ha 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 ha. You, what are you talking about? Shen Jinglin seems to understand what she's saying, suddenly raising his voice. What do you want to do to my sister and nephew? Gong Qianxue's gaze slowly falls on Shen Jinglin, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a cruel smile. Heh, June Mayan is currently holed up in the Ghost Wind Valley, it would be troublesome to catch her. I don't think a soft lure will work, it would be better to directly send a gift to June Mayan. Saying that, a cold light flashes in her hand, and a sword appears in her palm. She slants at Shen Jinglin's hands and feet. Tell me, should I cut off June Mayan's most beloved brother's hand and send it to her, or cut off his foot and send it? Hee, how about this? It would be better to cut it off and send it over. I believe that June Mayan will definitely like it very much, and then obediently rush over. Shen Jinglin's pupils suddenly contract. Beside him, Changyu and the Ink Camp people have woken up from their trance. Their faces are aghast, and they crazily want to rush over. Stop, you're not allowed to hurt our Gongzi. That's the person that the Miss and Little Master had instructed them to protect. Gong Qianxue disdainfully laughs, and the sword in her hand falls. But she sees a figure recklessly rush over, blocking Shen Jinglin's body. A Ink Camp soldier has a long gash cut from his heart to his abdomen, and blood splatters everywhere. He doesn't reveal a trace of fear or despair, instead, he turns his head to look at the unharmed Shen Jinglin, and closes his eyes with peace of mind. Ah! Shen Jinglin lets out an almost insane howl, struggling with all his might to break free from the ropes binding him. If you have the ability, then kill me. Just kill me. Gong Qianxue casually flings away the bloodstains on her sword. She kicks away the Ink Camp soldier that's crawling over to protect Shen Jinglin, and chuckles. You're the gift that I want to give to Mayan, how could I casually kill you? Don't worry, I'm only going to chop off your limbs. There are many doctors around, and they won't let you die. You're worse than pigs and dogs. You will suffer retribution. When Dr. Song and Chen Qingfeng saw this, their eyes widened. They wanted to rush out, but they were powerless. They could only watch helplessly as Gong Qianshua's sword fell into Shen Jingling's hand. At this moment, there was a loud bang and a plume of smoke rose into the sky from where they were standing. Then, a white figure rushed in like a ghost, quickly picked up Shen Jinglin on the ground, and fled. "Who is it?" Gong Qianshua let out a shriek, the profound energy in her hand suddenly waved out, and a storm swept through. In an instant, she blew away the white smoke. But when she looked over, all she could see was a white figure. Gong Qianshua gnashed her teeth and said, "Who is that person? How could he enter this underground palace?" The black-cloaked man standing next to Gong Qianshua said in a low voice, "Princess, if this subordinate didn't see wrong, that should be Bai Yichen." "Bai Yichen?" Gong Qianshua squeezed out those 3 words from between her lips and teeth, and sneered, "What a good Bai Yichen, to actually dare to betray this Gong. Duo Yan, give chase for Ben Gong. You must dismember this traitor Bai Yichen into 10,000 pieces, and then bring Shen Jinglin back alive." Bai Yichen was merely at the peak of heaven stage, while Duo Yan was a high-level Xiantian. Killing Bai Yichen was as easy as flipping a palm. "Yes, princess." Duo Yan accepted the order and immediately chased after her. Hellflame Valley. When Mu Yan came out of the space, it was already half a month later. She didn't expect that when she was using her Shen musician skills to help Xiaobao advance and warm up his body, she herself would also reach the high pre-celestial level. Therefore, she entered secluded cultivation with Xiaobao. By the time she opened her eyes again, half a month had passed, and she had finally reached the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. She was only a step away from tempering her body and soul, and tempering her body with the lightning tribulation. It was just that others tempered their bodies and refined their souls in order to reconstruct their spirit roots. However, her spirit root had already taken shape, and her spirit cultivation had already reached the 8th stage of body tempering. So, what kind of changes would happen to her body when the lightning tribulation tempers her body? He lowered his head to look at Xiaobao, who was still in seclusion. He had long since broken through to high-tier heaven tier, but he still hadn't come out of seclusion. "I wonder what kind of realm my darling will reach after this closed-door cultivation." After carefully inspecting Xiaobao and making sure that there are no problems, Mayan leaves the space. "Miss, you're finally out of seclusion." Seeing Mayan come out, Ru Yan hurriedly steps forward, her face full of worry. Mu Yan's heart couldn't help but thump. Sure enough, she heard Ru Yan say, "Miss, something happened in Tianyuan City. Old master and young master are gone." "What?" Mu Yan's complexion changed. "You said that father and brother are missing, what do you mean?" Ru Yan's entire face is filled with shame as she says, "Our Tianji unit actually has manpower in Tianyuan City, but because master and Gongzi are protected by the people from the ink camp, plus with the medicine that Miss left behind, we thought that there wouldn't be any problem. Until a few days ago. In one night, the Shen family and the people in the Junji Medical Center all disappeared. We didn't even find a corpse, but we found traces of a fight. I'm afraid. Old master and young master Shen are in trouble. Father and brother. Why didn't you inform me earlier?" Mu Yan's voice suddenly rose, her face filled with anger and anxiety. Ru Yan wanted to say something but hesitated, "But miss, you and little Gongzi are both in closed-door training. I'm afraid that if I inform you." Mu Yan takes a deep breath and suppresses the irritation in her heart. She understood what Ru Yan meant. At such a crucial moment of advancement, if he were to tell her such news and distract her, or even cause her to go berserk, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, Ru Yan didn't understand what big brother and father meant to her. Especially her brother. How could she allow her brother, who was once riddled with holes, to suffer any more harm? "Miss, I'm sorry. It's all the subordinate's decision." Ru Yan knelt down with red eyes. "Miss, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Feng Haitang also knelt down. "I didn't let them disturb you." Yan Haoyan and Old Tao both knelt down. The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a bloodthirsty curve. Her voice is incomparably pleasant, but it can make people feel cold all over. "I'd like to know who dares to touch my Jun Mayan's people." Ru Yan promptly says, reporting to Miss, this subordinate had the Tianji unit investigate overnight. In the end, they didn't find out who kidnapped the Shen family and the Junji Medical Center. But the Tianji unit did find some clues of a large group of people. One of them seems to be heading in the direction of Jingqing Country's Lianhua town. Lianhua town? Mayan stares blankly, slightly frowning. Why does she feel that this name is somewhat familiar? Suddenly, her pupils suddenly contract. Lianhua town, isn't that the town where Dr. Song and the others went because of the plague? Ru Yan nods and says, Miss, this Lianhua town is very strange. It's said that there's a plague. But this subordinate has investigated, and there's not the slightest sign of it spreading out from Lianhua town. However, none of the doctors who rushed there came out, and there's not even the slightest bit of news. Mayan's complexion becomes more and more unsightly. Could it be that not only did something happen to her brother and father, even Dr. Song and Chen Qingfeng also met with an accident? Miss. A person from the ink camp hurries in, bowing and saying, Miss, there's a group of people several kilometers away from the Hellfire Valley, and they seem to be chasing after 2 people. Miss, should we make a move? Mayan slightly narrows her eyes, suddenly standing up and saying, let's go out and take a look. Outside the Hellfire Valley. Bai Yichen can't remember how many injuries he's suffered. During these 3 days and 3 nights of fleeing, his clothes have been soaked in blood again and again, coagulated and dried, and then dyed red again with new bloodstains. The most dangerous time was when Duo Yan, a peak pre-celestial, caught up with him and gave him a fatal blow. He risked it all and jumped off the cliff with Xin Jinglin. In a situation of certain death, he took the life-saving medicine that Mayan gave him, and finally made it through. Duo Yan had never thought that he could survive. However, he doesn't think that Xin Jinglin is dead. So he sent his guards, dozens of heaven stage and above practitioners, to chase them all the way down the cliff. Duo Yan's men obviously didn't expect that Bai Yichen would still be alive after receiving Duo Yan's fatal blow. But he didn't take him seriously. It was true that Bai Yichen was at the peak of heaven rank. But among them, there were more than 10 peak heaven stage warriors, and even 3 innate stage warriors. Even if Bai Yichen and Xin Jinglin had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be impossible for them to escape from the palm of their hands. In order to successfully escape the pursuit, Bai Yichen had no choice but to take Xin Jinglin to hide in the Wuwang Mountains. The Wuwang mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. Qiyan country has it, Jingqing country also has it. All of the Wuwang mountain ranges have a special characteristic. At night, all the most ferocious exotic beasts would come out in packs. Even an inborn expert would be trampled to death like an ant under the attack of thousands of beasts. But Bai Yichen had no other choice. If they didn't take Xin Jinglin to hide in the Wuwang mountain range, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for an hour. They thought that the 2 of them would easily die in the Wuwang mountain range. Unexpectedly, a miraculous scene occurred. When the beasts got close to Bai Yichen, they would suddenly sniff the air with their noses. Then, they would reveal a terrified expression and flee without a trace. What the strange beast was afraid of was not him, but a black bead on his body. This black bead was given to him by Xiao Bao when they parted in the Wuwang Mountains. Xiao Bao said that this was a gift from Rabbit. Bai Yichen did not expect that it would leave him and Xin Jinglin a chance of survival. It turned out to be this inconspicuous black bead. It took 3 nights for Bai Yichen to bring Xin Jinglin here. But in the end, it could only be here. The internal force in his body had been completely consumed. The cut on his leg had already severed the blood vessels in his thigh. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the grass below red. Bai Yichen's body swayed. The excessive blood loss made his vision blurred, and his whole body became cold little by little. He knew that he couldn't make it this time. You. Hurry up and leave. Bai Yichen glanced at Xin Jinglin. His voice was incomparably hoarse, but it was indescribably calm. Not far ahead is the Nether Flame Valley, that is Muyan's territory, once you enter. You will be safe. What nonsense are you talking about? Xin Jinglin let out a roar like a trapped beast. You became like this in order to save me, how can I leave you behind? Bai Yichen chuckles softly. His face is stained with blood to the point where it's almost impossible to see his true appearance, but he reveals a gentle smile. Ever since Sidong left, in fact, I've long since wanted to die, to be able to give Gong Qianxue a little trouble, to be able to rescue Mayan's brother. I'm already perfectly satisfied. He turned to look at Xin Jinglin, and there was a trace of sadness at the bottom of his calm eyes. Tell Mu Yan for me, a gentleman will die for his bosom friend. After Sitong's death, I am still struggling at death's door, for revenge, and also because she and my fellow brothers supported me, but I'm sorry. Bai Chen, thank her for choosing me, but I probably can't be the leader of her Great Void Battalion. Let her find someone else. I won't help you convey it. Xin Jinglin clenched his teeth, but he couldn't help but shed tears. Bai Chen, listen, if you want to say something to Yan Yan, just tell her yourself, I will never help you convey it. Also, don't forget that you haven't gotten your revenge yet. How can you die now? With a clang, Xin Jinglin swung away the sword of one of them. But the other one swung at him from the other side. After all, he was only at the Earth realm. That strike, which contained boundless pressure, caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The hand he used to block the attack let out a crisp cracking sound and fell to the ground. In fact, if it wasn't for Gong Qianxue saying that Xin Jinglin must be captured alive, he had already died 100, 1,000 times. But if it was just to chop off his limbs and bring him back alive, it was possible. The person who attacked Xin Jinglin laughed and said, "Don't be so modest. Don't worry, none of you will escape. Bai Chen, you have betrayed Her Highness. You must die. As for Xin Jinglin, the princess only wants you to live. It doesn't matter how you live. After I cut you into a human swine, I will remove your limbs and throw them into the Hellfire Valley. After that, I will bring you to report to the princess. How do you think the princess will reward us?" However, the expected scene of his arm being chopped off and blood splattering everywhere did not appear. Xin Jinglin only felt himself being ruthlessly pushed away. As he staggered, he saw Bai Chen blocking in front of him. A sword pierced through his heart. However, Bai Chen firmly grasped the sword and looked back at him, his expression calm and resolute. "Have you forgotten what our biggest purpose is? It's not to save your life, but to tell Mayan the news. Do you really want to let our efforts all go to waste?" Xin Jinglin looked at the sword that had pierced Bai Chen's body, his eyes suddenly turning crimson. Not only did he not turn around and run away, he recklessly rushed over. His roar carried a bloodthirsty madness. "Bai Chen, let me abandon my brother and escape. Only if I die. Rather than cowardly seeking survival, I would rather perish together with this group of animals." Ha 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 ha. Dozens of black-clothed men laughed together. Their laughter was full of disdain. The leader calmly lifted the sword that had pierced through Bai Chen and lightly swung it. Bai Chen, who had already been skewered on the sword, could only be swung back and forth powerlessly. "Good. I'm standing right here, come and kill me. An Earth stage waste actually dares to hoot at us? Animals, I'll kill you." At this moment, Xin Jinglin's internal force frantically burst out. He no longer cared whether his body would be injured or not, he only wanted to dismember the scum before him into 10,000 pieces. The leader's cultivation was at the early pre-celestial level, and he just looked at Xin Jinglin casually attacking him. Bai Chen, who was still swinging his sword, did not even intend to block. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a melodious music. That music seemed to come from the horizon, piercing straight into people's hearts. The leader of the black-clothed men was dazed for a moment, and then he heard a poochie sound. It was the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. He slowly and stiffly lowered his head. Looking at the sword that had pierced through his chest, he looked at Xin Jinglin, who was holding the sword and piercing him. His face slowly floated with disbelief. Why was he pierced by the sword of an earth-rank trash? Why did he die at the hands of a piece of trash? However, he could no longer get an answer. The last thing that remained in his field of vision. It was a huge army that suddenly rushed out from the direction of the Hellfire Valley. His companions beside him let out miserable screams one after another, and the sound of heads rolling on the ground could be heard. "Yan Yan." Seeing the beautiful girl rushing over, Xin Jinglin's hoarse voice almost broke into tears. "Yan Yan, quickly save Bai Chen, Quick, save him. It's all because of me that he, Xin Jinglin's trembling gaze fell on Bai Yichen, who was not far away. The man could no longer hold back his hot tears as they flowed down. Only to see the person who was still like an orchid and a jade tree a few days ago, the former #1 genius of Yanwu continent. Now, it was as cold as a corpse. The original color of the white clothes on his body could no longer be seen. All that was left was a patch of blood red. On the contrary, his face and lips were as pale as a piece of paper, without any signs of life. Touching the ice-cold skin, and the almost disappeared pulse under the skin, makes her heart sink a little. This isn't a fatal injury that can be saved by a life-saving draft. Rather, the vitality in his body is already close to nothing. It's like a person's birth, old age, sickness, and death, it's almost irreversible. Yan. Xin Jinglin looks at Mu Yan's face, his voice trembling a little. Will he die? Even you can't save him. No. I will save him. Mu Yan resolutely replies, but there's not enough time, I won't be able to rush back to Hellfire Valley to save him. You guys. She looks at the people of the Ink camp who came out with her to kill the enemy. You guys, gather everyone in Hellfire Valley to protect me. Before I finish saving him, don't let anyone come within a radius of 5 miles. Remember, within a radius of 5 miles. Yes, miss. The people of the Ink camp quickly take the order and retreat, forming a huge encirclement to protect Mu Yan and Bai Yichen. Seeing that the surrounding people have disappeared, Mu Yan enters the space without hesitation, takes out the Tian Mo Qin, and gives it a heavy knock. Qi Huang, come out. After a moment, a lazy voice is heard. Impudent, do you think this sage is someone that you can call at will? The phantom of a stunningly beautiful youth appears in front of her, glaring at Mu Yan with an unkind expression. Mu Yan is completely in no mood to pay attention to him. I remember that among the 3rd level Shin musician skills, there's a skill called Saint of Benevolence, which can transfer one's vitality to others. Isn't that right? Hearing that, Qi Huang frowned slightly. You want to use the Saint of Benevolence skill? You should know that this skill is one of the most powerful auxiliary skills of the Shin musicians. Even if you've really reached the 3rd level, using it will still be risky, not to mention if you want to use it beyond your level. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me, can you let me use it beyond my level? Mu Yan's expression is indescribably calm. As for the price, I will bear it myself. From the moment I became a doctor, I was prepared to give up some things to save patients. What's more, Bai Yichen became like this because of her brother. How could she watch him die and not save him? Qi Huang looked deeply at her for a while, his expression a little dazed. After a while, he said, all right, I promise you. With that, Qi Huang waved his hand and a ray of light entered Mu Yan's body. 7 brilliance, on the other hand, seemed to have consumed too much energy and instantly dissipated. Mayan felt something flash in her mind, and then it suddenly filled up all of her thoughts. Everything about Saint's benevolence was clearly reflected in her mind, as if it had been engraved into her soul. Without a moment's delay, Mu Yan quickly leaves the space, takes out the Tian Mo Qin, and gently plucks the strings. With the sound of the zither, countless specks of light appeared like fireflies. Little by little, they were sent into Bai Yichen's body. Most of the light spots floated out of her body and entered Bai Yichen's body. The sound of the zither continues for half an hour, and Mayan's complexion becomes paler and paler. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Yichen coughed a few times and opened his eyes. His pale face actually had a tinge of redness. Then, his eyes fall on Mayan's face, and his expression becomes peaceful and grateful for a moment. Mayan, you saved me again. Mayan gently shakes her head, looking at his unscathed appearance. Her pale face shows a weak smile. You're wrong, it should be me. Thank you, for helping me again. Why is your face so bad? Bai Yichen's face suddenly changes. Is it because you saved me? Mayan waves her hand. I'm fine, I just overused my internal force. I'll be fine after a rest. Bai Yichen is about to ask again when Xin Jinglin and the others discover that the sound of the zither has stopped. They rush over like lightning. Seeing Bai Yichen standing well, Xin Jinglin's tears almost come out again. Brother Bai, you're still alive, you really came back to life. Yan, you really saved him. Yan. Before Shen Jinglin can finish his words, he sees his sister's body swaying not far away. She can no longer support herself, and softly falls down. Mayan feels like she's walking in a white mist, everything in front of her seems to be covered with a layer of gauze, and she can't see clearly. Suddenly, not far from her, a zither appears. The sound of the zither emits a sparkling light, and there are a lot of light spots above the zither. Some of the light spots are as bright as stars, and some are so dim that they're almost invisible. Mayan is wondering what these light spots are, when suddenly, she hears a soft and melodious female voice. Jun Mayan, you are very good. You're willing to give up your own vitality, and take the risk of using a skill that's beyond your level to save a person who has no relatives or friends. You already have the most precious skill of a doctor, divine hands of benevolence. Mayan suddenly turns around and looks around. Who's talking? However, the voice doesn't seem to hear her question at all, and continues to speak. Originally, the Shin musician's third-level skill can only be activated after reaching the realm of Inedia. But your divine hands of benevolence has triggered the opportunity one left in the Tian Mo Qin, so I will make an exception and unseal the Shin musician's third-level skill in advance. I hope that one day, you can avenge the Shin musicians, and also pass on the Shin musicians' wish to save the world and the people to everyone in the three realms. Let them know that the Shin musicians are not demons, but the saviors of heaven and earth. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly widen, unlocking the god musician's third-level skill in advance. Who exactly are you? However, before she could finish her sentence, everything in front of her disappeared without a trace. She hears Shen Jinglin's anxious voice, Yan, how are you? Mayan opens her eyes and sees Shen Jinglin, Bai Chen, and everyone else who are so anxious that they're about to cry. She was in a daze for a moment, then revealed a slight smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Not only was she fine, but she had also profited from her misfortune. Using the saint's benevolence above her level will unexpectedly trigger a lucky chance, allowing her to unlock all the skills of a level 3 Shin musician in advance. Moreover, the vitality that she had lost had all returned just now. Mu Yan only takes a cursory look at the skills of a third-level Shin musician and is shocked by its power. This time, no matter who schemed against her and hurt her loved ones, she would make them pay a painful price. After not seeing him for a while, Shen Jinglin's appearance is so thin and haggard that he almost doesn't look like a human. Mayan's nose feels sour, but she doesn't have time to reminisce about the past. Instead, she lowers her voice, Brother, tell me, what happened? What about father? And how are the other people in Junji Medical Center now? Shen Jinglin and Bai Chen quickly repeat what they heard from Gong Qianxue. When Gong Qianxue is mentioned, Shen Jinglin's expression is like he wants to devour her flesh. Yan, I never thought that when I took you to see Dr. Qian that year, I would actually plant such a seed of disaster for you. Gong Qianxue, she's simply not human. If she's human, how could she be that vicious and perverted? She actually wants to dig out a living fetus, refine it into an elixir and eat it. When he thinks that his younger sister actually suffered such a cruel persecution from this woman that she almost lost her child, Shen Jinglin goes mad with hatred. Ru Yan also frowns and says, Miss, now it seems that Master, Qing Feng, and Dr. Song should have fallen into Gong Qianshue's hands. Moreover, according to my investigation, Gong Qianshue's influence in Jingqing country is very large. Just the number of heaven stage and above practitioners under her command is innumerable. What should we do? Hanya's face is calm, sneering, Miss June, it would be better for me to directly go over and twist off that woman's head for you and the young master to play with as a ball. It's only now that Hanya knows that the process of Mayan's pregnancy actually had such a soul-stirring and dangerous experience. When he thinks that the person that they, Jun Shang, hold at the apex of his heart, was actually schemed and murdered like this, Hanya can't control the surging murderous intent within him. Not to mention that their little master is so adorable. This vicious and perverted woman actually wants to eat their little master. However, Mayan shakes her head, I know that you can't make too many movements in the Yanwu continent, and even more so, you can't use your own strength. Otherwise, the backlash from the rules of heaven and earth will consign you to eternal damnation. But Jun Shang has this subordinate stay here to protect, don't worry. I just happen to have something that I need you to do. Mayan says a few words in a low voice, a faint smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. On her pale face, this kind of smile seemed bright and holy, but it also made people feel cold for no reason. After instructing Han Yi, she looks at Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, and the others. I know that Gong Qianshua's forces in Jingqing country are very powerful. Then, do you guys have the guts to follow me to uproot all of Gong Qianshua's forces in Jingqing country? Yan Haoyan and Ru Yan were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up. And the several backbones of the Ink Camp and the Heavenly Secret Unit behind the two of them are so excited that each and every one of their faces are flushed. Miss, do we really have to go against Jingqing country's most powerful princess? What? You don't dare? No. I just feel that it's too **king exciting, too exciting. This group of shameless things, they actually dared to sneak attack our brothers in Tianyuan City, and even captured Chief Changyu. They dared to provoke our Ink Camp, they're simply tired of living. That's right. If we can turn the entire Jingqing country upside down, wouldn't our Nether Flame army be famous all over the world? I think it should be infamous, right? Heh, isn't it good to be infamous? This is in line with the nature of our Ink Camp. Let's go kick the soft eggs of those turtle grandsons. That's right, kick the soft eggs of those rolling grandsons. Wherever the Nether Flame army goes, they are invincible and invincible. The Nether Flame army is invincible and invincible. Ru Yan respectfully kneels down. The Heaven Secret Battalion is willing to listen to Mrs. orders. Feng Haitang and Old Tao also knelt down. The Everlasting Battalion is willing to listen to Mrs. orders. After settling in the Netherworld Flame Valley, the Ink Camp and the Tianji Camp were merged into the Netherworld Flame Army, and a special camp was set up to focus on alchemy, doctors, and support. This is the Longevity Camp, headed by Feng Haitang, who is currently studying medicine with Mayan, and assisted by Old Tao and Chen Qingfeng. Bai Yichen took a deep breath. She put her right hand on her left chest and slowly knelt down. The Great Void Battalion is at your disposal, Mississippi. At this moment, the invincible Nether Flame army that would sweep across the three realms in the future and strike fear into the hearts of everyone had formed its first embryonic form. As for the people of the Yanwu, Xiuzhen, and Xiuxian realms, at this very moment, they still don't know what kind of earth-shattering change this frightening army will bring to them. Mu Yan looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and an uncontrollable warmth surged in her heart. Originally, when she established the Ink Camp, she just wanted to use them for revenge. It only took them 5 years. Once Gong Qianshua is eliminated and her great enmity is avenged, she plans to disband the Ink Camp. However, it would appear that she was unable to abandon these people, nor was she willing to part with them. Because unknowingly, these people had already become her relatives, her family. That's right, it's family. Mu Yan takes a deep breath. I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, head to Lotus City. Yes, miss. The crowd retreated like the tide. Shen Jinglin looked at his little sister, who was close at hand. His heart was proud and distressed. He was proud of the soft and cuddly little girl who used to follow him around, but she had already grown up to be like this. The dazzling radiance was so dazzling that no one could conceal it. His heart ached because his sister had to go through so much hardship and suffering to grow up to this point. Mayan turns around and sees Shen Jinglin's distressed expression. Thinking that he's worried, she couldn't help but faintly smile. Rest assured, father and the people of Junji Medical Center will be fine. Dr. Song and the others will also be fine. Because I will not allow anything to happen to them. Shen Jinglin repeatedly nodded and said, Yan, Big Brother believes in you. Big Brother also believes that Gong Qianshua, that vicious beast, will not have a good ending. Hearing this, the arc at the corner of Mu Yan's mouth deepened, but the light in his eyes seemed to have condensed into 10,000-year-old ice. Qianqing, Gong Qianshua, I originally planned to give them a little more time to struggle at death's door, but they don't seem to appreciate it. Since that's the case, I'll let them know the consequences of touching the people around me. Jun Mayan. Jingqing Country, Lotus City. The usually bustling town was now like a ghost town, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. Indistinctly, there were stifled cries of despair. If someone were to enter this city, they would be shocked to discover something. In this Lotus City, the most luxurious street was the boundary, and it was divided into 2 parts. In the east, the citizens of Lotus City were hiding from the shivering citizens. Every single one of them was sallow and emaciated, and they looked terrified and despairing. As for the western side, it was completely empty. There were only a few thousand people standing on the huge square. No, perhaps these thousands of people could not be called people, because they did not have the slightest vitality of a living person. His eyes were lifeless, and his skin had already begun to rot. Those aren't living people, but corpse soldiers, cultivated by goo worms. It's just that compared to Gong Qianshui's corpse soldier team, although there are many of them, they're very weak. Spare me. Doctor, I don't want to become like that, I beg you, let me go. On the street between the east and west, a wretched-looking man is sitting on an armchair. Behind him are dozens of black-clothed men with profound cultivation. This person is Qianqing's medicine boy and confidant, Qianping. Hearing the cries of the common people on the east side, he cracks open his mouth, revealing dark yellow teeth and an eerie smile. These will be Princess Qianshui's most powerful corpse soldiers in the future. How can you say that they're neither human nor ghost? To be able to become the princess's subordinates, to help the princess conquer the world, you should feel honored. Suddenly, Qianping's voice pauses, his left cheek twitches, and he darkly says, "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. What about the group of doctors we brought back from Tianyuan City? It's time to raise more mother goo." Very soon, several dust-faced, battered and exhausted old men are brought over. Among them, there are quite a few doctors in charge of the Junji Medical Center. The black-clothed men escorting them rudely push them to the ground. Dr. Yu's forehead knocks against the rock, blood immediately flowing. He shakily lifts his head and looks at Qianping. "You, who are you people? What do you want to do?" Qianping sneers, "What I want to do, you'll soon know." Saying that, he waves his hand. The black-clothed men immediately each take a brocade box and walk over to the doctors. Arriving in front of the doctors, the brocade box is opened, revealing an ugly bug about the size of a fingernail inside. "You, what do you want to do?" Dr. Yu cries out, but he's pinched by the chin. The black-clothed men expressionlessly stuff the bug into his mouth. "Ugh, let me go, ugh ugh." As soon as his chin is released, Dr. Yu desperately wants to vomit out the bug. But the worm seemed to have a mind of its own. As soon as it entered his mouth, once it enters his mouth, it immediately bites through his flesh and burrows inside. Qianping watched with satisfaction as all the doctors ate the mother parasite. Then, he smiled and said, "Okay, now, let them start preparing for treatment." His gaze swept across the doctors who were trembling in fear. As they wailed and begged for mercy, his laughter became more and more carefree. "Do you know? The mother goo of the golden silkworm goo could only be fed by the mildest doctor's qi during treatment and refining. But fortunately, we don't lack patience here. Doctors, do your best to treat the patients and raise our mother goo." "Ha ha ha." Qianping waved his hand. Immediately, a black-clothed man walked to the east side of Lotus City's citizens. His hand rose and the knife fell. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 civilians were lying in pools of blood. Their limbs were either broken, or their bones were broken. Some even had their stomachs cut open and half of their internal organs dug out. Every single one of them walked up to Dr. Yu and the others, barely breathing. "What are you waiting for?" Qianping smiled faintly. "The patient is right in front of you. Don't you plan to treat him?" However, these doctors were only ordinary doctors. Seeing such a scene, they had long since been scared out of their wits. All of their faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't even budge. As soon as Qianping's voice falls, the black-clothed people surrounding the doctors unsheath their swords one by one, looking terrifying. The doctors are so scared that their souls almost fly away. They scramble over to the patient's side and begin to operate their internal force to treat him. However, as they treat him, a terrible scene happens. The doctors' bellies become bigger and bigger. And their flesh and blood seem to be being devoured, their bodies becoming thinner and thinner. Especially those doctors with low levels, right now they're all skin and bones. Their eyes are completely sunken, and their grizzled hair falls down in clumps. They look like they're already a dried corpse. Suddenly, that person falls down, his body twitching violently. And from inside his body, there's a mumbling sound, as if it's a refusal. Immediately after, his stomach split open, and a black worm crawled out of it. Immediately, the black-clothed people step forward and collect the worm that crawls out. Qianping looks at the doctor who's already breathed his last in disgust, and sneers, "Can't even hold on for a quarter of an hour, what's the use of this kind of waste not dying?" After saying that, he kicks the doctor's body, sending him directly into the pile of corpse soldiers on the west side. In a split second, those corpse soldiers swarm over and gnaw the doctor's body clean. The air is deathly silent. Then, slowly, there's a tremble of panic, as well as sadness and despair, filling the air. Whether it's the doctors or the people who have been turned into corpse soldiers, they're just fish under the chopping block, without the slightest chance of survival. Alright, this wave of treatment is over, switch to the next. Qianping waves his hand. As a result, the rescued people are fed with goo children, slowly transforming into corpse soldiers. And the other people of Lotus City who haven't been saved once again become rations for the corpse soldiers. No. I won't save them. Finally, a doctor can't stand it anymore and roars hysterically, "Kill me if you have the ability, kill me ah. I'm a doctor of the Junji Medical Center, you're so insane, the Enchantress of Medicine will definitely not let you off." Huh? Junji Medical Center? The Enchantress of Medicine? Qianping lets out a loud laugh. Do you know who my master is? That's Qianqing, the miracle-working doctor. How dare an insignificant doctor compete with my master and the princess? Let me tell you, I was afraid that your enchantress wouldn't come. If she dares to come here, I'll make sure she dies without a burial place. At that time, the princess and his master would definitely look at him in a new light. As soon as Qianping finished speaking, suddenly, a loud bang sound came from the direction of Lotus Town's gate. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. A group of people dressed in elegant sky blue robes walked in one after another. Every single one of these people had outstanding looks, and their attire was either noble and graceful, or elegant and otherworldly. If one looked closely, they would discover that the two words, "Heavenly Secrets," were embroidered on the corners of their clothes. Qianping couldn't react for a moment. Where did these people come from? How did they break such a heavy iron door? But before he could ask, above the walls of the Lotus Formation, densely packed figures began to appear. These people were all tall men dressed in black. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and didn't conceal the cold killing intent on their bodies in the slightest. Who are you people? Qianping quickly took a step back and hid behind the guard, looking at the two people in bewilderment. As soon as his question falls, he sees that no matter if it's upstairs or downstairs, the people of the Ink Camp and the Tianji unit all scatter to the sides. From the gate tower to the bottom of the city wall, they make a wide path. The melodious sound of the zither floats in the air. Soon after, several silhouettes seem to descend from the sky, slowly descending from the passage that the Ink Camp had left behind. The leader was a young girl dressed in white. Her skin was as white as snow, emitting a sparkling radiance under the sunlight. Her eyes were sparkling and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised. It was as if she was infinitely charming and calm. Qianping swallowed his saliva and stared blankly. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Just by looking at it from afar, it was as if his soul had been hooked away. No matter who this person was, if he could get his hands on him and have some fun, he would be more carefree than an immortal. However, as the girl got closer and closer, Qianping's expression began to become bewildered. Why did the girl in front of him look so familiar? Only when she was only 30 feet away from Qianqing did the young girl leisurely stop. Her red lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I heard that you're looking for me?" The bewilderment in Qianping's heart grew heavier and heavier. His gaze fell unblinkingly on her face. Who exactly are you?" Madam Enchantress, you've finally come to save us." Suddenly coming back to his senses, Dr. Yu and the others throw themselves in front of Mayan with snot and tears all over their faces. There's fear and shame on their faces. Qianping suddenly widens his eyes. "You're the Enchantress of Medicine, Jun Mayan?" Ru Yan, who is standing behind Mu Yan, pulls out an armchair and places it behind Mu Yan like a magic trick. Mayan smiles faintly and sits down. Her hands gently pluck the strings of the Tian Mo Qin, the corners of her mouth slightly raised as she looks at Qian Ping. Behind her, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, Ru Yan, and Bai Yichen were like four guardian gods, firmly guarding her from behind. Yeah, I'm Jun Mayan. There was a smile on her face, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. Didn't you say that as long as I dared to come, you would consign me to eternal damnation? Qian Ping's body trembled slightly, his eyes widened, but he did not answer the question. Jun Muyan, you really are Jun Muyan, the woman who was pregnant with the immortal fetus back then. Tisk. Muyan frowned slightly, and the smile on her face disappeared. How boring, how could I casually bump into an old acquaintance? Since you're able to recognize me, it means that you were also involved in what happened back then. Qian Ping looked into her bone-chilling eyes and shuddered. He opened his mouth to say something. Mu Yan has already waved her hand, coldly saying, "Kill without mercy." As soon as his voice falls, the people of the Heavenly Secret Unit and the Ink Camp move. In just a moment, the heads of the men in black rolled on the ground. Qian Ping, whose hands and feet have been removed, crawls at Mayan's feet, letting out sorrowful cries and pleas. Mu Yan said indifferently, "Where's Qian Qing?" Master. Master is in the underground palace in the center of the city, cultivating the golden silkworm goo. Spare me, boo-hoo. I don't want to die. Mu Yan plucked the strings of the zither in her hands, and Qian Ping's head is immediately removed. Other than nurturing spies, the secret division also recruited skilled craftsmen. One of them had developed an extremely powerful thunder flame. It's just that the people of the Tianji unit don't like to use this, but that bunch of uncouth guys from the Ink Camp really like it. Once they heard that Mu Yan allowed them to use the thunder fire, each and every one of them immediately became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Dozens of people rushed to the center of the city. Under the shocked gazes of the surviving commoners and doctors. Suddenly, boom. Rumble. Rumble, dozens of loud noises resounded, the earth quaked, the mountains swayed, and the houses collapsed. This huge power scared everyone so much that their faces turned pale. Not long after, a few figures rushed out of the thick smoke as if their butts were on fire. Every single one of them was covered in dirt, looking indescribably pathetic. Who are they? Are you tired of living? You actually dare to make a move in Lotus Town. Mu Yan smiled and looked at the old man in the lead, Dr. Qian, long time no see. How have you been? Ru Yan, who was standing behind Mu Yan, looked at the old man's face that was covered in ash, and only his eyes were white. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looks like godly Dr. Qian isn't too unharmed. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought that you were a beggar. Xianqing's line of sight falls firmly on Mayan's face. After a long time, he enunciates each word, June. Mu. Face. It's really you. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a puff of black smoke suddenly sprayed out. His original imposing manner of gritting his teeth suddenly became somewhat comical. Ha 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 ha. A group of people from the Ink Camp couldn't bear it any longer, holding their stomachs as they laugh until they fall. Dr. Qian, how did the Thunder God fire taste just now? Do you want to try 2 more? What miracle, Dr. Qian? I think Qian roast pig is more reliable. Ha 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 ha. Money roasted pig, that's the truth. It's just that this pig is black and stinky from head to toe. I don't want to taste it. As a divine doctor, Qian Qing had always been revered by people all these years. So when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His face contorted. However, he quickly calmed down, took the towel handed over by his subordinate, and wiped off the black ash on his face. After Qian Qing wiped away the soot, a familiar face appeared. The killing intent in the depths of Mayan's eyes slowly diffuses. Back then, it was this person who used the excuse of diagnosing her. She sold the news that she was pregnant with the fetus of a mortal spirit to Gong Qianxue. From then on, she fell into an endless hell, eternally tormented by pain and regret. After wiping away the dirt on her face, Qian Qing recovered her sage-like demeanor and said with a leisurely smile, Jun Mayan, it's really been a long time. This old man really didn't expect that the weak and pitiful little girl from back then would actually grow to such an extent. This old man really feels gratified for you. Mu Yan said lightly, after so many years, it's really hard for Dr. Qian to remember me. How could I forget? That was the first and only immortal spirit fetus that this old man had ever felt. Before that, this old man had always thought that the secret technique passed down in my family was fake. Miracle Dr. Qian was still smiling as he said, "This is also the fate between you, me, and the divine fetus. Since we have reunited today, don't you intend to let me see the child from back then? I'm sure he must have grown into a handsome little boy by now, right?" Mayan's fingers suddenly pressed down on the Tian Mo Chin. The zither makes a humming sound. Her eyes are as deep and serene as the cold pools of hell, bottomless. The raging hatred from her past life rushes up like a tide. The strings are gently plucked, and the melodious sound of the zither is heard. The mist-dispersing clouds, skill quietly circulates along with her internal force. The raging hatred in Mayan's heart, as well as the uncontrollable desire to massacre, are also suppressed back to their original positions. A lazy smile slowly spreads out on her lips. "Xianxia, do you really think I don't know that you were the one who informed Xianxia that I was pregnant with an immortal fetus? Back then, she pretended to care for me and took pity on me. She investigated my identity and whereabouts, and then sold me to Xianxia. That's why Xianxia bribed the Su family and wanted to take away the child from my belly. Am I right, godly Dr. Qian?" The gentle smile on Xianxia's face vanishes without a trace in a split second. "Sure enough, you already know what happened back then." A cruel smile appears on his face, "But what can you do even if you know? The one who wants your child is Yanwu continent's #1 genius, Jingqing country's most powerful princess, Xianxia. She's even a brilliant disciple of the Heavenly Road sect. She took a fancy to the child in your belly, that's your honor. It's the same now. As long as you give me your child, I guarantee that in the future, whether you want a treasure, power, status, or a rapid increase in strength, it will all be as easy as turning over your hand." He still hasn't finished his words. The sound of the zither under Mayan's hand suddenly changes. Clanging golden spears, hundreds of cold lights shoot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation is extremely high, but facing such frightening internal force blades, he can't hide. In just the blink of an eye, there are countless wounds on his body. At the same time, the swords of the Ink Camp and the Tianji unit are suddenly unsheathed, pointing straight at Xianxia. Mayan's lazy but cold voice comes through the air. "Listening to you speak for even a moment longer makes me sick. Xianxia, I think you'd better shut your mouth for me forever." Xianxia sneers, "Jun Mayan, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hand over the child, and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, do you really think you have a chance of winning with just these people?" After saying that, he pinched his fingers together and blew on them. The corpse soldiers on the west side of the town, who were originally standing there like puppets, immediately rushed over and surrounded Mu Yan and the others. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, "Jun Mayan, no matter how many people you have under your command, could it be more than half of the common people of Lotus City? Besides, the underground palace of Lotus Flower City has been destroyed. The princess must have already received the news. Very soon, someone will come over and capture all of you in one fell swoop." Seeing that the girl in front of him didn't say anything, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xianxia became more and more pleased with himself. "I'll give you one more chance. As long as you hand over that child, I promise I'll definitely plead for leniency in front of the princess and spare your life. You have to think it through. You can have more children in the future, but you only have one chance to live and prosper. Don't tell me that your child's life is more important than your own." Mu Yan lifts her eyes, a smile on the corner of her mouth, but her eyes are incomparably cold. "Unfortunately, I want your life even more." Xianxing's face changed, and he finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, this time, without waiting for him to say anything, Mu Yan's words are like an order. Xianxia only feels a mouthful of blood stifled in his heart, but he doesn't care about the Ink Camp and the Tianji unit's attack. The Ink Camp and the Tianji unit have a lot of people, but can they outnumber the corpse soldiers? Their cultivation is higher than the corpse soldiers, but can it be higher than these peak heaven stage and early pre-celestial guards by his side? He has already inquired about it, and these people have only been following Mayan for a year and a half. Originally, these people were just slaves in Wanrenku, or those with very ordinary qualifications. It's only been a year and a half, How much progress can they make? Xianxia is calm and unperturbed as he looks at Mayan, his gaze blazing. When this woman's subordinates are all killed, she'll cry and crawl at his feet, and hand over the child formed from the immortal fetus. Thump. Thump, suddenly, 2 heads roll to his feet, carrying a strong smell of blood. Xianxia frowns and kicks one away. These must be those useless corpse soldiers. Uncultivated corpse soldiers are useless, just a few hits and they'll be wasted. Xianxia is about to kick the second head away, when he suddenly stops. His eyes widen a little, then he looks incredulously at the face that's close at hand. This face is covered in blood, a pair of eyes wide open, the whole face full of alarm and disbelief. But this clearly isn't the face of a corpse soldier, but it's the guard by his side. That's a peak heaven stage guard. Xianxia suddenly looks up, and his figure suddenly freezes. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He doesn't know when it started, but the guards by his side have already been reduced by half. As for the corpse soldiers, they were beheaded one after another as if they were chopping vegetables. With a thump, a corpse falls towards Xianxia. A long gash is split open on his stomach, and blood gurgles out. The guard grabs Xianxia's hand and shouts, "Save me! Save me!" Xianxia cries out in alarm, and suddenly shakes off the guard. Very soon, the ink camp people rush up, and their swords fall, cutting off the guard's head. That's a heaven stage, even a pre-celestial expert. How could they be so vulnerable? Xianxia lets out an almost hysterical roar. Then, melodious music slowly drifted into his ears. The music was clearly so beautiful and pleasant to listen to. However, in Xianxia's ears, it caused his entire body to feel hot and uneasy, and he was utterly unable to properly condense his profound energy. On the contrary, the people of the ink camp and the heavenly secret unit, listening to the sound of the zither, it's as if they're listening to the imperial edict. The more they fight, the braver they become. Xianxia's lifeless gaze slowly shifts to Muyan's hand. The girl's hand was so beautiful, as white as jade, with well-proportioned joints, slender and slender. When he gently plucked the strings, it was as if he was using a feather to pluck the heartstrings of a person. As he moved his fingers, beautiful musical notes flowed out and danced in the air. But it was precisely this pair of slender, jade-like hands and this beautiful and melodious music that led to an unimaginable massacre. Level 3 Shin musician skill, graceful feather dress. AoE support skill, using the sound of the zither to lock onto allies and enemies. Within a quarter of an hour, the strength of their own members would increase by 30%, while the strength of the enemy would decrease by 30%. What did that mean? In other words, he forcibly pulled Xianxia's Xiantian level guards to heaven level. In addition, the ink camp and the Tianji unit have practiced the formation and cooperation countless times. Thus, in Xianxia's mind, the formidable defensive force they were cleanly chopped down like withered twigs and rotten wood. When he's kicked in the butt by Guan Hu and falls to the ground, his brain still hasn't reacted. He keeps muttering, "Impossible, how is this possible? How is this possible?" His gaze suddenly turns to Muyan, his lips tremble for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. You, who are you? Why, how can she achieve such a frightening result just by relying on the sound of the zither, defeating the strong with the weak? Defeating the many with the few? Defeating a pre-celestial with the heaven stage, just because of a musician's zither? Are you kidding me? How could there be such a powerful musician in this world? Muyan's fingers pluck, and the sound of the zither stops. She stands up, and steps towards Xianxia. Xianxia is so scared that he suddenly falls back, using his hands and feet to desperately crawl backwards. No. You can't kill me. I'm the pavilion master of Xian Medical Pavilion, I'm a famous genius doctor. If you kill me, Xian Medical Pavilion won't let you off. Xian Medical Pavilion? Ru Yan sneers, oh, if Dr. Qian didn't mention Xian Medical Pavilion, I would have forgotten. On our way to Lotus City, we just happened to pass by the headquarters of Xian Medical Pavilion. The hands of our brothers were itching, so we took over that Xian Medical Pavilion. Xianxia's eyes widen, his body stiffens for a long time, then he screams, "Impossible! How is this possible? I raised the poison men in Xian Medical Pavilion, it's my blood and sweat for decades, how is this possible?" those poison men ah. My brothers chopped them into pieces and fed them to your disciples and grand-disciples. Guanhu grins, I really didn't expect that those poison men of yours would be so fierce. They only tasted a few mouthfuls, and those disciples and grand-disciples of yours would all be dead. Oh, there's also those rare medicinal herbs that you've collected. It just so happens that our Netherflame Army's Immortal Battalion is in urgent need of medicinal herbs, so we'll gladly accept it. Xianxing's body trembles like a sieve, her mouth incessantly muttering, it can't be, my Xian Medical Pavilion, how could it be destroyed so easily? Mayan says unhurriedly, Godly Dr. Qian, you just said that you want the people of Xian Medical Pavilion to kill us. No. No. I'm talking nonsense. Xianxing abruptly comes back to his senses. In a split second, his face is covered in snot and tears. He crawls over to Mu Yan and keeps crying, Miss June, please spare me. Back then, it was Gong Qianxue who instigated it. I was only coerced by her. Yes, it was she who coerced me to tell her all about you. For the sake of your miscarriage, I beg you, please spare my life. Woo woo woo. Mu Yan looked down at him begging for mercy like a dog. After a long silence, she said, Dr. Qian, do you really want to live? Yes, I want to live. As long as Miss June spares me, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I will be willing. There's no need to work like a cow or a horse. Mayan chuckles, but there's one thing that I really need Dr. Qian's help with. Saying that, she unhurriedly walks over to Dr. Yu and the others. Mayan's expression turns gentle, softly saying, Doctors, don't be afraid, you've all been implicated by me. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. With a flick of her wrist, dozens of porcelain bottles are placed in front of them. Doctors, are you willing to believe me? Drink this bottle of draft, and I'll take out the mother goo from your bodies. Dr. Yu and the others look at each other, then pick up the draft without hesitation and drink it all in one gulp. Almost as soon as these people drink the draft, their stomachs rumble, and their faces distort from the pain. However, before they can cry out in pain, Mayan has already moved. Her movements are very fast, cutting open a person's stomach in almost a breath's time. She takes out the black worms inside and puts them in a jade box. It's unknown if it's because of the life-saving draft she just drank, or the fact that Mayan's cuts aren't big, so those wounds quickly heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short few dozen breaths, Mayan has taken out all the goo worms from the doctor's stomachs. But these people who had their stomachs cut open are completely unscathed. Even the wound of the first one, Dr. Yu, has already completely healed. These people can't even react to what just happened. Madam Enchantress, your medical skills are truly superb. When they suddenly wake up, Dr. Yu and the others all kneel down, looking at Mayan with eyes full of worship. Thank you for saving our lives. Even if the person before them is a budding girl. In terms of age, Mayan is still too young to be their granddaughter. However, at this very moment, Mayan's medical skills, her strength, and her character have already conquered all the doctors present. Mayan smiles at them, then turns around and returns to Qianxing. Qianxing looks at the jade box holding the goo worms in her hands, and her complexion turns deathly pale. June Mayan, what do you want to do? Do what? Mayan tilts her head, revealing a somewhat innocent smile. Of course it's the thing that godly Dr. Qian likes to do to others the most. Xianxing trembles and screams, June Mayan, don't act recklessly. These mother goo in your hands are the last golden silkworm larvae in Qianshue's hands. If you kill them all, Gong Qianxue, she absolutely won't let you off. Oh? Really? That's great. It just so happens that I never intended to let her off. Saying that, Mu Yan slowly opens the jade box. Qianxing let out a shrill cry as the profound energy within her body suddenly circulated, and she was about to flee. However, just as he flew 10 feet away. Then, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Bai Yichen, who was guarding behind him, had kicked him back. Qianxing cries out in pain, rolls a few times, and returns in front of Mu Yan. Mu Yan squatted down and said casually, Miracle Dr. Qian, I advise you not to move around. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if you accidentally pull off an intestine when you cut open your stomach and put in the goo worm. Qianxing desperately struggled to escape, but her body suddenly felt as if it was filled with lead, completely unable to move. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he pleaded loudly, "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again." The expression on Mayan's face turns cold inch by inch. "Xianxia, don't you like to cut open people's bellies and take away their children? How can you not be happy that your stomach was cut open today? Using your identity as a doctor, you want to use other people's children in exchange for your own bright future. You even told Xianxia that if she ate my child, her skills would greatly improve. The cause of everything is this animal doctor with a human face but a beast's heart. In her previous life, she lost her child, lost everything, and fell into the most painful abyss. But this man, using the resources he obtained from Xianxia, he made a meteoric rise, becoming a godly doctor that everyone in Yanwu continent admires. Such a cruel and unscrupulous man, treating other people's lives as worthless. But when his own life is threatened, he cries and snot, incessantly begging for mercy. But Xianxia, what qualifications do you have to be forgiven? Miss, why don't you let me do it? Guanhu is eager to give it a try. This subordinate likes to cut open people's stomachs the most. We can do it too. We can do it too. The other people from the ink camp are also in high spirits. Mu Yan's taut emotions, immersed in hatred, suddenly relax. She still hasn't spoken. Among the citizens of Lotus Town, a commoner suddenly steps out, gritting his teeth and saying, "This fairy doctor, can you let me cut open this person's stomach? Can you let me put these goo worms in with my own hands? My child was thrown into the pile of corpse soldiers by this group of bastards, not even his bones were left." That middle-aged woman chokes with sobs as she speaks, her hateful eyes unwaveringly glaring at Xianxia. "My husband has been turned into a monster that's neither human nor ghost. I wish I could eat his flesh raw, gnaw his bones." "Me too. Fairy doctor, I beg you, let us do it." Mu Yan raises the corner of her mouth, full of interest as she looks at Xianxia, who has already turned deathly pale from fright. She chuckles and says, "Dr. Qian, you see, a lot of people want to serve you. If I don't fulfill their wishes, wouldn't I be letting down everyone's good intentions?" She raises her head, handing the dagger and the jade box containing the goo worms to the middle-aged woman. That middle-aged woman sees that Mu Yan has really agreed, and her face flushes with excitement. She takes the dagger, and without hesitation, she slashes open Xianxing's stomach. Xianxia immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered as he watched the goo worms being stuffed into his stomach. The intense pain and the fear of death makes Xianxia unable to help but curse, "Jun Mayan, you poisonous woman, you won't have a good death. I am Gong Qianshua's person. If you dare to kill me, Gong Qianshua will definitely not let you off." "Ah. Jun Mayan, don't be too pleased with yourself. Gong Qianshua already knows that you're the one who was pregnant with the immortal fetus. She definitely won't let you and your child off. Just wait to be refined into elixirs by Gong Qianshua and eaten alive." Ugh. Xianxia hadn't finished his insane threat. Suddenly, someone grabbed his chin. Yan Haoyan sneered and pulled out his tongue. He sheathed his saber and slashed down. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. He had always remembered that the young mistress had said that she didn't want to hear him speak anymore. But a moment later, all the goo worms were sent into Qianxing's stomach. Qianxing's mouth was full of blood as he struggled on the ground. Each and every one of the common people of Lotus City was still filled with righteous indignation, their hatred and anger had yet to dissipate. One by one, they rushed forward, punching and kicking Qianxing. There was even someone who directly chopped off his hands that wanted to resist. As the doctor's internal force revolves, his body dries up at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, his belly swells up high, even higher than any of the doctors just now. Seeing that Qianxing has no way out, and will slowly die in hellish pain and torture. Only then will the doctors and the people be satisfied. "Miss, in this Lotus town, we only found Dr. Yu and the others. Chang Yu, Chen Qingfeng, and Dr. Song aren't here. I'm afraid they're still in Gong Qianshua's hands." Ru Yan worriedly reports, "If Gong Qianshua uses Dr. Song and the others to threaten us, I'm afraid that our actions will be restrained from taking action. Moreover, we still haven't found out where Gong Qianshua's real stronghold is." Hearing this, Mayan doesn't speak for a long time. Her line of sight shifts slightly and falls on the western sky. The corner of her mouth hooks up into a cold arc. Don't worry, there's a place where someone must know Gong Qianshua's whereabouts. Moreover, doesn't Gong Qianshua like to use hostages to threaten us? Then we'll get more hostages and see who's the one threatening who in the end. Hearing this, Ru Yan's eyes brighten. Miss, where are the hostages you spoke of? Before Mu Yan could reply, several people of Lotus Flower Town walked in front of her. Madam Enchantress of Medicine, many thanks for your life-saving grace. Everyone in our Lotus Flower Town will never forget your great kindness and kindness for generations to come. These people kneeling on the ground are representatives chosen by the people of Lotus Town. Each one of them is a person of virtue and prestige, and their age is more than enough to be Mayan's grandfather. How could Mayan dare to accept such a big gift? She quickly helps them up. Who knows that these people are determined not to get up? Instead, they ask with red eyes, Madam Enchantress of Medicine, just now, listening to the conversation between you and that beast Qianqing, we seem to have heard that the disaster that my Lotus Town has suffered today was caused by Gong Qianshua? Mayan's movements pause, and after a long while, she nods. Yes, Gong Qianshua should be using Lotus Town as her place to raise corpse soldiers. She's the princess of your Jingqin country. What are your plans? Bah! How could that disgusting poisonous woman be worthy of being Jingqin country's princess? Their Gong family also doesn't deserve to own Jingqin country. The old man in the lead gnashed his teeth and roared, Madam Enchantress, we know that you and that Gong Qianshua have an irreconcilable enmity. We, the people of Lotus Town, are willing to lend you a hand. We must publicize Gong Qianshua's vicious actions to all the people of Jingqin country. We will make Gong Qianshua lose all standing and reputation, let the Gong family's dynasty in Jingqin country be completely destroyed. Jingqin country, imperial capital, Anlong City. Miss, this is the imperial palace of Jingqin country. Ru Yan blinks her eyes and says in disbelief, don't tell me that when you said to capture more hostages than Gong Qianshua, you mean to capture them in the imperial palace of Jingqin country? Mu Yan slightly raises her eyebrows. What? You don't dare to make a move? This is the royal family of Jingqin country. Ru Yan is so excited that her face turns slightly red. I heard that the Gong family has been the ruler of Jingqin country for hundreds of years. There are countless experts in the imperial palace, but no one has ever been able to shake their foundation. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth raises into a slight smile. So, you guys don't dare to make a move? Are we going to usurp the throne in Jingqin country? Are we going to be rebels and traitors? That's great. This is in line with the style of our ink camp. Piak. A slap landed on Guanhu's head. Feng Haitang said coldly, if you don't know how to talk, don't talk nonsense. He actually compared their young miss to a traitor. Was this guy tired of living? Guanhu gloomily wanted to refute. But he saw that the one who hit him was Feng Haitang. He immediately looked at Yan Haoyan carefully and swallowed his words. This Feng Haitang was their leader's favorite person. How could they dare to offend her? At this moment, Ru Yan seems as if she has just woken up from a dream. Her face is dizzy. My God, we only have a little more than 100 people coming this time, and you actually want to destroy the imperial palace of Jingqin country and take the royal family of Jingqin country hostage? I'm not dreaming, am I? Heh, Miss Ruyan, only when you succeed like this, do you feel refreshed. This time, Mu Yan only brought Bai Yichen, Ru Yan, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, Old Tao, the leaders of the various camps, as well as the most elite of the three camps. Because only with a small number of people could they sneak into Anlong City without anyone noticing. But it was just as Ru Yan said. If these 100 people want to take down Jingqin country's imperial palace, it's just like a dream. One must know that there are a lot of experts in Jingqin country's royal palace. There were more than 10 Xiantian realm martial artists. How could they succeed? At night, the imperial palace of Jingqin country is still brightly lit, singing and dancing to celebrate peace. It was obviously so noisy, and there were bursts of music. However, suddenly, a strand of zither music drifted into everyone's ears in a leisurely manner. The sound of the zither was so beautiful that it seemed to be able to penetrate deep into one's bones. Your First Highness, what music is this? How could it be so wonderful? Jingqing country's great prince Xianxia's reading companion couldn't help but ask with an intoxicated expression. The other people in the palace were already in a trance, and their eyes were gradually blurred, as if they had lost focus. Xianxia's eyes were red as he staggered outside. Who? Which beauty was playing the zither? Quickly come into this prince's arms and let this prince dote on you. Suddenly, his steady companion cried out in alarm, Your Highness, look, that person is at the top of the Palace of Heavenly Purity. The Hall of Heavenly Purity is the tallest building in the Imperial Palace of Jingqing country. The roof of the hall was pointed. The high roof almost reached the clouds. But even from such a distance, that pure white slender figure was still so clear. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the top of the peak, as if plated the figure with a lustrous white light. He was so far away that he couldn't even see his face clearly. But just a glance at her ethereal, fairy-like figure and her graceful movements that seemed as if she were about to soar into the sky was enough to enchant Xianxia. Which beauty has arrived? Xianxia's voice is too loud as he shouts, At home is Jingqing country's eldest prince, Xianxia. As long as you're willing to come down and accompany this prince for a night of spring, this prince can guarantee that you'll enjoy endless glory, splendor and wealth. However, the people above did not seem to hear him at all. The sound of the zither was still spreading. From the beginning, it was only around the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Slowly, the entire imperial palace seemed to be shrouded in the sound of the zither. Guards! Xianxia shouts, Quickly send someone to invite that beauty down for me. Hearing this, the guards beside Xianxia immediately soar up. Each and every one of them has a cultivation above heaven stage. Climbing the Hall of Heavenly Purity is absolutely as easy as turning one's hand. However, these people have just reached the roof, not waiting for them to approach. The sound of the zither abruptly changes, turning into a powerful army. In a split second, countless sharp blades come whistling out. Puff, puff, puff. With a few sudden sounds, these guards are pierced by the invisible blades, turning into a hornet's nest. One by one, they fall from the roof. The last thing they see before they die is a beautiful girl, smiling brightly under the moonlight. That smile is bright and holy, like a fairy that has fallen from the ninth heaven to the mortal world. And the girl's soft and sweet-sounding whisper, The performance of Floating Like a Dream is almost finished, it's time to start, graceful feather. This scene almost stupefies everyone. Xianxia didn't expect that so many of his powerful subordinates would be completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Who is this woman? Why did she suddenly appear here? Xianxia's heart thumps, and he's about to have someone alert the entire imperial palace. Suddenly, he sees a white figure, like a floating cloud, flying down from the sky above the Hall of Heavenly Purity. When he sees the girl's countenance up close, Xianxia's breathing almost stops. So beautiful. How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? Xianxia murmurs, reaching out towards Mayan. His eyes are filled with intoxication and greed. Beauty, I don't care who you are, as long as you are willing to become this prince's favored concubine, this prince will forgive your crime of disrespect just now. How about it? His hand was about to come into contact with that delicate skin. Suddenly, a cold light flashes. Xianxia immediately feels a sharp pain in his hand. He doesn't even have time to react before he sees his hand, which was about to touch Mayan, fall from his wrist. Blood suddenly gushes out like a fountain. Xianxia lets out a blood-curdling scream, and is supported by the reading companion behind him. Who the hell are you? The reading companion roared angrily. Do you know who this person is? You actually dare to hurt Jingqing country's first prince, are you tired of living? He did not finish his sentence. Suddenly, countless heaven-shaking battle cries came from all directions. From afar, one can hear Jingqing country's imperial palace's guards shouting in anger and alarm, Who are you people? Don't you have eyes? This is the imperial palace of Jingqing country, and you actually dare to trespass. Ah. Hee hee, we barged in because we knew this was the Gong family's nest. Why? Why can't I use my profound energy? Ah. In a short period of time, the entire imperial palace was in chaos. Even the emperor of Jingqing country and the other princes have been woken up from their dreams and hurried over. Seeing the injury on Xianxia's hand, Jingqing country's Emperor Gong Yanhai sees his eldest son screaming miserably with a broken hand. He immediately exclaims, What happened to you? Your Majesty, it's her. It's this woman who hurt His Highness. Gong Qianya's reading companion points at Mayan and shouts. Those thieves who broke into the imperial palace must have been brought in by this witch. Mayan raises her eyes to look at him, her expression leisurely and careless. At this time, she's casually sitting on an old-fashioned wooden armchair, gently plucking the strings. It's different from the melodious and sweet sound of floating like a dream. The music of Graceful Feather starts off in a low voice, making people almost unable to hear it, as if it's crying and complaining. It's only later that it slowly becomes more and more sonorous. As the music gradually increases in pitch, the two sides of the battle are slowly locked on, and given positive and negative support. Until the Graceful Feather locks on all the people present. Mayan slightly slows down the movement of her fingers, chuckling, It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I would like to ask everyone to come with me. Huh. Gong Yanhai seems to think that he's heard the funniest joke. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to behave atrociously in our Jingqing country's imperial palace? Saying that, he fiercely waves his hand and shouts. Angrily, come. Mobilize the Yulin royal guards, kill this thief for me. Almost as soon as his hand is waved down, a group of elite soldiers come to surround them from all directions. Although the people surrounding them aren't as powerful as Gong Yanhai thinks. But with just 100 people, it's more than enough to get rid of a little girl. Imperial father, leave this slut with her dog life. Gong Qianya clenches his broken hand, gnashing his teeth, this child can't swallow this. I must torture her to death to dispel the hatred in my heart. Gong Yanhai casually nods, simply not taking Mayan's life or death to heart. However, he soon discovers that something's wrong. Because the group of black-clothed people that rushed out didn't surround the girl. Instead, they surrounded the group of people. Several people even walked to Mayan's side, bowing and kneeling towards her. Greetings, Mississippi, Mayan asks faintly, did things go smoothly? Guanhu laughs mischievously, Miss, you used the sound of the zither to seal the internal force of most of the guards, and some of them are in a trance, as if they were dreaming. We broke into the palace gates without much effort. Now, the 4 gates of the north, south, east and west have all been blocked by us. I'm afraid no one will be able to enter in a short period of time. The third stage of Floating Like a Dream can only be used after the Shin musician skill has been unlocked to the 3rd level. It was different from before when it could only trap one person in the illusion. The 3rd stage, Floating Like a Dream, could be used on a large scale, causing those with low cultivation and weak willpower to fall into a temporary illusion. And in this short dream, Mu Yan could choose whether to increase their cultivation speed or directly seal the circulation of their profound qi. The rank 3, Floating Like a Dream, was similar to Graceful Feather, a skill that could be said to be a heaven-defying cheat. However, these 2 skills could only be activated with spiritual energy. After using these 2 skills in a row tonight, the spiritual power in Mu Yan's body has been completely consumed. He wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. However, Mu Yan did not care, because her profound qi could still be used. The royal family members in front of them had already become turtles in a jar. You, who the hell are you people? Gong Yanhai seemed to have just come to his senses. Seeing that there aren't any soldiers coming, he finally panics a little. What do you want? If you want gold, silver, treasures, rare elixirs, I can give them all to you. Moreover, our daughter is a brilliant disciple of the Heavenly Road sect, the #1 genius of the Yanwu continent. You should know that offending our Jingqing country will not end well. Ha ha ha. The people from the Ink camp can't help but laugh. What Jingqing country's royal family? It turns out to be just a bunch of gutless softies. Dog Emperor, do you know why we want to lay our hands on you? Why? Guanhu reveals his dense white teeth, saying sinisterly, it's because your good daughter, Gong Qianxia, has an irreconcilable enmity with my family's Mississippi. As the saying goes, a daughter pays a father's debt, so a daughter's debt naturally has to be paid by you, her parents and relatives. So if you want to blame someone, blame that snake and scorpion's daughter of yours. Gong Yanhai's complexion greatly changes. He suddenly turns around and runs towards the rear with all his might. At this moment, he doesn't even care about the lives of his wife, children, and ministers. When the people from the ink camp are about to catch up to him, he even directly grabs a concubine and blocks the blade for him. And it's also because of this moment of delay. A dozen or so gusts of wind suddenly break through the air from the southeast direction. Gong Yanhai's originally panicked face suddenly brightens when he sees these approaching figures. Ha 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 ha. Gong Yanhai snaps his head back, his face malevolent as he stares at Mayan. Your time of death has come. As he speaks, those dozen or so figures have already landed by Gong Yanhai's side. Bowing towards him, they say, Your Majesty, these subordinates have come to the rescue too late, kill them. Kill them all for me. Gong Yanhai abruptly interrupts them, panting heavily, except for that little slut, kill everyone else. I want them to know the consequences of provoking my Jingqin country's royal family. The guards in the palace have indeed all been dealt with by the people from the ink camp. But those guards aren't the Gong family's biggest safeguard. Their safeguard is this group of pre-celestial experts. A whole 12 pre-celestial experts, that's a fighting force comparable to thousands of troops and horses. Gong Yanhai had just fled in a panic because he knew that these elders would soon arrive. As long as he could drag this out until the elders arrived, these thieves would definitely die. He viciously looked at the leader of the thieves, the girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. He had expected to see her panic-stricken expression. Unexpectedly, her face was still as calm as before, and there was even a lazy smile on her lips. Seeing the 12 people approaching him, Yang Ling's eyes widened. Mayan waves her hand, Tianji unit, ink camp, withdraw. Guard the palace gates. It's the sound. With a response, the more than 100 people who had just surrounded Mayan retreated like a tide. Only Mu Yan, Bai Yichen, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitang were left on the field. Mu Yan stretched out a slender jade finger and pointed at the surrounding pre-celestial experts. She chuckled and said, 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 12 people. I'll take 8 and you 4. How about it? Hearing this, Bai Yichen and the others looked ashamed. The young miss dealt with 8 by herself, while the 4 of them could only deal with 4. This was simply telling them how big of a gap there was between them and the young miss. However, they couldn't refute him at all. Except for Bai Yichen, who can easily deal with an early pre-celestial, it's a bit difficult for the others to kill a pre-celestial expert alone, even with the help of Feather Grace. Just as they're feeling depressed, they suddenly hear a cold childish voice coming from somewhere. Niangqin, Xiaobao can also take care of too. A little boy who looks like a doll carved from jade pokes his head out from behind Mu Yan. He grabs Mu Yan's hand and gently shakes it, his face resolute. Ru Yan and the others are already used to Xiaobao's mysterious appearance. They don't find it strange that he suddenly appears. Mu Yan just smiles and says, okay, then Xiaobao will take care of these 2 ugly ones. The 4 people suddenly become even more depressed. They can't compare to the miss, but now they can't even compare to a 4-year-old child. They really want to bang their heads and die. Ah, death is at hand, but they're still talking nonsense. The old man who leads the 12 people, a high pre-celestial, sneers, mere 5 heaven stages, and they actually have the audacity to fight against us pre-celestial experts, haha, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Yan Haoyan and the others suddenly turn their eyes to the 12 people. The grievance in their hearts instantly turns into a strong fighting spirit. Even if they're weaker than the miss, but these annoying old men, they must get rid of them cleanly and neatly. Otherwise, how can they be qualified to be the leaders of the 4th camp? As early as when Mu Yan was only a middle pre-celestial, she could already fight against more than 10 ghost envoys in the ghost city. Not to mention that she has now reached the peak of pre-celestial. In just half an hour, the 6 pre-celestial practitioners that Mu Yan has locked onto are already lying on the ground. Dying. She doesn't pay attention to Gong Yanhai's scream of horror and his almost fainted face. Mu Yan calmly plucks the strings of the zither, playing the Feather Grace with her remaining spiritual power while giving pointers to Yan Haoyan and the others in their fight. The second person to kill his opponent is Xiaobao. As soon as he's done, he immediately runs to Mu Yan's side and raises his little face to look at her. His big watery eyes are filled with excitement and expectation. This expression, like that of an ordinary child asking for praise, makes Mu Yan laugh. She picks up Xiao Bao and kisses him on his soft little face, then praises, "Xiao Bao is really amazing, you're already at the peak of heaven stage." Xiao Bao nodded heavily. This time, he didn't just skip the high rank of heaven rank and break through to the peak of heaven rank. Furthermore, even his spiritual root was showing signs of being molded. Mu Yan kisses his face a few more times. During this time, the people of Jingqing country's royal family panicked and wanted to escape. But when Mu Yan plucked the zither strings and the zither sound blades, transformed into countless blades, cutting their skin, they immediately screamed in horror and fell to the ground. On the other side, Bai Chen had already finished his battle and returned to Mu Yan's side. He was already at the peak of the heaven stage and was only one step away from the innate stage. Coupled with the assistance of the feather grace, it only took him more than an hour to deal with a mid-level pre-celestial expert. Mu Yan glanced at him and said with a smile, "After this battle, you can prepare to break through to the innate realm." Bai Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't say anything but nodded solemnly. Compared to Mu Yan, Xiao Bao, and Bai Chen, who are relaxed, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitong's battles were much more difficult. Moreover, they relied on Mayan's zither sound and elixirs to break through in a short time. It can be said that they simply have no combat experience. So even with the help of the graceful feather, they are still racking their brains, and there are bloody wounds all over their bodies. But Mayan doesn't have the slightest intention to help. Because she knows that these people can only truly grow after experiencing cruel battles, and only then can they bear the responsibility of a camp leader. Finally, a full hour has passed. A message comes from the Ink camp, "Miss, we can't drag it any longer. Jingqing country's army is already attacking the city gate. Our brothers can't hold on much longer." Mayan nods, just as she's about to speak only to hear a loud bang, and Yan Haoyan's opponent crashes to the ground. At the moment of his death, his eyes are still wide open, filled with unwillingness and aghast. Until his death, he still couldn't figure out why he, a dignified pre-celestial expert, would lose to a heaven-grade practitioner. Yan Haoyan's victory is like an omen. Ru Yan's figure suddenly becomes almost invisible, like a phantom. That pre-celestial expert has been playing with Ru Yan, leaving deep wounds on her body that are visible to the bone. But at this moment, she suddenly panics. Because she can't see or feel where Ru Yan is at all. It's like in a split second, Ru Yan's speed has risen to the limit that humans can bear. The next moment, that pre-celestial practitioner only feels a pain in his neck, and his head is directly cut off. And Feng Haitong's hand turns blood red in an instant. When that blood-red palm slaps the pre-celestial practitioner's body. He didn't care at first, but later he finds that his internal force is becoming thinner and thinner, and he can't even use it. In the end, a long sword pierced through his heart, killing him. Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitong slowly walk in front of Mayan. Their bodies are riddled with scars, and with every step they take, blood drips down. But their eyes are unprecedentedly bright, confident, and full of expectations for the future. Mayan raises the corner of her mouth, revealing a cheerful smile. "You guys did very well, I'm proud of you." With just this sentence, the trio's eyes instantly turn red. Almost at the same time, the three of them knelt down. "We are willing to serve Miss for the rest of our lives. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Mayan casually tosses out a bottle of draft. "There's no need to go through fire and water, just escort this dog emperor to the city gates for me." Because the lives of Gong Yanhai and a group of royal relatives are in their hands, the Jingqing country army outside has no choice but to retreat 10 miles away. It can be said that the entire Jingqing country's imperial palace is completely under Mayan's control. Gong Yanhai's complexion paled, staring fixedly at the young girl sitting lazily on the dragon throne. His eyes nearly split open. "You rebel, my Jingqing country has millions of troops. Do you really think you can always be arrogant? I'm warning you, you'd better let us go immediately. Kowtow and admit your mistake, and I might even leave you with a whole corpse." Before Gong Yanhai could finish his words, Guanhu immediately stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and started beating him from both sides. Pa, 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 pa. After a dozen slaps, Gong Yanhai's face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. With a wave of her hand, someone immediately drags out Qianqing, who no longer looks like a human. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a cold arc, in this godly Dr. Qian's stomach, it's all your precious daughter Gong Qianshua's favorite golden silkworm Mother Gu, and there are nearly 100 of them. If anyone doesn't answer my questions properly, I don't mind taking one out of godly Dr. Qian's belly and stuffing it into your stomach. I believe that you won't dislike something that Gong Qianshua likes so much. Gong Yanhai widens his eyes in horror, looking at Qianqing's bulging belly and his hands that are only skin and bones. His body begins to tremble uncontrollably. And Gong Qianya is already screaming, wanting to run away. No, no, I don't want to become like that. Spare me. I don't want to die. Boo-hoo. Guanhu immediately steps forward and slaps him a few more times. Grandson of a turtle, our miss didn't let you speak, you'd better keep your mouth shut for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mayan coldly sweeps her eyes over these people. In her previous life, she had also stayed in the imperial palace of Jingqin country for a period of time. Regarding the debauchery of the Gong family's royal family, she couldn't be any clearer. At that time, she still felt that Gong Qianshua was untainted by the mud. With this kind of family, she herself was noble and untainted, not the slightest bit affected. But she didn't know that Gong Qianshua was the one with the most poisonous heart. Speak, where is Gong Qianshua's real stronghold? How many people does she have? Mayan looks at Gong Yanhai below, and slowly says in a calm tone, speak clearly, and I can spare your dog lives. Gong Yanhai shrinks, opening his mouth to speak. But he hears Mayan continue, you'd better make sure that what you say is the truth. Otherwise, under the hypnosis of my zither, if you accidentally spit out the truth, I believe that you wouldn't be willing to bear that fate. Gong Yanhai remembers the frightening effect of her zither. How could he dare to lie again, no matter how important his daughter Gong Qianshua is, how can it be more important than his own life? Therefore, she immediately spilled the beans. She is in Lydian city, which was given to her by me. It is adjacent to Huangyao country. There are 100,000 soldiers in there. You. Stop dreaming. That Lydian city is easy to defend and hard to attack. Schwer still has 100,000 soldiers and Xiantian experts. You better let us go. Mu Yan's fingers moved, and the sound of the zither flowed out. The person below seemed to be drunk in an instant. He swayed and fell asleep. She stood up from the throne and sneered, throw everyone in the palace out, then burn this filthy place down for me. As for these people, keep a close eye on them. This is a surprise that I want to give Gong Qianshua. Yes, miss. In the dark night, a blazing fire illuminates the sky of Jingqin country's imperial capital. The people who were asleep all ran out and looked in the direction of the fire. They were so shocked that they could not come back to their senses. Isn't that the imperial palace? How did the palace catch fire? What the hell happened? Suddenly, someone in the crowd bellowed, that's heaven's punishment. Was it the people of the Gong family who committed many unjust acts, and were finally punished by heaven? What do you mean by that? The person who spoke suddenly burst into tears, and his face was full of resentment. I am a citizen of Lotus Town. The people of the Gong family are insane. They actually used our people to make corpse soldiers. My poor child and my husband, what? Turning living people into corpse soldiers? Is this true or false? I can testify. I'm from Lotus Town. I can also testify, we can't tolerate the Gong family doing such a perverse thing, so we didn't hesitate to go to all the cities and tell everyone about their evil deeds. Such a tyrant, being burned to death in the fire is their retribution. That's right, this is the Gong family's retribution. It's time for Jingqin country to change its emperor. The troops stationed outside the city are the Dog Emperor's minions. Let's go tear them apart and avenge our compatriots. Avenge our compatriots. That night, the entire Jingqin country's imperial capital, Anlong City, becomes a land of war. The army rebelled, the people rose up, and the imperial palace, which represents the pinnacle of power, fell into a sea of fire. It also starts from this moment. The Gong family's regime that has ruled Jingqin country for hundreds of years begins to collapse. And Gong Qianshua, who is far away in Lydian city, is still unaware of all this. The people who caught Shen Jinglin still haven't returned? Gong Qianshua asks Duo Yan, who is kneeling on the ground, with a cold face. Duo Yan hangs her head in fear. Forgive me, princess. This subordinate didn't expect that Bai Yichen would be so cunning, directly hiding in the Wuwang Mountains. Moreover, even at night, he won't be attacked by strange beasts. But rest assured, princess, that Bai Yichen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Presumably, this subordinate will soon bring back Shen Jinglin and Bai Yichen's bodies. Trash. Gong Qianxue coldly glances at her. You can't even handle a heaven stage and an earth stage. This subordinate is incompetent. Gong Qianxue takes a deep breath. Forget it, I don't want to wait anymore. That immortal spirit body must belong to me. Send an order to Qianqing, let him speed up the production of corpse soldiers. I want to attack the Ghost Wind Valley immediately. That slut Jun Mayan, and the immortal spirit body that she gave birth to, must belong to me. Yes, princess. After Duo Yan agreed, he was a little hesitant, but princess, the Ghost Wind Valley is famous for being a dead end. It's probably because there's poison smog inside. Even if an innate expert goes in, he'll be engulfed by the poison smog and die. Right now, the combat strength of the corpse soldiers is still too weak. If we attack rashly, I'm afraid. Don't worry. Gong Qianxue sneered, her face filled with a determined coldness. I've already invited senior brother over. That mere poison smog can trap everyone, how can it trap senior brother Jian Feng? At that time, the Ghost Wind Valley will be ours, and that Jun Mayan and her immortal physique will become my, Gong Qianxue's, tonic. Congratulations, your highness. Duo Yan said, once princess consumes the elixir refined from the immortal spirit body, she will ascend to the immortal realm immediately. At that time, this subordinate. Gong Qianxue glanced at him and said faintly, don't worry, as long as you're loyal to me, I guarantee that I won't treat you unfairly. At that time, I'll have seen your brother Jian Feng leave you elixirs. Those elixirs will naturally help you to successfully refine your soul and body. Many thanks, princess. Duo Yan knelt down in excitement. Even if this subordinate goes to the Xiaotian continent, I will still be loyal to the princess. Princess, something bad has happened. Lianhua Town. Lianhua Town. Gong Qianxue frowned and said sternly, what are you shouting for? What happened to Lianhua Town? The man's face was pale. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, the people of Lianhua Town have all been released. Those corpse soldiers and Dr. Qian and the others have all been killed. What did you say? Gong Qianxue screamed and her face suddenly became ferocious. What about my golden silkworm larvae? Where's Qianqing? The man shook his head. Dr. Qian is missing. The corpses of those corpse soldiers have all been burned. The doctors and the mother larvae are also gone. Who? Who did it? What is that trash Qianqing doing? He has so many corpse soldiers and a primordial realm expert in his hands. How could he still mess things up for me? The man was frightened by Gong Qianxue's twisted and ferocious expression and took a few steps back. Gong Qianxue's face turned green and white. She wondered who dared to behave atrociously in front of her. Suddenly, the shouts of thousands of people resounded in the sky of Lydian City. It also clearly reached Gong Qianxue's ears. Gong Qianxue, you're worse than pigs and dogs, cruel and unscrupulous, shameless, wicked, old woman who has committed all sorts of evil and is an accomplice to a villain. Hurry up and get the fuck out here to pay your respects to our young miss. Old woman, come out and pay your respects to our miss. The whole hall was dead silent. Duo Yan and the surrounding guards and maids all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Gong Qianxue's face. But the people outside seemed to be addicted to shouting. One ugly word after another kept coming out of his mouth. Seeing that Gong Qianxue still hadn't come out, they began to change their words. 10 years ago, at the state banquet, Gong Qianxue, you lowly maid, was jealous that the daughter of a noble family was prettier than you, so you found someone to rape that woman and disfigure her. You made her wish she was dead and finally threw herself into the river. Gong Qianxue, don't you think it's heartless? 8 years ago, you took a fancy to a mercenary group and wanted to recruit them for your own use. After failing to bribe them, you despicably poisoned their food and caused them to die tragically in the jungle. Gong Qianxue, tell me, are you a beast in human clothing? 6 years ago, you were jealous that your junior sister was more favored than you and had more talent than you, so you had someone frame her for stealing the sacred object of the sect. In the end, her cultivation was crippled and she was expelled from the Tiandao sect. Gong Qianxue, tell me, are you worse than a pig or a dog? Their curses pierced through the clouds. Gong Qianxue was not the only one who heard them. The people in Lydian City and the army under Gong Qianxue's command also heard them. Her expression could no longer be described as ugly. The curses of nearly 1,000 people were like slaps that ruthlessly slapped her face in front of everyone. Just a few days ago, Gong Qianxue, in order to cultivate the zombie soldiers controlled by goo worms, you actually disregarded the lives of the people in Lianhua City and turned them into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. You even used the benevolence of doctors to lure them to Lianhua City to treat the people in the name of a plague. In reality, you planted a mother goo in their bodies and caused them to die after being sucked dry of their flesh and blood. Gong Qianxue, tell me, are you not a lunatic that everyone has the right to punish? Who do you think you are, actually daring to slander this princess's clean reputation? Guards, capture them for me, tear them to pieces, skin them alive and pull out their tendons. There's a moment of silence in the air. Gong Qianxue abruptly comes back to her senses, only to discover that many soldiers on the city wall are staring at her in a daze. It seems that they've never seen the dignified and elegant princess reveal such a ferocious expression. And the common people of Lydian City, attracted by the shouts, are even pointing at her. There's bewilderment in their eyes, as well as fear and disgust. Gong Qianxue comes to her senses in a split second. She's fallen into these treacherous people's evil scheme. In almost a split second, Gong Qianxue puts on a weeping expression. Tears are on her eyelashes, but they won't fall. She looks indescribably pitiful. She looks down at the row of black-cloaked people below, bites her lip, and says in a loud voice, "Who are you people? Why are you slandering this princess's clean reputation? Could it be that you're the subordinates of that bandit that this princess annihilated last time? Although this princess was ruthless that day, it was also because you've done too much evil, and killed too many common people." Hearing Gong Qianxue's words, the faces of the surrounding soldiers and common people immediately change. Their original suspicions towards her lessen a lot. Instead, they're full of suspicion towards the group of black-clothed people shouting below. Just as Gong Qianxue is about to say something again, she sees the group of people below opening up a path in unison. A girl in snow-white clothes, holding the hand of a delicate and pretty boy, slowly walks forward. The moment she sees the girl and the boy, Gong Qianxue's pupils suddenly widen. As if it's an instinctive premonition, her gaze firmly falls on that beautiful fairy-like little boy. Without waiting for her to react, the girl's clear voice comes from afar, "Gong Qianxue, haven't you always wanted to find us mother and son? Now that we've delivered ourselves to your door, why don't you seem to welcome us?" Gong Qianxue's line of sight turns and falls on Mayan. When the girl's absolutely beautiful appearance comes into view, Gong Qianxue's pupils slightly contract, and the flames of jealousy and resentment burn fiercely. June. Mu. Yen. Gong Qianxue grits her teeth as she shouts this name. Loathing, fear, and boundless desire. She now knows that June Mayan is the woman who was pregnant with the immortal spirit fetus. As long as she eats her child, or even Mayan, she can immediately break through to the pre-celestial stage and ascend to the Xianxia continent. This was the ending that Gong Qianxue wanted to see even in her dreams. As long as she could have this woman and her child, Gong Qianxue takes a deep breath, her face slowly revealing a warm and gentle smile. "Dr. June, I don't know what misunderstanding there is between us, but you seem to have some hostility towards me. However, Ben Gong has always admired the famous Enchantress of medicine very much. If you don't mind, why don't you come to our Lydian city and stay for a while? I'm sure your opinion of me will change." In the eyes of ordinary people in Yanwu continent, Gong Qianxue is a noble and kind princess, and also a talented practitioner with boundless prospects. To be invited by a princess in such a sincere manner, anyone else would have been overwhelmed by the favor. Mu Yan, however, chuckles in a low voice. She raised her head to look at Gong Qianxue and gently brushed away the strands of hair that were floating at the side of her temple. Only then did she unhurriedly say, "Really? Your Highness, do you really not have any hostility towards me? Ben Gong has always admired talented people, especially benevolent and virtuous doctors. As long as you are willing to stay in Lydian City for a while, Bengong can give you a lot of rare herbs that you absolutely can't find outside, and I can even let Brother Jianfeng give you a pointer or two. Throwing out such a bait, would she still be afraid that Mayan wouldn't be tempted? However, Mayan's next sentence makes her almost unable to maintain her hypocritical face. Even if, at that time in the fog forest, the sacred beast egg that Princess Xianxia wanted by every means possible was eaten by my spirit pet. Saying that, she raises her hand and grabs a chubby rabbit from behind, shaking it under Gong Qianshua's eyes. This beast. Gong Qianxua screams, but immediately realizes that something is wrong. She reluctantly smiles and says, Dr. Jun must be joking, everyone can fight over the sacred beast egg. Before Gong Qianxua could finish speaking, Mayan's calm and unruffled voice interrupts her. Even if your Jinhong men in Qiyan country was destroyed by me, wouldn't your royal highness be angry? Gong Qianshua's face has already begun to distort. Her hands are tightly clenched into fists, her nails piercing into her flesh, and she dryly laughs. Dr. Jun, what are you talking about? Why can't Bengong understand? What does Jinhong man have to do with Bengong? Is that so? It doesn't matter, that's really great. The princess is really magnanimous. Mayan smiles even more happily, so, even if I later killed Ghost City's Ghost King Lu Se, destroyed Xian Medical Pavilion, and killed all the corpse soldiers in Lianhua town, presumably, your royal highness wouldn't mind. Slut. Hearing this, Gong Qianxua couldn't bear it anymore, and she lets out a hysterical roar. Sure enough, it's you, slut, who ruined all my good things. Mayan sneers, Gong Qianxua, you're finally not putting on an act? You should know that if you keep acting like this, I'm going to vomit from disgust. Do you really think that I still don't know who the person who wanted to dig out the child in my belly was? Gong Qianshua's chest violently heaves up and down, glaring at Mayan. Then, she laughed softly, so, you already know. In that case, this empress doesn't need to be polite with you anymore. Jun Mayan, you escaped 5 years ago, but you and your child are destined to be stepping stones for Bengong's advancement. What's more? Her gaze swept over and landed on Xiaobao, and the smile on her face became more and more arrogant. Compared to 5 years ago when he was just a newborn, your son is much more nourishing now. This empress still has to thank you for helping this empress raise it for 5 years and letting me eat it properly. Oh, that's right, there's also that sacred beast egg. Since it was eaten by your spiritual pet, I only need to skin your spiritual pet and dig out the sacred beast egg. In any case, this sacred beast egg was originally dug out from the stomach of another foolish woman. The light in Muyan's eyes suddenly turns cold, and the killing intent on her body can no longer be concealed. The hatred of her past life and this life surged to the extreme at this moment, making her almost unable to control herself from rushing up and tearing Gong Qianxua to pieces. There was another person who was even faster than her, and her hatred was even deeper. A white light flashed, and by each end soared up to the sky, fiercely attacking Gong Qianxua. However, Gong Qianxua still hasn't moved. That was Duo Yan who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. At the same time, countless men in black rushed out, cutting off Bai Yichen's escape route. Bai Yichen spat out a mouthful of blood as he unleashed the pressure of a peak Xiantian expert. But he didn't seem to feel it at all, and only glared fiercely at Gong Qianxua. Gong Qianxua, Sidong, and you have no enmity, but for the sake of a spiritual beast egg, you actually cut open her stomach while she was still alive, and crushed her dantian. Are you even human? Gong Qianxua looked at him disdainfully. Oh, so you're here to avenge that stupid woman. Hee, who does that idiot Lin Sidong think she is? She's just a useless woman, yet she dares to snatch the sacred beast egg from this consort? If she wanted to blame someone, she could only blame herself for overestimating herself. If she had obediently given the sacred beast egg to this queen might have spared her life. In the end, she said that she wanted to give it to senior marshal brother, and she would rather die than hand over the sacred beast egg. Heh, for daring to snatch something from this empress, she deserves it. In the end, she said she wanted to give it to senior brother, give it to senior brother. Bai Yichen's eyes reddened, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Sidong, that silly girl, why couldn't she understand? Compared to the sacred beast egg, she was 1,000 times more important to him. Why didn't he follow that silly lass? Why didn't he protect his Sidong, Gong Qianxue? I'll kill you. Bai Yichen let out a loud roar as he soared into the sky against Duo Yan's powerful pressure. The wind howled, and the long sword pointed straight at Gong Qianxue. Duo Yan snorted coldly. The steel blade in his hand made a buzzing sound, and a cold light shot out in all directions as it slashed towards Bai Yichen. This slash contained all the pressure of a Pekin-born expert. If it really hit, Bai Yichen would definitely be cut in half. However, just as the blade light was about to touch Bai Yichen, the sound of the zither rang out. A ray of light flashed and instantly wrapped around Bai Yichen's waist, pulling him back. Duo Yan's blade slashed through the air and he looked down fearfully. The one who made the move was Jun Mayan, a 19-year-old girl, much younger than Gong Qianxue. However, when Bai Yichen was swept away just now, it had forcibly blocked the momentum of his blade. This Jun Mayan, just how high is her cultivation? Could it be that he had already reached the innate realm at such a young age? Bai Yichen, calm down. Mu Yan looks at Bai Yichen who is kneeling in front of her, her voice indescribably cold and indifferent. I hate Gong Qianxue more than you do, but being impulsive will not allow you to take revenge, it will only make all of your efforts fall short of success. The Shen father, Dr. Song, and Shen Qingfeng are all still in Gong Qianxue's hands. Even in her dreams, Mayan yearns for revenge. However, her hatred would never be built on the basis of sacrificing the important people around her. Bai Yichen lowered his head guiltily and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I almost ruined everything. Uncle Rabbit Lantern. Xiaobao suddenly reached out and pulled Bai Yichen up. Don't be sad. Bad women will definitely get what they deserve. Bai Yichen looked at Xiaobao's serious little face, and a faint smile appeared on his pale face. Soon after, his expression became extremely calm, and he slowly walked behind Mu Yan. Gong Qianxue smiles coldly, her malicious eyes staring at Mu Yan, then she lightly waves her hand. In a split second, hundreds of black-robed men leaped onto the city wall. Each of these black-clothed men had a cultivation base of heaven rank and above. Under the thousands of soldiers and horses, Mu Yan and the hundreds of people around her were like a small boat in the ocean, easily capsized by the raging waves. Seeing this scene, Gong Qianxue bursts into laughter. Jun Mayan, in Bengong's eyes, you are just an ant. If Bengong wants to pinch you to death, then Bengong will pinch you to death. If Bengong wants to eat your child, then Bengong will eat your child. Right now, I'm high and mighty, while you're as low as dust. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Mu Yan raises the corner of her mouth and is about to speak. Ru Yan's face is cold as she suddenly steps forward. Miss, please wait a moment. Isn't it too insulting for you to raise your head and talk to a beast like Gong Qianxue? Miss, please give this subordinate a quarter of an hour. Mayan stares blankly, unable to react. Ru Yan waved her hand. Over 100 soldiers of the Heavenly Secret Battalion walked out. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, these secret division members actually used materials from the ground to build a tall observation tower in just 15 minutes. The lookout tower was simple and crude, and only a dozen people could stand on it. However, it was just a little higher than the city wall that Gong Qianxue was standing on. Ru Yan triumphantly shoots a glance at the ashen-faced Gong Qianxue, and cupping her hands towards Mayan, she says, I ask Miss to go to a higher place. Let's see how that vicious woman is going to look down on you. Each and every one of the people of the Tianji unit also feels honored. They raise their necks and proudly look at the people of the ink camp, saying in a loud voice, Miss and Little Master, please ascend the platform. Mu Yan is almost amused by this group of subordinates. It was hard for them to be able to cause trouble for Gong Qianxue in such a place at such a time. But it had to be said that looking at Gong Qianxue's unsightly expression, her mood was very good. With a light leap, Mu Yan flew up to the platform with Xiaobao in her arms. Almost at the same time, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, Bai Yichen, and Ru Yan also led some people and jumped up. Gong Qianxue coldly looked at Mayan and sneered, Jun Mayan, do you think that by building a high platform, you can confront Bengong? With just a few hundred of you? Don't tell me you're daydreaming? Mu Yan raises her eyes, unhurriedly saying, Gong Qianxue, you really don't need to disguise yourself anymore. In front of your people, you don't mind exposing your true face at all? Gong Qianxue's face darkened even more as she looked down at the edge of the city wall. Her actions just now had indeed caused the commoners to look at her suspiciously. So what if they have doubts? They're just a bunch of stupid commoners. With just a few casual words, he would be deceived. Gong Xianxia straightens her expression, and with an awe-inspiring righteous expression, she says in a clear voice, "Citizens of Lydian City, this Jun Mayan is a spy sent by the Ghost City and Qi Yan country to our Jingqin country. She intends to disturb our Jingqin country's imperial court. Therefore, I must exterminate them today. Could it be that you would rather believe an outsider than me, Gong Xianxia?" After all, Gong Xianxia was the princess of Jingqin country. In Jingqin country, especially in Lydian City, her power and influence wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. The words that the Ink Camp people just shouted, and the conversation between Gong Xianxia and Jun Mayan, really made the common people have doubts. But it's only suspicion. Compared to a stranger like Jun Mayan, they certainly trust Gong Xianxia more. Mayan clicks her tongue and sighs, "I can't help but admire the princess's spirit of pretending to be a white lotus. Of course, I know that the people of Lydian City won't believe me, but I don't know if they believe me or not. What about the people of Lotus Town?" As soon as her voice falls, Feng Haitang immediately whistles. The next moment, the people of the Everlasting Camp immediately surround and protect several people of Lotus Town. Each of these people is the most virtuous and respected elder of Lotus Town, and one of them is even the city lord. Lotus Town and Lydian City both belong to Jingqin country, so some people have seen the city lord of Lotus Town. Are they really the people of Lotus Town? How could they appear here? The city lord of Lotus Town raises his head and glares fiercely at Gong Xianxia. After a long while, he chokes with sobs, "Gong Xianxia, how can you be so ruthless, so sinister? We are obviously all your people, but you actually use us as containers to raise goo, puppets, and so cruelly slaughter the people. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" All the people of Lydian City. Another citizen of Lotus Town shouts, "We saw it with our own eyes. The people around us and our relatives were killed by Qianqing, who was sent by this poisonous woman. We watched helplessly as our loved ones turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost, yet we were powerless to do anything about it. Don't believe this venomous woman, otherwise, what happened to us today will be your tomorrow. Gong Xianxia, a venomous woman like you is simply not worthy to be our princess, and even less worthy to rule Jingqin country. You will definitely suffer retribution." If the words of Mayan and the people of the Ink Camp just now only made the people of Lydian City suspicious, at this moment, they look at Gong Xianxia with astonishment and vigilance. Because these words weren't said by an outsider like Mayan, but by the people of Lotus Town, their compatriots. Everyone speaks of these things in such a vivid manner. Could it really be false? Gong Qianxia's face distorts in anger. "Jun Mayan, you are really vicious, you actually colluded with the people of Lotus Town to frame Ben Gong." "Frame you?" Mu Yan revealed a mocking smile. "Your Highness, don't tell me that you don't know this Qianqing?" As he spoke, someone immediately dragged Qianqing, who was as thin as a match and had a bulging belly, onto the stage. Seeing Qianqing's bulging belly, Gong Qianxia's nostrils shrank. She almost immediately guessed what was inside Qianqing's stomach. That was the larva of the golden silkworm Mother Goo. This was the only hope she had left to nurture corpse soldiers. At this time, Qianqing is already living a life worse than death. He raises his skull-like face and looks at Mayan with a pleading look, only begging her to give him a quick death. The pain of having so many Mother Goo gnawing away at his flesh and blood was indescribable. That was truly the torture of the 18 levels of purgatory. Mu Yan sneered at him. "Miracle Dr. Qian, when you placed the goo worm into someone else's body, did you ever think that you would have such a day? Woo. Woo woo woo." Qianqing's tongue was cut off and she couldn't speak, so she could only beg for mercy with tears and snot all over her face. "You want to die?" Qianqing nodded desperately, uttering ah sounds. Her line of sight turns and falls on Gong Qianxia's face. "I wonder if Her Highness the Princess would be reluctant to part with these Mother Goo dead?" Gong Qianxia's complexion alternates between green and white, simply wishing she could tear Jun Mayan apart. Of course she wants to take back the Mother Goo of the golden silkworm goo, that's the only larva she has left. However, the common people of Lydian City are watching. If she does this, the reputation that she has accumulated and her prestige in Jingqing country will be completely destroyed. Gong Qianxue opens her mouth, wanting to speak. She hears Mayan sneer, "It seems that Her Highness the Princess is merciful, allowing you to die. Then, Hao Yin, burn everything down for me along with the goo. You dare." Gong Qianxue finally couldn't bear it and roars. All the gentleness and kindness on her face has disappeared without a trace. Only a cold cruelty remains. "Jun Mayan, that's my mother goo, you dare to destroy my mother goo." Whoosh. As soon as Gong Qianxue says this, the common people of Lydian City boil up in a split second. It's actually true. Her Highness the Princess is really using the flesh and blood of the common people to raise goo. How could a woman with such a heart of snakes and scorpions be worthy of being our princess? Gong Qianxue coldly glances at the common people who are speaking, her face filled with madness and ruthlessness. "You lowly commoners, it's your honor to be a stepping stone on my road to success. Duo Yan, go and take back the golden silkworm goo for me. There aren't enough people in Lotus City, so I'll use these lowly commoners of Lydian City to raise my golden silkworm goo. As for these lowly commoners, if anyone dares to act rashly, kill them without mercy." At this moment, the dagger is revealed. All of Gong Qianxue's ugly and ruthless true colors have been exposed. Just as the common people of Lydian City are about to riot, more than half of them are injured by the rushing black-cloaked men and soldiers. In their hearts, they hate this once revered princess to the extreme, but there's nothing they can do. Gong Qianxue's gaze has already fallen on the opposite tower. "Jun Mayan, do you think that you can use these insignificant lowly commoners to kidnap me and make me let you go? What a joke. You're just a bunch of useless trash. After today, I'll naturally make sure that they won't be able to say a single word. The same goes for all of you. Seeing that your medical skills are quite excellent, I'll let your body incubate my final golden silkworm goo." As he spoke, Duo Yan's figure had already leaped high into the air. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the tall watchtower. In a split second, the wind howled and the pressure of an inborn expert enveloped everyone on the pagoda. Ru Yan, Old Tao, and the others, who had low cultivations, turned pale. Their bodies swayed, as if they could not hold on any longer. On the city wall, Gong Qianxue revealed a proud expression. She was waiting for Duo Yan to slaughter everyone on this tower. She's waiting for Jun Mayan to kneel in front of her, crying and begging for mercy, but she can only watch helplessly as her own son is refined into an elixir and eaten by herself. Just as Duo Yan's hand was about to grab Qian Qing. Suddenly, there was a hum, and the sound of strings moving rang out. Duo Yan suddenly felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that on Qian Qing's body, a dark blue flame had unexpectedly sprang up, swallowing his whole person. Qian Qing revealed an expression of relief. But the goo in his abdomen began to rush left and right, issuing a unique, ear-piercing cry. However, it's still too late. The speed at which the flames burned was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Qian Qing is burned to ashes. The golden silkworm mother goo in his stomach also didn't escape. The anger in Duo Yan's eyes is almost gushing out. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the sword that can split mountains and split stones is about to completely cut down this temporarily built observation tower. However, his sword hasn't been swung down yet. Suddenly, he hears a melodious sound of a zither. Immediately after, there's a sharp pain in his chest. Puff puff puff, that's the sound of metal piercing flesh. Duo Yan can feel that all the internal force and vitality in his body are quickly flowing away with this piercing sound. He lowers his head in disbelief. What he sees are the 7 zither strings that have run through his body. One of them has directly pierced his heart. The zither strings are slowly stained with his blood, and then emit a colorful light. It's very beautiful, but it's like the light of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Duo Yan stiffly raises his head and looks in Mayan's direction. Not far away, the beautiful girl smiles at him. Her smile is charming and languid, but with a holiness that can't be profaned. It's like a high and mighty fairy of the 9th heaven, looking at an insignificant ant with pity and ridicule. Buzz, with a sound, the girl's slender fingers move in the air. In a split second, the 7 zither strings come out and return to the girl's body, transforming into 7 swords of different colors, gently circling around. Qijue Sword Spirit, the top skill of the Shin musician level 3. A peak pre-celestial expert is killed in one blow. Bang, Duo Yan's body falls from the high platform and heavily falls on the yellow sand, raising a cloud of dust. After a moment of silence, the Nether Flame army lets out a warm cheer. On the city wall, everyone is deathly pale. Gong Qianshua's eyes widen in disbelief, almost unable to believe what's happening in front of her. That's Duo Yan, the most capable assistant with the highest cultivation by her side. He has been at the peak of the pre-celestial for decades, and he's only a step away from forging his body and refining his soul. But Duo Yan is dead. Moreover, he died in the hands of a woman younger than herself, Mayan. How is this possible? If that's the case, just how high is Jun Mayan's cultivation? Gong Qianxue grits her teeth, the jealousy and unwillingness in her heart almost engulfs her whole soul. She should be the #1 genius of Yanwu continent. Why did this slut Mayan appear? To ruin her good deed, to rob her reputation. Why couldn't that slut, Jun Mayan, obediently let her dig out the child in her belly 5 years ago, and let her refine it into an elixir to eat? Otherwise, she would be the one at the pinnacle of the innate realm. No, even if there is no golden silkworm, that immortal spiritual body in Mayan, she absolutely must obtain them. As long as she could take the elixir refined by the immortal physique, she would be able to refine her soul and body. What could mere corpse soldiers do to her? Gong Qianxue suddenly took a step forward and roared, "Soldiers of Jingqing country, listen to my order. Everyone around the city wall, except for Jun Mayan and her son, kill them all without mercy. Whoever captures Jun Mayan and her lowly spawn alive, Ben Gong will bestow upon him the title of Prince Regent, General Wei Yuan. Henceforth, in Jingqing country, he would be below 1 person and above 10,000 people." Hearing Gong Qianshua's order, Gong Qianshua's actions just now really hurt the hearts of the people of Jingqing country. Furthermore, many of these soldiers were recruited from Lydian city. But the other half, after hearing Gong Qianshua's shout, their eyes lit up, and they immediately readied themselves for action. A moment later, he rushed toward the observation deck. He watches as tens of thousands of soldiers surround Jun Mayan and the others as well as the people from the Ink camp. Gong Qianshua's ugly face finally revealed a carefree expression. So what if Jun Mayan's cultivation is higher? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. She could fight 10 of them, but could she fight 100 or 1,000 of them, surrounded by thousands of soldiers? These hundreds of people were like ants that could be squashed to death at any time. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan smiled. He casually changed his posture and sat cross-legged. His fingers lightly moved on the strings, producing a pleasant sound. She raised her face and asked faintly, "Are you guys ready?" "Of course." Ru Yan, Yan Haoyan, and Feng Haitang all kneel before Mayan, their faces brimming with eagerness and excitement. Ru Yan's eyes shine brightly as she says, "My Nether Flame Army's 3 camps, Ink Camp, Heavenly Secret Camp, and Longevity Camp, have been operating for so long, and have consumed so many of Miss Precious elixirs and drafts, all for this day." This was the day when the Nether Flame Army truly made their appearance. It was also an unforgettable day for the people of the world to remember the Nether Flame Army from afar. Mu Yan looks at the excitement and fighting spirit on the faces of the 3, and the corner of her mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. "Go, it's time to let Gong Qianxue know how many gifts I prepared for her." Ru Yan and the other 2 received the order and each walked towards 3 different directions of the lookout tower. Then, they used their fingers to press their lips together and let out different whistles. On the city wall, Gong Qianxue is about to order Jingqing's army to attack. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and shook. The rumbling of horse hooves, shouts, and footsteps came from all directions. Gong Qianxue looked over in shock. From the east, west, and south, there was a huge group of people galloping over. After a short period of a few tens of breaths, the army had stopped outside Heaven Departing City. The number of troops in this group isn't actually large, but they've spread out in a large circle, faintly encircling Jingqing's army. Soon, a man in the east jumped off his horse and knelt on the ground. Black Camp's Guan Hu, leading 2,600 elite cavalry, reporting to Miss and Commander Yen. In the south, a slender woman jumped off her horse and knelt on the ground. Heavenly Secret Battalion's Fang Jingya, leading 1,700 people, reporting to Miss and Commander Ruyan. In the west, a hale and hearty old man in his 50s jumped off his horse and knelt on the ground. Longevity Camp's Old Tao, leading 1,900 men, reporting to young mistress and Commander Feng. As soon as the three finished their reports, the thousands of soldiers behind them roared in unison. The Nether Flame Army is invincible. Long live the young miss, long live the young master. Gong Xianxia stared fixedly at the scene in front of her. Listening to the shouts of the people below, her eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? Jun Mayan is a woman with no power, no influence, no background. How could she gather such a powerful army? The cultivation of every soldier here had even reached the Xian grade. They're even more powerful than her Jing Cheng's army. Jun Mayan, on what basis does she have? But very quickly, Gong Qianxue calms down. Because no matter how powerful this army is, it's still less than 10,000. However, if she wanted to kill these people in a short period of time, her army would definitely suffer heavy losses. But if she captures Mayan alive, these people might be of use to her. Gong Qianxue rolled her eyes, a sinister light flashing in her eyes. She raised her hand and shouted, "Wait." Hearing Gong Qianxue's order, Jing Cheng's army immediately stops. Jun Mayan, do you really want to go against me? Gong Qianxue sneered, don't forget, your foster father is still in my hands. Or are you saying that you don't even care about your adoptive father's life? While speaking, a black-clothed man immediately carries the disheveled and haggard Shen father, Shen Yicheng, to the top of the city wall. Gong Qianxue slowly walked to Shen Yicheng's side and smiled. Master Shen, do you see that? That's your adopted daughter. She overestimated herself and wanted to go against me, but I am magnanimous and can give her a chance. As long as you can convince her to surrender to Ben Gong will naturally give everyone in the Chen family a way out. Otherwise, just wait for Ben Gong to lead an army to flatten your Chen family and make it so that your Chen family will never have any descendants. Hearing this, the Shen father raises his eyelids, which are almost glued together by blood, and looks towards Gong Qianxue. Just when Gong Qianxue still wanted to say something, she suddenly spat on Gong Qianxue. Stop dreaming. My Chen family's people would rather die than surrender. Yan. Shen father lifts his head and looks at Mayan on the observation platform. He says in a hoarse voice, Yan. Don't worry about Daddy. Daddy is already old, his death is not to be regretted. You must never yield to this vicious woman. Piak, he ruthlessly slaps the Shen father's face, causing one side of his face to quickly swell up, and fresh blood overflows from the corner of the Shen father's mouth. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Gong Qianxue said in a cold voice, Men, chop off his hands and feet for me. Gong Qianxue, you dare. On the opposite observation deck, Mayan walks step by step to the edge, coldly watching this side. The pressure of a peak innate expert was suddenly released. Gong Qianxue felt as if her blood had frozen. The man in black beside her was shivering, and his face was pale. For a moment, he couldn't move a single step. Gong Qianxue revealed an aghast and jealous expression, hurriedly taking out a medicinal pill and swallowing it. Then he looks at Mayan and says darkly, Jun Mayan, as you can see, your foster father is now in my hands. Not only him, but also those old undying doctors. Their life and death are all under my control. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll chop off your adoptive father's arms and legs and slice off his flesh piece by piece. The sword in Gong Qianxue's hand is firmly pressed against the Shen father's neck. Then he looks at Mayan with a sneer. However, Jun Mayan's panic-stricken, angry, shocked, and pained appearance didn't appear. Her expression was frighteningly cold, and there was not a trace of emotion on her beautiful face. Gong Qianxue, you've given me such a big gift. If I don't reciprocate, wouldn't it be a pity? Gong Qianxue stares blankly, Jun Mayan, what are you saying? Could it be that he has lost his mind? Mayan claps her hands together and lightly claps them. Soon, someone from the Ink camp escorts a group of people up. These people's appearance is really similar to the Shen fathers. Each and every one of them is disheveled and dirty, extremely haggard. Seeing these people appear, Gong Qianxue simply couldn't believe her eyes. Imperial father, imperial mother, imperial brother. Why are you here? Shuer, quickly save us. When Gong Yanhai saw Gong Qianxue, he immediately cried and shouted with a face full of snot and tears. The other children of Jingqing country's royal family are also wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They're begging Gong Qianxue not to go against Mayan again, and quickly save them. Gong Qianxue looks at Mayan in shock. You slut, what did you do? His voice suddenly became louder, filled with endless fear and disbelief. Mu Yan smiled slightly, her expression cold and mocking. Nothing much, it's just that, Your Highness, don't you like to plunder other people's houses? So, to return the favor, I also went to the princess's house to make a copy. Your Highness, your family members are all here now. As for that magnificent Jingqing country's imperial palace, I'm afraid it's already turned into a pile of scorched earth. No. This is impossible. Gong Qianxue roars hysterically, her expression like a madman. That is my Jingqing country's imperial palace. There are 12 pre-celestial powerhouses inside, and thousands of troops and horses guarding inside and outside the city. How could you possibly capture my imperial father and imperial mother? How could you possibly burn the imperial palace? Jingqing country's imperial palace, that magnificent palace, is the place that belongs to her in the future. One day, she will ascend the throne as empress there and unify the Yanwu continent. How could it be burned down by that slut Jun Mayan? Mayan's cold eyes looked at the almost insane Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue, didn't you say that you have a lot of hostages in your hands that can threaten me? In that case, let's see who has more hostages and who has more chips. She lightly plucked the zither strings. The next moment, the people from the ink camp immediately take a step forward and grab all the members of Jingqing country's royal family. 10 slaps landed on the faces of Gong Yanhai and the others. Pa, 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 pa. These 10 slaps could be said to be merciless. In an instant, the faces of Gong Yanhai and the others swelled like pig heads. Some of them even had their teeth knocked out. His ears were filled with the painful wails of the Gong family. Mu Yan's face is cold and solemn. From now on, the pain you inflicted on my father and other friends, I will return it to your family tenfold, 100-fold. If you slap my father once, I'll return 10 slaps to every member of your Gong family. If you chop off one of my father's hands, I'll chop off all the limbs of your Gong family. If you cut off a piece of my father's flesh, I will cut off the flesh of your parents piece by piece. The afternoon sun shone on the girl's beautiful face. However, even though it was clearly such a bright sunlight, it did not give off a trace of warmth. All that was left was cold hatred and determination. The hatred between her and Gong Qianxue in her past life and this life. The number was innumerable, and the retribution was endless. Today was the day of the end. Gong Qianxue, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. There was a dead silence in the hall. The blades of the ink camp's people are pressed against the necks of Gong Yanhai and the others, revealing a malevolent smile. Dog Emperor, tell me, will your precious daughter save you? I can't wait to cut off your hands and feet. The cold blade was pressed against his shoulder, cutting through his clothes and flesh. Still not releasing Jun Mayan's father. As the Emperor of Jingqing country, we order you to release him immediately. On Lydian City's side, everyone's eyes are on Gong Qianxue. Especially the soldiers of Jingqing country. Princess. Hurry and save them, that's the Emperor and Empress. Yes, Princess. The other side will do what they say, we can't ignore His Majesty's life. Gong Qianxue grits her teeth, her eyes spitting fire as she looks at Mayan, as if she can't wait to rush over and tear her apart. Jun Mayan, you despicable slut, you actually used Bengong's parents to threaten Bengong? Who is the slut scolding? Ru Yan sneers, the princess seems to have turned her head and forgotten who the hostage was. What's more, isn't the conditions given by our miss very reasonable? Everyone has hostages in their hands, release them together. It's very fair, no one will suffer a loss. Yes, yes. Very fair. Shuer. Gong Qianxue, what are you still doing? Gong Yanhai shouts, quickly order for them to be released. Gong Qianxue's eyes fall on Gong Yanhai, Gong Qianya, and the others. Suddenly, the anger on her face fades little by little, slowly turning into a cold ruthlessness. What's the use of these wastes, as her parents and brothers, not only can they not help her, they will only hold her back. That's right, what's the big deal if these wastes die? isn't Jingqin country still hers? She can even ascend the throne more smoothly, because she's the only one left in the royal family of Jingqin country. Ha, ha ha ha. Jun Mayan, that slut, thinks that she can threaten her. She doesn't know that she's paving the stepping stone for her. Bring the bow and arrows. Gong Qianxua suddenly shouts and reaches behind her. Soon, a black-clothed man hands over the bow and arrows. She knocked the arrow and pointed it at Gong Yanhai and the others. Gong Yanhai's eyes widen. Gong Qianxua, you evil creature, what are you doing? No way. Ru Yan cried out in alarm. Gong Qianxua has actually become deranged to this extent. Those are her parents and relatives. Even Yan Haoyan, who has always been indifferent, also shows a shocked expression. Only Mu Yan wasn't surprised in the slightest. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up to reveal a wisp of dense ridicule. Yes, she should have known, Gong Qianxua, this deranged woman, would not have the slightest bit of conscience. He had thought that she would at least care about his parents' lives. But he didn't expect her to be vicious to such an extent. For the sake of his own future, he would rather kill his own parents with his own hands. Imperial father, imperial mother. Gong Qianxua is unhurried, her voice doesn't have a trace of the gentle and virtuous gentleness that she pretends to have in the past, leaving only cruelty and heartlessness. It's not that your daughter doesn't want to save you, but that slut Jun Mayan is too cunning. Your daughter absolutely cannot let them succeed. Don't worry, after you die, your daughter will definitely avenge you. Swish, before he could finish his words, an arrow pierced through the air. Without waiting for the people of the ink camp to react, it has already pierced through the chest of the Empress of Jingqin country. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open as she stared at her daughter in disbelief. After a long time, she collapsed unwillingly. He breathed his last, swish. Swish. Swish, the second, third, and fourth arrows were released one after another. At the same time, he lets out a beast-like angry roar. Gong Qianxua, you evil creature, killing your father and mother like this, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning and retribution? Gong Qianxua lifts the corner of her mouth, smiling faintly. Retribution? This consort is a woman of destiny. I will only climb to the peak and rule over everyone. How could there be any retribution? Imperial father, just obediently go, don't worry about your daughter anymore. When your daughter becomes empress, I will definitely make Xue Feng the retired emperor. Whoosh, another arrow mixed with powerful internal force shoots out, instantly piercing Gong Yanhai's chest. He holds the arrow in his chest, shaking it unwillingly, and lets out a roar before his death. Jingqin country's army, listen to my order, kill the traitor. Gong Qianxua. Bang, Gong Yanhai's corpse falls to the yellow ground, but his eyes are wide open, unwaveringly staring at Gong Qianxua above, as if he wants to swallow her alive. He died with everlasting regret. From the beginning to the end, Jun Mayan and the Nether Flame army just watched Gong Qianxua's frenzied performance, not participating in it. However, looking at the woman on the city gate tower, who looks like a peach, but has a heart like a snake and scorpion, they only feel a chill. How could a person be vicious to this extent? Even the lives of her own biological parents, she doesn't care at all. Ha 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 ha. Gong Qianxua puts away the arrow in her hand, her whole person bursting with energy, insolent and proud. Jun Mayan, now, the chips in your hands are completely gone, but your father's life is still in my hands. I'd like to see what other methods you have to fight against me. Mayan slightly frowns, not speaking. Ru Yan anxiously says, Miss, what should we do? Why don't we rush forward and rescue Master? Mayan shakes her head, rejecting this plan. Because Gong Qianxua's blade is too close to Shen Father. A little carelessness, and Shen Father might lose his life on the spot. Gong Qianxua can disregard her father's life. But Mayan can't. What's more, Dr. Song and the others haven't been rescued yet. Gong Qianxua, tell me, what do you want? Mayan coldly asks. This time, the situation could be said to be completely reversed. The expression on Gong Qianxua's face became even more savage and carefree as she said loudly, I want you to chop off your wrists right now, cripple your qi and cultivation, then come over and become my captive. I wonder if you cherish your own life more than your father's. Ha ha ha. How dare you? You want to cripple Mrs. Cultivation? Dream on. Hearing Gong Qianshua's words, the entire Nether Flame army exploded. Yan Haoyan and the others revealed ominous glints in their eyes, wishing that they could fly over right now and dismember Gong Qianshua's corpse into 1,000 pieces. The Shen father has a face full of shame as he resolutely runs towards the blade, wanting to mutilate himself in exchange for Mayan's victory. However, Gong Qianshua grabbed his hair and stepped on him pathetically. Jun Mayan, I'll count to 3. If you haven't crippled your own cultivation and chopped off your hands, then don't blame me for messing up your father's qi and chopping off his 4 limbs. 1. 2. Mayan takes a step forward. Okay, however, what's even faster than her is an ice-cold, but crisp, little childish voice, I'll be your captive. The air froze in a split second. Mayan jerks her head back, looking at her baby son behind her. The people of the ink camp also look over, revealing an aghast expression. Xiaobao didn't look at her, but walked step by step to the edge of the lookout, looking at Gong Qianshua in the distance. If I were to be a captive, I should be better than mother. Young master. Little master, what nonsense are you talking about? How could you put yourself in danger? Xiaobao glanced at them coldly. He clearly didn't release any pressure, but he was born with the temperament of a monarch. In an instant, everyone on the observation deck was speechless. On the city wall, when Gong Qianshua saw Xiaobao walking over, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if there was a burning flame of greed burning in them. Immortal physique, that was the immortal physique, she giggled. Are you really willing to become my captive? Jun Machin, come back here. Mu Yan's complexion turned deathly pale. She took a step forward, as if she wanted to pull Xiaobao back. However, Xiaobao turned around to look at her and murmured, Mother, Xiaobao can't just watch you hurt yourself. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Yan to stop him, his small figure had already soared into the sky, and then steadily landed on the opposite city wall. The distance between the watchtower and the city wall was actually quite far. Xiaobao was only a 4 or 5-year-old child, yet he was able to fly over effortlessly. This immediately shocked many people. But Gong Qianshua was not surprised at all. Because back in the misty forest, she had already witnessed this child's shocking talent. A 4-year-old beginner heaven rank. He was only 1 or 2 small realms lower than her. At that time, Gong Qianshua was still full of shock and amazement, but now she didn't feel it was strange at all. That was a celestial physique, wasn't it a given that he had such talent, and it was precisely because of the immortal physique's outstanding talent that her cultivation was able to undergo such a drastic change after she swallowed it. Looking at the little child who had landed in front of her, Gong Qianshua couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Why aren't you coming over? Come over to my side. Xiaobao frowned and said in a grown-up tone, Don't try to trick me. I'm using myself to exchange for Grandpa. If you want me to go over, release my grandfather first. Otherwise, I will immediately jump down from here. Gong Qianshua glances at the Shen father at her feet. Indeed, compared to the immortal physique, this old fart Xianxia was useless. As long as she has the immortal spirit body, how could Jun Mayan ignore her own son? Gong Qianshua gave her subordinate a look. Immediately, 2 innates and 4 to 5 heaven-rank black-clothed men surrounded Xiaobao. Someone even grabbed Little Bao's arm to prevent him from jumping off the tower. Xiaobao obediently didn't resist, but his big blue eyes stubbornly looked at Gong Qianshua, waiting for her to fulfill the agreement. Gong Qianshua chuckles lowly, lifting her foot to give the Shen father a kick, directly kicking him down from the city gate tower. With the immortal physique, what use would Xianxia have? What's more, she still has Jun Mayan's subordinates and dozens of doctors in her hands. Gong Qianshua grinned maliciously as she walked towards Xiaobao step by step. Alright, little friend, I've already fulfilled my promise and released him. Now, it's time for you to come into my arms. She walked over to Xiaobao and reached out to pull him into her arms. He had already prepared the elixir that his senior brother had given him. Once this elixir was taken, even a pre-celestial powerhouse would be powerless from head to toe, unable to use internal force. After all, she hadn't forgotten that Xiaobao was a heaven-rank expert. Just as her hand is about to touch Xiaobao's arm, Xiaobao's little face suddenly lifts up, revealing a delicate snow jade complexion, and a pair of clear and cold blue eyes with a hint of ridicule. Auntie, you're so much older than my mother, and you still call yourself an older sister? Don't you have any shame? Gong Qianshua's face suddenly stiffens. There's a roar in her mind, only the words anti-old, reverberate in her mind. Soon after, she sees the little figure in front of her soar up to the sky, and ruthlessly slaps her on the chest. Gong Qianxue only feels that the internal force of 15 kilograms is like a boulder pressing down on her chest. She gives a muffled groan, and suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Quickly catch this little bastard for me, a hysterical scream pierces the sky. The black-cloaked men on top of the city wall all fly towards Xiaobao. Xiaobao coldly snorts in disdain, and with a fierce stomp of his feet, he soars into the sky. His little body flies up into the air. Immediately after, he sees a white light shoot out from the direction of the watchtower, wrapping around his waist and directly pulling him back. Xiaobao throws himself into Mu Yan's arms all of a sudden, hugging her neck and gently rubbing against it. Soon after, he raises his head, his big eyes flickering, revealing an expression of seeking praise. Nyangqin, was Xiaobao's performance good? Baby, you're amazing. Mu Yan isn't stingy with her praise, and kisses him on his tender little cheek. Thank you for saving grandfather, Nyangqin is proud of you. Xiaobao's lips are lightly pursed, but the tips of his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes are slightly raised, carrying a rarely seen childlike cheerfulness. Mu Yan tightly hugs the baby in her arms, and the fear in her heart slowly recedes. Even though she knew what her baby was going to do the moment Xiaobao came out, and she also knew that her baby would definitely succeed. But by the nature of a mother and son, when Xiaobao flew to the top of the opposite city wall, her heart had almost jumped out of her throat. She was afraid that her baby would suffer even a little bit of harm. Fortunately, her Xiaobao, her child, is even more formidable and outstanding than she had imagined. Yan, Xiaobao, I'm sorry, I've dragged you down. Xianxia, who was rescued by the people from the ink camp, shows a guilty expression. Mu Yan crouches down and feeds him another elixir. She softly says, Father, we are relatives, family. There's no such thing as implicating or not. You have to take good care of your body. Big Brother is still waiting for you to return to Hellflame Valley. Good. Yan, I really didn't expect that you would grow to this stage one day. Tears streamed down Xianxia's old face, and he warned Mu Yan to be careful before he was sent away. Mu Yan looks at Gong Qianxue, who is so angry that she's about to faint. She chuckles, how does it feel to have your internal organs injured by a 4-year-old child? Gong Qianxue. Ha, saying that Yanwu continent's #1 genius is simply the biggest joke. You can't even beat our little master. Exactly. In the future, don't call yourself the #1 genius. Call yourself the #1 idiot or the #1 old hag. TSK. She's so much older and uglier than our miss, yet she still has the nerve to call herself big sister. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. Ha, Gong Qianxue simply wants to go crazy. Several times, she wants to throw caution to the wind and rush out, but she's held back by her subordinates. Someone come. Bring that group of doctors and Jun Mayan's subordinates here. Slut, you think that after rescuing Xianxia, I won't be able to do anything to you? Don't forget, I still have a lot of hostages in my hands. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to save him, slut. Very soon, dozens more people are dragged up. Each and every one of these people has disheveled hair, bloody noses and swollen faces, their faces hard to distinguish. But just by looking at the clothes they're wearing, you can recognize that they're Dr. Song and the others, as well as the soldiers of the ink camp, as well as the young staff of the Junji Medical Center. Gong Qianxue's eyes are filled with crazy hatred. She doesn't even give Mayan the same mental torture she did when she questioned the Shen father just now. Instead, she directly drags a person over, and cuts off his hands with a knife. Soon after, the blade is pressed against the man's neck, and she lets out an ear-piercing laugh. Jun Mayan, do you see that? These people are still in my hands. Don't tell me you don't care about their lives? Could it be that you have the heart to watch these innocent people die for you? Mayan smiles faintly, and carelessly says, really? I really want to see it. Gong Qianxue suddenly widens her eyes, as if she doesn't believe that Mayan would say such words. Good, it seems that you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Gong Qianxua bellows, and at the same time, the knife in her hand falls down, chopping off the head of the man in her hands. Cut off half of their hands and feet for me. Woo, woo, the dozen or so people who are caught simultaneously let out painful groans, but they don't know why they can't speak. But Gong Qianxua has already been completely overwhelmed by anger at this time, and she simply doesn't notice that anything is wrong. As soon as she gives the order, the dozen or so heads thud to the ground. Gong Qianxua's face is splattered with blood, and she grins nastily. Do you see that, Jun Mayan? These people died for you. If you still don't surrender, Ben Gong will also kill the remaining half. These people have pledged their loyalty to you to the death. Let them die innocently for you. Do you have a conscience? Heh. Mayan lets out a low laugh. Gong Qianxua, even your conscience feels sorry. How could I feel sorry? After all, these people aren't loyal to me, but you. No matter what, they used to give their all for you. I didn't expect that they would end up like this. Gong Qianxua suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, what did you say? She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suddenly pounced in front of the head that she had just chopped off. She pushed aside her messy hair. However, it was not Dr. Song's face that was revealed, but her trusted subordinate. Ah. This was impossible. This is impossible. Gong Qianxua madly rushed over and pushed aside everyone's messy hair, only to discover that none of these people were the hostages she thought they were. On the contrary, every single one of them was her confidant, her strength that she relied on. But now, half of them had been killed by her. As for the remaining half, their stomachs were bulging and they were on the brink of death. Their flesh and blood would be devoured by the goo at any time. Jun Mayan, it's you. You're the one behind this. What did you do? However, no one on the observation deck paid attention to her hysterical roar. Dr. Song and the others, riddled with scars, have already been brought over. Following behind them is Han Yi. He can't do anything that would destroy the balance of the Yanwu continent. However, it was very easy for him to do these little things that didn't matter much. Dr. Song and the rest were currently in a deep sleep. The goo worms in their abdomens had been taken out, and their lives were no longer in danger. However, it would take a long time to replenish the blood and essence that had been sucked away by the goo. After Mu Yan confirms that they're all right, she looks at Han Yi. Thank you very much this time. Madam, don't be so polite. Han Yi smiles. Sooner or later, we'll all be one family. Madam's business is our business. Cough, cough. Seeing Mayan's unkind gaze, Han Yi immediately changes the subject, and this time, it really isn't all my credit. Seeming to have thought of something, the light in Han Yi's eyes slightly sinks. His line of sight shifts towards the ink camp, who have also been rescued. When I went to save them, it was already too late. A few doctors couldn't hold on any longer. The gold silkworm goo larvae were about to break out of their bodies. At that time, even if I bring him back, he will only be a corpse. But strangely, one night, all the golden silkworm larvae suddenly fell into a deep sleep, as if they were on the verge of death. Dormant? Mu Yan slightly frowns, revealing a puzzled expression. Will the golden silkworm goo fall into a deep sleep? Han Yi says, we, the people of the polar domain, don't know much about the art of medical goo and poison. We're not very clear about it. But I know that most goo worms will fall into a short slumber after being attacked by the extreme cold. It was also because these goo worms were in deep slumber that I was able to smoothly extract these goo worms and place them in the bodies of Gong Qianxua's subordinates. What's strange is that the moment these goo worms entered the bodies of Gong Qianxua's subordinates, they immediately woke up and started to suck their flesh and blood. Mu Yan looks pensive. You mean, someone is helping us? Did you find out who they are? Han Yi's gaze turns towards the direction of the ink camp. He moves his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he swallows it back down. After a brief conversation with Han Yi, Mayan walks towards Changyu and the others. This time, when Tianyuan City was robbed, it wasn't only the doctors, Shen Father, and Shen Jinglin who were injured, but also these people from the ink camp who had risked their lives to follow her. In order to protect the Shen Father and Shen Jinglin, they stubbornly resisted, and in the end, more than half of them died. There were less than 30 of them left. Seeing Mayan approaching, the eyes of everyone in the ink camp brighten. Changyu's eyes were the brightest. They all knelt down and said in a hoarse voice, "Greetings, miss." Mu Yan looked at these subordinates who were riddled with scars but had no regrets. Her heart was filled with an indescribable emotion and sourness. She wanted to apologize. Because he was the one who had implicated them. But in the end, she only said softly, "You guys are very good. The Ink Camp, the Nether Flame Army, me and Xiaobao, we are all proud of you." More than 20 people abruptly raised their heads, and their eyes instantly reddened. Complex and passionate emotions flashed across their bruised faces. Most of them were the first to follow Mayan. After being abandoned in Wanren-ku, the words they heard the most were trash, beasts, and trash. In the past, they had abandoned themselves to despair and were cruel and bloodthirsty. Once upon a time, they were abandoned in a corner of the world, and no one cared about their lives or the value of their existence. But now, they finally found the faith to survive. Willing to go through water and tread on fire for Miss and Master, without hesitation. Willing to go through water and tread on fire, without hesitation. The corners of Mayan's lips gently curve up, not moving. Xiaobao steps forward, helping the 20 people up one by one. Being personally helped up by those fair and tender little hands, hearing Xiaobao's childish voice calling out their names, saying welcome back. 7 feet of sweat, but each and every one of them is brimming with tears. Only Changyu goes in front of Mayan, a pair of dark eyes greedily looking at the girl's beautiful profile without blinking. However, when Mayan turns around, he quickly lowers his head, concealing all the emotions in his heart. "Miss, I'm sorry, it was my incompetence that caused the Ink Camp to suffer such heavy losses." The man's hoarse voice of self-blame makes Mayan's expression soften, and she tenderly looks at him. But strangely, she doesn't know why, but she feels that Changyu's appearance seems to have changed a little. It seems that compared to his previous ordinary appearance that couldn't be recognized in a crowd of people, he's become a lot more handsome and good-looking. But looking closely, she feels that those eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same. Unexpectedly, she recalls the time when she was painting. At that time, she felt that Changyu's body and face were very out of place together. The lines of his body are very graceful, so much so that it can be said that he has a masculine charm that can make people's blood boil. But that face is like a passerby that can be caught anywhere. However, Mayan quickly throws this thought to the back of her mind. After returning to Hellfire Valley, you will gather the people again and form a team of the Ink Camp. You will always be the Ink Camp's first captain. Changyu's gaze jumps, as if there's a blazing emotion that's about to gush out. He purses his lips, and only after a long while does he say, "So miss, can I still stay by your, and the little master's side?" "Of course." Mayan curls up the corners of her mouth and smiles. "It hasn't even been 5 years, and you already want to leave?" "No. As long as Miss and Little Master don't mind, this subordinate is willing to follow you for a lifetime." Changyu's reply was resolute and decisive. His lowered eyes hid too many emotions. Not far away, Hanyi glances at Changyu, slightly narrowing his eyes, his expression unfathomable. Just then, Gong Qianshua's hysterical roar is heard from the other side. "Jun Mayan, do you think you've won like this? Don't forget. I still have thousands of men and horses. Even without hostages, I can still trample all of you into meat patties. Slut, if you have the guts, then fight my army head-on." Mu Yan raises her head and looks at Gong Qianxua across from her, revealing a mocking and disdainful smile. "Face off? Gong Qianxua, don't you know that I've waited for this moment for a very long time? Nether Flame Army, listen up." A clear shout came out unhurriedly. In an instant, shouts of agreement that were like a tsunami resounded from the surroundings of Heaven-departing city. "Ink Camp, heed my order. Heavenly Secret Battalion, heed my command. Longevity Battalion, heed my command." "As you command, young miss." Mu Yan slowly sits down cross-legged, her fingers lightly plucking the strings of the zither. Her gaze sweeps over the thousands of soldiers and horses below, as well as Gong Qianshua's ferocious face on the opposite side. Then, she gently and lazily spat out the word given, "Kill." Clang, the sound of the zither suddenly rose in pitch, turning into the roar of mountains and tsunamis, the shaking of the earth, the shattering of the heavens and the splitting of the earth. As for the 3 Nether Flame Army, they seemed to have received instructions and roared in unison. On the city wall, Gong Qianxue looked at this scene and revealed a crazy smile. She kept muttering, "I won't lose. How could I lose? My people are many times more than that bitch's subordinates. That's right, that bitch will definitely lose miserably. At that time, she will crawl under my feet and be trampled on and slaughtered by me." However, Gong Qianxue didn't know. There is a profession called Shin musician in this world. Why are the people of the Xiaoxian continent so afraid of the Shin musicians? Because that was truly a heaven-defying existence. Not only could she make herself stronger, but she could also make the people around her stronger. But at the same time, it could infinitely weaken the enemy's advantage on the battlefield. Graceful Feather was activated. The enemies were locked onto one by one. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Mayan's complexion begins to turn pale inch by inch, but her eyes are incomparably bright. Like the most dazzling star in the summer night sky. In this life, her hatred, her resentment, her pain, and her despair would all come to an end today, at this moment. To put an end to it with his own hands. 10,000 Jingqing country soldiers were locked on. 20,000 Jingqing country corps soldiers were locked on. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Bright red blood oozes from the corner of Mayan's mouth. Little Treasure's hands were clenched into fists as tears welled up in his blue eyes. But he didn't say anything, nor did he move. Because Xiaobao understands his mother better than anyone else. He knew that when his mother showed that kind of expression, it meant that she was determined not to turn back, and wouldn't let anyone change her mind. The intense music slowly became gentle and melodious. And when the sound of the zither finally reduced to a sobbing, almost inaudible sound, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitang all stepped forward. They are separately facing the Ink camp, the Tianji camp and the Longevity camp on the east, south and west. A silk banner had appeared in his hand, and he was waving it in the air. Boom! The appearance of this banner was like a signal, igniting the Nether Flame Army's originally suppressed fighting spirit. On the contrary, it's the army of Jingqing country. At this moment, they suddenly felt as if their hands and feet were filled with lead. The Xianxia in his body seemed to be frozen by the cold, unable to circulate. What was more important was their heart and their will. Just now, they had witnessed Gong Qianshua's brutality and rebellion with their own eyes. This woman is insane, using the innocent people of Jingqing country to raise those terrible goo insects. She even killed her own father with her own hands. Was such a woman really worthy of their loyalty? All the soldiers had the thought of retreating and the fatigue of slacking off. Their eyes were drowsy, and they couldn't lift their hands or move their feet. They couldn't wait to fall asleep. Mu Yan's face was deathly pale. Looking at the scene below, she revealed a smile of understanding. This was the reason why she tried every possible way to force Gong Qianxue to reveal her true colors. Although, Graceful Feather was very powerful. However, this was an army of nearly 100,000 soldiers. It was almost impossible to use Feather Grace to lock onto all the enemies at the same time and weaken their strength and willpower. But what if these people had already aroused doubt towards Gong Qianxue and had the intention to rebel? One side's momentum is like a rainbow, sweeping away all obstacles. The other side is muddle-headed, not advancing but retreating instead. In this way, even if there's a huge disparity in strength, the final outcome is clear at a glance. The war lasted for an entire hour. Finally, the dust settles. The Nether Flame Army lined up in a neat formation, bringing the enemy's heads, pressing down the captives, and wrapping up their spoils of war, returning to their original positions. And what about the entire 100,000 Jingqing army? But in this hour, some escaped, some died, and some were captured. In the end, not a single one was left. On the city wall of Lydian City, Gong Qianshua's whole body is trembling. Her complexion is even paler than Mu Yan's. Suddenly, Gong Qianxue let out a shrill scream, fleeing down the city wall in panic and embarrassment. Mu Yan coldly watches this scene, and waves her hand, "Attack the city." After a short quarter of an hour, Lydian City has completely changed hands. This isn't because the strength of the Nether Flame Army has really reached such a level. Rather, at this moment, Gong Qianxue has already lost the hearts of everyone. Almost at the moment when Mu Yan gave the order to attack, the common people of Lydian City had already rebelled and opened the city gates. the Nether Flame army marched straight in. Under the guidance of the common people of Lydian City, they found Gong Qianxue and her confidant, who wanted to escape from the underground palace. Mu Yan looks at the woman being escorted by the ink camp in front of her, her gaze somewhat complicated. In her memory, Gong Qianxue was always aloof, cold and arrogant. But now, the woman being forced to kneel in front of her has disheveled hair, ragged clothes, and is in a sorry state like a beggar. Jun Mu Yan, you dare to touch me. I'm the princess of Jingchun country, a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Road sect, and the person that Senior Jianfeng admires. No, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, all of you will die. Senior Jianfeng will never let you off. Not waiting for her to finish shouting, Guanhu has already grabbed her hair and slapped her face 4 times in a row. Lousy hit you, let's see what you can do to me. Gong Qianshue's face instantly swells like a pig's head. Her eyes were about to spit fire. They were filled with resentment, but there was also a hint of fear. Mu Yan slowly crouches down, looking at her with an expressionless face. Gong Qianxue, in your entire life, you've schemed and schemed, treating everyone as chess pieces and stepping stones. For what? Just to fulfill your wish of becoming an immortal and ascending to the immortal realm? Gong Qianxue gritted her teeth and said, I am the proud daughter of heaven, the darling of fate. Yuan's being able to become my stepping stones is your honor. What right do you have to resist me? Mu Yan narrows her eyes. Yes. In her previous life, Gong Qianxue was truly the darling of heaven and earth. After obtaining the sacred beast egg, she refined her most beloved Xiaobao into a pill and consumed it. She was favored by Jianfeng and became a disciple of the Heavenly Road sect. She also inherited the imperial power of Jingchun country. Even the ghost city is under her control. It could be said that most of the Yanwu continent has fallen into her hands. It was her own stupidity and flesh and blood that allowed her to finally refine her body and soul and achieve perfect ascension. However, God gave her a chance to be reborn. This time, her baby is alive and well by her side. She didn't lose any of her relatives or friends. And Gong Qianxue and her positions have been completely swapped. When Gong Qianxue sees the smile on her face, an inexplicable chill runs up her spine, and her body shudders. Mayan doesn't seem to notice her reaction at all, continuing, there's no such draft in the Yanwu continent, so I gave it a name, Blue Sky Underworld Powder. As for its effects, it's very similar to the White Jade Purple Frost Powder. After taking it, it will deprive you of your cultivation bit by bit, eventually making you return to a mortal who can't even use internal force. Gong Qianshue's eyes widen, revealing a frightened expression. But she hears Mayan continue, but the effects of Blue Sky Underworld Powder are much more interesting than the White Jade Purple Frost Powder. Because White Jade Purple Frost Powder still has an antidote, its effects are also reversible. But Blue Sky Underworld Powder, its effects are irreversible, because it not only deprives you of your cultivation, but also your spiritual root talent. Gong Qianshue's lips tremble, her hoarse voice coming out with difficulty. Jun Mayan, what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Mayan slightly tilts her head, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. Didn't you say that you're a proud daughter of heaven, the darling of fate? Then let's see, when your talent disappears bit by bit, even the spiritual root that you'll condense in the future to temper your body and refine your soul, what kind of darling can you become? No. Slut, you can't do this to me. I'm Gong Qianxue. I'm the one who wants to become the #1 ruler of the Yanwu continent, you can't. Before Gong Qianxue could finish screaming in horror and despair, she feels a chill in her mouth. The ice-cold liquid has already rolled down her throat. Gong Qianxue fiercely grabs her throat, desperately trying to spit out the medicine she swallowed. But the moment the medicine enters her stomach, it has already seeped into her internal organs, eroding her blood vessels. Jun Mayan, you slut, you dare to harm me like this. I'll kill you. Gong Qianxue screams, hysterically throwing herself at Mayan. But she's kicked away by Changyu, who's guarding Mayan. Changyu's expression is very cold. He steps forward, coldly saying, Miss, the effect of the medicine is too slow. If you want immediate results, it would be better to let this subordinate cripple her hands and feet now. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword. He walked towards Gong Qianxue step by step. At this moment, Gong Qianxue finally felt the despair and fear of extinction. Her hair was loose, a few strands stuck to her face with tears and snot. Her beautiful face was contorted due to extreme fear, making her look extremely ugly. She shook her head as she retreated backward. But Changyu's sword was getting closer and closer to her. Just as Changyu's sword is about to chop off her hands, Mu Yan suddenly shouts from behind, "Changyu, retreat." Almost at the same time, a terrifying, majestic power came crashing down from the void. Changyu's eyes darkened. But before he could make a move, his collar was already grabbed by someone and thrown behind him. A slender and frail figure stood in front of him. A dazzling light burst forth from the young girl's body, slowly forming 7 swords of different colors, surrounding the young girl. The rainbow-colored light shrouded the girl's delicate figure, making her seem even more fragile, making people want to protect her even more. But it was such a frail young girl who had shouldered countless heavy burdens. Changyu's vision is slightly blurred. He wishes he could embrace this slender figure, confine her in his arms, and protect her at all costs. But he can't. "Brother Jianfeng. Brother Jianfeng. You've finally come to save me." Feeling the familiar breath, Gong Qianxue screams in excitement. Almost at the same time, a figure rushes down from the void like lightning, heading towards Gong Qianxue. The pungent smoke, accompanied by a powerful pressure, shrouds everyone around. The lower cultivations of the Nether Flame army twitch and fall to the ground. Even Yen and the others have pale faces, their lips purple. It's obvious that they've been poisoned. Mu Yan sneers. The sound of the zither suddenly rings. The fog in the air seems to be swept away by a gust of wind, and is instantly blown away without a trace. Not far away, Jianfeng's figure also appears. Seeing that his unique poison is easily dispelled, Jianfeng's expression changes slightly. But he doesn't have time to think about it. He directly picks up Gong Qianxue and leaves. Mu Yan sneers, "You hurt my people, and you want to leave so easily?" As soon as her voice falls, the 7 swords around her have already shot out. With a puff, Jianfeng, who has just leaped into the air with Gong Qianxue, groans and suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. But just as his figure is about to fall, thick smoke suddenly rises all around him. When the smoke dissipates, Jianfeng and Gong Qianxue's figures have long disappeared. No need to chase. Mu Yan stops Yen and the others from chasing, and says lightly, "You can't deal with Jianfeng. Even if it's a seriously injured Jianfeng." Just from the confrontation just now, she has already seen that Jianfeng's cultivation is far beyond the peak of the pre-celestial realm. He shouldn't just be a person from the Yanwu continent. "Yes, miss." Yen and the others bow and say yes, their faces revealing a guilty expression. They are still too weak after all. The miss's internal force is exhausted. Not only can they not help, but they also have to rely on the miss to protect them. Mu Yan knows what they're thinking, and opens her mouth to speak. But suddenly, a huge sense of dizziness surges up. Her eyes go black, and her body softly falls down, losing all consciousness in a split second. "Niangqin. Miss." Yen. Han Yi reaches out to support Mayan. However, there was someone who was even faster than him. A moment ago, Changyu was clearly standing several meters away. But in that instant, he actually teleports over like lightning and catches Mayan's limp body. Han Yi looks over, bewildered and uncertain. He only feels that Changyu's quick movements just now are somewhat abnormal. "Niangqin." Xiaobao rushes to Mu Yan's side, sobbing. Looking at her mother's pale, bloodless face, tears instantly fill her blue eyes. He really wants to take his mother from Changyu's hands. Xiaobao really doesn't like seeing other men hug his mother so intimately. Even if this person was Changyu, who had always followed and protected him. But he's too young, too tender. His tiny hands simply can't carry his mother. He can't protect his mother either. Xiaobao tightly squeezed his mother's ice-cold hand, his heart filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Why wasn't that lecher here? If he was here, he would definitely protect his mother. There's no expression on Changyu's face, but he doesn't loosen his grip. "No need, I can do it. I can protect her. I can give her happiness and safety." Hanya's face suddenly turns completely gloomy. The surrounding air also stagnates in a split second. Ru Yan and the others look at the way Changyu carries Mu Yan, and there's an indescribable sense of incongruity. The way Changyu is holding the miss, it's a bit too intimate, too careful and protective. That doesn't look like he's protecting a master. Instead, it looks like he's guarding his beloved. Ru Yan coughs softly. Changyu, let me and Haitang take turns being carried by the Mississippi. Saying that, she reaches out to take Mu Yan from Changyu's hands. However, Changyu takes a step back. He looks down at the girl's sleeping face in his arms, and on his indifferent and ordinary face, there's a gentle expression. No need, I'll protect the Mississippi. You'd better call the doctor over. Yes, doctor. Dr. Song, quickly come and see the miss has fainted. Ru Yan and the others seem to wake up from a dream. They no longer care about what's wrong with this atmosphere, and promptly have someone call Dr. Song. But Han Yi suddenly steps forward, unsheathing his long sword, and coldly says, I'll say it again, let go of our madam, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Not only does Changyu's hand not loosen, it slowly tightens, and he takes a step back. He opens his mouth, wanting to say something. Suddenly, a powerful pressure, as if the sky is falling and the earth is splitting, shrouds him from all directions. Bang! 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 Countless stone pillars in the surroundings shatter, dust flying everywhere. Changyu only feels a dull pain in his chest, as if it's about to explode. His whole body seems to be torn to pieces by that powerful force. Before he could react, his arms are already empty. He suddenly looks up. He sees a tall figure standing proudly in the dust. Even if he can't see his face, that disdainful imposing manner is enough to make people want to surrender. And the miss that he's deeply worried about is in that person's arms, tightly imprisoned and possessed. In an instant, Changyu feels that it's not only his arms that are empty, but also his heart that's in so much pain that it's almost impossible to breathe. Who are you? Ru Yan and the others still hadn't figured out the situation. Thinking that Jian Feng had returned, she couldn't help but anxiously shout, You dare to hurt our miss, we will definitely tear you into pieces. Several thousand people from the Ink Camp, Heavenly Secret Camp, and Longevity Camp unsheath their swords. They're about to form a sword formation and recklessly rush in to save the people. But just as the three commanders were about to give the order, Xiaobao's clear and cold voice came steadily, You're not allowed to attack. Mother is fine. His blue eyes flickered as he stared at the figure that slowly appeared after the dust settled. Just a moment ago, he was still wondering why this person wasn't here. Why didn't you come back to protect Miangqin? Then, at this moment, he appeared. When Xiaobao saw his mother in his arms, he felt that if there really was someone who wanted to fight with him over his mother, if there really was someone who wanted to be so intimate with his mother, he would rather it be him. It could only be him. Hanya's eyes brighten, his voice trembling. He slowly kneels down, Jun Shang, you finally returned. When the dust has completely settled, the man's devastatingly beautiful and matchlessly handsome countenance is revealed. His indifferent blue eyes sweep over everyone present. He doesn't need to say a single word, just one action, but it makes everyone keep quiet out of fear, wishing that they could crawl at his feet. Ru Yan and the others finally come back to their senses, and they rub their eyes, shouting excitedly, Son-in-law, you're finally back. As soon as the words come out, she realizes that she was too excited, and actually called out the name she uses in private. She promptly says in fear and trepidation, Jun Shang, this subordinate made a mistake, please don't. Before she can finish speaking, Di Mingju already interrupts, don't change it, very good. Ru Yan receives Di Mingju's stern and proud, but also praising gaze, and for a moment, she is overwhelmed by favor. After a long while, she reacts. Di Mingju's very good refers to the title of son-in-law. She immediately smiles from ear to ear. But the rest of the Dark Flame army look at each other in dismay, secretly engraving the title of son-in-law in their hearts. As for whether Miss will be angry or not, of course she won't. Didn't you see that Miss even changed Ghost Wind Valley to Dark Flame Valley? The new son-in-law is called Di Mingju, and Miss is called Jun Mayan, each taking a word to form a valley. Isn't this a clear indication of Mrs. feelings for son-in-law? Mayan would never have thought that she would just sleep for a while, and when she wakes up, she would already be directly sent out by her subordinates. Di Mingju holds Mayan, slowly walking in front of Changyu. In a split second, the originally relaxed atmosphere because of Ruyan's son-in-law once again congeals into ice. Guanhu and everyone from the ink camp are nervous, stiff all over. They fear that Di Mingju will make a move, and Changyu's head will be separated from his body. Mayan is Benjun's wife. Di Mingju coldly says in a calm voice, if anyone dares to covet Mayan, Benjun will make them regret coming to this world. You should be glad that you are Mayan's subordinate, otherwise no matter who you are, you would already be living a life worse than death. Changyu clenches his teeth, his whole body is trembling, and his face is even more pale. Guanhu desperately pulls on his sleeves, not letting him speak. But Changyu raises his head a little, looking at Di Mingju. Miss has never admitted that she is your wife, just as Changyu finishes speaking. The girl in Di Mingju's arms cries out, slowly opening her eyes. But her eyes are still blurred, as if she can't tell what day it is. Her absent-minded gaze falls on Di Mingju's face, and she softly murmurs, Di Mingju? Di Mingju's entire body's murderous aura abruptly withdraws completely. His cold eyes flashed with a gentleness that even he himself did not notice. It's me. You're finally back? Yes, I'm back. Mu Yan absent-mindedly smiles for a bit. She gently rubs against his chest, and then murmurs, Di Mingju, I was so afraid that you wouldn't come back. It's great that you're back. Her voice becomes softer little by little, until it dissipates in Di Mingju's arms. Di Mingju's hands couldn't help but abruptly tighten, and he tightens his hold on the girl, shackling her in his arms. Changyu looked at this scene in a daze, only to feel as if there was a bunch of huge thorns in his chest, tearing at his heart. At this moment, he finally understood. His words just now were ridiculously wrong. Not only did Di Mingshan have a crush on Miss Mu, but Miss Mu also had this man in her heart, and only this man. And what does he count as? Changyu reveals a bitter smile, slowly taking a step back. He kneels down on the ground, and says in a hoarse voice, this subordinate swears to follow Miss and Little Master to death, and will never have the slightest bit of wishful thinking. Turning around, he picks up Xiaobao with one hand, puts him on his shoulder, and turns to leave. Watching the backs of the three people as they leave, everyone in the Nether Flame army is envious. This is such a beautiful scene. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Jun Shang is so handsome and powerful, and the miss is so incomparably beautiful. Even the little Gongzi is adorable like snow jade that everyone loves. At this moment, many people are convinced that Xiaobao is Di Mingju's son. Otherwise, they simply can't imagine what kind of outstanding man is worthy of their miss, worthy to be the father of their little master. Changyu slowly stands up from the ground, watching this scene. The pain and loneliness in his eyes are deeply hidden. Suddenly, a hand pats his shoulder. Changyu hears Guanhu's rough voice in his ear, Boss, don't blame this brother for not reminding you. There are some thoughts that you shouldn't have, you should put them away as soon as possible. Miss, you can't have such thoughts. Although he and Changyu are now leaders, Guanhu has always regarded Changyu as the boss. When the ink camp was just established, it was also Changyu who was the first to obey Mu Yan, and pointed out the bright path for them. Because they were willing to follow the miss, to be loyal to the little master, they have today. Therefore, many people in the ink camp respect Changyu as a deputy commander second only to Yan Haoyan. But among everyone, only the seemingly careless Guan who can see through Changyu's thoughts. He has always been worried about Changyu's misplaced infatuation. Changyu turns to look at him, the corners of his mouth pull up, revealing a wry smile. In the end, he doesn't say anything and turns to leave. Guanhu frowns slightly, watching the man's lonely back as he leaves. He lets out a long sigh. Mu Yan feels that she's having a long dream. In the dream, the sound of the Tian Emochin echoes in her ears. There are also earth-shaking battle cries, screams, and roars. The Shin musicians are possessed by demons, everyone has the right to punish them. Kill all of them. The Shin musicians, heal the sick and save people, have never harmed a wronged life, and have never done anything that goes against reason and nature. But you, just for the sake of power and selfishness, want to slaughter my Shin musicians. In the end, who is the demon? Bailey Yin Lu, as long as you hand over the Shin musician inheritance, my Tiani men might even give you an intact corpse, I curse you. The polar domain, the heaven physician sect, the Yinyang sect. I curse everyone in the Xianxia continent to die a horrible death. One day, my Shin musician's successor will return to the Xianxia continent. When that time comes, she will definitely wash this continent with blood, so that you will never be able to reincarnate. One day, the revenge of my Shin musician sect will come, just you wait, just you wait. Just you wait. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, her heart beating violently. In her dream, the Shin musician sect and Bailey Inlo's mournful cries before their deaths, filled with hatred and hatred as deep as a sea of blood, seemed to fill her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. What had happened 1,000 years ago? Why did the Shin musicians become the target of the entire Xianxia continent's pursuit? Furthermore, she seemed to have heard. Polar domain, Mu Yan takes a deep breath, suppressing the churning emotions in her heart. Once her line of sight is fixed, Mayan's breathing, which had just recovered, suddenly stagnates once again. A handsome face comes into view without any hindrance, making her heartbeat completely disorderly. Demingju, who usually opens his eyes, has a pair of deep, dark, ice-blue eyes. From top to bottom, there's a lofty and aloof coldness. Just like an emperor who rules over the world, making people unconsciously want to kneel down at his feet. But the man who's sleeping right now, the light falls on his fair face, reflecting the sharp angles of his face. Under the sword-like eyebrows, there are thick, long, and slightly curled eyelashes. The long eyelashes gently droop, covering those ice-cold eyes, making his entire temperament soften. Under the handsome bridge of his nose, there's a pair of thin lips. The line of his lips is taut, carrying a trace of solemnity. But sleeping peacefully like this, it inexplicably gives people a kind of childlike cuteness. Mayan's vision is somewhat blurred. When she was unconscious, she vaguely saw Di Mingju's face. At that time, she thought that it was her own dream. But she didn't expect that it would actually be true. This man, he really came back. Her hand uncontrollably reaches out, gently caressing the man's eyebrows, as if to confirm that he really exists. Her fingertips lightly touch those ink-black eyebrows, the tightly closed eyes, and the thin, lightly pursed lips. Her fingers touch the man's lips in the air, and quietly stop. She inexplicably wants to touch it, to see if it's the warm touch in her memory. Suddenly, Mayan seems to realize what she's doing, and her face reddens. Just as she's about to take her hand back, her wrist is suddenly covered with a warm touch. Her wrist tightens, and her whole body is pulled over, falling into the man's embrace. A familiar coolness hits her in the face, accompanied by the man's unique scent, making Mayan's flushed cheeks even redder. Let go. When she opens her mouth, she realizes how flustered her voice is. Di Mingju, what are you doing? The man bends down slightly, his hot breath at her ear. Shouldn't Benjun be asking you this? Yen, what do you want to do while I'm sleeping? Mayan didn't expect that she would be caught red-handed. She felt extremely guilty and could only put on a strong front. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Di Mingju looks at her blushing little face. The anger he felt when he saw Changyu hugging her disappeared without a trace at this moment. He firmly clasps Mayan's slender wrist and presses it against his chest. Yen, why do you have to be so sneaky? Where else do you want to touch? Your husband will let you touch as you please. Shut up. Mu Yan finally flew into a rage out of humiliation and jumped up. Who said I wanted to touch you? I just wanted to slap you awake. However, before Mu Yan could even jump off the bed, he was already pulled back by a strong force. For a moment, the world spins, and Mayan's hands are pressed on top of her head. The man's tall figure enveloped her completely. Di Mingju's peerlessly handsome face is within reach, his serene blue eyes are filled with her reflection. Yen, long time no see. Did you miss me even for a moment? As he spoke, the man's warm breath blew on his face, causing Mu Yan's skin to feel numb and itchy, as if there was a layer of goosebumps. The man's voice is so dark and husky, like a bewitching whisper. But like a brand, it's engraved into the depths of her soul, leaving her nowhere to escape. So, when Di Mingju slowly leans over, getting closer and closer to her lips, Mayan completely forgets to resist. She even sinks into that kind of blazing chaos of passion. She unconsciously sticks out her tongue and licks her somewhat dry lips. Such a small action is like a fuse, suddenly igniting Di Mingju's painstakingly suppressed passion. His eyes are frighteningly hot, like a beast that has been starving for a long time, itching to devour its prey into its belly. His sexy Adam's apple bobs up and down. Di Mingju leans over, about to kiss those cherry blossoms' soft lips. However, at this moment a small palm covers Di Mingju's face. Then, a crisp and angry little voice reaches their ears, "Lecher, you're not allowed to bully Xianxia." The two turn their heads at the same time, and what they see is a small, expressionless Xiaobao sitting on the bed, glaring angrily at Di Mingju. Jun Shang's face immediately darkens. Anyone's mood would explode if they're interrupted in the middle of a good occasion. The low pressure around him is as thick as an approaching storm. Unfortunately, Xiaobao simply ignores him. Instead, he pushes him away with a small hand, and pounces into Mayan's arms. "Xianxia." Xiaobao's voice is filled with grievance. "Xianxia is Xiaobao. Xianxia can't ignore Xiaobao. You can't not see Xiaobao." In fact, when Mayan woke up, Xiaobao and Di Mingju were sleeping on her left and right. It's just that when she opened her eyes, she saw Di Mingju. For a moment, she didn't notice Xiaobao's existence. At this time, she hears her baby complaining in a voice filled with grievance, acting like a spoiled child. What Di Mingju, what charming and gentle feelings, she immediately throws them all to the back of her mind. She holds Xiaobao in her arms, and kisses him on his tender cheeks. "Good baby." Xianxia loves Xiaobao the most. Hearing Nephrite's kind words, Xiaobao's complexion softens. Blushing, he also softly kisses Mayan's face. Soon after, he hugs Mayan's neck and rubs it while turning his head to look at Di Mingju, revealing a provocative and flaunting expression. Di Mingju faintly looks at him, then hooks up the corners of his lips, revealing a meaningful smile. "Jun Machan, long time no see, how's your training progress?" After saying that, without waiting for Xiaobao and Mu Yan to object, he directly lifted him by the collar and carried him out of the room. "Let this lord see if you have retreated." Although Xiaobao is reluctant to part with his mother's embrace, he thinks that he can become stronger under Di Mingju's training, so he obediently doesn't resist. After a day of training, even with Xiaobao's extraordinary talent, he was so tired that he almost collapsed. When night fell, he slept like a piglet, completely unconscious. In order for him to better heal his body, Mu Yan directly placed him next to the spiritual vein in the space. As for Di Mingju, without Xiaobao's interference, he naturally has his wish fulfilled, holding Mayan to sleep. A certain Jun Shang, "Hee, if you want to fight with me, wait another 100 years. Shadow Demon. Hanyi sees the cold youngster standing in the cold dew, and rushes over like a gust of wind. "You're back too." If he had a tail behind him, he's afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from wagging it this time. Yingmei sees his silly appearance, and can't help but burst out laughing. But very quickly, her smile converges. "Jun Shang is injured, I naturally have to follow and protect him." Originally, Star Wolf and the others also wanted to follow, but Jun Shang stopped them. Hanya's complexion changes. "Jun Shang is really injured? How is the injury? How did you get injured?" Yingmei tells him about Di Mingju breaking into Tianyi Men alone, and how he killed Lu Se. Hanyi is simply dumbstruck as he listens. After a long while, he mutters, "Truly worthy of being our Jun Shang." With only 10% of his power, he actually turned Tianyi Men upside down. Hee, that old witchling Xianxia, she must be furious right now. As he speaks, they see a tall figure treading on the moonlight. Hanyi and Yingmei promptly kneel down. "Greetings to Jun Shang." "Jun Shang, you still haven't recovered from your injury? Why did you come to the Yanwu continent?" Hanyi anxiously says, "The injury you received last time when you killed the Snowfield mythological beast still hasn't completely healed. This time, you've been injured again. If you don't treat it properly, I'm afraid that it will cause irreversible damage to you. It would be better for you to return to the polar domain to recuperate. Yingmei and I will properly guard Miss Jun's place, there won't be any trouble." Hanyi hasn't finished speaking when he suddenly feels his whole body go cold, as if he's in a 10,000-year-old icehouse. He shakily raises his head, meeting God's cold eyes. In a split second, his body goes limp, and he almost falls to the ground. Almost in an instant, his mind recalls the scene of Miss Jun being held in Changyu's arms. The key point is that Jun Shang is also watching this scene. Han Yi only feels his vision darken, wishing he could faint at once. Jun Shang, this subordinate was wrong. He says with a sullen face, this subordinate is willing to go to the purgatory pool for three months. Di Mingju expressionlessly says, adding the accumulated time from before, how much time is that? Come out after you've finished. Don't Han Yi screams, pitifully looking at Di Mingju. He didn't know how many years he had spent in the purgatory pool. If he came out after his time was up, wouldn't he not be able to see Mei for several years? Moreover, he would have to suffer in the purgatory pool every day. Woo-woo, Jun Shang, how could you be so cruel? Di Mingju says unhurriedly, you want to add another month. Han Yi doesn't dare to say a word, and can only ask Mei for help. However, Mei replied with a smile, don't worry, I will protect Miss Jun well. In a split second, Han Ye's face becomes devoid of love. Are there still any companions to love? Hello, master. Hello, little senior brother. Master, are you looking for me? Seeing Lu Beiyu standing before her, Mayan can't come back to her senses for a long time. Ever since the great change in Jin Wangfu, Lu Beiyu seems to have grown up overnight. During this time, he's been training with the ink camp. Starting from the most common soldier in the ink camp, he didn't complain to Mayan or Xiaobao, nor did he cower in the slightest. After not seeing him for a few months, the fair-skinned youth seemed to have lost all of his immaturity. His whole body has become a circle darker, and he's also a circle more robust. His stature has also become slimmer. He looks like a truly mature and responsible man, not the unreliable little prince who only knows how to flirt. A lot of things have happened during this time. I haven't had time to treat your big brother's illness. Now I'm free. Master, you don't have to do it. Lu Beiyu smiles and says, big brother's illness, I've already told Dr. Song and Sister Haitang of the Immortal Camp about it. With Master's diagnosis and prescription, Dr. Song and the others have already prepared the medicine to treat my big brother. I was just about to ask you to let Sister Haitang accompany me to Qiyan country to treat my big brother's illness. Mayan stares blankly, somewhat unable to come back to her senses. The Everlasting Camp was established after the Ink Camp and the Tianji Camp. Apart from the Grand Void Camp commanded by Bai Yichen, the Everlasting Camp can be said to be the weakest. Even in the future, the speed of development will not be as fast as the Grand Void Camp. Because the Grand Void Camp and the Ink Camp are in charge of fighting, and the Tianji Camp is in charge of intelligence. The Everlasting Camp is in charge of support and logistics. What it needs the most are doctors, pharmacists, alchemists, and draft planting masters, these special professions. But the training of these talents is often the most difficult. Nowadays, in the Everlasting Camp, apart from Feng Haitang and Chen Qingfeng who have received her personal guidance, the others can't even be considered as apprentices in this regard. As for Old Tao, he is mainly responsible for the external trading of various medicines of the Everlasting Camp. What makes Mayan rejoice is that the Battle of Lydian City is over, even though Gong Qianxue ran away. But all the soldiers under her command have surrendered. Even many people of Lydian City and Lotus Town have followed Mayan back to Hellfire Valley, settling down in the valley. And Dr. Song and the others, in order to thank Mayan for saving their lives, have all given up the industry that they have been operating for decades. They choose to rely on Mayan. In this way, whether it's the newly established Grand Void Camp or the Everlasting Camp that is short of manpower, they have all been greatly replenished. Of course, the more people there are in Hellfire Valley, the more rations they need. Not to mention that she's throwing money without regard for her life, building the Hellfire Army towards the direction of the #1 army in the Yanwu continent. The money that Mayan has plundered from the Ghost City and Jingqing country is already stretched thin. She is pondering whether to refine elixirs and let the Ghost City sell them first, or to treat Lu Beiyu's big brother. Unexpectedly, Lu Beiyu actually proposed to let Feng Haitang help with the treatment. Lu Beiyu's eyes are tightly fixed on Mayan, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Master, you've just suffered such a serious injury some time ago, and you've even lost consciousness due to exhaustion. The disciples and the Hellfire Army don't want you to work anymore. June finally came back with great difficulty. Master, and Master. Master. I believe Grand Master doesn't want you to suffer anymore. Mayan's face reddens and she secretly spits, "Shut up, who are you calling Master Gong?" "Alright, since you've already decided, then pick a day to depart. However, make sure to bring more medicine and manpower. Be careful. Lu of to say, Lu of Lu of two. Lu ti to two. Have you decided to go to Qiyan country in person? You two of you to go to be to be two of a two of long two of him. Two of two. Two. Of two. Miss, I'm also a human, a woman who yearns for the man she loves to protect her. My heart also hurts. And I also get tired. Perhaps, he doesn't want to see me at all. He doesn't want to be with me all the time. If I stay here, I'll just be torturing each other. I might as well leave for a while. Perhaps both of us can make the best choice. Mu Yan sighs softly, since you've already decided, I will naturally support you. However, even if he went out, he couldn't leave for too long. Come back early. The gates of the Netherflame Valley are always open for you. Feng Haitong's eyes reddened. She kneels on one knee and presses one hand on her left chest, bowing deeply to Mu Yan. Miss, for Haitang, even if there is no Hao Tian here, this is already my home. You, little master, and the people of the Netherflame army are all Haitong's family. Apart from here, where else can Haitang go? I will definitely come back. Yan Haoyan only discovered that Feng Haitong's figure had disappeared from the entire Netherflame Valley a few days later. He asked the people of the longevity camp, but they did not know where Feng Haitang had gone. She only knew that she went out with Dr. Song and did something for Mississippi. But if it was just for business, why was there no news from him for 7 days? Yan Haoyan was burning with anxiety. Terrible thoughts kept circling around in his mind, causing his mind to go blank. Finally, he couldn't help but walk into Mu Yan's bedroom. When he entered, Ru Yan happened to be there too. Before Yan Haoyan could speak, he heard Ru Yan say anxiously, Miss, the people of the Tianji battalion have been monitoring the Qiyan country, but a few days ago, they suddenly lost contact with Haitang and Dr. Song. Even the Qiyan Imperial Palace is completely closed. We don't know what happened inside. When Yan Haoyan heard this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He opened his mouth and let out a hoarse roar. Mu Yan looks at him, only to see that the usually calm and indifferent man's face is now filled with anxiety. His eyes were red with anxiety, like a wild beast that wanted to fight to the death. Mayan slightly knits her brows. Haitang and Dr. Song were under my orders to treat Big Brother Liu Beiyu. According to my judgment, Big Brother Liu Beiyu's illness is due to being poisoned. I'm afraid something has happened in the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace. Therefore, Haitang also brought some people over. Logically speaking, it should be foolproof, but I didn't expect to suddenly lose contact with them. Even the Heavenly Secret Battalion couldn't find anything. Haitang might really have met with some mishap. Yan Haoyan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could only make a hoarse and unpleasant sound. He reached out his hand to draw, but found that his hand was trembling. For a moment, he was unable to use sign language to express his meaning smoothly. Mayan coughs lightly, as if she didn't see his abnormality. She continues, we naturally can't ignore the life and death of Haitang and Dr. Song, so we must immediately dispatch troops to Qiyan country. But this trip is very dangerous, I don't know who. Before she could finish her sentence, Yan Haoyan suddenly let out an indistinct roar, ugh. Oh. Go. His tongue had been cut off, so he could not speak smoothly. But at this time, he was panicking and worried to the extreme. He actually forced himself to say, I'll go. Even Ru Yan was slightly moved, but then she gently shook her head. Yan Haoyan nodded heavily, and the eagerness in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. I can allow you to bring a team of people from the Ink camp there, but you have to guarantee that you'll bring Feng Haitang back in good condition. Moreover, you have to make sure that she comes back willingly. At this time, Yan Haoyan's heart is only filled with Feng Haitang's safety. He simply can't understand the meaning behind Mayan's words. Once again, he nodded heavily and made a few random gestures. After Mu Yan nodded in agreement, he instantly rushed out like a gust of wind. When only Mu Yan and Ru Yan were left in the hall, Ru Yan clicked her tongue and sighed, men, sometimes they are really stupid. They're clearly in love with each other, but I don't know what Xianxia's blockhead is thinking. TSK, I can't understand why a beauty like little sister Hai Tang would fall for that blockhead, Xianxia. Mu Yan smiles faintly. Xianxia is just too self-abased, afraid that he is not worthy of Hai Tang, afraid that Hai Tang will miss out on a better one. Ru Yan disapprovingly shook her head, but that blockhead never thought about what little sister Hai Tang really wants. If you continue to hesitate and retreat, when the real disaster comes and you want to turn around and grab that person's hand, you will find that it is already too late. At that time, you will be truly regretful and heartbroken. Mu Yan was stunned for a long, long time. She did not come back to her senses. She did not even notice when Ru Yan had left. When Mu Yan comes back to her senses, she finds herself standing in front of Di Mingju's door. She was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she was here. It was as if the uneasiness in her heart had driven her to investigate. During this time, Di Mingju was always by her side, and there seemed to be no change. But every day, there would always be a long period of time when not even his shadow could be seen. Every time he asked Ying Mei would always say that Jun Shang's clone had returned to the Xiaoxian continent and had some matters to deal with. Ying Mei even openly opens the door, letting her see Di Mingju's sleeping body. Di Mingju's identity isn't simple, it's very normal for him to have matters to deal with. Mayan doesn't know why, but she always feels uneasy, especially after hearing Ru Yan's words. Is it because of this fear and uneasiness that she unconsciously walked to the door of Di Mingju's room? She was about to push the door open to see if Di Mingju had returned to the Xiaoxian continent. However, Ying Mei's somewhat anxious voice suddenly came from the room. Jun Shang, your injuries can't be dragged on any longer. Why don't we let Miss Jun take a look? Although she doesn't have any divine power, her medical skills are superb. She might be able to heal your injuries. Or, why don't you directly return to the polar domain and let your main body recuperate in a place rich in divine power? Immediately, Di Mingju's cold voice interrupts Ying Mei's words. There's no need to say any more, Ben Jun will not leave Mu Yan, and I don't want her to worry. Mayan finally couldn't bear it any longer and fiercely pushes the door open. She glared fiercely at the man in front of her, who was half naked and had bandages wrapped around his waist and abdomen. Her eyes were a little red. The voice that comes out of her mouth carries a hoarse tremble that even she herself doesn't notice. Di Mingju, is this your way of not letting me worry? You idiot. Startled, Di Mingju raises his head, seemingly very surprised by her appearance. After a long while, his expression softens, and he says in a low voice, Yan Yan, why did you come here? Mayan fiercely glares at him, and quickly walks to his side. She pushes aside the hand he's trying to cover, and goes to look at the injury on his abdomen. Her voice is filled with resentment. If I hadn't discovered it by accident, how long were you going to hide it from me? Di Mingju's voice unconsciously softens. It's just a small injury, it's not a big deal. But how can Mayan believe him? She rips off his clothes at once, and carefully examines the injury on his abdomen. Ying Mei's brows are smiling, but she promptly hangs her head down to restrain herself. She quietly withdraws and closes the door. The two people in the room act as if there's no one else around, simply not noticing her departure. After closing the door, Ying Mei reveals a somewhat sorrowful expression. She never knew that her aloof, callous, and heartless Jun Shang actually has such a black-bellied side. Jun Shang's injury is indeed very serious, but after this period of rest, it's more or less healed. Especially today, the bruises in his body have already been completely cleaned up. Although his body is still a little weak, it's not a serious hindrance. And the wound on his abdomen was cut by himself when he was cleaning up the bruises and poisonous gas in his body. With Jun Shang's cultivation, wanting to heal is just a matter of a blink. However, a few days ago, when he was seriously injured, Jun Shang refused to show it in the slightest. Now that the injury is clearly healed, but when he sensed Miss Jun approaching, he deliberately made Miss Jun misunderstand that he was seriously injured. She thinks of Miss Jun's unconcealable anxiety and worry. Ying Mei couldn't help but sigh, then she shows a shallow smile. It seems that it's only a matter of time before Miss Jun becomes the mistress of the polar domain. Because Jun Shang would never allow a woman that he fancies to escape the web of love that he weaves. Inside the room. Mayan pulls off Di Mingju's clothes, revealing his well-defined and well-built chest. Smooth lines spread down, eventually disappearing under the wrapped gauze. But Mayan doesn't notice this spring scenery at all. Right now, her eyes are only filled with the faintly discernible color of blood under the gauze. Her small hand presses on the gauze, wanting to untie it, but it's caught by Demingju. The man's hoarse voice rings in her ear, "Yen Yen, if you continue to be so enthusiastic, Ben Jun won't be able to hold back." As soon as Mayan raises her head, she comes face to face with the man's blazing eyes. That gaze seemed to want to swallow her whole. Her heart is beating fiercely in her chest, and Mayan only feels that her whole body is a little bit hot, as if it's going to burn. She could not help but lick her lips. The flame in Demingju's eyes suddenly flares up, he can no longer suppress it. However, before he could move, his clothes were suddenly grabbed by a small hand. His body was forced to lean forward. The girl's beautiful face was right in front of him, and her fragrance filled the tip of his nose. Soon after, before Demingju could react, soft lips press against his lightly pursed thin lips. The sweet fragrance bloomed like fireworks. Demingju's entire body suddenly stiffens, his eyes widening. For a moment, he can't react to what just happened. Mu Yan kissed him? This is the first time his Yan Yan has taken the initiative to kiss him? Was he dreaming? Or did it really happen? Then, he saw the girl opposite him blushing and saying, "Don't mess around. Be good and don't move. Let me see your injuries." Then, our Lord Monarch, who dominated the three realms, looked down on the world, whose name struck fear into the hearts of all who dared not disobey him, obediently sat upright, allowing the slender, soft, and fair hand to slowly remove the bandage around his waist, revealing the bloody wound. The moment he saw the gaping wound, Mu Yan felt his heart suddenly twitch, as if something was gripping it tightly. It was a knife wound that almost cut open his chest and abdomen. As long as it went a little deeper, it might be able to directly cut open his dantian. Just by looking at it, she felt a bone-piercing pain. However, the man in front of her said that it was just a small injury and was unwilling to let her know and treat it. Demingju looks at her absent-minded and pained expression, his heart is both sweet and distressed. He pulls her into his arms and nibbles on her lips. "Jun Mayan, you still dare to say that you don't have me in your heart? Is it so hard to admit that you like me too?" This man, at a time like this, he was still fussing over this. Mayan fiercely glares at him, but at this time, the corners of her eyes are slightly red. Not only is there no fierceness, but there's also a bit of delicacy and charm, making Demingju's eyes become even more serene. He pressed the back of the girl's neck with one hand and pressed her against him. His scorching lips pressed against hers. "You're wound, ugh." Mayan wants to struggle, but all of a sudden, all of her voice is swallowed up. Her hands, which were trying to push him away, were also locked in the man's large palm, and she was unable to struggle. The scorching kiss engulfed every inch of her breath and senses. It was overbearing and predatory, as if it wanted to swallow her up completely. Mu Yan's mind gradually became a blur. All she could feel was the man's boiling temperature, and the tip of her nose was filled with the man's familiar breath that made people's blood boil. She vaguely knew that she had already sunk into a man's love and passion, and could no longer extricate herself. Just then, his fingertips touched a sticky liquid. Mu Yan abruptly sobers up from her confused state of mind, and pushes Demingju away. When she looked down, she saw the bloody wound on the man's abdomen and the bed sheet that was stained red. A pair of peach blossom eyes are thoroughly red, like a raging fire is burning. "Demingju, you obediently lie down for me. If you dare to move again, I'll castrate you." Jun Shangdaran, who still hasn't had enough, licks his sweet and fragrant lips, feeling somewhat depressed and regretful. Was he lifting a rock only to smash his own feet? "How did you get injured?" Mu Yan carefully takes out the elixir refined from the cloudbirth and sea binding, crushes it into powder, and sprinkles it on the wound. Demingju's physique is special. Ordinary drafts don't contain spiritual energy, so they have no effect on him. Only the pills refined from the cloudbirth and sea formation skill would have some effect. When the powder fell on the wound, it was visible to the naked eye, making a sizzling sound. Mu Yan feels pain just by looking at it, but Demingju doesn't seem to feel anything. Other than his slightly pale face, there was no change in his expression. He just stared at her unblinkingly. When he heard Mu Yan's question, he raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight smile that was almost imperceptible. Someone hurt my fiancé, how could I let her off so easily? However, was it really that simple? She didn't think so. The words that Luce said before her death, as well as the Tiani men that she mentioned, seemed to have once had a deep relationship with the Shin musicians. Or rather, it should be called a deep hatred. Di Mingju didn't hesitate to get seriously injured to go back to the Xiaoxian continent to kill Luce. Is it really just because of a personal grudge, or does he already know my identity as a Shin musician? In Mu Yan's mind, she unexpectedly recalls the voice she heard in her dream. I curse you. Polar domain, Tiani men. I curse all of you in the Xiaoxian continent to die a horrible death. One day, my Shin musician successor will return to the Xiaoxian continent. When that time comes, she will wash this continent with blood, making it so that you will never be able to reincarnate. Polar domain, is it the polar domain that Han Yi and the others spoke of 8,000 years ago? It wasn't only Tiani men who had enmity with the Shin musicians, but also the polar domain where Di Mingju was. If Di Mingju really knows her identity as the successor of the Shin musician, what will be the future of the two of them? His heart was filled with extreme uneasiness and fear. Di Mingju, don't you have anything to ask me? Di Mingju straightens up and gently caresses her cheek. Ben Jun naturally has questions. For example, Mu Yan holds her breath, waiting for the man to question her, but she hears him hoarsely say, for example, Yan Yan, when will you be willing to marry Ben Jun? This bastard. Mu Yan rolls her eyes and is about to push him away. But she hears the man's dark and soft voice slowly echoing in her ears. Ben Jun doesn't want to investigate, and also doesn't want to ask everything related to Yan Yan. I want to wait for you to tell me personally, Yan Yan. Mu Yan's body suddenly trembled. She straightened her body and looked at the man's handsome face. She suddenly had an urge to tell him everything. Di Mingju, you know Shin. Before she could finish her words, a white shadow suddenly flashes in front of her. A fat rabbit falls from the sky, landing in front of Mayan with a bang. The warm conversation between the two was abruptly interrupted. The fat rabbit blinks its mung bean eyes, looking at Mu Yan, then looking at Di Mingju. When it met Di Mingju's ice-cold eyes, it screeched. He covered his head and fled into the space like a rat. Just at this moment, Old Tao's voice came from outside with a report. Mu Yan's confession naturally can't continue. After settling Di Mingju down on the bed to rest, she turns around and leaves. Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes as he watches Mayan Li close the door and her departing figure. Just now, he seemed to have felt a powerful energy fluctuation. And that energy wave was emitted from Mu Yan's body. But when he wanted to investigate, the energy fluctuation had already disappeared without a trace. Moreover, was the appearance of that fat rabbit really a coincidence? In the space, the fat rabbit shivered and hid in the grass. Recalling the terrifying pressure emitted by that man, he dug the ground with his front claws, wishing he could bury his entire round body in it. However, before he could finish digging the hole, the fur on the back of his neck suddenly tightened, and his 4 short legs abruptly rose into the air. The fat rabbit let out a howl, and then came face to face with an incomparably handsome face. That person had the appearance of a young man. His eyebrows were like a painting, and he was unparalleled. However, his eyes were incomparably gloomy, as if they were precipitating the vicissitudes of 10,000 years. That's the spirit of the Tian Emochin, Qi Huang. This person is also terrible as the man outside. Meeting the fat rabbit's frightened mung bean eyes, Qi Huang raises an eyebrow, revealing a charming smile. Don't be afraid, you're the little girl's spiritual pet, and the little girl is my new master after all. Ben Zun won't hurt you. At least, not for the time being. The youth's smile is clearly bright and brilliant, his voice soft and pleasant, but the fat rabbit trembles even more. Qi Huang continues, I already said don't be afraid. Just now, I was just using you to deal with emergencies, to obstruct her from continuing. Otherwise, this little lass will speak out everything without any sense of propriety. How can that be? The Shin musicians are destined to take revenge, to slaughter the 3 realms. How can she easily trust anyone? If I were to be deceived by a scumbag like my previous master, what would I do? Jun Mayan, don't worry. This time, Ben Zun will watch over you and protect you. I will never let you repeat the same mistakes. The expression on the youth's face becomes more and more gentle, but the breath emitted from his body makes the fat rabbit unable to bear it any longer. It howls and suddenly jumps out of the youth's arms, hiding in the grass far away. In the distance, the youth watches its fleeing figure and smiles softly. Then, his figure slowly fades and disappears. In the space, the Tian Emochin strings inexplicably move a few times, making a strange sound. Under Mayan's careful treatment, coupled with Jun Shangdaran no longer courting death, the wounds on his body quickly begin to heal. When she finds out that Di Mingju's wounds don't need any treatment, they heal themselves in a short period of time. Mayan knows that she's been deceived. This bastard lecher, in order to take advantage of her, he's simply unscrupulous. However, when she saw the wound on the man's body, she completely lost her mind and was easily deceived. She was very calm and wise. Mayan flies into a rage out of humiliation. As a result, in the next few days, Di Mingju doesn't even get on Mayan's bed, he often can't even see her figure. Often, when he goes to look for someone, Mayan's men will use all kinds of reasons to hinder him. Unfortunately, these people call him son-in-law, making him unable to vent his anger. At night, Di Mingju wants to sneak in and hug Mayan to sleep, but finds that Mayan is holding Xiaobao every night. As soon as he entered, Xiaobao immediately woke up and looked at him with a pair of clear blue eyes. Only at this moment does Di Mingju know what it means to lift a rock and smash one's own feet. Yingmei witnessed this scene, and she was overjoyed in her heart. Previously, she thought that Miss June wouldn't be able to escape Jun Shang's grasp. But from the looks of it now, it was their Jun Shang who had been completely devoured. There was no room for him to turn the tables. The Grand Void Battalion has basically been reorganized. Bai Yichen half knelt in front of Mu Yan, bowed and said, "I wonder if we will continue to recruit soldiers and buy horses?" As the transfer and dispatch camp of the Ink Camp, the Heavenly Secret Camp and the Longevity Camp, the Grand Void Camp can be said to occupy a very important position. In the Grand Void Battalion, there must be experienced elites who could support the other 3 battalions in battle. They also needed a strategist to command the battle and set up battle formations. More importantly, they had to nurture new reserve talents and send them to the other 3 battalions. That's why Mayan had always said that only Bai Yichen could serve as the commander-in-chief of this battalion. During this time, Mu Yan was very satisfied with Bai Yichen's work. The only thing she was dissatisfied with was that ever since she joined the Nether Flame Army, Bai Yichen had insisted on calling her Miss. He treated her respectfully with the etiquette of a subordinate, and did not overstep the rules in the slightest, making Mu Yan feel rather helpless. "There's no need to recruit more people for now," Mayan says, "first train the existing soldiers well. If you need elixirs, you can go directly to the Everlasting Camp to get them. Also..." Mayan pauses, "How is your body recuperating now? Are you preparing to break through to the innate realm?" Bai Yichen was taken aback and raised his head. He sees Mu Yan slowly coming down and grabbing his wrist. Her snow-white jade-like fingers pressed on his pulse, bringing with it a warm and smooth touch, causing Bai Yichen's body to stiffen slightly for a moment. After a moment, Mayan withdraws her hand and smiles. Bai Yichen had stepped into the threshold of the innate stage. Now, it was time to reap the fruits of his labor. With a flick of her wrist, a bottle of pills appeared in her palm. She then handed it to Bai Yichen. "This is the limit-breaking pill. Take it before you break through to the innate stage. It will definitely help you overcome your inner demons and advance smoothly." Bai Yichen's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't take the elixir but said, "The limit-breaking elixir is too precious. I only need the filter of barrier breaking." He knew about the limit-breaking pill. Dr. Song and the others from the Longevity Camp had mentioned it before. That was an elixir that very few people in the Nether Flame Army had seen before. It was said that Mu Yan could only refine a few pills every once in a while, and its effects were definitely not something that ordinary pills could compare to. And the ones sold to the Ghost City have never included this kind of elixir. It was obvious how precious it was. Bai Yichen stubbornly refused to take the pill. Mu Yan helplessly grabs his hand and stuffs the porcelain bottle into his palm. "For me, you friends and relatives are much more precious than elixirs. Moreover, don't you want your strength to advance by leaps and bounds, and then kill Gong Qianxia with your own hands to take revenge for Lin Sidong?" Bai Yichen was startled and subconsciously tightened his grip on the porcelain bottle in his hand. His eyes flashed with struggle and hatred. His calm eyes were now filled with turbulent waves. Yes, he still wanted revenge. His Sidong had died so tragically, he must kill Gong Qianxue with his own hands to comfort Sitong's soul in heaven. But now, not to mention saving Gong Qianxue's sword, even Gong Qianxue herself might not be able to win. How could he have the face to talk about revenge? Uncle Rabbit Lantern. Little Bao hugged the fat rabbit and raised his little head. There are still many pills left. If Uncle Rabbit Lantern doesn't have enough, Little Bao can give you one. Bai Yichen sucked in a deep breath of air. He could feel a warm current surging through his cold chest after Sitong's death. He slowly knelt down and said in a deep voice, "This subordinate will never be able to repay Miss and Little Master's kindness in this life. From now on, I pledge my life to follow you. If I go against you, I will be abandoned by everyone." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Bao and Mu Yan's reaction, he turned around and left. Mayan stares blankly. Just as she is about to open her mouth and tell him some important points when advancing, however, she was suddenly hugged from behind. The man's low and displeased voice reaches her ears. "Yan Yan, don't you think you're being a little too nice to this Bai Yichen?" The room was filled with the smell of vinegar. It was as if it was going to break through the heavens. This narrow-minded man, it's fine if he says that Changyu has improper thoughts about her, but now he's even jealous of Bai Yichen. Xiao Bao immediately echoes, narrow-minded. Di Mingju's face darkens all of a sudden. He picks Xiao Bao up, and somewhat gnashes his teeth as he says, "Uncle Rabbit Lantern, you're calling me very affectionately. This little guy has never been this affectionate and good-tempered to him before. What Bai Yichen? Could it be that he's better than she is to Yan Yan and Xiao Bao?" Mu Yan sees the big and small staring at each other, and doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's just about to stop them. But she hears the sound of hurried footsteps rushing in from outside the room. "Miss, something's wrong." Ru Yan kneels in front of Mu Yan, her face deathly pale. Haitang and Hao Yan are in trouble. A few days ago, Qi Yan Imperial Palace. The huge palace is filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. A handsome youth lies on the bed, his face deathly pale, his body full of silver needles. The muscles under the needles are trembling incessantly, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead, showing that he's suffering great pain. After a while, a beautiful woman standing next to him pulls out a needle, and carefully inserts 3 more. Because of this small action, the expression on the youth's face on the bed deepens, and he trembles even more violently. Lu Beiyu, who stands at the side, is so nervous that his whole body is stiff. His gaze unblinkingly falls on the youth, and anyone can see the anxiety in his eyes. The youth lying on the bed is the eldest prince of Qi Yan country, and also the crown prince, Luo Nantian. And the one treating him is Feng Haitang. When the last needle is inserted, Luo Nanshan's body spasms, and he suddenly straightens up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother." Lu Beiyu rushes over in shock. "Big brother, how are you? Don't scare me." Feng Haitang stands up and slowly exhales, a trace of relief in her eyes. Luo Nantian, who's being held in Lu Beiyu's arms, also slowly opens his eyes. He gives his younger brother a weak smile. "Xiao Yu, don't worry, I'm much better now. Big brother, don't try to be brave. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." Feng Haitang snorts coldly. She takes out the pill that Mayan gave her before she left and hands it to Luo Nantian. "Are you doubting my medical skills by saying this?" After swallowing the medicinal pill, Luo Nanshan's complexion visibly improved. Moreover, his eyes, which were originally covered by a white veil, had now retreated quite a bit, revealing pure black pupils. How could Lu Beiyu not know that his elder brother's illness is much better? He is immediately overjoyed. "Sister Haitang, you're really amazing. I can suspect anyone, but I can't doubt your medical skills." This compliment, Lu Beiyu, is sincere. Feng Haitang had not studied medicine for a long time, so she was not as experienced as Dr. Song and the others. She was even far from Chen Qingfeng's experience in refining medicine. Yet now, her medical skills had surpassed everyone in the longevity camp. Even his alchemy skills had almost caught up to Chen Qingfeng's. "Dr. Feng, I've been ill for so many years, even those famous doctors couldn't cure me, yet you cured me so easily. this great kindness, I really don't know how to repay you. The youth on the bed slowly calms down, his gaze attentively fixed on Feng Haiteng, his eyes full of gratitude and adoration. And such feelings can easily transform into deep love. Liu Beiyu sees the affection in his big brother's eyes, and his heart thumps. It can't be, could it be that big brother likes Haiteng Jia? That won't do. Haiteng Jia is Boss Yan's, how could she be snatched away? He's about to speak, but he hears Feng Haiteng faintly say, all the godly doctors couldn't cure you, because what you're suffering from isn't an illness, but poison. Poison? Hearing that, Liu Beiyu throws all his thoughts to the back of his mind, and exclaims, how could big brother be poisoned? What poison was it? Feng Haiteng says, this kind of poison is very rare in the Yanwu continent. Naturally, I wouldn't know, nor would I know how to cure it. But in this world, there is one person who can, and can also refine the antidote. And what I did was to fuse the effects of the antidote with the poison in his body, so that the poison in His Highness's body could be resolved as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Liu Beiyu's face reveals a childlike expression, and he excitedly says, in this world, to be able to cure 100 poisons, to be able to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones, there's only Master. Feng Haiteng smiles and nods. But, how did Big Brother get poisoned? Liu Beiyu frowns, he's the crown prince of Qi Yan country, who would be so daring as to poison the future emperor of Qi Yan country? Luo Nanshan's eyes slightly narrow, revealing an awe-inspiring expression, who else could it be? Naturally, it's someone who wants to replace me and sit on the throne. Just then, there's the sound of messy footsteps coming from outside the palace. Imperial brother, I heard that third brother has invited a famous doctor for you again. I don't know if there's any improvement in your illness this time? Along with the voice, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes swaggers in. His facial features and appearance are somewhat similar to Liu Beiyu and Luo Nantian, but the ruthlessness and craftiness in his eyes make his entire person seem a bit surly and sinister. Luo Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Liu Beiyu frowns, his eyes filled with disgust. The man who comes in sneers, third brother, I'm still your second brother. You don't even call me imperial brother, isn't that a bit too rude? After saying that, he shifted his gaze to Luo Nantian. Seeing the whites in his eyes receding, her pupils slightly shrank. Big brother, you look good. Could it be that your illness has been cured? I don't know which divine doctor treated me, but this prince would like to have a look. Luo Nanshan's face sank as he said, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Men, ask the second prince to leave. However, after this order was given, the entire palace was silent. The guards at the side all lowered their heads guiltily and slowly walked behind Luo Qingfeng. You guys. You actually. Luo Nantian growled in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Imperial brother, just accept your fate. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. These people have long known that there is no future for them to follow you, so they very cleverly chose to join me. Luo Nantian gritted his teeth and said, my illness has been cured. Do you believe that if news of your death spreads out today, royal father wouldn't even investigate and would directly give me the position of crown prince? Just like back then, I planted the Wu-Tu poison on your body, but no one would know. Ha ha ha. So it was you bastard, who poisoned Big Brother. I'm going to kill you. Liu Beiyu roared, suddenly pouncing forward and fiercely punching Luo Qingfeng's face. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was at the peak of the Earth stage. In his impression, Liu Beiyu was only at the early stages of the Earth stage. That ignorant and incompetent third brother who only knew how to draw was not a threat to him. But he didn't expect that before Luo Qingfeng could react, he would feel a swift and fierce fist wind mixed with boundless profound energy hitting him in the face. With a bang, Luo Qingfeng's entire body flew out, heavily hitting a pillar and letting out a painful groan. Liu Beiyu still wanted to pounce forward, but Luo Qingfeng's underlings had already reacted, blocking Liu Beiyu's attack. Your cultivation, how could you reach the peak of the Earth stage so quickly? Luo Qingfeng crawled up from the ground, looking at Liu Beiyu in disbelief. Liu Beiyu's fists cracked, you deranged bastard, to actually use such a ruthless hand on your own elder brother. I definitely won't let you go. Won't let me go? Ha ha ha, third brother, you're still as stupid as before. Luo Qingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying without a care, "Why won't you let me go? Just based on your meager skills, or based on the people beside you who have pretty good cultivations? But no matter how good they are, they're just a few heaven stages. But do you know how many people are outside this palace right now?" The faces of everyone in the room changed. Luo Nanchan's voice suddenly rose. "Luo Qingfeng, what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to rebel?" "I'm just taking back what belongs to me." Luo Qingfeng laughed sinisterly. "You sickly bastard, you should have died long ago. I didn't do anything to you before because I wanted to see you linger on in pain for a while longer. But now, I don't want to wait any longer. So Luo Nantian, Lu Beiyu, you two pieces of trash obstructing me, obediently go to the netherworld." Lu Beiyu nervously looks at Feng Haitang. "Sister Haitang, what should we do?" From beginning to end, Feng Haitang's expression hasn't changed in the slightest, and the people from the Everlasting Camp and the Ink Camp behind her are still as calm as ever. The Nether Flame army had seen all kinds of battles. They really didn't care about a mere palace coup. Seeing Feng Haitang's calm expression, Lu Beiyu also calms down. Now, he's also a member of the Ink Camp. Moreover, he's also Mayan's apprentice. How can he be so useless and lose face for his master and little senior? However, Luo Nantian did not know. His face is full of anxiety. Disregarding his body's weakness, he gets down from the bed and stands in front of Lu Beiyu and Feng Haitang. "Luo Qingfeng, if you want to kill then kill me. This has nothing to do with Xiaoyu and Dr. Feng. You can kill me and take the title of Crown Prince, but you can't touch them." Luo Qingfeng's eyes turned, suddenly landing on Feng Haitang. "So you are the doctor that cured the aconitum poison. I did not think that you would be such a beautiful woman." Saying that, Luo Qingfeng takes large strides forward, flips Luo Nantian over, and reaches out to touch Feng Haitang's face. Behind Feng Haitang, everyone is expressionless, even looking at Luo Qingfeng with pity in their eyes. Even Lu Beiyu sneered. Only Luo Nantian is so anxious that his eyes are red, actually wanting to throw himself at Luo Qingfeng and perish together with him. However, the next moment, a scene that makes him aghast occurs. Before Luo Qingfeng's hand can touch Feng Haitang's face, it's already pinned down, followed by several cracking sounds. "Aya!" A pig-like scream rings out in the palace. Luo Nantian looks in shock at Feng Haitang, this delicate beauty, who broke Luo Qingfeng's arm with her bare hands. It wasn't broken in two, but directly broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Feng Haitang pinches his arm, so soft that it can fold and twist at will, and says with a faint sneer, "What did you say you wanted to promise me?" Saying that, she raises her foot again and ruthlessly kicks him under his crotch, directly kicking him out. Another cracking sound is heard, making everyone in the palace feel a chill in their balls. Even the people from the Everlasting Camp and the Ink Camp show expressions of lingering fear, fearing that Commander Fang's foot will kick them in the future. "Kill her, kill this slut for me." Luo Qingfeng awoke from the intense pain and realized that his limbs and right hand were both crippled. He immediately let out a beast-like roar, "Have the army come in immediately and flatten this palace. I want everyone in this house to die without a burial place. Especially this slut, I'll skin her alive and pull out her tendons, I want her to die a horrible death." Luo Qingfeng's confidant immediately blows a whistle. Outside the palace, the rumbling sound of hooves and footsteps comes in a line. And inside the palace, Luo Qingfeng's confidant, a dozen or so heaven stage experts and 2 pre-celestial experts, have already launched a fierce offensive against Feng Haitang and the people from the Ink Camp. Watching his subordinates surround Feng Haitang and the others, Luo Qingfeng shows a twisted smile. But immediately, a heart-wrenching pain comes from his crotch and arm, making his face turn incomparably sinister. "Bitch, just you wait. When you fall into my hands, I'll definitely get someone to play you to death." The uniformed footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. It was as if they were coming from the gods. The smile on Luo Qingfeng's face became even crazier. "My army has already arrived. Just wait for your deaths, ha ha ha." Feng Haitang frowned, her expression gloomy. Now that there were more than 10 heaven rankers and 2 innates, it was already very difficult for her to deal with them. If another great army came, the situation would be even more difficult. It seemed like he could only capture the ringleader to capture all his followers. Bang! Feng Haitong's palm collided with the Xiantian old man. A powerful internal force enters her body through her palm, and Feng Haitong's figure flies out like a kite with a broken string. However, in midair, she suddenly changed direction and flew towards Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. "Protect the emperor, protect the emperor. Quickly cripple this slut for me." As soon as his voice fell, more than 10 Heaven Realm experts guarding Luo Qingfeng immediately formed a saber formation, their profound energy surging. As long as Feng Haitong falls, she's bound to be cut into pieces by the saber formation. And at this time, the enormous army has already poured into the main hall, arriving behind Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng shows an evil grin, about to speak. Suddenly, there's a flash of light before his eyes. Feng Haitong only feels a familiar breath hitting her in the face. Her whole body suddenly stiffens, and she slowly raises her head in disbelief. What comes into view is Yan Haoyan's face, covered with crisscrossed scars. Even if this face was intact, it wouldn't be considered handsome. Now that it's covered with scars, it's even more fierce and ugly, enough to stop a child from crying at night. But when Feng Haitong sees this face, tears suddenly rush to her eyes. Her entire heart was originally empty, but at this moment, it's filled up in an instant. This man always says that she's suited for a better one, that she's worthy of a better one. But when she needs someone, he's always the first to appear. Moreover, even if there are thousands and thousands of good men in this world, she, Feng Haitong, only loves this imperfect one in front of her. Feng Haitong reaches out, wraps her arms around the man's neck, and buries her face in his neck. A hoarse cry comes from the man's mouth. He seems to want to say something, but his missing tongue makes him unable to say a single word. But when Feng Haitong raises her head and sees the anxiety and worry on his face, she understands in a flash. That's a telepathic connection. Even if this man keeps running away, she still understands everything. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Haoyan, why are you here?" Yan Haoyan doesn't respond to her, but puts her down, and carefully examines her from head to toe. After confirming that Feng Haitong isn't injured, he finally lets out a sigh of relief. That murderous look on his face, and the burning worry in his heart, slowly fades away. Soon after, his line of sight meets Feng Haitong's tender and affectionate eyes, slightly flushed. A woman's unique body fragrance burrows into the tip of his nose, and there's also that soft and delicate body sticking to him. Yan Haoyan seems to suddenly realize something, and suddenly pushes Feng Haitong away in a panic. He makes hand gestures in a flurry, but because of his momentary panic, he's simply unable to clearly express his meaning. Feng Haitong is pushed away this time, but she doesn't have the slightest bit of anger or sadness. On the contrary, she bursts out laughing. "You thought something happened to me, so you rushed over to save me, right?" She looks around, and sees a dense crowd of Ink Camp soldiers pouring in. They'd brought at least half of the Ink Camp's people, right? Yan Haoyan was usually a very calm person. He would never act impulsively just because of a vague message from Ru Yan. However, because it involved his own safety, he acted in such an exaggerated manner. He lost his cool and his ability to think. Thinking of this, Feng Haitong couldn't stop the joy and sweetness in her heart. Even if Yan Haoyan had returned to his usual unapproachable attitude, she would not feel the slightest bit depressed. "Who are you people? Where is my army?" Only now did Luo Qingfeng realize that the people who rushed in were not the troops he had arranged to ambush outside. Instead, it was this group of strangers he had never seen before. "Your army?" Guanhu laughed mischievously. With a stomp of his foot, a bloody head rolled in front of Luo Qingfeng. "Are you talking about this group of trash?" Luo Qingfeng lowered his head to look at the head that rolled over. His eyes abruptly widened and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Because that head belonged to one of his generals. The army outside was really led by him. "I'm sorry." Guanhu moves closer to Luo Qingfeng, his smile becoming even more devilish. "When we just came in, we encountered a group of wastes obstructing us. We were idle and had nothing to do, so we warmed up a bit. Right now, the heads of these wastes are all piled up outside, piling up into a small hill. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look." You're lying. That's an army of 20,000, how could it be, how could it be?" Luo Qingfeng shouts himself hoarse, as if this can prove that all of this is just a dream, that it's impossible for him to be defeated so thoroughly. However, after his subordinate rushes out, stumbles back in and says something that shatters all of his delusions. Dead, the second prince, they're all dead. Guanhu opens his mouth, his smile exceptionally simple and honest, but there's a fierce cold light in it. The wastes outside are all dead, now it's your turn. You dare to covet our boss's woman, you tell me, how should you die? Don't. You can't kill me, I'm the second prince of Qiyan country, the future emperor, you can't kill me. Luo Qingfeng desperately shakes his head and retreats, his mouth screaming hysterically. But the Ink Camp's people have already killed until their eyes are red, how could they care about what he says? In just the blink of an eye, Luo Qingfeng's underlings have already been completely cut down. Right now, he's so scared that his face is deathly pale, he even forgets the pain in his body as he desperately screams for mercy. Big brother, third brother, I'm your relative after all, I beg you to save me, if I die, you won't be able to explain it to Imperial Father, right? Boo-hoo-hoo, big brother, third brother, save me ah. Luo Qingfeng tumbles and crawls in front of Lu Beiyu and Luo Nantian. Right now, there's no longer the arrogance and complacency he had when he first came in. He cuts a sorry figure, snot and tears overflowing, constantly looking back at Lu Beiyu and Luo Nantian. Big brother, you've always been the kindest, you'll spare me, right? You also don't want Imperial Father to think that we're killing each other, right? Luo Qingfeng is well aware of Luo Nantian's character, so he grabs his clothes and keeps begging. Luo Nantian doesn't speak, but Lu Beiyu panics, big brother, you mustn't be deceived by him. If it weren't for this person, you wouldn't have been so sick for so many years and almost lost your life. Big brother, I won't do it again. Big brother, believe me. Luo Qingfeng clutched Luo Nantian's clothes tightly as he cried, in the future, I will obediently be a prince. I will definitely not steal your limelight. Believe me. Luo Nantian looked at his face covered in tears and snot, his hand hanging limply, and his lower body covered in blood. He knew that this younger brother of his was already crippled. He had always had a benevolent personality. He had just hated his younger brother to the bone, but now that he saw his brother in such a miserable state, he couldn't bear it anymore. No matter how bad this person was, he was still related to him by blood, and now he knew that he was wrong. Luo Nantian sighed softly and bent down, wanting to help Luo Qingfeng up. Just at this moment, a cruel and cold light flashed in Luo Qingfeng's eyes. He suddenly rose up and grabbed at Luo Nantian's clothes. At some point, a dagger had appeared in his hand, and he quickly pressed it against Luo Nantian's neck. Big brother. Lu Beiyu's complexion changes and he rushes over. Ha ha ha. Idiot. I just knew that you idiot would fall for it again. Luo Qingfeng glanced at Luo Nantian, who was taken as a hostage, and laughed in an exceptionally carefree manner. Even at this time you still believe in brotherly respect. What a joke. But my good big brother, it is all thanks to your rotten kindness that I was able to escape this time. I, your little brother, will remember this favor. Wait until the day I sit on the throne, I will leave you and third brother a complete corpse, ha 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 ha. Jie. Luo Qingfeng's voice came to a screeching halt. Soon after, his body began to twitch incessantly. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Immediately after, with a clang, the saber in his hand fell to the ground and his entire body convulsed as he fell to the ground. Luo Nantian had yet to recover from the shock of being kidnapped by his little brother. Feng Haitang took a few steps forward and coldly glanced at him. Don't you know that many times, being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself? As the crown prince of a country, you are actually so soft-hearted? Being reprimanded so mercilessly, Luo Nantian was not the slightest bit angry. Instead, his entire face was filled with shame and gratitude. Feng. Miss Haitang, thank you. You saved me once again. This time, Luo Nantian's gaze towards Feng Haitang was already filled with undisguised affection. Seeing this scene, Yan Haoyan felt as if his chest was being pierced by needles, causing his face to turn deathly pale. Aya, boss. Guanhu cried out in a low voice and anxiously whispered into Yan Haoyan's ear, oh no, boss, you seem to have a love rival. Furthermore, it's an extremely beautiful gigolo. He's also the crown prince of a country, the future emperor. Boss, you have to act a little faster. Otherwise, sister-in-law will really be snatched away. Xianxia did not speak, but his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. At this moment, an irrepressible killing intent and irritation welled up in his heart. He wished that he could throw out Luo Nantian, whose eyes were glued to Haitang. But immediately after, his body fiercely shook and he slowly revealed a bitter smile. What qualifications did he have to feel heartache? What qualifications did he have to be jealous? The one who kept pushing Haitang away, wasn't it him? He kept telling Haitang to find a better man. Wasn't he the one she married? Now, Haitang really found a better man. Shouldn't he be happy for Haitang? Luo Chungfeng was actually poisoned by Feng Haitang just now. At this time, the poison took effect. After experiencing a period of torment worse than death, Luo Chungfeng finally breathed his last. Feng Haitang revolved her profound energy. With a wave of her palm, the poisonous gas that was entangled in Luo Chungfeng's body immediately flew out and returned to her palm. Looking at the dark red mark on his palm, Feng Haitang felt sincere admiration. She was the leader of the Longevity Battalion and the one with the lowest cultivation base among the 4 commanders. In order to balance her fighting ability, Mu Yan specially gave her such a weapon, flowing light damask. This weapon was made by combining the larvae of the golden silkworm with various medicinal ingredients. It could be used as a whip to attack, or it could silently corrode the opponent as a poisonous gas. To Feng Haitang, this was the best weapon. In this world, perhaps only the young miss could develop such a unique weapon and was willing to put in the effort to research it for them. Unconsciously, for her and Xianxia, that place has already become a home, a place they want to return to at any time. Unfortunately, the poison in Luo Nantian's body hasn't been completely removed, so he has to stay for a few more days. Having thoroughly dealt with Luo Chungfeng, Feng Haitang immediately returns to Xianxia's side. Haotian, once Luo Nantian's poison is completely removed, we'll go back to Hellflame Valley. After being gone for so long, I'm starting to miss Mississippi. Xianxia expressionlessly looks at her, making a hand gesture. You stay here, I'll go back to Hellflame Valley first. I'll leave half of the people from the ink camp for you. What? Feng Haitang's complexion suddenly changes. You're not going back with me. Xianxia's expression still doesn't change, coldly continuing to make hand gestures. I'm not needed here. But there's someone here who needs you, it's good for you to stay here. Feng Haitang stares blankly, following Xianxia's line of sight to Luo Nantian. She sees Luo Nantian immediately turn away in panic after meeting her gaze. The youth's fair face shows a bashful blush. As a crown prince, Luo Nantian really is a very kind person. He may not be able to kill decisively, unable to become an eternal emperor, but as long as he has good civil and military officials to assist him, such a benevolent emperor is bound to be a blessing for the people of a country. And the woman who can marry this man will certainly be very happy. Feng Haitang suddenly seems to understand something. She turns her head towards Xianxia in disbelief, using a hoarse and trembling voice to say, Xianxia, what you're saying right now is the truth. It's hard to suppress the tears in her beautiful eyes, her chest heaving up and down violently. Feng Haitang only feels like she's going to explode from anger. Xianxia sees the tears in her eyes, his heart suddenly aching. He can't make the hand gesture he was about to make. Seeing this, Guanhu promptly comes over, beaming, Miss Feng, don't listen to our boss's nonsense, he's a typical hypocrite. Just now, when he saw you walking so close to the crown prince, his eyes almost popped out. What's more, if you're here, how could our boss be willing to leave? You don't know, when he heard you had an accident, our boss went crazy, he didn't eat or sleep. Ah. Boss, why did you hit me? I'm telling the truth. Hearing Guanhu's words and looking at Xianxia's obviously awkward and flustered expression, Feng Haitang feels a little better. Aya, Luo Xiaoyu, we came from afar and fought again. We're exhausted. Hurry up and arrange a place for us and boss to stay. That's right, we're here to protect Miss Feng, so you must arrange for our accommodations to be closer to Miss Feng. As Guanhu speaks, he winks at Liu Beiyu. Liu Beiyu instantly understands, don't worry, brother Hu, I'll let people arrange it. I guarantee that you'll all be satisfied. As he spoke, he glanced at his elder brother and shook his head. Although Big Brother liked Sister Haitang was destined to be their big brothers. Therefore, Big Brother's love affair could only come to an end. 3 days later. Your First Highness, the poison in your body has been completely removed. Feng Haitang takes back the silver needles, slowly saying, next, as long as you use drafts to nurse yourself well, you'll be able to recover. As the ruler of a country, you cannot lose your vigilance. I hope you will remember this. Luo Nantian sat up from the bed, but he did not check his body. Instead, he stared at Feng Haitang. Miss Haitang, are you leaving? Feng Haitang nodded her head. We were invited by Xiaoyu to treat your illness. Now that you have recovered, it is time for us to return. What if I say that I beg you to stay? Luo Nantian stood up and walked 2 steps towards Feng Haitang. Haitang, I have never felt such strong emotions for a girl like I do for you. If you are willing to stay and be my consort, I promise that I will treat you well for the rest of my life and will never look at another woman again. Haitang, are you willing to stay for me? Feng Haitang was stunned as she stared at the youth in front of her. He stood 2 meters away from her, maintaining the safest and most respectful distance for a girl. There was no forceful aggression or oppression, but his eyes burned with passion. That pair of eyes that had regained their black color after being detoxified were so clear, without any impurities. It was easy to believe that his feelings were real, without a trace of lies. No one could belittle such a sincere feeling, and no one would not be moved. But after being moved, Feng Haitang quickly recovered and shook her head. Sorry, I cannot promise you. Because I already have someone I like. The light in Luo Nanshan's eyes dimmed. He smiled bitterly and said softly, actually, I already knew that this would be the outcome. But this is the first time I have met a girl I like. If I don't try, I will not be satisfied. Haitang, do you like that man called Yan Haoyan? Feng Haitang blushed, revealing a rare shyness of a young girl, but she still nodded. He is my fiancé. Although he doesn't want to admit it, in my heart, he is the only man I want to marry in this life. He is really blessed. Luo Nantian muttered. He wanted to smile, but he could not hide the sadness on his face. Feng Haitang looked at the sadness in his beautiful eyes and couldn't bear it. She said softly, Your Highness, thank you for your love. But in fact, your feelings for me might just be because I saved you from the clutches of the disease. It was a kind of instantaneous empathy and impulse. But you are a good person, I believe that you will definitely find your other half. Luo Nantian did not say anything. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The two of them faced each other in silence. At this moment, a figure passed by the window. Luo Nantian suddenly stepped forward and hugged Feng Haitang. Startled, Feng Haitang was about to push him away when she heard Luo Nantian say, Don't move. The person who just walked by is your fiancé. Feng Haitang's long eyelashes trembled. She heard Luo Nantian continue, I can tell that your fiancé likes you but is unwilling to accept you. Haitang, why don't we put on a show to provoke him? If he really has feelings for you, then I wish the two of you a happy life together. But if he still refuses to come to his senses, then he doesn't deserve to have you. When that time comes, I hope that you can give me a chance. Then, she feels the temperature in the room suddenly drop, as if the air is suppressing a cold killing intent, ready to explode at any time. Feng Haitang quivers, pushes Luo Nantian away and rushes out. In the distance, she sees Yan Haoyan's back quickly leaving. That figure is indistinct, almost disappearing, but it's filled with endless despair and loneliness. Feng Haitang can't bear it anymore. She suddenly steps forward and chases after him like lightning. Luo Nantian looks at Feng Haitang's disappearing figure and slowly exhales, revealing a bitter smile. Big brother, I already told you, the one Haitang Jia likes is our boss. Lu Beiyu pops out of nowhere and pats Luo Nanshan's shoulder, comforting him, don't think about it anymore. Give up as soon as possible, lest you get hurt deeper. Luo Nantian retracts his gaze and looks at Lu Beiyu, rubbing his head, Xiaoyu has grown up. That naughty and mischievous boy now knows how to teach big brother a lesson. Hee hee. I got a good master, of course I'll make progress. Lu Beiyu says shamelessly, Big brother, wait until I return from master, then I'll be your general. In the future, I'll help you protect your country. And I believe that Big Brother's future empress will be the best woman in the world. Big Brother, you'll be in love with her and live happily ever after. The dim light in Luo Nanshan's eyes gradually brightens and he slowly nods. Feng Haitang chases for a long time but still can't catch up to Yan Haoyan. Yan Haoyan's cultivation is higher than hers. Running at full speed, it's impossible for her to catch up. Finally, Feng Haitang stops and yells, "Yan Haoyan, stop for me." The figure in front of her slowly stops. Feng Haitang jumps in front of him and looks up at him. The man's face is expressionless, as if he doesn't care about what he just saw. Feng Haitang grits her teeth. What if he really doesn't care? Why did he release such a strong killing intent? Why did he run away? Yan Haoyan, tell me, what did you just see? Don't you have anything to say to me? Yan Haoyan looked down at the girl's slightly blushing beautiful face. His eyes flashed, and after a long while, he gestured with his hands, "Congratulations, you will soon be Qi Yan country's princess." Feng Haitang's body shook violently, and her eyes reddened again. You actually congratulated me? Don't you have anything else to say besides congratulations? Yan Haoyan's hands trembled. Then, he gestured again. He's a good man. He won't let you down. He won't let me down? So you want to push me to someone else? Then have you ever asked me what I want? Feng Haitang could no longer hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. Yan Haoyan, you bastard. Yan Haoyan reached out to touch her face and gently wiped her tears. The heartache and despair in his eyes made people realize how deep the feelings hidden in the man's heart were. But immediately, he seemed to realize something. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and wanted to leave. But how could Feng Haitang let him escape? She grabbed his hand and suddenly leaned forward to bite his lips. Yan Haoyan groaned in pain. If you say no, I will go back and accept Luo Nantian right now. From now on, I'll be the princess of Qi Yan country, and you'll be the commander of the ink camp. We'll never meet again in life or death. If... Feng Haitang's voice was choked with shyness and determination. If you still like me a little, then hug me, kiss me, and tell me that you love me. Yan Haoyan's body stiffened, his muscles twitching slightly. His eyes were scarlet red, and all that remained in his mind was Feng Haitang's captivating red lips and her fragrant breath. His mind buzzed, and everything faded from his consciousness, leaving only the deep love and desire buried in the bottom of his heart. Feng Haitang saw that he did not respond for a long time and thought that he had finally rejected her. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she slowly let go of Yan Haoyan's hand. Just as she was about to leave, her waist was suddenly grabbed by someone, and her red lips were sealed by a blazing hot breath. Feng Haitang suddenly opened her eyes wide, and then ecstasy surged in her heart. Hao Tian was kissing her. Hao Tian took the initiative to kiss her. Did this mean that Hao Tian was finally willing to accept her and be with her? Feng Haitang was wild with joy, and then completely immersed in the man's overbearing and passionate kiss. After a long while, Yan Haoyan finally let go of Feng Haitang's red and swollen lips. Feng Haitang nestled in his arms, tightly hugging his thin waist, her face filled with joy and sweetness. However, the voice that came out of her mouth was low and seductive. Haoyan, are you finally willing to accept me? I'm so happy. I think I'm the happiest woman in the world. A trace of annoyance and pain flashed across Yan Haoyan's face. What was wrong with him? He clearly knew that he was not worthy of Haitang. He had clearly said that he would stay far away from her. Why couldn't he control himself? When he saw Luo Nantian carrying Haitang, he could not control the killing intent in his body. When he held Haitang and kissed her little mouth, he felt so painful and sweet. He wished that time would stop at that moment and never move forward. Didn't he love Haitang? How could he not love her? In this world, the person he loved the most was this silly woman. But he couldn't, he was a piece of trash, an ugly monster who didn't even have a tongue and couldn't speak. How could he be worthy of Haitang? If she were to be with him, how could Haitang's parents agree? Others would also laugh at Haitang, saying that she had married an ugly piece of trash. How could he allow the girl he loved to be hurt like that? Yan Haoyan's heart felt like it was being torn apart and burned. He wanted to push Haitang away as decisively as before, but when he saw the happy smile on her face, it was as if his hands were filled with lead, unable to move. Boss! Boss! Guanhu's shout can be heard from afar. Oh no, the old emperor of Qiyan country sent troops to investigate the cause of Luo Qingfeng's death. 100,000 troops and horses came. Ai. Sigh. Sigh. I didn't see anything, boss, Miss Feng, I was wrong, you guys continue, I'll scram immediately. Come back. Feng Haitang shouted, blushing, you. What did you just say? Where are they now? But the old emperor sent a pretty boy over, saying that he's investigating the cause of Luo Qingfeng's death. If he finds out that it was Luo Nantian and Xiaoyu who rebelled, then the 100,000 troops will come. Feng Haitang frowned. 100,000 troops, even if it's a low-level martial artist, it's still very difficult to deal with. Let's go take a look, Haoyan. Saying so, she naturally held Yan Haoyan's hand. Yan Haoyan struggled, wanting to break free, but Feng Haitang held him even tighter. Guanhu on the side let out a wretched laugh. This made Yan Haoyan's face burn. If not for his dark skin, he would have been embarrassed. But for some reason, there was an indescribable sweetness in his heart. He couldn't bear to let go of this soft little hand that was holding him. It's best not to let go for the rest of his life. When Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan rushed back to Luo Nantian's palace, the Scarlet Flame's emperor's envoy had already arrived. Looking from afar, it was a young man dressed in white with a tall and straight figure. When Feng Haitang saw this young man's back, she felt that he was somewhat familiar. When he turned his head and saw his face, Feng Haitang's eyes widened in shock. Senior apprentice brother? Hearing Feng Haitang's voice, the young man turned around and met her gaze. The young man had a rather outstanding appearance. Although not as handsome as Luo Nantian, he was dressed in white with a folding fan in his hand. His every movement had a carefree and unrestrained attitude. However, after seeing Feng Haitang, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something unbelievable. Then, the shock on his face suddenly turned into ecstasy. He rushed out like an arrow and hugged Feng Haitang. Haitang, is it really you? Why are you here? Do you know how long I, uncle, auntie, and fellow apprentice brothers have been looking for you? Feng Haitang wasn't used to having intimate physical contact with men other than Yan Haoyan. Just as she was about to push him away, she heard the young man's words and became slightly dazed. Father, mother, and master, how are they? Feng Haitang's voice was slightly hoarse, full of guilt. When the Yan family declined, her parents broke off the engagement with Yan Haoyan on her behalf. Although she was unwilling, she knew that her parents were afraid that she would suffer with Yan Haoyan. She stayed true to her feelings, but failed her parents. Her parents only had her as their daughter. If they knew that she had secretly run away, they would probably be very sad and anxious, right? The young man let go of her and looked at her without blinking. After a while, he said, of course, uncle and auntie are very worried about you. For the past year, they have been looking for you everywhere. They are afraid that you will suffer. The last time I went to your house, they saw that auntie was sick. What? Feng Haitang's expression changed. Mother is sick? How is her illness? Is it serious? Senior brother Feng, tell me quickly. However, the young man did not answer her. Instead, he turned around slightly and landed on her and Yan Haoyan's intertwined hands. His eyes narrowed. Haitang, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him to me first? Although Feng Haitang was burning with anxiety, she still blushed when she heard the young man's question. But when Yan Haoyan was about to withdraw his hand, she forcefully held it. Hearing this, Feng Yicheng's eyes flashed and his gaze swept across Yan Haoyan's scarred face. The corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Then, he reached out to Yan Haoyan. I've heard of you. You're the young master of the Yan family who was engaged to Haitang at a young age, right? However, I remember that the Yan family seemed to have met with misfortune. I thought that brother Yan had already passed away. I didn't expect that he actually survived. I wonder how brother Yan managed to escape this calamity? How did you spend this time? Yan Haoyan expressionlessly looked at his outstretched hand, but did not shake it. Instead, he silently pulled back the hand Haitang was holding. Feng Haitang was anxious about her mother's illness and quickly asked, "Senior brother, how is my mother's illness?" "Don't worry." Feng Yicheng smiled slightly and reached out to touch Feng Haitang's hair. His actions and demeanor were unusually intimate and natural. "Your mother is just an ordinary illness caused by worry. As long as you go back and see you, I believe she will recover immediately." Feng Haitang heaved a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Yan Haoyan and said, "Haoyan, let's not return to Hellflame Valley first. Can you accompany me home to see my father and mother? I am very worried about my mother's illness. Fortunately, I have learned medicine from Miss, and I believe that mother's illness can be cured." Yan Haoyan's eyes were filled with sorrow and inferiority. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words when he saw Feng Haitang's expectant gaze. Feng Yicheng narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. His expression was unfathomable. At night, Yan Haoyan sat quietly in front of the candle, watching the dancing flame without saying a word. At this moment, the door creaked and was slowly pushed open. Yan Haoyan looked up and saw Feng Yicheng walking in slowly with a fan in his hand. Meeting Yan Haoyan's gaze, Feng Yicheng revealed a mysterious smile. "Brother Yan, you don't seem surprised at all that I would come looking for you?" Yan Haoyan looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Feng Yicheng did not feel uncomfortable at all. He slowly closed the door and sat opposite him. "Brother Yan, why aren't you saying anything? Are you disdainful of talking to me? Or, you can't speak?" Yan Haoyan pursed his lips, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Sigh. "I didn't expect Brother Yan to really be unable to speak." Feng Yicheng closed the fan in his hand and said regretfully, "I thought the rumors I heard were just rumors. I didn't expect it to be true. I heard that when the Yan family declined, Brother Yan didn't die. Instead, his cultivation was crippled, his tongue was cut off, and he was sold to the Ghost City's beast-fighting coliseum to become a slave for people to play with." As Feng Yicheng spoke, he shook his head. Brother Yan was originally a proud son of heaven. He had awe-inspiring talent, a huge family background, and a beautiful and outstanding fiancée like Haitang. It was really enviable. Who would have thought that he would actually fall to the point where he couldn't even speak? If I were Brother Yan, I definitely wouldn't be able to endure such a fall. I'd rather die than live an ignoble life and become someone else's plaything. Yan Haoyan clenched his fists tightly by his side. After a long while, he picked up the pen and wrote a few words on the paper. "What are you trying to say? Haitang is the pearl of the Feng clan, our most cherished junior sister. Her future is destined to be a meteoric success that everyone envies. But what can you bring her? If she goes out with you, junior sister will only be laughed at by others, and uncle and Aunt Feng will not be able to lift their heads. Moreover, Haitang has many talents, but what about you? You don't even know how to speak. When you marry her, how are you going to accompany her? Let's say something more unpleasant. Although you were not born with this disability, your body is still damaged. Can you guarantee that the children you give birth to in the future will not have the same disability as you? When that time comes, how sad and regretful will junior sister Haitang be?" Yan Haoyan only felt a roar in his head, and his face turned pale in an instant. Feng Yicheng, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the effect he had created. The expression in his eyes became more and more arrogant and determined. "I know that junior sister must be dead set on you now. She is infatuated with you. Haitang, this silly girl, has always been like this. She is especially loyal to her friends. But you better not misunderstand. That does not mean that she really likes you. It is only because of the previous engagement and her sympathy for you that she feels sorry for you and is too embarrassed to let go of you. But sympathy and pity, there is no real relationship between the two of you. One day, it will be used up. When she finds out that she made the wrong choice, I'm afraid she will be in so much pain that she will wish she was dead. Can you bear to see Haitang become like that in the future?" Feng Yicheng's last sentence was like a giant hammer that ruthlessly smashed into Yan Haoyan's heart. Sympathy and pity. Yes, what he was most afraid of was that Haitang's stubbornness to be with him was not because she loved him, but because she pitied him. When one day, Haitang found out that she had made a mistake in her feelings and regretted it, what should he do? If there was such a future, he would rather not have a beginning and not have any hope. Because without hope, there would be no disappointment, and there would be no despair. And without him, Haitang would accept Fang Yicheng, Luo Nantian, and a man who was 110,000 times better than him. She would definitely be happier for the rest of her life than marrying a cripple like him. Yan Haoyan slowly closed his eyes. He felt as if there was something hot and wet surging in his eyes. But when he touched the corners of his eyes, everything was so dry. Just like his dried up and withered life from then on. At this moment, Fang Yicheng knew that he had achieved his goal. He stood up with a smile and used the handle of his fan to gently knock on the table. He leisurely said, "Tomorrow, junior sister Haitang and I will be returning to the Feng clan. I hope you can make things clear with Haitang as soon as possible and make her give up. Of course, I don't think Brother Yan would be so thick-skinned as to follow us back to the Feng clan, right? After all, you know very well that Uncle and Aunt Feng will never welcome you." After that, Fang Yicheng left with a smile. Just like that, Yan Haoyan sat in front of the candlelight in a deathly stillness, his entire body ice-cold, until dawn. Early the next morning, Feng Haitang packed her luggage and hurried to Yan Haoyan's room. Seeing Yan Haoyan sitting in front of the extinguished candle, Feng Haitang was stunned. "Haoyan, why are you still sitting here? Have you packed up? We're about to set off for Tianfu City. I want to tell father and mother about us first." Wait until the wedding date is set, then we'll inform Miss and let the entire Netherflame army come to attend our wedding. Feng Haitang is a girl after all. When it comes to the wedding, she inevitably reveals a shy and sweet expression. She packs up the few clothes that Yan Haoyan has, then looks at him with a slightly blushing face. Unexpectedly, when she turns her head, she meets Yan Haoyan's almost deathly still eyes. She stares blankly. "Haoyan, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Feng Haitang steps forward, wanting to touch Yan Haoyan's face and check his pulse. However, before she can touch Yan Haoyan, she is pushed away. There's no expression on Yan Haoyan's face. He slowly reaches out and makes a few gestures. "You go back, I won't go back with you." Feng Haitang stares blankly. You won't go back with me? Why? Could it be that you still bear a grudge against my parents for breaking off our engagement? Haoyan, believe me, this time, I will definitely convince father and mother. I will tell them that in this life, except for you, I, Feng Haitang, won't marry anyone. Feng Haitang wants to pull Yan Haoyan's hand, but Yan Haoyan takes a step back. How many times do you want me to say it before you understand? Yan Haoyan gestures with his pen, expressing his meaning. It's impossible for me to be with you again. I used to treat you as my fiancé, just because there was an engagement between us. Towards you, I never had any feelings between a man and a woman. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. So, after I escaped from the ghost city and heard that the engagement between us had been broken off, you don't know how glad I was. In this way, I don't have to marry a woman that I don't love. Feng Haitang stares blankly at the meaning of his strokes. Her rosy and bashful face loses all color little by little. Her lips tremble slightly, opening and closing them several times, but she can only make a broken sound. Haoyan, what are you saying? What do you mean by those gestures just now? Why can't I understand it? Yes, I must not understand it. I'm not good at sign language, so sometimes I can't understand the meaning you express. I will study hard in the future. Feng Haitang said in a panic, speaking faster and faster. When I learn sign language, I can listen to you properly and know what you really mean. This time, if you don't want to go back with me, then forget it. I'll talk to my parents myself. Haoyan, you wait in Hellflame Valley, wait for me to come back, okay? Yan Haoyan suddenly roared and grabbed Feng Haitang's hand. His lips opened and closed little by little, and his hands gestured little by little. Feng Haitang, don't deceive yourself anymore. You've already understood what I meant, haven't you? After you go back this time, don't come back again. Stay by your parents' side and find a good man to marry. At least that man wouldn't be ugly, and at least that man wouldn't make you learn sign language to communicate with him. Don't say any more. Feng Haitang finally broke down. Hot tears flowed down from her eyes. She glared at the heartless man in front of her and said word by word, Yan Haoyan, Are you really going to be so heartless to me? He was almost defeated by Feng Haitong's tears once again. However, Fang Yicheng's voice once again rang in his mind. What can you give her? Being together with you, junior sister will only be laughed at by others when she goes out in the future. Your disability, although it is not innate, but your body is still damaged. Can you guarantee that the children you give birth to in the future will not have the same disability as you? Yan Haoyan closed his eyes, slowly writing, Haitang, go back, there is no future between us. From now on, let's not see each other again. Feng Haitang tightly bit her lips, biting her lower lip until it bled, but she could not stop the tears from flowing down. Yan Haoyan, I only ask you one thing, you really, never loved me? Yan Haoyan clenched his teeth, resisting the urge to wipe away her tears and the blood on her lips, slowly opening his lips. With silent determination, he gave Feng Haitang a fatal blow. No. I did. Good, good. I understand. Feng Haitang laughed lowly, but that smile was so sad and bleak, like a cuckoo crying blood. It was I, Feng Haitang, who thought too much of myself. It was I, Feng Haitang, who was willing to be lowly, but, from now on, I will never do it again. Yan Haoyan, you can rest assured, from now on, I will never bother you again, we will never meet again in this life. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Wet tears were blown by the wind, falling on Yan Haoyan's face, wetting the corner of his lips. Even if he did not have a tongue, he could still taste the bitterness and despair of these tears. Yan Haoyan stood there blankly, his mind filled with Feng Haitong's heartbroken face. That kind of misery, that kind of despair, there was not a trace of light in her eyes, as if from now on, her life would no longer have any happiness or color. Was Haitong's feelings towards him really just sympathy and pity, his determination and cruelty? Could it really bring happiness to Haitang? From now on, he would never see Haitang again. Thinking of the last possibility, Yan Haoyan only felt his heart was tightly wrapped by thorns, so painful that he could not breathe, so painful that his whole body was convulsing. Ah! Ah! He could not bear it any more. As if he was crazy, he rushed out, rushing towards Haitang's room. However, this place was already empty. Cold and lonely, just like his heart that had been torn apart piece by piece. Just now, Haitang and Fang Yicheng left together. Suddenly, Luo Nanshan's voice came from behind him. Yan Haoyan slowly turned around and saw Luo Nanshan's murderous expression. I've never seen Haitang look so sad and desperate. Luo Nantian enunciated each word clearly. Just yesterday, she was still filled with hope. With a sweet expression, she asked Little Yu to go back and tell his master that they would be returning to Hellflame Valley later. Yan Haoyan's body trembled slightly, and his head buzzed as if it was about to explode. However, Luo Nanshan's words entered his ears. I do not know what happened between the two of you. However, I know that you are the only person in this world that can make Haitang feel so much pain, to the point of being heartbroken. I don't know what Haitang sees in you. A coward like you doesn't deserve Haitang at all. Yan Haoyan slowly lowered his eyes as he revealed a bitter smile. He had always known that he was not worthy of Haitang. You're wrong. Haitang doesn't care about these external things. Those who truly love you will only feel pity and heartache. I said you're not worthy of Haitang because you don't know what Haitang really wants. As a man, you don't dare face and bear your own feelings. You only know how to be overcautious, afraid of being laughed at by others. Could it be that in your heart, other people's opinions are more important than Haitang's happiness? Yan Haoyan's whole body trembles. He raises his head and stares blankly at Luo Nantian. Luo Nantian has always had the most gentle personality. Today is the first time he's been so angry, saying such merciless words. Haitang's disheartened appearance before she left made him unable to hide the anger and unwillingness in his heart. I'm willing to withdraw because I know that Haitang truly likes you. She can only be happy if she's with you. But now I'm starting to wonder if my decision was wrong. You think you're doing it for Haitang's good, but have you ever thought that besides yourself, can you guarantee that other men will give her happiness? If I knew you'd let someone like Fang Yicheng take Haitang away, I would never have given up on making Haitang my princess. Yan Haoyan's pupils slightly contract. He opens his mouth to speak, but he can only make a mess of syllables. Boss, you've really gone too far this time. How can you make Xianxia so sad? Lu Beiyu runs up from behind, angrily shouting, I tried so hard to persuade my brother to withdraw, saying that Xianxia belongs to you, but you actually gave Xianxia to that bastard Fang Yicheng. I had the Tianji battalion investigate overnight. This Fang Yicheng is in our Qiyan country. Although he's nominally father's subordinate, he's already colluded with Luo Chengfeng and done a lot of bad things. Moreover, are you blind? I can't tell that this man has bad intentions towards Xianxia. If Xianxia is really sad and this bastard takes advantage of her, then you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yan Haoyan's breathing suddenly becomes heavy. At this moment, he can no longer bear it. He turns around and runs towards the door. There's a Fergana horse at the door. Lu Beiyu yells from behind, Boss, you must get Xianxia back. Otherwise, just wait for the Nether Flame Army and Master to make you suffer the consequences. Luo Nantian sighed softly and said softly, I hope that he will wake up soon and not make Haitang sad. In the Valley of the Wilderness. Fang Yicheng lit a bonfire and set up a tent. When the food was cooked, he turned to look at Feng Haitang, only to find that she was still sitting there blankly, like a beautiful puppet doll, without any signs of life. Fang Yicheng's eyes flashed and he turned to walk towards her. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and hugged her. He said softly, All right, Haitang, don't be sad. That Yan Haoyan doesn't want to be with you because he's blind. Don't worry, senior brother will always be with you and won't let you be sad again. I'm sure uncle and auntie will be very happy to see us going back together. As he spoke, Fang Yicheng's gaze lingered on Feng Haitang's beautiful face, his eyes flashing with desire and desire. With that, he hugged Feng Haitang tighter and was about to kiss her. But just as his lips were about to touch Feng Haitang's face, he suddenly staggered from a heavy push. Feng Haitang suddenly stood up and looked down at him. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. How do you know that I am sad because Haoyan is not willing to be with me? Fang Yicheng was startled, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. So it was you. Feng Haitang suddenly came to her senses. She gritted her teeth and said, You said something to him last night, right? Fang Yicheng laughed dryly, Junior sister, what are you talking about? Senior brother, I don't understand? I only saw that Yan Haoyan did not go home with you. I guessed that he must have rejected you. That's why you are so sad. Senior brother, I am also concerned about you. Stop with your flowery words. Feng Haitang coldly said, Yan Haoyan, that guy, is indeed a blockhead. His mind is always unable to think. Moreover, after the great change, he is especially self-abased. He always wraps himself up tightly, afraid that anyone can see through his heart. But, yesterday, his attitude had clearly loosened. After a night, he suddenly retreated and even said such heartless words. It was as if he was trying to think of a way to make me give up. I originally did not understand why he would be so cruel. But now I know, it was you. Last night, you must have said something to him. Fang Yicheng stood up from the ground, revealing a disdainful expression. At this moment, he no longer pretended, even if I said something to him, so what? Which one of my words was not the truth? He is just an ugly trash. He is not worthy of you in the first place. What's more, junior sister, do you really like such an ugly person? You were just pitying him, pitying him. He was once a slave. He does not even have dignity. How can he be worthy of you? But I am not the same. Fang Yicheng took a step forward. His eyes were burning and his breathing was heavy. Junior sister, I have liked you since young. I wanted to marry you. But you had an engagement in the past, so I had to suppress my feelings. But now, uncle and auntie have already broken off the engagement for you. The Yan family has been defeated, and Yan Haoyan has been destroyed. He is no longer worthy of you, but you and I are a match made in heaven. As Fang Yicheng spoke, he seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He suddenly pounced over and hugged Feng Haitang, wanting to kiss her. Junior sister, the sun and moon can bear witness to my feelings for you. Just give in to me. Feng Haitang felt her stomach churn. She was so disgusted that she wanted to die. She tried to push him away, but Fang Yicheng's cultivation was on par with hers. As a man, his strength was far greater than a woman's. She actually couldn't push him away for a moment. Fang Yicheng's breath was already on her face, and his lips were about to kiss her neck. An ominous glint flashes in Feng Haitong's eyes. The weapon that Mayan gave her, flowing light damask, suddenly flies out and heavily lashes Fang Yicheng's face. Fang Yicheng let out a blood-curdling scream. He quickly retreated and covered his face. But the flowing light damask was poisonous. Although it was not fatal, it caused the wound on his face to rapidly fester. Fang Yicheng trembled as he touched his face. But all he felt was blood, and there were also sticky abscesses. He angrily attacked his heart. Haitang, you. I only like you, and you actually want to kill me? After all, Fang Yicheng was her senior brother. They grew up together and he took good care of her when they were young. Feng Haitang and Fang Yicheng did not have romantic feelings, but they were siblings. This is the antidote. You'll be fine after taking it orally and applying it externally. Feng Haitang has a cold face, handing over the draft, but senior brother, those words, and those things, I hope you won't do them again in the future. I only have a sibling relationship with you. It's absolutely impossible for us to become husband and wife. Fang Yicheng lowered his eyelids, hiding the vicious glint in his eyes. However, his face revealed an ashamed expression as he murmured, I'm sorry, Haitang. I just liked you too much and couldn't help myself. Don't be angry, I won't do that again. We're still fellow apprentices, right? As he says that, he sprinkles the draft on the wound, but because of the pain, he can't sprinkle it accurately. Seeing that such a precious antidote is going to be wasted, Feng Haitang sighs and steps forward to take the draft and apply it on him. The wound quickly begins to heal under the effect of the draft, and the abscess also automatically falls off. Feng Haitang heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew something was wrong. But in the end, it was too late. Her body instantly became incomparably sore, and her consciousness slowly drifted away. Her mind was completely blank. She slowly fell into Fang Yicheng's arms. Before she completely lost consciousness, she saw Fang Yicheng's sinister smile. Then, he fell into a deep slumber. Fang Yicheng looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, but he had already lost his desire. There wasn't the slightest bit of friendship in his eyes, only thick and twisted resentment and hatred. Heh. Feng Haitang, since you don't know what's good for you and pretend to be a chaste woman in front of me, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll send you to a place right now. I guarantee that even if you're a chaste woman, you'll immediately become a married woman. Ha ha ha. Just nice, that Lord promised me that as long as I send him an excellent cauldron, he'll guarantee that I'll advance to the innate realm. Feng Haitang, you brought all of this upon yourself. You didn't want to be Madame Feng, and you just had to like that trash, Yen. Don't blame me, your senior brother, for ending up like this. Ha ha ha. 15 minutes after Fang Yicheng left with Feng Haitang, Yen arrived at the valley on his Vergana horse. He saw the tent and firewood but did not see Feng Haitang. Yen suppressed his anxiety and searched the ground. Finally, he found Feng Haitang's hairpin in the grass. There was still a familiar stench lingering in the air. He knew that this was the smell of the flowing light damask weapon that the miss had left for Haitang. Yen's pupils suddenly contracted. Why would Haitang use the flowing light damask? His mind recalls Liu Beiyu's words, Fang Yicheng is not a good thing. Could it be that something really happened to Haitang? Yen's body trembled violently. The regret and anxiety in his heart almost drowned all his thoughts. When he thought of the danger that Haitang might have encountered, he felt his entire body convulse and suffocate, unable to move. Poochie, a knife stabbed into his thigh. The sharp pain made him calm down. Yen abruptly stood up and carefully observed the ground for a moment before he once again chased after them like a bolt of lightning. Haitang, wait for me. Wait for me. A small town on the border of Qiyan country and Jingchen country, Mu Yan rushes over, travel-worn. What she sees is Liu Beiyu, Guan Hu, and the others anxiously running around in circles. What happened to Yen and Haitang? Speak clearly. The girl's cool and steady voice finally calms down Liu Beiyu and the others' emotions. Lu Beiyu gives a brief account of what happened in the past few days. We thought that boss would quickly get Haitang's sister back, but after waiting for a day and a night, there's still no news. Lu Beiyu says in annoyance, Master, it's all my fault, hit me. I only wanted boss to get Haitang's sister back as soon as possible, but I didn't think that they would be in danger. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let boss go after them by himself. I should have let the people from the ink camp follow. It's my fault. Guanhu says in a hoarse voice, the people from the Tianji unit clearly gave me information, saying that Fang Yicheng, that gigolo, isn't a good thing, but I didn't stop Miss Feng, and even let her go with someone else. I'm really a pig. Saying that, he ruthlessly slaps his own face, his eyes filled with annoyance. When she hears the name Fang Yicheng, Mu Yan suddenly frowns. Fang Yicheng, she's not unfamiliar with this name. In her past life, after a few years, this person turned to Gong Qianxue and became her most loyal lackey. She didn't expect that Fang Yicheng used to be Feng Haitang's senior brother. Then, in the end, under Gong Qianxue's matchmaking, Feng Haitang married Zhao Tianxiang, and eventually suffered humiliation and died. Was Fang Yicheng pulling strings in between? Now that Haitang and Haoyan are missing, is it because of him? Mu Yan has an intuition that Haitang's disappearance this time is definitely related to Zhao Tianxiang. Just as she's about to speak, she suddenly sees a white horse galloping over. The horse runs so fast that when it reaches Mu Yan and the others, there's no way for it to stop. Lu Beiyu is startled to see the person on the horse. Big brother, be careful. Guanhu's tiger eyes sink, his burly body soars into the air. He grabs Luo Nanchan's collar and pulls him down from the horse. At the same time, he grabbed the reins with his other hand. The horse let out a neigh, and its hoofs rubbed against the ground violently before it slowly came to a stop. Luo Nantian was still in a state of shock, but he didn't have the time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Panting for breath, he said, Jingqing country sent news that the Feng family married Feng Haitang off to Jingqing country's formidable great general's son, Zhao Tianxiang. What? How is this possible? Guanhu and Lu Beiyu simultaneously shouted, how could Sister Haitang marry someone else? Murderous intent suddenly overflows in Mayan's eyes. It really is Zhao Tianxiang. When is the wedding? Luo Nanchan's voice trembled with extreme worry and fear. No. There was no wedding. Haitang was sent directly to Zhao Tianxiang's residence. At the same time, Zhao Tianxiang sent the betrothal gifts to the Feng family. The head of the Feng clan, Haitang's grandfather, had directly announced that she had become the daughter-in-law of the Zhao clan. Haitang's parents didn't agree. I heard that they were beaten to the brink of death and imprisoned. As he says each word, Guanhu and Lu Beiyu widen their eyes in shock and anger. Master, what should we do? Mayan takes a deep breath, and coldly says, Guanhu, pass down the order, have the Nether Flame Army assemble, the target, Jingqing country's Weiyuan general's mansion. Guanhu and Lu Beiyu look at each other, their eyes lighting up a little. Understood. Yes, whoever dares to touch their Netherflame Valley's people, they will definitely make them pay 1,000 times over. When Haitang slowly wakes up, she only feels that her whole body is indescribably sore and powerless. Even her eyelids seem to be filled with lead, unable to open. Her mind is in chaos, and she vaguely remembers that before she fainted, she was applying medicine for her senior brother, Fang Yicheng. Then, she only feels a pain in her neck and loses consciousness. What's going on with her now? At this moment, a familiar voice enters her ear. Prince Zhao, this Feng Haitang is this subordinate's junior sister. Since childhood, her talent has been awe-inspiring, and her appearance is beautiful. I have admired little junior sister for a long time, but when I thought of your majesty, I felt that only a noble person like you is worthy of little junior sister, so I sent her over to you. This is Fang Yicheng's voice. As Haitang listens to the contents of his words, her heart burns with raging anger. Fang Yicheng, she treats him as an older brother, but she didn't expect that he would actually scheme against her like this. Ha ha ha. Fang Yicheng's good intentions, this prince will certainly remember in my heart. This prince is naturally very satisfied with Miss Feng, otherwise I wouldn't have given her the title of prince's wife. Ha 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 ha. It's a very greasy man's voice. Then, a cold and slippery hand caresses Haitong's face, making her feel nauseous, as if a reptile is wriggling on her face. Such a stunner, in bed, will certainly make this prince incomparably ecstatic. This isn't just making this prince a cultivation furnace to maintain eternal youth. Fang Yicheng, you've done very well, this prince will definitely not treat you unfairly. This bottle of pills is something that I obtained with great difficulty from my father. Take one every month, and after a year at most, you can prepare to break through to the pre-celestial realm. When this hand is about to reach into Feng Haitong's collar, Feng Haitang uses all the strength in her body to suddenly open her eyes and fiercely stare over. Meeting her fierce gaze, the man in front of her was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out an excited laugh. "Little beauty, you're finally awake. This prince was worried that you were too obedient and not exciting enough." Feng Haitang took a deep breath. She wanted to roar loudly, but could only make a weak sound. "You, who are you? What do you want to do to me?" "Ha ha ha, little beauty, could it be that you don't even recognize me, Zhao Tianxiang? I am the prince of Weiyuan General's mansion, and you are already the wife of the prince. What do you think I want to do to you?" A wet and slippery hand touched her chin wretchedly, making Feng Haitang so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. However, she didn't have any strength left in her body. She couldn't move at all. She resisted the nausea and looked at Feng Yicheng. "Why? Feng Yicheng. I treat you like a senior brother, like an elder brother. Why are you treating me like this?" Feng Yicheng looked up and down at her beautiful face and curvaceous body. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed softly and said, "Little junior sister, how can you say that? Everything that senior brother did was for your own good. The home that senior brother found for you is much better than that crippled mute. Now that you're the prince's wife, shouldn't you be thanking your senior brother?" Feng Yicheng looked at Zhao Tianxiang, bowed to him and said meaningfully, "Young Master Zhao, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Then this little brother will take his leave first and won't delay your wedding night." His hand tightly grasped the pill that Zhao Tianxiang had just given him. Although he was a little reluctant to give his junior sister away, compared to his cultivation and future, it was all worth it. "Hee, Feng Haitang, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being blind and not knowing what's good for you. You'd rather have that trash Yan Haoyan than accept me. Since that's the case, then you can sink in hell until you die." Feng Yicheng swaggered away and Zhao Tianxiang waved his hand to close the door. He immediately walked over to Haitang with a lewd smile. Feng Haitang gritted her teeth and said, "If you dare to touch me, when I escape, I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces." Ga ga ga. Zhao Tianxiang let out a series of strange laughter. "Little beauty is really spicy, but the more spicy, the more flavorful it is. This prince likes it. What should we play first?" Saying that, his face suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He quickly walked to the wall and took a whip from it. The whip was covered with fine barbs and the original dark green whip body was already dyed red with blood. Zhao Tianxiang took the whip and swung it on the ground, then step by step, he walked towards Feng Haitang on the bed. "Little beauty, this is your first time here, then let's have some fun first." Just as his voice fell, the whip in his hand suddenly rose up and heavily lashed Haitang's body. Feng Haitang was drugged and her whole body couldn't move, but the pain seemed to be magnified 10 times. The whip hit her body and instantly tore her clothes. Her skin felt a sharp burning pain, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Her muffled groan made Zhao Tianxiang incomparably excited. He laughed strangely and the whip in his hand lashed out even more forcefully. Every time he did so, a piece of Haitang's clothes would be torn off, leaving dark red marks on her smooth skin. "Scream. Scream it out loud. Ha 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 ha. What I love the most is hearing your bitter tears begging for mercy. The more it's like this, the more excited I'll be when I play." When the barbed whip landed on his body, it brought him a pain worse than death. This whip was specially made. It would not leave bloody wounds on the body, but the pain would be amplified by the medicinal effect. However, Haitang clenched her teeth. Other than the first time she was caught off guard and let out a muffled groan, she clenched her teeth tightly. Even if the pain made her break out in a cold sweat, even if she bit her lips until they bled, she did not make a sound. Zhao Tianxiang gasped for breath as he stopped swinging his whip. His crimson eyes scanned Haitang's body. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied that Feng Haitang did not cry for mercy like other women. However, very quickly, he revealed an excited smile. Little beauty, it seems that this little bit of entertainment is not enough to satisfy you. You are truly worthy of being the woman this prince has taken a liking to. Just you wait, in a while, this prince will definitely satisfy you. Zhao Tianxiang turned around and took a red candle from the candlestick beside him. Because of his excitement, the hand that he used to hold the red candle was trembling. Seeing this grinning man walk closer, Haitang's heart was filled with endless panic. What do you want to do? Zhao Tianxiang sees a flash of panic on her face, and he's indescribably excited. The hand holding the candle trembles. Then he laughs cruelly. What do I want to do? Of course I want to do something that would make you, little beauty, happy. Saying that, he suddenly tips the candle in his hand in Haitang's direction. The next moment, scalding candle oil drips down, flowing on the wound caused by the whip. Hiss, the burning pain makes Haitang suck in a breath of cold air, her whole body spasming. How delicate is the wound caused by the whip, how could it withstand the scalding candle oil? Zhao Tianxiang sees her reaction, and his laughter becomes more and more carefree. He reaches out to tear off her clothes, and at the same time, he burns the candle flame on Haitang's skin. Sizzle, that's the sound of the candle flame scorching flesh. Haitang couldn't bear it anymore, and she lets out a mournful scream. Zhao Tianxiang listens to her scream, and he really gets excited. He tears off his clothes, and pounces on her. Little beauty, scream, scream, the more you scream, the more excited this air is, the happier I am, ha ha ha. However, before Zhao Tianxiang can climb on top of Haitang, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his waist, and then his whole body is thrown out like a sack. Who dares to break in, Aya? Help! Help! Without waiting for Zhao Tianxiang to ask any questions, a fierce storm of attacks has already fallen on his body. There's the sound of crack crack in his ears, that's the sound of the bones in his hands and feet being trampled and broken. Zhao Tianxiang's eyes turn white from the pain, and he finally can't bear it anymore, fainting. Yan Haoyan's eyes are crimson, unwaveringly glaring at the unconscious person on the ground. There's a murderous intent like that of a wild beast in his eyes. However, before he could kill Zhao Tianxiang, there's the low sound of a woman sobbing coming from behind him. Yan Haoyan's whole body stiffens, and he promptly turns and rushes back to the bedside, helping the disheveled Feng Haitang up. Looking at the scars all over Feng Haitang's pure white body, Yan Haoyan almost can't breathe. He shakes his hand, and takes out the antidote draft that Mayan gave him, and lets Haitang take it. The medicine's effects quickly allowed Feng Haitang to regain her mobility. However, her body was ice cold. She curled up in Yan Haoyan's arms, clutching his clothes tightly as her body trembled incessantly. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, she really thought that she had fallen into hell and that there was no hope left in her life. At that moment, the despair and humiliation in her heart could not be described with words. She couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide. However, at that time, she didn't cry. Even though she was already in hell, without any hope, she still didn't shed a single tear. But now, she was in Yan Haoyan's embrace, smelling the man's familiar scent. Haitang could no longer hold back her tears. Yan Haoyan wanted to open his mouth to comfort the crying girl in his arms, but he couldn't make a sound. Looking at Feng Haitang's frightened, heartbroken, and battered appearance, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. He really wanted to stab himself to death, if he hadn't listened to Feng Yicheng, that despicable person, and broken off his relationship with Haitang. How could Haitang leave with a broken heart? How could she have experienced all these things? Clearly, he wanted Haitang to be happy, so he left her, but he did not expect that she would suffer such harm. Patter. Feng Haitang stares blankly. She stops crying and looks up. But she sees the scene of a man silently crying. Yan Haoyan's face is still expressionless, as if he's not aware that he's crying. But the way he's silently crying like this, makes people truly feel his remorse, pain, and sorrow. At this moment, Feng Haitang's heart is miraculously warmed. Even the pain in her body, as well as the nausea and fear from just a moment ago, are thrown little by little to the back of her mind. Her hand gently caresses Yan Haoyan's scarred face, wiping away the tears on his face. she says softly, Haoyan, I've already been touched by that disgusting scum Xianxia, and there are ugly scars left on my body. In the future, I will no longer be worthy of you. You were right to push me away before. Without me holding you back, as the commander of the ink camp, and with the Mrs. Cultivation, you will definitely be able to find a better woman. Before he could finish his words, Yan Haoyan has already covered his mouth. He lets out an angry roar, fiercely glaring at him. In those eyes, there's an eagerness to express his feelings and deep feelings. Feng Haitong's heart revolves 1,000 times, there's only one thought in her mind, Yan Haoyan, you still dare to say you don't love me. Now you should have a good taste of what it was like to be rejected. But on the surface, she shows a heartbroken expression, pulling Yan Haoyan's hand down. She struggles to leave his embrace, Yan Haoyan, I don't need your sympathy. Didn't you say that you've never liked me? Now that I'm willing to take the initiative to leave you, isn't that just perfect for you? Yan Haoyan is not good with words, not to mention that he can't speak at all right now. At this moment, seeing Haitang covered in cuts and bruises, yet heartbroken and determined to break free from his embrace, he only feels his heart burning with impatience. The next moment, his body seems to separate from his brain, having its own consciousness. Just as Haitang is about to break free from his embrace, he suddenly pulls her back into his embrace, and fiercely kisses her. Feng Haitang only gently struggles for a moment, then she's completely immersed in the man's hot kiss. The two of them don't notice that Zhao Tianxiang, who is on the verge of death on the ground, has opened his eyes, giving them a venomous look. Then, he used his only intact hand to crush a black pill. A faintly discernible and unique aura filled the room. Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang suddenly woke up and stood up from the bed. Seeing that Zhao Tianxiang had woken up and the thing he had just crushed in his hand, the two of them immediately swallowed a pill each. Seeing their actions, Zhao Tianxiang could not help but burst into laughter. You think what I just crushed was poison? Poison? Ha. Ha. Ha ha. You're wrong, that is much scarier than poison. You're dead. All of you. Dead. Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang both had a bad premonition. It was as if some extreme danger was slowly approaching them. Yan Haoyan quickly stepped forward and unsheathed the long sword in his hand, slashing at Zhao Tianxiang's neck. No matter what kind of danger was about to descend, this scum who tried to humiliate Haitang must die. However, just as Yan Haoyan's sword landed heavily on Zhao Tianxiang's skin, Zhao Tianxiang watched in horror. Immediately after, Yan Haoyan feels a powerful force hitting him. Severe pain erupts from his body and internal organs. His whole body flies out, heavily hitting the wall, and he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Haoyan! Feng Haitang cries out, rushing out to support him, how are you? Yan Haoyan doesn't answer him, but looks at Zhao Tianxiang's position. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man had appeared. The middle-aged man's appearance is very ordinary, not even as outstanding as Zhao Tianxiang. But the terrifying pressure emanating from his body makes Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang tremble uncontrollably. Father, Darren father, save me, these thieves want to kill me. Zhao Tianxiang crawls to the middle-aged man's side, prostrating at his feet, snot and tears overflowing as he complains. Hearing Zhao Tianxiang's name for the middle-aged man, Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang immediately react to who this person is. Jingqing country's formidable great general Zhao Hai. This is a very mysterious person. Very few people know when he became Jingqing country's great general, and what kind of military service he achieved to become a great general. Even in the Yanwu continent, there are very, very few people who have seen Zhao Hai's true face. He is conferred the title of formidable general, but the troops and horses under his command are no more than 10,000. It's just like a false general with an empty title and authority. But strangely, the entire Jingqing country's royal family and the Gong family are in awe of Zhao Hai. No matter what Zhao Hai requests, no matter how Zhao Tianxiang runs amok in Jingqing country, the Gong family never interferes or condemns him. The most unimaginable thing is that the Gong family treats Zhao Hai with such courtesy. However, when the Gong family was destroyed by Mayan and the others, and the entire Jingqing country changed hands, Zhao Hai, the formidable general, doesn't have the slightest reaction. It seems that the life and death of the Gong family, and even the entire Yanwu continent, has nothing to do with him. Hearing Zhao Tianxiang's cries of accusation, Zhao Hai just lowers his head and gives him a cold look, his eyes filled with contempt. Shut up. Zhao Tianxiang's cries abruptly stop, his eyes full of fear as he looks at Zhao Hai. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Zhao Hai was even more disgusted. If you weren't my son, I would have torn you into pieces and fed you to the dogs. I really didn't expect that I, Zhao Hai, a heaven-warping genius, would have a useless son like you. Zhao Tianxiang shivered, not daring to say a word. Zhao's line of sight fell on Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang. He coldly snorted, with a high and mighty deterrence, even if Zhao Tianxiang is a waste, he is still my son. You actually dared to hurt my son, are you ready to bear the consequences? This man's pressure was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Cold sweat slid down Feng Haitang's forehead, but she still stopped her back, gritted her teeth, and said, "It was Zhao Tianxiang who wanted to violate me first. If I don't resist, am I supposed to let him bully me?" Zhao sneered, "So what? Just because he is my son, he looks like a blessing to you. You're just a trivial mortal, yet you dare to despise my son? Who do you think you are? You." Feng Haitang's pretty face flushed with anger. Zhao Hai's tone of speaking to them as if they were ants was too disgusting. However, when Feng Haitang's profound qi surged, Zhao Hai let out a cry of surprise, and revealed a surprised expression, "Your profound qi and root bone." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Hai's figure flashes, and he suddenly disappears. The next moment, he's already in front of Haitang. Yan Haoyan's reaction is also surprisingly fast. Almost immediately, he rushes in front of Haitang, wanting to block Zhao Hai's movements. However, Zhao Hai's cultivation is really too far apart from his. Yan Haoyan's movements are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhao Hai doesn't even move, directly grabbing Yan Haoyan's neck. Blood overflows from Yan Haoyan's throat. "Haoyan!" Haitang recklessly rushes over, Zhao Hai sneered as he took out a rope-like thing and threw it. That rope seems to have a life of its own, directly wrapping around Haitang's body, making her unable to move. The rope suddenly tightens, and Feng Haitang only feels a suffocating pain. Soon after, she can't hold on any longer, and faints. Zhao Hai casually tosses the dying Yan Haoyan to the side, condescendingly looking down at them. His eyes narrow, revealing a thoughtful light, obviously just a mortal of the Yanwu continent, but there's actually a little spiritual power left in their bodies. Really interesting. He crouches down, grabbing Haitang's face and looking at it. The smile on his face becomes more and more sinister, it's actually a furnace with a good physique. Very good, very good. I was just worrying about how to cultivate in this Yanwu continent. Zhao Hai raises his hand, and the rope immediately extends, binding Yan Haoyan as well. The end of the rope flies directly into Zhao Hai's hand. Seeing that Zhao Hai is about to leave, Zhao Tianxiang is anxious. "Father, that Feng Haitang is this child's chosen wife." Zhao Hai's footsteps stop, and he walks towards him step by step. "You want to fight with me over something?" Zhao Tianxiang trembles with fear, almost crying, "No, no, father, this child doesn't dare. This woman is yours, yours." "Humph, who do you think you are? Without me, you don't even have the qualifications to be a human." Zhao Hai condescendingly looks at him, his eyes full of contempt. "You'd better recognize that, let alone a woman, even your life is in my hands." Zhao Tianxiang's face is full of snot and tears, constantly crying and begging for mercy. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and threw a bottle of pills at him. "You should be glad that you're my son. Otherwise, a waste like you wouldn't be qualified to live in this world." The porcelain bottle that was thrown directly smashed into Zhao Tianxiang's forehead, causing a bump to appear. However, he did not complain at all. Instead, he happily accepted the pill and said fawningly, "Lord Father, you really are the most powerful person in this world. The elixirs that you've taken out are 100 times more precious than those of that Heavenly Road sect or Ghost City. According to my son, the one who should really unify the Yanwu continent should be you. Zhao Tianxiang's flattery will make." Zhao Hai Tianxiang is Xiang. Zhao's flat flattery. Zhao Tianxiang is. Zhao Tianxiang sensed that something was wrong. When he wanted to correct himself, Zhao Hai lifted his foot and kicked him in the chest. He sneered and said, whether I'm fierce or not, it's not for you to say. Yen and Feng. Hi hi hi. Yen. And, after a long time, he stood up in a sorry state. With trembling hands, he poured out the pills from the bottle and stuffed them into his mouth. Once the pill entered his stomach, his internal injuries healed rapidly. However, the fractures on his hands and legs would not heal in a short period of time. Prince. Are you all right? The guards outside rushed in and were shocked to see Zhao Tianxiang's pale face and limp limbs. Zhao Tianxiang raised his hand and slapped him hard on the face. Trash. Someone actually managed to sneak in just like that? What's the point of keeping you here? Hurry up and bring the doctor over. Yes. This subordinate will go find a doctor. The guard was beaten, but he didn't dare to act rashly and quickly left. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianxiang called out to him again. His blood-stained face revealed a cruel and vicious expression. Wait a minute. Bring those female martial artists over. When the guard heard his words, he shivered. His eyes were filled with reluctance and fear. But in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more. He bowed and answered, yes. Zhao Tianxiang held his hand that was still fractured. Remembering how Feng Haiteng and Yan Haoyan had beaten him, and how Zhao had looked at him like a dog, his face twisted. However, he didn't dare to resist Zhao, and he didn't dare to fight with him over a woman. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on those women. Seeing those women being tortured by him until they were covered with cuts and bruises, living a life worse than death, his perverted heart was satisfied. Miss, this is General Wei Yuan's mansion. Ru Yan bowed and said, this subordinate will first have the Tianji battalion's people go in and scout the situation, there's no need. Mu Yan faintly interrupts her. Her order is concise and clear, directly charge in. Ru Yan was startled and did not respond. The people of the ink camp have already let out a howl like a wolf, letting out a strange cry as they rush into the Zhao family's mansion. The people of the ink camp have all rolled over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What they're most impatient with is beating around the bush. What's more, their boss and sister-in-law had been captured. They'd been suppressing a belly full of anger for a long time and wished for nothing more than to chop those dregs into pieces. Now, Mu Yan's order was exactly what they wanted. In a short quarter of an hour, the guards of General Wei Yuan's mansion have already been completely slaughtered by the seething anger of the ink camp. The clamor of slaughter outside did not affect the singing and dancing in the main hall at all. From time to time, beautiful music and the man's carefree laughter could be heard. Every now and then, there would be the sound of a woman moaning and making people blush. Guanhu sneered, you're still having fun even when you're about to die. He waves his hand, and the people of the ink camp immediately move in unison and rush towards the main hall. However, when the people of the ink camp see the scene in the main hall, they are also stunned. From the outside, one would think that the hall was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and swallows, men and women making love. It was like heaven. However, when he saw the sight before him, he realized that this wasn't heaven at all. It was hell. The hall was filled with women who were being abused. Some of them had their limbs chopped off, while others had parts of their skin peeled off, revealing their tender flesh dripping with blood. There were also some who were wantonly played with by 4 to 5 men. Some even had their glasses dug out and their tongues cut out. However, this wasn't the most frightening thing. Rather, it was that they were trapped in this kind of purgatory, their eyes were dug out, their limbs were chopped off, and their blood was flowing all over the ground. Surrounded by these women, Zhao Tianxiang is holding a torture device, abusing these people while letting out a sharp and wanton laughter. Many of the people in the ink camp came from the ghost city's Wanrenku. They've also seen the misery of the people who have been swallowed and controlled by the soul-devouring insect. But there's never been a scene that could make them more shocked and angry than the one before their eyes. This is no longer the ugliness of human nature, but, Zhao Tianxiang, that scum, beast. He deserves to die. Someone couldn't help but let out a trembling roar. This roar startled Zhao Tianxiang to his senses. He looks over with a pair of misty red eyes, shouting incoherently, who are you people, who let you in? Suddenly, his voice pauses. A pair of half-squinted eyes suddenly widen, staring in the direction of the door like an idiot. With a slurping sound, his saliva flows down. He even ignores the pain in his leg that had just been broken, and dazedly walks towards the door. Beautiful, too beautiful. This Xianxia has had so many women, but I've never seen such a stunner. Little beauty, have you come to throw yourself into the Xianxia's arms? At the entrance of the great hall, a young girl dressed in black leisurely walks in, holding a zither in her hands. The night wind blows her skirt and long hair, and the candlelight in the great hall shines on her snow-like skin. A devastatingly beautiful face is revealed before Zhao Tianxiang's eyes just like that. Throughout his life, Zhao Tianxiang has abused and defiled countless beautiful women, but there's never been a woman that could make his heart palpitate like this young girl before him, as if the blood in his whole body is boiling. Could it be that heaven treats him too well? Seeing that his father had snatched away Feng Haitang, he actually sent him one that's 100 times better than Feng Haitang. Little beauty, what's your name? Follow this Xianxia, and this Xianxia will guarantee that you'll eat and drink well in the future. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly hears the sweet sound of a zither. The young girl's slender hands pluck the strings of the zither before him. Her snow-white and translucent fingertips set off the black sound of the zither, appearing particularly breathtaking. Thinking of having such a pair of hands serve him, Zhao Tianxiang is indescribably excited. His hand moves towards Mayan's face, but suddenly, he finds that his hand can't reach the girl's face. His body seems to have become shorter in a split second. Zhao Tianxiang doesn't seem to react. After a while, he lowers his head and looks down. Then, he sees a scene that makes his soul scatter. Ah. My legs, where are my legs? It wasn't that his body had become shorter, but his legs. His legs had disappeared. The ground was splattered with dripping blood and a few pieces of broken bones. Zhao Tianxiang finally feels the pain at Zhao, and lies. Zhao Tianxiang screams. Ru Yan sneered and stepped forward to step on Zhao Tianxiang's lower body. With a cracking sound, Zhao Tianxiang's lower body was badly mutilated. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Zhao Tianxiang Chen sound Su Kamayo. The hall was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. Very soon, Zhao Tianxiang's subordinates were completely wiped out. Guan Hu hurriedly rushed over to report, "Miss, I can't find boss and Miss Feng anywhere in this house." Yan's brows. Mayan looks. It's like they don't know what's going on around them. They've obviously been drugged. Mayan holds the zither in her hand and sits down cross-legged. She plucks the strings, and melodious music comes out. Mist dispersing clouds starts. After a moment, the women in the hall slowly wake up from their befuddled state. Their bodies are in heart-wrenching pain, and they begin to moan in pain. The people of the everlasting camp don't wait for Mayan's order, they already come forward to treat them. Zhao Tianxiang, who had been unconscious, was also woken up. Speak. Where is Feng Haitang, the girl who was brought here? Guan Hu ruthlessly kicks Zhao Tianxiang's face, directly knocking out 3 of his front teeth, and sternly asks. Zhao Tianxiang once again wails, "You, who are you? Do you know who I am, ah?" Guan Hu stomps down, and Zhao Tianxiang once again lets out a mournful scream. Mayan gently plucks the zither strings, lowering her voice, "If he doesn't want to speak, just like how he treats these girls. Dig out his eyes and nose one by one, peel off his skin little by little, and pull out his teeth one by one. No. Don't. Spare me. Feng Haitang and that man were taken away by my father, Zhao Hai. Boo-hoo-hoo, I beg you to spare my life. Zhao Hai." Mayan's brows slightly wrinkle. Where is he now? How long have they been taken away? Zhao Tianxiang cries, I don't know where father is, ah. I really don't know, no one knows where father is. Don't lie to me. Ru Yan sneers, if you don't know where Zhao Hai is, how do you usually contact him? I'm telling the truth. Zhao Tianxiang's face is full of horror as he looks at Guan Hu's raised foot again. He screams loudly, father once gave me a kind of tracking incense. As long as I release this incense, father will come to save me. But I just used up the tracking incense, and I didn't have time to ask father for it. I'm telling the truth. Mayan's brows knit together, lowering her voice, why did Zhao Hai take Haitang and the others? Zhao Tianxiang trembles, as if he's afraid and unwilling to speak. Just as Guan Hu is about to torture a confession, a woman's voice comes from behind. I know why. Mu Yan turns around and finds that the one who spoke is a woman who has her eyes dug out, her teeth pulled out, and one of her hands chopped off. The woman looked extremely haggard and emaciated, as if she was all skin and bones. However, her eyebrows and eyes were extremely well proportioned. It could be imagined that before she was tortured, she should have been a beauty. Mu Yan looks at her doubtfully. She coughed lightly and said, Zhao Hai wants to use the woman you talked about as a cultivation furnace. Through a secret technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang, he transforms the yin yuan in the woman's body into spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. Furnace? Is there really such a sinister cultivation method in this world? In the Yanwu continent, although there is also the concept of a human furnace, in reality, there are very few people who can advance through this insidious method. However, there were records of this in the ancient books passed down from ancient times. Some evil cultivators used this as an excuse to vent their bestial desires and wantonly violate women. At least in Mayan's memory, no one has ever achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation through the method of gathering yin to nourish yang. But listening to the woman's words, Zhao Hai really used this cruel and evil secret method to enhance his cultivation. The woman slowly pulls up the corner of her mouth, revealing a bitter smile. The cultivation furnace method is extremely vicious, but of course it's effective. It's just that the people of the Yanwu continent don't know about it. Because the people of the Yanwu continent haven't molded their spiritual roots, so they can't use spiritual power. Naturally, they can't use this cultivation furnace method of gathering yin to nourish yang. Mayan looks startled, slightly narrowing her eyes. You mean, you and Zhao Hai aren't people of the Yanwu continent? Who are you? Hearing Mayan's question, the woman stares blankly ahead, as if she's stupid. Her remaining eye has no focus, and her face is filled with despair, but tears roll down from the corners of her eyes. I am, who? I've almost forgotten who I am. My name is Li Xinru, an outer disciple of a small sect in the Xiuzhen continent. Listening to Li Xinru's brief account, Mayan, including the Nether Flame Army, shows a shocked expression. It turns out that this Li Xinru wasn't born in the Yanwu continent, but in a higher plane than the Yanwu continent, the Xiuzhen continent. People of the Xiuzhen continent are born with spiritual roots, but there are also good and bad spiritual roots. The best single heavenly spiritual root is a rare peerless genius in the Xiuzhen continent. As for the weakest of the 5 spiritual roots, it was almost impossible for them to cultivate, and they were no different from mortals. Although Li Xinru isn't completely unable to cultivate with mixed 5 spiritual roots, it's still a very poor quality 4 spiritual roots. So, she can only be an outer disciple of a small sect with no future. Unfortunately, she's beautiful and has no power to resist. She's often harassed and violated by the sect's stewards. When she was most helpless, she met Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai isn't a native of the Xiuzhen continent, but a genius who broke through the peak of the pre-celestial stage in the Yanwu continent, went through the thunder tribulation, and finally molded his spiritual root to ascend to the Xiuzhen continent. However, such a genius, when he came to the Xiuzhen continent, became a waste not much different from Li Xinru. This was because Zhao Hai only had 4 spiritual roots. At best, his spiritual roots were slightly better than Li Xinru's. Li Xinru showed a sad smile. At that time, Zhao Hai often comforted me and helped me avoid the harassment of the steward. Slowly, I fell in love with him. One day, he was bullied by an inner court disciple and was humiliated by being pressed into a cesspool. He finally couldn't take it anymore and said that he wanted to take me to a place that was as beautiful as a paradise. He said that we don't have to worry about anyone bullying us there. We can proclaim ourselves as kings and do whatever we want. Mu Yan sneers. He's talking about the Yanwu continent? He couldn't survive in the cultivation continent anymore, so he had no choice but to escape back here to act like a tyrant. Hee, what a great talent, what a great ambition. Li Xinru continues with a hoarse voice. When I first returned to Yanwu continent, I really felt like I was in heaven. At this point, Li Xinru's face began to distort. His hoarse voice became sharp, as if it contained endless remorse and anger. Zhao Hai, that scum, I didn't think that, in order to maintain his youth, he would actually use that evil cultivation method, use me as a cultivation furnace, absorb all the spirit roots in my body, and then throw me to that animal Zhao Tianxiang. From a high and mighty cultivator, I became a plaything inferior to even mortals, a cripple. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai. Why did you do that to me? I can't wait to drink his blood, eat his flesh, I can't wait to tear him to pieces. Mu Yan sneered, I'm not interested in listening to your hatred. I just want to know where Zhao Hai is. Where are my companions that he captured? Li Xinru raised her eyes and looked at Mu Yan's young and delicate face. Her remaining eye revealed a look of jealousy and longing. She swallowed her saliva and said, I once put a kind of spirit fragrance on Zhao Hai's body. This fragrance can last for decades on his body. As long as I use the soul-chasing insect on me, I can find his position. As she spoke, she frowned and actually dug out a piece of flesh from her thigh. She took out a dark yellow little bug from within. You just need to feed this soul-chasing insect a little bit of your blood, and then let this insect rest on your palm. It will point you in Zhao Hai's direction. Mu Yan looked at the insect with a blank expression and reached out to take it. On the side, Ru Yan quickly said, Miss, let this subordinate do it. Hearing this, Li Xinru's eyelids twitched, but she didn't show any abnormality. Instead, she said, you'd better hurry. After that old thief Zhao Hai catches a woman, he will use medicine to warm her for an hour at most, and then he will start to take the yin to replenish the yang. If you're late, even if you can rescue her alive, the woman's innocence will be ruined. Ru Yan became more anxious when she heard this. She immediately wanted to catch the soul-chasing insect. However, before she could move, Mu Yan had already reached out and grabbed the soul-chasing insect, pinching it between her fingers. Li Xinru's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She urged, hurry up. Why don't you drop your blood on the soul-chasing insect? Time waits for no man. Mayan chuckles, lowering her head to look coldly at the already haggard woman, do you really think I'm a fool? You can't even recognize the soul transfer goo? Li Xinru's only eye suddenly widened. How do you know it's teleportation? She abruptly covers her mouth with her remaining hand, her eyes filled with shock as she looks at Mayan. Mu Yan's eyes were full of deep disgust. You said that Zhao Hai is a scum, but what good thing are you? You want to use the soul transfer goo to take over someone else's body and get rid of your current situation? As long as Mu Yan's blood drips on the soul transfer goo will follow the blood and quickly drill into Mu Yan's body. At first, the soul transfer goo would not cause any harm to the host. However, with the passage of time, the soul transfer goo would slowly devour the host's soul. When a person's soul became broken and weak, it would be easy for another soul to take over and be reborn. After Mu Yan encountered the gold silkworm goo, she began to rummage through the books on goo worms in the space tower. Hearing Mayan reveal her purpose, Li Xinru knows that she has no more hope, and her face distorts in a split second. She lets out a mournful scream, I'm a high and mighty cultivator, what's wrong with wanting a new life? That scum Zhao Hai, if it weren't for him, how could I end up like this? Your body is so perfect, if you molded a spiritual root, it would definitely be at least 3. Give it to me, give it to me. This way, I can return to the Shozhen continent. Give your body to me. Amidst the scream, Li Xinru's body suddenly softens and falls to the ground. A streak of white light suddenly rushed out of her broken body and rushed straight towards Mu Yan. The Nether Flame Army has never seen such a bizarre and chaotic scene, each and every one of them is so shocked that their complexions greatly change. Ru Yan and Guan Hu roar, Miss, be careful. As they ruthlessly strike Li Xinru's soul. However, that fist, which contains powerful internal force, directly passes through Li Xinru's body, not causing her the slightest bit of harm. Li Xinru is almost completely insane at this time, desperately bumping into Mayan. It seems like she wants to knock out her soul and replace it herself. Mayan's expression doesn't change in the slightest, but the corners of her mouth hook up in a mocking arc. The next moment, the sound of a zither resounds. 7 swords of different colors revolved around her, forming a colorful sword array. When Li Xinru's soul hits the sword array, it immediately lets out a mournful howl, and it actually starts to burn. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Impossible. How can you use spiritual power to burn my soul? This is the Yanwu continent, it's impossible for spiritual power to exist. Who the hell are you? Ah. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhao Hai, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. The white ball of light is thoroughly burned, and Li Xingru's voice also dissipates into the air. The Nether Flame Army looks at Li Xingru's corpse on the ground, each and every one of them with lingering fear. A thought emerges in everyone's mind. The Xiozhen continent, what kind of powerful and frightening place is that? It's just that the most useless cultivator in the continent can actually abuse his power in the Yanwu continent, acting recklessly and unscrupulously. What about the other people on the Xiozhen continent? Miss, what should we do now? Ru Yan anxiously said, no one knows where Zhao Hai is. If we can't find him, then Hai Tang and Yan Haoyan. Mu Yan took back the Qijua sword spirit, looked at the soul transfer insect in her hand, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, I have a way to find Zhao Hai and Hai Tang. The soul transfer insect doesn't exist in the Yanwu continent, so it must have been brought down from the Xiozhen continent. Then Zhao Hai must have come into contact with it. Hearing what Mu Yan said, Ru Yan, Guan Hu, and the others were dumbfounded. Let the soul transfer insect lead the way? How is that possible? How could a goo worm lead the way? It was not a human or a spirit pet. Could it be that Miss had become stupid from worrying about Hai Tang and the others? Mayan takes out the Tian Emochin and sits cross-legged on the ground. She gently plucks the strings with her fingertips. In a quarter of an hour, clean up all the dregs in this room. The people of the everlasting camp will deal with the wounds of these innocent women and settle them down. We'll set off to save Hai Tang and Haoyan in 15 minutes. With that, he began to play the piece of music, ignoring everyone's dumbfounded reaction. Everyone in the Nether Flame Army stares blankly for a second, and immediately begins to move. Although they don't understand how the Miss is going to use the soul transfer insect to lead the way, in their hearts, the Miss is omnipotent. Everyone's speed is extremely fast. In the entire Weiyuan General's mansion, all the beasts who humiliate women are sentenced to capital punishment. As for the other guards, their cultivations were all crippled. As for the main culprit, Zhao Tianxiang, the people of the Nether Flame Army don't even make a move, because the women who have woken up all hate him. In the end, the flesh on Zhao Tianxiang's body is bitten off by these women. In hellish pain and fear, he walks towards the end of his life. Ru Yan originally wanted to give these innocent women some drafts and let them leave safely. But these women have long lost hope for humanity and survival. Because they know that they have lost their innocence and become neither human nor ghost. Even if they return to the place where they used to live, they will not be accepted by their relatives and friends. They kneel on the ground, begging the Nether Flame Army to take them in. In the end, the Longevity Camp and the Tianji unit respectively incorporate some of these pitiful women. When the affairs of the mansion have just been dealt with, Mayan Zither also comes to an end. This time, she launches the fourth skill that she has just learned after advancing to the third level of Shin Musician, Summer Bug's Language of Ice. If thriving is a skill that works on plants, then Summer Bug's Language of Ice is a skill that works on all insects. It's just that Mayan has just obtained this skill, and it takes at least a quarter of an hour to activate it. Moreover, this quarter of an hour of playing can only barely control a very low-level insect. But for now, this is enough. The soul transfer insect on the Tian Emochin quickly scurries away from the sound of the zither and crawls in one direction. Mayan puts away the Tian Emochin and leaps to catch up. Keep up, I already know where it is. No way. Guanhu murmurs, an insect can really lead the way. Ru Yan shakes her head with a bewildered look. Now I really believe that the Miss is omnipotent. With a splash, a basin of cold water is poured on Yan Haoyan's body, making him sober. A bone-chilling chill seeps into every inch of his meridians from the wounds on his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Even though Yan Haoyan's endurance was top-notch, he still let out a low, muffled groan under such cold pain. I don't like to force women, but you only have two choices right now. Zhao said condescendingly, with contempt and indifference, I don't like to force women, but you only have two choices. First, become my cauldron. Although your talent will disappear completely, it will at least allow you and your lover to struggle at death's door. Second, you can resist to the death. Although I don't like to force a woman, I'm currently lacking a furnace. In the end, you will still obediently lie under me. As for your lover, I guarantee that he will suffer 100 times more than death. Xianxia struggled to open his eyes. What he saw was Zhao's cruel smile and Feng Haitong's fearful but stubborn tearful eyes. You are called Feng Haitong, right? Now, make your choice. Do you want your lover to live or die? Feng Haitong glared at him fiercely. Why don't you kill us both? I'd rather die than be tainted by a beast like you. Feng Haitong's body was still tied with a strange rope, but Zhao Hai didn't know what it was. After being tied up, her whole body was powerless, completely unable to resist. Zhao Hai slowly walked over to Yan Haoyan's side, looking down at Yan Haoyan's man-eating eyes, and laughed lowly. So, you're already awake. Haoyan. Feng Haitong cried out, wanting to rush over, but because her legs were weak, she fell to the ground. Haoyan, how are you? Yan Haoyan opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't speak, only making meaningless syllables. Zhao Hai sneered. So you're a mute without a tongue. I don't know why you would like this kind of cripple. It would be better to follow me, even without your cultivation, it's still better than following this waste. You shut up. Feng Haitong roared, you scum, what qualifications do you have to compare with him? In my eyes, you're not even as good as an animal. Before Feng Haitong could finish speaking, Zhao Hai lifted his foot and ruthlessly stepped on Yan Haoyan's face. Yan Haoyan's head hit the ground hard, blood flowing. Even the corner of his mouth overflowed with blood. However, under such pain, he unexpectedly didn't make a sound. Feng Haitong's face was deathly pale, her whole body trembling. Zhao Hai smiled sinisterly. Smelly whore, who do you think you are? You dare talk to me like that? Looking at your body, I'll enjoy it later, so I won't touch you. But your lover won't be so lucky. You tell me, should I peel off his skin, or break his bones inch by inch? Zhao Hai lowered his head to meet Yan Haoyan's devouring eyes, and laughed lowly. I know, let's start with these eyes. Without a tongue, and then blind, and then unable to hear. You tell me, this kind of waste, what else can he do? Saying that, he squatted down and grabbed Yan Haoyan's hair. Don't dash. Feng Haitong let out a heart-wrenching scream, trying to crawl over from the opposite side, but could only crawl on the ground, unable to move. I beg you, don't hurt him. As long as you let him go, I'll do anything you want. A low cry of despair came from her mouth. Tears rolled down her cheeks, bringing with them a desperate sadness. The moment she saw Yan Haoyan suffering, dignity, courage, and chastity were all thrown to the back of her mind. She just wanted the man she loved, the man who had suffered countless injuries, to live well. Zhao retracted his hand and looked at her, revealing a satisfied smile. Why didn't you listen to me earlier? I have always been very protective of the fairer sex. He raised his hand, and the rope on Feng Haitong's body seemed to have a life of its own as it quickly and automatically untied itself. Only one ring was left, tied around her waist and abdomen. Feng Haitong instantly felt that her strength had returned. She could move her hands and feet, but the profound qi in her body could not be used at all. As soon as she regained her freedom, she immediately wanted to rush towards Yan Haoyan to check on his injuries. However, she soon heard Zhao Hai's voice, which seemed to come from hell, take off your clothes. Feng Haitong suddenly froze, looking at Zhao Hai in amazement. Yan Haoyan struggled under his feet, making noises like that of a trapped beast. Zhao Hai was careless for a moment, and he staggered. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly flashed to Yan Haoyan's side, heavily stomping down. Puff! Yan Haoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by the sound of broken ribs. Zhao Hai's eyes were fierce, and he continued to exert force. A waste actually wants to resist me? As long as he exerted more force, Yan Haoyan's ribs would be completely broken, directly piercing his lungs. At that time, only death awaited him. Don't hurt him. Feng Haitong screamed, I'll take it off. She bit her lips hard and pressed her hands under her clothes, but she was trembling and unable to move. The shame and despair in her heart made her want to die immediately. But she couldn't. She couldn't just watch Hao Tian die. Even if she had no hope of survival, she had to let Hao Yan live until the mist came to save him. Yes, Feng Haitang firmly believed that the mist would come to save them. However, even if she couldn't wait, Yan Haoyan would definitely be able to. Tears flowed down her cheeks, dripping to the ground, turning cold. Feng Haitang untied her belt and slowly took off her coat. The close-fitting underwear revealed the woman's graceful figure. Zhao's breathing quickened as he whispered, "Whore, she's really a stunner. Quick. Continue to take it off." Feng Haitang closed her eyes, her face pale as death, and slowly reached for the buttons of her underwear. Just then, a sudden bang came from under Zhao Hai's feet. Feng Haitang suddenly opened her eyes, and covered her mouth in shock, almost unable to breathe. Zhao staggered back a few steps until he hit the wall. Only then did he stabilize his body. Not far from him, Yan Haoyan slowly stood up. His complexion was abnormally dark, but his broken ribs and the injuries on his body seemed to have miraculously healed. "This is impossible." Zhao Hai showed a shocked expression for the first time. "How can you stand up after being poisoned by me?" Feng Haitang suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Haoyan. Haoyan." Yan Haoyan walked towards Zhao Hai, step by step. The profound qi around him was like a blazing fire, bursting out. "Heh. So you've overdrawn your life force to fight me to the death." Zhao couldn't help but sneer. "I don't know what method you have to break free from the shackles of my medicine. In a short period of time, at the cost of your life, you can burst out with all your strength. However, in my opinion, an ant will always be an ant. Even if you unleash all of your battle power, in my eyes, you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Yan Haoyan didn't seem to hear him at all. He clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. With a loud bang, the beam collapsed with the force of 1,000 caddies, but Zhao Hai easily dodged it. Then, his figure leaped around Yan Haoyan like a ghost. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few breaths of time, Yan Haoyan's body was covered with countless wounds. The dark red liquid slowly gathered around Yan Haoyan's body, stinging Feng Haitang's eyes. "Yan Haoyan, you fool. Idiot." Feng Haitang whispered softly, tears falling like rain. However, she knows why Yan Haoyan did that. Because Yan Haoyan also thought that Mayan and the Nether Flame Army would soon come to save them. He wanted to leave the chance to live to her. "Idiot, like this, you still dare to say that you don't love me? Idiot, do you think that if you die, I can still live?" An earth-shattering noise comes. The whole house shakes violently, and more than half of it collapses. Smoke and dust fill the air, and Yan Haoyan's blood-covered body flies out, heavily hitting a stone pillar, and he can no longer get up. Zhao Hai's face is gloomy, and he slowly wipes away the wound on his face. "You waste, you actually hurt me. Good, very good. Now, I have no interest in torturing you anymore. Obediently accept your death for me." Zhao Hai's figure soars into the sky, and a storm of energy rushes out of his body. A long sword appears in his hand at some point, and he goes straight towards Yan Haoyan, who can't move or dodge. "Waste, die for me." Yan Haoyan closes his eyes, and there is no expression on his blood-stained face, but the corners of his mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. Because he hears the faint sound of hooves approaching. "Great, the miss is here, this way. Haitang can be saved." Poochie, it's the sound of a sword cutting into flesh, but the expected pain doesn't come. The warm liquid splashed onto his face. What follows is the familiar soft body and body fragrance of a woman. Yan Haoyan's whole body trembles, and he suddenly opens his eyes, letting out a horrified roar. "Ah!" Close at hand, Haitang's pair of soft eyes look at him, containing a friendship higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Blood is flowing out of the corners of her mouth bit by bit, and it turns into a torrential spring. Yan Haoyan's trembling gaze moves a little, and finally falls on the sword on her back. That sword has pierced through Haitang's body. Just as it was about to pierce through him, Haitang's hand firmly grips it. Yan Haoyan feels that everything in the world seems to darken at this moment. He can't hear anything, and he can't see anything. There is only one word: Haitang. 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 The corners of Feng Haitang's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a gentle smile. "Yan Haoyan, I said before, in this lifetime, don't don't even think of leaving me behind, even if you die. Yan Haoyan's mouth was slightly open as he watched Feng Haitang bleed more and more. He watched the life in her eyes slowly disappear, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and dozens of figures rushed in like lightning. Miss, over here. The transfer soul goo has indeed found the place. Ah. Boss, Miss Feng, there's so much blood. Miss, save me. Mayan's figure flits past everyone like lightning, arriving at Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan's side. Her actions were very straightforward, and she didn't even ask how the two of them were doing. He took out 2 life-saving pills and stuffed them into Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang's mouths. Grabbing the two's hands to check their injuries, Mayan's brows deeply wrinkle. She waved her hand at the people from the longevity camp behind her. You guys pull out the sword for Haitang. I'll save Haoyan. Haitang's injuries looked more serious than Yan Haoyan's. But in fact, as long as she's hanging on to her last breath, she can definitely be saved. But Yan Haoyan's situation is somewhat serious. If they don't use the Shin musician right away, perhaps he really won't be able to be saved. However, when the people of the Immortal Battalion want to carry away the unconscious Haitang, Mu Yan's hand is grasped by a hand covered in blood. Save. Haitang, save. Haitang first. I beg you. Miss. This man's eyes are clearly out of focus, and his breathing is so weak that it's almost undetectable. But why is his will still so resolute? Mu Yan sighs softly, saying in a low voice, Fine, I'll save Haitang first. But Yan Haoyan, you have to promise me that you'll hang on to your last breath and wait for me to save you. Don't forget, the 5 years of master-servant contract you owe me hasn't ended, and what you owe Haitang, you won't be able to repay it in a lifetime. Tears of blood fall from the corners of Yan Haoyan's eyes, but his face shows a relieved smile as he slowly nods. Mu Yan quickly turns around, the Tian Mo Qin appearing between her knees. Bring Haitang in front of me. Zhao Hai doesn't react for a moment, even forgetting to ask why these people suddenly broke into his secret mansion. His eyes follow Mu Yan obsessively, and he doesn't even notice that saliva is dripping from the corners of his mouth. That disgusting wretched appearance is exactly the same as his son, Zhao Tianxiang. Until the melodious sound of the zither resounds, and a spiritual energy that he hasn't felt for decades surges in the air. Zhao Hai's complexion instantly changes. You, who are you? Why can you use spiritual energy? He quickly rushes towards Mu Yan, his eyes full of burning desire and greed. A mortal who lives in the Yanwu continent, and is born with spiritual energy. If he were to use this woman as a furnace, watching her under him in pleasure, and absorbing the spiritual energy in her body, what a wonderful taste that would be. Seeing Zhao Hai rushing towards Mu Yan, who is engrossed in playing the zither, the people of the Nether Flame Battalion don't move. They coldly look at the man who is like a jumping clown, their eyes filled with disgust and pity. The next moment, a black figure appears like a ghost. The long black sword slashes down with the force of 1,000 caddies. Zhao Hai's eyes widen, and his body instinctively begins to tremble. Soon, however, a sweet female voice is heard. Yingmei, leave this person to me, I'll take care of him myself. The momentum of the blade came to an abrupt halt. Yingmei silently retreated, arms crossed over his chest, coldly looking at Zhao Hai, guarding in front of Mu Yan. Cold sweat quietly fell from Zhao's forehead. He realized that the youth in front of him was very strong, so strong that he didn't even have the courage to resist. His footsteps began to retreat bit by bit, wanting to escape. However, Yingmei brandished his blade and coldly and decisively blocked his path. Zhao's whole body was stiff, but he could only stand in place, not daring to move. Time passed slowly. 15 minutes, half an hour. Feng Haitang's injuries finally began to heal. She was completely out of danger. This time it could be said to be incomparably dangerous. Although Mayan's elixir could almost bring the dead back to life, it did not mean that it was truly omnipotent. The sword on Feng Haitang's body had directly cut through her heart meridian. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through her heart. If his heart was really shattered, even the gods would not be able to save him. But even so, Feng Haitang almost lost her life. Mu Yan wipes the sweat from her forehead, swallows a pill, and says in a deep voice, Yan Haoyan. Miss, why don't you take a rest? Ru Yan worriedly looks at her somewhat pale complexion. Mayan shakes her head and doesn't speak. Instead, she plucks the strings again. This time, it takes a longer time. He waited from dusk until dawn. Realm of Stars, combined with Saint's benevolence, Yan Haoyan is once again pulled back from the gates of hell. Yan Haoyan slightly opens his eyes and looks at Feng Haitang. Mayan says, Haitang is fine, she's in perfect condition. A touch of relief flits through Yan Haoyan's eyes, then he stares at Mayan in a daze, tears falling from the corners of his eyes. The girl in front of him looks so pale, so haggard, sweat almost completely drenching her clothes and hair. This person is clearly his master, an existence that he swears allegiance to, an existence that he will risk his life to protect. But every time, he can't help her at all, but she has to save him again and again. Yan Haoyan slowly raises his trembling hand, clenches it into a fist, and presses it against his chest. Tears silently fall from the corners of his eyes. His lips parted, but no words came out. However, the meaning that he wanted to express was so obvious, so resolute and so unrepentant. Miss, I, Yan Haoyan, will be loyal to you forever, never betraying you, even if heaven and earth are destroyed, yin and yang in chaos, you will always be my one and only master. Slowly playing the echo breath, Mayan's physical strength and internal force are recovering a little. But the consumed spiritual energy can't be restored for a while. However, it's enough to deal with Zhao Hai. After a whole night, the grievance and anger in Zhao Hai's heart have accumulated to the extreme. Ever since he returned from the Shozhen continent, Zhao Hai has always gotten wind and rain in the Yanwu continent. Which mortal here wouldn't be respectful when they see him, in fear and trepidation, which woman wouldn't fall into his hands if he fancied her, which sect wouldn't end up in a miserable state of being massacred if they offended him, but this night, he seems to have returned to the hell of the Shozhen continent. It reminds him of the days when he was casually shouted at and humiliated by a fat steward of a small sect. Does he want to go back to that past? Could it be that his glorious and wanton life will end here? No. He absolutely did not want it. Zhao Hai glanced at the expressionless Ying Mei on the side, then his gaze fell on Mu Yan, revealing what he thought was an incomparably gentle smile. Today's matter was just a misunderstanding. I was careless and hurt the young lady's subordinate, I can apologize to you. Mayan's fingers flutter, and the Tian Emochin spins rapidly in front of her, finally hovering in the air. She raised her eyebrows and revealed a charming but cold smile. If you want to apologize, why don't you choose a way to die? Zhao's face twitched, and his expression suddenly became cold. Smelly girl, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You talk big at such a young age. Didn't you just say that you want to deal with me yourself? Now, do you dare to make a bet with me? Mu Yan gently plucked at the strings and casually said, what do you want to bet? Ying Mei's face, upon hearing him say marry me, suddenly became completely cold and gloomy. The Nether Flame Army wanted nothing more than to skin Zhao Hai alive. Instead, it was Mu Yan who laughed lowly, and said unhurriedly, okay, the bet is established. Hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart burst with joy. At this moment, he has already determined that Mu Yan is a descendant left behind in the Yanwu continent by some almighty cultivator. There are some people who don't have good spiritual power, but think they are extraordinary, thinking that they are great. Today, he will teach this little girl the principles of being a person. When she loses the match, lying on his body and moaning, she will know what a real strong person is. Zhao Hai resisted showing a proud expression, swinging the strange rope in his hand, and said in a deep voice, little girl, this is what you promised yourself. If you lose, you can't go back on your word, and you can't let your servant make a move. The smile on Mu Yan's face became brighter and sweeter, and she glanced at Ying Mei. Ying Mei bowed, I will obey Miss' instructions. Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore, and laughed, good, since that's the case, I will let you experience what a real strong person is. The snaking rope seemed to have a life of its own, whistling towards Mu Yan. Just now, Zhao Hai used this move to easily restrain Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan. In Zhao Hai's view, Mu Yan is indeed more powerful than Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan. Her level, at a glance, is already at the pre-celestial stage. But what about the pre-celestial stage? That's just the limit that mortals can reach. And him? He had already successfully refined his body and soul decades ago, and had even passed the thunder tribulation. What's more, he still has the magic weapon he brought from the Xianxia continent, the spirit-locking rope. How could this little girl in front of him be his opponent? Zheng, the sound of the zither rang out. The strong internal force after marriage fluctuated. The next moment, a scene that shocked Zhao Hai happened. When his spirit-locking rope was about to touch Mu Yan, it actually seemed to have touched some insurmountable wall, and directly flew back. The sound of the zither became more and more agitated. Zhao Hai frowned, and reached out to take back the spirit-locking rope. Suddenly, an ominous premonition passed through his heart. He quickly dodged to the side. With a whooshing sound in his ears, his spirit-locking rope flew over like an arrow with a fierce killing intent, piercing straight into the wall. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been pierced by the spirit-locking rope. Zhao Hai gasps for breath with lingering fear. Looking at Mayan's eyes, there is no longer contempt in the beginning, but it is slowly replaced by graveness. It seems like I've really underestimated you. Zhao Hai said, but if you think that you can defeat me with such insignificant skills, then you're just a fool talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he has already appeared in front of Mu Yan like lightning. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons. Instead, he clenched his fist and fiercely swung it towards Mu Yan. However, such a simple attack seemed to have stirred up 1,000 layers of huge waves when the fist wind was unleashed. Even the surrounding air was twisted and swept up, as if it was surrounded by a hurricane, unable to dodge. Everyone in the Nether Flame army stood up straight, shocked and worried. Miss. The surrounding pressure made their faces pale, and they could barely stand. If they were in Zhao's place, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist it. What about Mayan? Can she block it? Boom. A loud noise. Zhao seems to see a splash of blood in front of him. His face shows a carefree and regretful expression. Such a beautiful body, how many bones would be broken by this punch? It's really a pity. But it doesn't matter, he has a lot of elixirs on hand, at least he can hang on to his life, and then he can do whatever he wants. Zhao's thoughts had just turned, when suddenly the tip of the pen floats to him with a delicate fragrance. He stares blankly at first, then his heart surges with a strong sense of unease and fear. In a flash, he wants to retreat and escape. But he's still a step too late. A sharp pain comes from his shoulder, and then he watches helplessly as one of his hands flies away. Ah ah ah. The severe pain and mournful screams blow away the fog in front of Zhao's eyes. Not far away, he sees a girl in black standing in the wind, her smile languid and charming. The early morning sun falls on her delicate face, so beautiful that it makes people forget whether they're on earth or in heaven. But at this moment, looking at this scene, Zhao doesn't feel the slightest bit of charm, only deep fear and aghast. You, why? Why can you dodge the attack? I clearly should have hit you. At that moment, he even feels Mayan's blood sprayed on his face. But why? In the end, Mayan is still intact, while his hand is cut off, slender jade-like fingers gently pluck the strings. Mayan raises her head, revealing a careless smile. Did the taste of floating like a dream feel good? Would you like to have a more wonderful dream? Zhao is absent-minded at first, then his eyes suddenly widen. You used the sound of the zither to manipulate my senses? No, how is this possible? Even in the Xianxia continent, there are very few musicians who can do this. You're just a mere mortal of the Yanwu continent, how could you? Mayan seems to not hear his roar, still unhurriedly saying, do you know why I didn't let Yingmei deal with you, but did it myself? Zhao clutched his bleeding hand and stared at her in horror. At this moment, his heart no longer had the carefree and complacent feeling of having succeeded in his scheme, nor did he have any greed or desire. All that was left was fear for this beautiful girl. Mu Yan laughed softly. Don't be so nervous. I want to do it myself, of course, not because I really want to win. I don't even want to look at trash like you who escaped from the Cultivation continent in such a sorry state. I'm going to do it myself because there's no one here who can make you suffer more hellish pain than me. Just now, I was really afraid that you would choose to commit suicide. That would be boring. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and her eyes fall on Zhao Hai's face. But now, even if you want to commit suicide, it's already too late. The smile on her face became more and more beautiful, but in Zhao's eyes, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe was waving in front of him. Her hands gently plucked the strings, and the melodious music was like a viper, drilling into Zhao's mind, eroding his soul bit by bit. His body swayed and fell down. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he could no longer open them. Welcome to the nightmare world, the land of extreme evil and floating like a dream. Zhao Hai fell to the ground, his face calm as he fell asleep. Ru Yan asked strangely, "Miss, wouldn't it be too easy for him if you let him die in his dream?" "Even if it's a nightmare, there's no real pain." Before this thought could be finished, Ru Yan's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Hai, who was lying on the ground, began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair was white, his face wrinkled, and his teeth fell off one by one. In the end, his hair fell off, his nails fell off one by one, his body was bent, and his bones would break at the slightest touch. The expression on his face was one of fear and despair at all times, as if he wanted nothing more than to die immediately. What's going on?" Mu Yan smiled faintly. "The nightmare world of floating like a dream is called a dream, but it's not just a dream. It's similar to the great illusionary land. When he wakes up, his soul has already gone through thousands of reincarnations. What he experienced in the dream is a purgatory that ordinary people can't imagine, and he can't die or escape. He can only experience it over and over again until he wakes up after a quarter of an hour." Zhao Hai suddenly opened his eyes, trembling as he tried to speak, but found that he could only make hoarse sounds. He was so old that he couldn't hear any sounds, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. He thought he had broken free from the dream, but in fact, he had returned to the nightmare of reality. His soul was trapped in an old body. Every breath was painful, and he could feel the pain of a fracture when he gently lifted his arm. And he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Listening to Mu Yan's narration, Ru Yan and the Nether Flame army were stunned. Then they thought of the floating like a dream that they had heard in their daily training, and they all shivered. The thought of falling into such a nightmare was more terrible than dying 100 times. Mu Yan condescendingly looked at Zhao Hai, who was drooling on the ground, and sneered, "You've defiled so many young girls, isn't it to stay young forever? Since you're so afraid of getting old, then slowly enjoy the taste of death in your old age." Haoyan. Feng Haiteng jumped up from the bed, and saw the familiar room furnishings, and, "Miss, I'm saved?" She touched her chest in a daze. There was no sticky blood or the sword that had pierced through her body. The pain in her body had also disappeared without a trace. Feng Haiteng looked at the beautiful girl sitting by the bed, her eyes a little wet. "Miss, did you save me again? Where was Haoyan? How is he?" Mu Yan smiles faintly. "Don't worry, he's fine. He's as lively as you are. Right now, he's probably handling some matters." Hearing this, Feng Haiteng was delighted. Then, he subconsciously looked around, and the joy in his eyes was slowly replaced by disappointment and sadness. Yan Haoyan was fine now, but he was unwilling to stay by her side. So, he still wasn't willing to accept her, even if he really loved her, even if he could die for her, but between the two of them, there was an insurmountable chasm. In the end, they could only be fated but not fated? Recalling the moment of life and death that she had just experienced, Feng Haiteng only feels a burst of sorrow and grievance. She can no longer hold back her tears, pitter-pattering as they fall on the back of her hand. Rather than wallowing in self-pity and waiting for Yan Haoyan, that blockhead, to come out of a dead end, it's better to take the initiative and attack. Suddenly, Mayan's soft and sweet voice comes to her ears, carrying a bit of bewitching tone. Feng Haiteng stares blankly, raising her head to look at Mayan with tearful eyes. Mayan turns her wrist, and a porcelain bottle appears in her palm, sending it to Feng Haiteng. "Have you ever heard of the saying, raw rice becomes cooked rice? Take a guess, with Yan Haoyan's inflexible character, if he really took your innocence, would he still push you away?" Feng Haiteng's eyes suddenly widen, her entire person scared silly. Little. "Miss, what are you talking about?" Mayan's smile is exceptionally charming and languid, the porcelain bottle lightly twirling in front of her. "Yan Haoyan loves you, I think there's no need to doubt it, right? When I had just arrived, his injuries were actually more serious than yours. However, he should have already fainted, but he grabbed my hand and made me promise to save you first, only then would he let go. Just a little bit more, and he really wouldn't be able to keep his life. So, you can doubt everything, but you can never doubt his love for you. Feng Haitang stares blankly, then a blush appears on her cheeks, carrying a sour and sweet joy and sweetness. The curve of Mayan's mouth deepens. Since you're sure that he loves you, then there's no problem with using some radical means. In any case, you just have to make sure that he can become yours as soon as possible. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? The porcelain bottle in her hand twirls again, and is delivered to Feng Haitang. The young girl's bright and beautiful smile has an infectious power that can bewitch people. Feng Haitang, you're Jun Mayan's subordinate, don't you even have the courage to handle your own man? At this time, Feng Haitang's face is already so red that it could drip water. But the look in her eyes becomes more and more resolute. Finally, she clenches her teeth and takes the porcelain bottle from Mayan's hand. Mayan comes out of Haitang's room and heads southwest. As he approached the kitchen, he heard the voices of Ru Yan and the girls from the longevity camp. "Aya, great Commander Yan, this is not right. We need to add water, otherwise it will be burnt." This was a young lady from the longevity camp. She was in charge of the meals of the Nether Flame Army. "Ha ha ha, Yan Haoyan, you also have such a day." At this time, Ru Yan's gloating voice sounded, "I'm telling you, don't even think about running away. It's all your fault for making Haitang sad, causing her to almost die. You were the one who said that you would wash Haitang's hands and make soup in the future. You must personally cook this porridge for Haitang to eat." The smile on Mu Yan's face deepens. After a while, Yan Haoyan came out with a tray, his face covered in dirt. There was a plate of porridge on the tray. Although it looked lackluster, it was his first time cooking, and his skills were not bad. Seeing Mayan, Yan Haoyan revealed an awkward expression. He bowed slightly, silently saluting her. Mu Yan stops his movements and says with an indifferent expression, "Haitang has already woken up." Hearing this, Yan Haoyan's eyes lit up. "From now on, you must take good care of her. Listen to everything she says and do as she pleases. Don't let her be sad again, understand?" Yan Haoyan nodded heavily, his eyes filled with remorse and regret. He silently opens his mouth and makes a promise to Mu Yan, then turns around and quickly leaves. Looking at Yan Haoyan's departing figure, Mu Yan's eyebrows slightly raised. As she walked towards her room, she lightly tossed the porcelain bottle in her hand, smiling craftily and languidly. When the rice is cooked, the two of them won't have the energy to mess around anymore, right? She didn't want to go through the experience of running 1,000 miles away to save her subordinates again. However, the porcelain bottle did not fall back into his hands. Instead, it was caught by a wide palm midway. Mayan raises her head in a daze. What comes into view is Di Mingju's handsome face that could charm thousands of women. She was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. "Your injuries are all healed?" The person appearing in front of them is naturally Di Mingju. During this period of time, he has been forced by Mu Yan to recuperate in the space. At this moment, the man standing in front of her was glowing. His deep-set facial features looked as if they had been chiseled by a knife. He was so handsome that he looked like a god who had fallen into the mortal world. Even if it was Mu Yan, looking at the man's perfect face, he couldn't help but fall into a trance. She calmed herself down, grabbed the man's hand, and checked his pulse. However, without waiting for her to rejoice, Di Mingju's injury has already healed. The man's perfect and handsome face was suddenly within reach, his warm breath on her face, causing her nerves to tense up. Yan, can you tell me what kind of medicine this is?" The man's magnetic voice was very pleasant to hear. Mayan's complexion stiffens, and she says with a hollow laugh, "It's just an ordinary draft, give it back to me." She reaches out to take the porcelain bottle back, but Di Mingju easily avoids it. He lowers his head, leans close to Mu Yan's ear, and chuckles, "What's done is done. I also think this method is good. Why don't we try it?" This bastard, sure enough, he knew what had just happened. Mu Yan glares at him and turns around to leave. The voices of the girls from the longevity camp came from not too far away. "Commander Feng is so lucky. A man like Commander Yan actually washed his hands and cooked for her. Hee, no matter how good Commander Yan is, how can he compare to our son-in-law? What kind of person is the son-in-law? He actually condescended to do those things for our young miss. Isn't that obvious? Our young miss is the best woman in the world, and our son-in-law is naturally the best man in the world. Even their child, little master, is also the most adorable, most powerful child in the world. I really hope they can get married soon." The girl's laughter and gossiping gradually faded away. The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches. For a long time, she doesn't know how to put on her facial expression. How come she doesn't know that her own subordinates have started to call Di Mingju son-in-law so smoothly? Yan, did you hear that? The man's magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "When will we be able to fulfill your subordinate's wish? Why don't we cook the uncooked rice first?" "That's fine too." His warm lips were almost on her earlobe as he whispered softly. In the end, Mu Yan couldn't stand it anymore, and she flees. Looking at the place where the girl disappeared, Di Mingju's eyes seem bright and dark. Soon after, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a gentle and determined smile. Yan Haoyan carries the tray into Feng Haitong's room, only to find her sitting on the bed in a daze. Her cheeks are crimson, her expression absent-minded. He jumps in fright and quickly walks to the window, reaching out to stroke her forehead. The rough touch of the big hand makes Feng Haitong suddenly wake up. When she sees her sweetheart so close at hand, Haitong stares blankly, then a happy expression emerges on her beautiful face. "Haoyan, you're here?" Yan Haoyan puts down the tray in his hands, looking at her worriedly. He makes a gesture. "How are you? Does your injury still hurt?" Feng Haitong shakes her head. "I'm already all better." There's an unbearable silence between the two. "Haoyan, with great difficulty, Feng Haitong musters up the courage to speak, but Yan Haoyan has already placed a bowl of porridge in front of her. "Eat something first," he gestures. Feng Haitong's expression immediately darkens, and she clenches the porcelain bottle hidden in her cuff. Sure enough, Haoyan wants to avoid the issue between the two of them. He doesn't want to mention it, doesn't want to make it clear, so he interrupts her. Perhaps when her body is all better, he will try his best to push her out again. He only gives her a light sentence, "I'm not good enough for you." No, she absolutely won't accept such an outcome. Feng Haitong clenches her teeth, her mind is filled with Mayan's words, "What's done is done." Her state of mind is a mess, so much so that when Yan Haoyan cautiously asks her how the porridge tastes, she simply can't taste it. She just nods mechanically. Yan Haoyan sees her absent-minded appearance and is a little disappointed, but he immediately raises his spirits, thinking about how to make it more delicious next time. Just then, he suddenly hears Feng Haitong's low voice. "Haoyan, you should also eat a mouthful, okay?" Yan Haoyan looks up and meets Feng Haitong's clear eyes in a split second, his mind swaying. Heat rushes to his cheeks in a split second, but his skin is dark, so it's hard to notice. But at this time, his mind is already apaced, completely unable to think. He only knows to obediently open his mouth and take the porridge that the little hand is offering. The hot porridge enters his stomach, but his mind isn't there. He simply can't taste what the porridge tastes like. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Yan Haoyan's heart suddenly jumped. When he raised his head, he discovered that Feng Haitong's face was very close. The woman's snow-white skin, as well as her light pink petal-like lips, were right in front of him. Yan Haoyan only felt a ball of fire burning in the depths of his body. An astonishing heat flowed through every part of his body and finally gathered at a certain place in his lower abdomen. "Haoyan." Feng Haitong's hands wrapped around his neck. Her moist and warm breath carried a trace of gentleness that she usually wouldn't show, lingering. "Haoyan, do you like me?" Not only did Yan Haoyan eat the draft that was poured into that bowl of porridge, Feng Haitong also ate it. Yan Haoyan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses and nodded. Feng Haitong smiled gently, her charming eyes like silk. She slowly lowered her head, and lightly touched the man's somewhat chapped lips. "Hao Tian, do you want me? If you really like me and love me, can you hug me right now?" Gulp, Yan Haoyan swallowed his saliva. But, the fire in his body is like a prairie fire burning crazily. Especially when Haitong's body is already slowly approaching him, those dark red lips are just inches away. That soft and hoarse voice is like a feather, teasing his already stretched heartstrings. "Haoyan, if you really hate me, then push me away. I promise, from now on, I will never bother you again." To hell with restraint. Go to hell with reason. Yan Haoyan suddenly pulls Feng Haiteng into his arms, fiercely lowering his head to kiss that slowly opening and closing little mouth. His fiery emotions and desires finally broke through his last line of defense and worries, allowing him to release his beast-like emotions without caring about anything else. The night is still very long. Sunlight sprinkles in from the window, falling on Feng Haiteng's face. She slightly moves her body, opens her eyes, but suddenly lets out a low moan. So painful, her body feels like it was run over by something, aching everywhere. Feng Haiteng slightly frowns, her brain is still a bit mushy, for a moment she can't remember what happened. Until, her gaze turns, falling not far away. On the bed close by, Yan Haoyan's resolute face was sleeping soundly. One of his hands is under her neck, the two bodies, tightly pressed together. Her breathing suddenly stops. Her mind suddenly recalls the scene from last night. Feng Haiteng's body instantly stiffens, red clouds flying everywhere. She. What did she do last night? She drugged Yan Haoyan, then took the initiative to seduce him. What's done cannot be undone. Heavens, she. How could she do such a thing? The moment her reason returns, Feng Haiteng's face is red as if it's about to drip water. She straightens up, but seeing those traces on her snow-white skin, she immediately becomes even more embarrassed. She quickly reaches out, wanting to touch it, but it hurts, and she can't help but fall down with a muffled groan. However, the expected pain on the bed doesn't come, she is embraced into a familiar wide embrace. Feng Haiteng raises her head, meeting Yan Haoyan's calm eyes. She can't help but panic. Haoyan, I. She tightly grabs the bedding, biting her lower lip. Yesterday's matter was just an accident. If you really don't like me, I won't force you. Let's just pretend last night never happened. Just saying these words made her eyes wet with tears. Feng Haiteng gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly in her heart. When did she become such a weak person? She took a deep breath and got up to put on her clothes. But before he could stand up, he was suddenly pulled back. Before she could say anything, his warm lips had already blocked her little mouth. The man's thick masculinity instantly swept through every part of her body. Only then did Yan Haoyan let go of her red and swollen lips. Feng Haiteng panted and looked at him with misty eyes. What do you mean? Yan Haoyan tensed his body and slowly opened his mouth. A hoarse and muffled voice came from his mouth. Again and again, and again and again. Without a tongue, his words were really unpleasant to hear and could not be recognized. But as Feng Haiteng listened, tears welled up in her eyes and she covered her mouth. She understood. She understood everything. This man was using his own way to tell her over and over again. Feng Haiteng, I love you. Please, marry me. Then, just as Yan Haoyan's eyes lit up, she suddenly threw herself into his arms. I'm willing. Haoyan, I've long said that in this lifetime, I, Feng Haiteng, am only willing to be your bride. Yan Haoyan held her tightly in his arms, and an incomparably gentle and sweet smile slowly blossomed on his cold and resolute face. The Hellfire Valley welcomed its first joyous event, Yan Haoyan and Feng Haiteng's wedding. The entire Hellflame Valley was in a festive mood, decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was indescribably lively. At the wedding, the master of ceremonies, Old Tao, was dressed like a red guangong. He stroked his beard and said loudly, "Bow to the heavens and earth." However, Yan Haoyan and Feng Haiteng did not move at all. They did not turn around and kowtow towards the door. Instead, he slowly kneels down in front of Mayan. Feng Haiteng doesn't seem to care as she lifts the beaded phoenix coronet curtain, her eyes unblinkingly looking at Mayan. She gently opened her red lips and said, "Young miss, Haoyan is unable to speak, so the words spoken by me today represent the intentions of both of us. What we have today is all thanks to Mississippi. We will never be able to repay your kindness for the rest of our lives." As Feng Haiteng spoke, her eyes slowly became moist. If it weren't for Mayan, her Yan Haoyan would have been trapped in the beast-fighting coliseum of the ghost city, a slave for life, unable to have a good end. If there was no June Mayan, after she couldn't find Yan Haoyan in the end, she would return home depressed, and in the end, she would be randomly married off by her grandfather. Without June Mayan, she wouldn't have today's achievements, wouldn't have today's cultivation. When she was captured by Zhao Tianxiang, she might have already been humiliated and died a miserable death. Without Jun Mayan, it would be even more impossible for her and Yan Haoyan to end up together. Tears rolled down her cheeks. From now on, we don't believe in heaven and earth, nor do we believe in ghosts and gods. We only believe in you. In this life, as long as I, Feng Haitang, and Yan Haoyan still have a breath left, we will follow you loyally, never regret, never betray. Feng Haitang slowly lowered her head and banged her head on the ground. Yan Haoyan also lowered his head. Dong. Dong. Dong, the two of them kowtowed 3 times in a solemn and respectful manner, as if they were making a vow for the rest of their lives. Thump, Ru Yen knelt down, and so did Old Tao. Ink Camp, Grand Void Camp, Heavenly Secret Camp, Longevity Camp, inside and outside the hall, people knelt down one after another. Everyone looks at Mayan with an expression full of worship, gratitude, and faith. We don't believe in heaven and earth, nor do we believe in ghosts and gods. We only believe in you. I will follow you faithfully for the rest of my life, never regret, never betray you. Mu Yan presses her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. What were Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang doing? Why did they have to be so emotional on such a joyous occasion? That's enough, all of you. She said helplessly, get up, sit down obediently and go back to the wedding. If anyone says another word or disobeys orders, she raised the corner of her mouth, and her smile was cold and evil. Do you want to taste the nightmare dream of floating life? I guarantee that I'll make you feel like dying, and I'll also improve your cultivation. Hearing this, the faces of the people kneeling on the ground changed, and they ran away faster than rabbits. What a joke! Was the nightmare of floating like a dream something that a human could endure? Although surviving the nightmare dream was equivalent to breaking through the bottleneck in his heart, it would be very beneficial for his future tribulations. Even someone as persevering as Bai Chen was drenched in cold sweat after waking up from the nightmare dream. His face was filled with panic and he was on the verge of collapsing. Not to mention them, everyone scattered like birds and beasts, and the wedding continued. Ghastly Flame Valley regained its cheerful atmosphere. She saw that the bunch of rascals had gone to Yan Haoyan's bridal chamber to make trouble for the bride and groom. Even Xiao Bao, who was usually so cool that he didn't look like a child, was egged on by the crowd to join in the fun. Mu Yan recalls the innocent expression on Xiao Bao's face that belongs to a real child, and she feels a burst of sour joy in her heart. In fact, Xiao Bao was really lonely during the 4 years he lived with her in the mountains. In his entire world, there was only her, his mother. Until they left Nameless Mountain, Xiao Bao had the Fat Rabbit, had Lu Beiyu, had the Ink Camp, and then afterwards, had Hellflame Valley. Then, his face started to show more and more innocent expressions that a child should have. Little Treasure was getting happier and happier by the day. But, the smile on Mayan's face disappears. However, Xiao Bao could not stay in this world for long. Bailey Inlo's words were still vivid in his mind. In the Yanwu continent, where there's no spiritual energy, an immortal spirit body can't live past the age of 10. Therefore, she was determined to help Xiao Bao break through the Khanate realm, temper his body and soul, and ascend to the Cultivation continent. But in that case, what should the people in Hellflame Valley do? The Yanwu continent has existed for so many years, and for tens of thousands of years, the number of people who could reach the peak of the pre-celestial stage can already be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention that he had passed the lightning tribulation and successfully tempered his body and soul. Even if she uses her Shin musician skills to help Bai Chen, Yan Haoyan, and Ru Yan successfully advance, what about the others? Could it be that she had no qualms about leaving behind these people who believed in her and leaving on her own? In fact, when she first established the Ink Camp and the Tianji unit, it was purely for revenge against Gong Qianqiwei and Jian Feng. She even set a time limit of 5 years with Yan Haoyan and the people of the Ink Camp. Within 5 years, when she had her revenge, she would set these people free. She would also leave this world with Xiao Bao. When did she change her mind? She slowly treated these people as family, not just subordinates. At the thought of abandoning her family, her heart felt empty and depressed. Just as he was deep in thought, his body suddenly soared into the sky. Then, she fell into a tight embrace. The man's domineering aura assaulted her senses. It was accompanied by a deep and magnetic voice. What are you thinking about? Ben Jun doesn't like that kind of expression on your face. With the accumulated depression and helpless sorrow, Di Mingju doesn't want to see such a Mayan. His Yan, his woman, should be wantonly and ostentatious, and be properly pampered in his arms. Who bullied you? Ben Jun will kill her for you. Mayan's heart was originally filled with grief, but hearing Jun Shongdaren's bandit-like words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy Di Mingju, isn't it because he's been with the ink camp for too long that he's become more and more uninhibited, but for some reason, this unreasonable, domineering, and bandit aura ignited hope in her heart. Perhaps, this overbearing fellow really had a way to deal with it. Mu Yan tells her what's on her mind. Di Mingju faintly knits his brows, then says unconcernedly, if you can't bear to, then just bring them along to the Xiozhen continent. Do you think that it's that easy for the mortals of the Yanwu continent to enter the Xiozhen continent? Don't even talk about whether or not they can really step into the pre-celestial Great Circle and trigger the thunder tribulation of forging the body and training the soul. Just the 9 heavenly thunders alone, for thousands of years, there are only a few that can pass through it. Otherwise, the previous Mu Yan wouldn't have taken the elixir that Gong Qianshui gave her before the tribulation to increase her odds of success. In the end, she was schemed against by Gong Qianshui. Di Mingju clasps her chin and gently bites her pink lips. What if Ben Jun can find a way for you? How will you repay Ben Jun? Mu Yan's mind is thrown into confusion by his provocative actions, and her voice isn't very steady. How do you want to repay me? Di Mingju slowly moves closer to her ear, his voice unreasonably hoarse. How about we cook the uncooked rice? Mu Yan, scoundrel, can't you forget this joke? Before Mu Yan can get angry, Di Mingju carries her in a flash, and they've already entered the space. In the tower, Di Mingju narrows his eyes and looks at the top of the tower for a while. He suddenly reaches out and grabs the air. Immediately, a book flies down from the sky and lands in front of Mu Yan. Regarding this scene, Mu Yan was already used to it. Ever since he found out that she has a portable space and a treasure trove, this guy Di Mingju often comes to her place and takes books without asking. Di Mingju also said that there's a restriction placed on this treasure trove. Only when her cultivation reaches a certain level, would she be able to flip through all the books at will. Mu Yan looks at him suspiciously, and opens the book in her hand. This book is very thin, and there are only 4 words written on the cover, Mortal Spirit Sculpting. And in the entire book, there's only one Dan recipe, Spirit Sculpting Pill. Mu Yan's eyes brighten at once. The Spirit Sculpting Pill, written in this book is simply tailor-made for her. Because the effect of this Spirit Sculpting Pill is to reshape the spiritual root of any mortal without aptitude. Although the quality of the spiritual root that's reshaped wouldn't be high, the best it could be is a mixture of 3 spiritual roots. However, the herbs needed to refine the Spirit Sculpting Pill are all extremely rare and precious. Quite a few of them can't even be found in the Yanwu continent. The refining method was extremely complicated and trivial. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ordinary people wouldn't go to such great lengths to create a low-grade cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. But to Mu Yan, these problems were not that big of a deal. This was because she had all those precious herbs, such as vermilion flame grass, fire lotus seed, crimson gold flower. With the help of the Ghost City, it could be said that 99% of the herbs in the entire Yanwu continent have been gathered by her in Hellfire Valley. Although she doesn't have the spirit medicines that only grow in the Xiozhen continent, such as the water cloud fruit and the sandwood root, Di Mingju can help her get them. Refining the spirit molding pill was complicated and difficult for others, but she had the cloud-forming sea skill, so she had a 100% success rate. So now, the only thing left is the jade dragon saliva. I don't have it on hand. The jade dragon saliva was not a medicinal herb, but the bile of a high-tier exotic beast, the jade dragon snake. And this kind of jade dragon snake only exists in the deepest part of the Wuwang Mountains. Mu Yan holds the Mortal Spirit Sculpting book in her hands, and raises her head to look at Di Mingju. Her heart surges with an indescribable emotion. The reason for that was because he already knew that Chu Feng was unwilling to part with the people from Netherflame Valley, and wanted to bring all of them with him. Because he was always thinking about her, he helped her find the water cloud fruit, sandwood root, and other elixirs that could only be found in the cultivation continent. Mingju slowly wraps his arms around her waist. He lowers his head and moves closer to her, pressing his forehead against hers, smelling her breath. Are you touched? Then, fulfill the conditions that you just promised Benjun? That was rustling, heavy, and soft, with a seductive charm. Mayan's brain was a mess and her whole body went soft. What, conditions? Of course. The man lowered his head and planted a gentle and intoxicating kiss on her delicate, snow-white collarbone. Cook the rice. Mu Yan. She pushed the man away, but she couldn't push him away. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Mu Yan flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Don't talk nonsense, when did I promise you?" Mingju turns his wrist, and the bottle of draft that he snatched last time appears in his palm. He says with an evil smile, Yan, if Benjun remembers correctly, you taught Feng Haitang to use this drug, didn't you also use it on me back then? Mu Yan's eyelids twitched as the memory of that night from a long time ago suddenly appeared in her mind. At that time, he learned that Mingju was bullying the weak, bullying Xiaobao, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. She didn't want to think about the result at all. How is this possible? Mu Yan feigned ignorance. You must have remembered wrongly. I would never do something as tasteless as drugging someone. Mingju reaches out and hooks his arm around her slender waist, grabbing the little lass who wants to escape and imprisoning her in his arms. Is that so? Did I really remember wrongly? He says with a smile that's not a smile. Actually, Benjun wanted to tell Yan that as long as you want to, you don't need to use these things. He stuffs the draft in his hand into Mayan's bosom. His voice became deeper and deeper. As long as you say the word, I am naturally willing to serve you. I don't need any medicine at all, because to me, Yan, you are the strongest medicine. As soon as her voice falls, Mayan's lips are abruptly kissed. His broad palms held her tightly in his embrace, his fiery gaze roaming about. Mu Yan's face is flushed and her heart is beating rapidly. It's as if all the strength in her body has been sucked away. She finds that she is increasingly unable to push Mingju away. It was getting harder and harder to resist this man's fiery emotions. Especially when this man used that seductive face to look at her, using that kind of voice that could make the ear pregnant to whisper softly in her ear. Mu Yan thinks that in this world, there isn't a woman who can resist the allure of an evildoer like Mingju. After the kiss ended, the passion between the two did not extinguish. Instead, it was as if dry firewood had been added, burning even more intensely. Mingju picks Mayan up and leaves the space. His eyes were crimson as he stared at Mu Yan, as if he was staring at his most beloved prey. He wanted to swallow it immediately. But his movements are still very gentle as he slowly places Mayan on the bed. Just then, Mother, I'm back. The door was pushed open with a bang, and Xiaobao's small figure rushed in like a small cannonball. Mayan, who had been confused by Mingju's teasing, instantly sobers up. She abruptly pushes away Mingju, who wants to press down on her. Xiaobao looks at the two people, and immediately glares at Mingju. Mother, did this lecher bully you again? It was really bullying, but it was not the kind of bullying that his son understood. Mu Yan guiltily pushes aside the sullen Mingju, and takes Xiaobao into her arms. Baby, did you have fun today? Xiaobao's little face was flushed and his blue eyes were watery. He tried his best to keep a straight face as he nodded. Mother, it's the bridal chamber. It's fun. Mu Yan lovingly combed his disheveled hair and softly said, Nyangqin promises that the ghastly Flame Valley will become more and more fun in the future. Xiaobao will also have a lot of people to accompany him, and he will become happier and happier. Little Treasure's brows curved up slightly as he nodded repeatedly, his face filled with happiness. But at the side, Mingju's good time is once again interrupted by this little guy. His complexion is already so black that it could drip water. Fun? He said darkly, have you completed the cultivation task that I assigned to you? Whether it's for Mayan, or Mingju's special feelings towards Xiaobao. He had to ensure that Xiaobao could cultivate as soon as possible and enter the cultivation world. Because only when the mother and son ascend as soon as possible, can he truly be together with Mu Yan for a long time. And Mayan has long since reached the peak of the pre-celestial stage, even stepping into the pre-celestial full circle. He was only one step away from tempering his body and soul, transcending tribulation, and ascending. Therefore, after reaching the peak of the pre-celestial realm, Mu Yan stopped cultivating. Because if she wanted to leave, then she had to take Little Bao with her. Perhaps Mu Yan only needs to leave the spirit-molding pill for the people of the Nether Flame Valley. However, she would never part with Xiaobao. Di Mingju wants Mayan to ascend as soon as possible, so he can only let Xiaobao enter the pre-celestial Great Circle as soon as possible. So, he'd set up a series of hellish cultivation assignments for Little Bao during this period of time. That kind of cultivation intensity and terrifying mission, even Mu Yan, who had always been a person who raised Xiaobao, couldn't help but feel a burst of heartache. In the end, before she could raise an objection, Di Mingju forcibly rebutted her with a sentence of a doting mother leads to spoiled children. But right now, Di Mingju feels that this brat's cultivation intensity is still not enough. Otherwise, why would she have so much time to ruin his plans time and time again? However, this little fellow was completely unafraid of his pressure and anger. The Jun Shangdaran, who can normally make the entire polar domain tremble when he gets angry in the Xiaoxian continent. But all she got in return was Xiaobao's disdainful sidelong glare. She hugged Mu Yan, and the mother and son intimately provoked her. He raised his little face, a proud expression on his face. 36 cycles of spirit refinement and 81 cycles of qi circulation. Xiaobao has long since completed them. Mu Yan immediately kissed his little face and praised, Little Bao is great. In order to reward the treasure, let's go eat a big meal tonight. She had gone too far at the wedding just now, and she hadn't had her fill yet. Xiaobao immediately turns his head to look at Di Mingju, his big sparkling blue eyes full of expectation. I want to eat steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken. Mayan also looks at Di Mingju, a pair of peach blossom eyes shimmering, incomparably charming. I want to eat jade rabbit cabbage, ice flower snow lotus. Both mother and son's eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation. Even the fat rabbit in Xiaobao's arms couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Although the devil was scary, the food he made was really delicious. It also wanted to try it again. Di Mingju simply found it both funny and annoying. He reaches out and pinches the two similar faces, snappily saying, if you want to eat, then come and help. However, in the dining hall, Mayan fawned and worshipped him in the kitchen, eating the food he made and praising him endlessly. Jun Shangdaran couldn't help but be happy. What's so great about washing hands and making soup? It won't damage his dignity as the emperor of the polar domain at all. His woman, of course, he will take good care of her. As for other people, he would like to see who dares to talk about it. Yingmei facebombed, Jun Shang, as long as you are happy, Jingqing country, Feng family. Father Feng and Mother Feng, who looked haggard, were brought over. An old man sitting at the head, Feng Wudi, the head of the Feng family, said in a deep voice, after being locked up for so many days, have you calmed down? How do you want us to calm down? Mother Feng's lips were cracked, her voice was hoarse, but she roared loudly, Hai Tang is our daughter, the daughter I gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy, but you actually gave her to Zhao Tianxiang, that animal, for the benefit of the Feng family. How can you be so ruthless? Before Feng Wudi spoke, Fang Yicheng next to him had already slowly opened his mouth. Aunt Feng's words are wrong. Since Hai Tang is the daughter of the Feng family and enjoys the benefits brought to her by the eldest daughter of the Feng family, she naturally has the obligation to contribute to the family. He gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and his words were dignified. What's more, old Master Feng did not mistreat Hai Tang. She married Zhao Tianxiang and became the prince consort of Weiyuan General's mansion, not like those shady women who casually followed Zhao Tianxiang as a concubine. Such an honor is something that many people can't ask for. How can you be so ungrateful and speak ill of others? You are simply turning black and white upside down. Mother Feng trembled with anger. I can only blame myself for not seeing you clearly before. I even wanted Hai Tang to marry you. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Mother Feng said and couldn't help crying. If I had known, I might as well let that girl do as she wished and let her marry the boy of the Yan family. It's all my fault for harming Hai Tang, boo-hoo. Feng Wudi frowned in disgust and looked at Father Feng. Cheng Yuan, what do you say? You are the legitimate son that I have carefully nurtured. In the future, the Feng clan's business will be inherited by you. You should know better than anyone that giving Haitang to Zhao Tianxiang will bring great benefits to the Feng clan. In the end, Haitang is only a little girl. She is not the legitimate child of the Feng clan. Feng Wuti stared at Father Feng and said word by word, Cheng Yuan, I'm sure your choice won't disappoint me, right? Father Wind was visibly struggling. Then, he slowly relaxed his expression. Father, I have never dared to disobey you since I was young. Hearing this, Feng Wuti showed a satisfied expression. He knew this son of his best. He had been obedient and filial since he was young, and had never dared to disobey his orders. Therefore, when the Yan family declined, even though Yan Haoyan's father was his good friend. However, Feng Wuti's order made him not dare to help. Later, Feng Wuti asked him to break off the engagement between Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan, and he did so. This time, he naturally did not dare to disobey her. However, what Papa Feng said next made Feng Wuti's expression change. I thought that since Haitang is your granddaughter, you would at least have some affection for her. But I didn't expect you to be so cruel. For the sake of the family, you actually gave Haitang to that scum, Zhao Tianxiang. Do you know how many women have died in his hands all these years? Do you want my Haitang, my precious daughter, to end up like that? No, I won't accept it. Papa Feng stood up and rushed out the door. I'm going to bring my Haitang back now. Yes, yes. We're going to bring Haitang back now. Mother Feng shouted and rushed out with Papa Feng. Feng Yicheng sneered. Stop them. The guards of the Feng residence immediately rushed over and detained Papa Feng and Mother Feng. Papa Feng roared, Feng Yicheng, this is the Feng residence. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Let me go. Feng Yicheng waved his fan and said matter-of-factly, I've already sworn loyalty to old Master Feng. His wishes are my wishes, and his thoughts are my orders. You don't know what's good for you and want to disregard the Feng residence's benefits and safety. Of course I have to have you detained. Feng Wuti's expression was extremely gloomy. Feng Qingyuan, you really disappoint me. Guards, lock them up in a cell and don't let them eat for 3 days. Let them out when you've thought it through. Father. Father. How can you do this? Haitang is your granddaughter. Let me go. Let me go. I want to save my daughter, let me go. Feng Yicheng slowly walked to Papa Feng and Mother Feng and sneered. Even if you save Haitang now, what can you do? I'm afraid her body has already been tainted by Zhao Tianxiang. Oh, maybe she's missing an arm or a leg. We don't even know if her body is complete or not. What's the use of bringing such a broken flower back? Shut up. Shut up. My Haitang won't. Mother Feng roared hysterically, her voice shrill and crazy. Feng Yicheng looked at her like a crazy shrew and laughed heartily. However, just as he straightened up, he saw the scene in front of him, and his laughter immediately stopped. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Not far away, at the gate of the Feng clan, a group of people swaggered in. They were led by a man and a woman who were so beautiful that they didn't seem like mortals, and the woman was holding on to a handsome little boy. But Feng Yicheng's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the people behind the 3 people. A beautiful woman dressed in red walked over leisurely beside the scar-faced tough man. But who else could this red-clothed woman be other than Feng Haitang, whom he had given to Zhao Tianxiang long ago? You, how could you? Why would Feng Haitang and Yan Haoyan appear here? Mu Yan and Di Mingju's trio stop and make way. When Feng Haitang saw Father Feng and Mother Feng in such a sorry state, tears welled up in her eyes and she pounced on them. Father! Mother! My unfilial daughter Haitang is back. Father Feng and Mother Feng were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at them as Haitang ran over, unable to react. Haitang! My Haitang, is that really you? You're fine, you're back. Mother isn't dreaming, right? Mother, it's me. Your Haitang is back. Feng Haitang held Mother Feng's hand and pressed it against her face. Choking, she said, I'm sorry, Father, Mother, I've made you worry. Father Feng snapped out of his daze and stammered, but, they said that Zhao Tianxiang. Feng Haitang wiped away her tears and glanced sharply at the stiff Feng Yicheng. She said in a deep voice, I was indeed plotted against by Feng Yicheng, this heartless beast, and was sent to Zhao Tianxiang. But before Zhao Tianxiang could do anything to me, Hao Yan and Miss found me and saved me. Now I. Speaking up to this point, her face turned slightly red, and she seemed to be acting like a little girl. Now, I'm already married to Hao Yan. In 3 days, I brought him back, to see you. Hao Yan? Which Hao Yan? Father Feng paused. Then, Yan Hao Yan walked up and stood beside Feng Haitang, gently hugging her. Only a blind person could see the love he had for Feng Haitang in his eyes. Father Feng's gaze fell on Yan Hao Yan's face. Suddenly, he looked shocked. Hao Yan. Yan Hao Yan, you're the kid from the Yan family? You're still alive? You're really alive? Yan Hao Yan nodded slightly and gestured. Feng Haitang explained, Hao Yan is injured and can't speak, but I've decided to be with him and I'm his wife now. Father, Mother, I hope you can bless me and Hao Yan together. Are you kidding me? Feng Wudi's angry voice rang out. What right does a mute have to be the son-in-law of the Feng family? Dream on. When those turbid eyes looked at Yan Hao Yan, they were filled with disgust and contempt. Then, he glared at Feng Haitang. Haitang, what's wrong with you? You should be the consort of the Weiyuan general's residence, but you're with this useless cripple. I order you, now. Immediately. Go back to the Weiyuan general's residence and apologize to Prince Zhao. These words could be said to be extremely vicious. The people from the ink camp who had followed them in, hearing their boss being humiliated like this, each and every one of them goes mad with anger. How he wished he could tear this old man apart. However, this man was their sister-in-law's grandfather. Even if he was about to explode, he couldn't say it out loud. But they can't say it, and Mu Yan doesn't care. She smiled sweetly and said indifferently, General Weiyuan is dead. General Weiyuan's residence has been completely erased from the world. Old Master Feng, where do you want Haitang to go? If you really miss General Weiyuan so much, why don't I send you to see him? Pfft. Ru Yan couldn't help but laugh. When the people from the ink camp see that Mayan has opened her mouth, they immediately become unbridled and unbridled, coming out with all sorts of presumptuous words. Exactly. Old fart, if you want to curry favor with General Weiyuan so much, why don't we send you down and you can go to the underworld and curry favor with him yourself? Who does that Zhao Tianxiang think he is? It was a pile of shit. How dare you compare yourself to our boss? Old man Feng, are you blind? Old man Feng has never suffered such humiliation. He's so angry that he's blowing his beard and glaring, unable to control his emotions. You, who the hell are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you come to my Feng family and behave atrociously? Someone, come and take down this group of madmen for me, including that Yan Hao Yan. I'd like to see who can walk out of the Feng mansion alive today. Feng Haitang's face suddenly sinks. Grandfather, are you really going to be so ruthless? Don't call me grandfather. Feng Wudi roars, I don't have a shameless granddaughter like you. Good. Feng Haitang sneers, I also don't want to have such a ruthless grandfather like you. Hearing that, the people of the ink camp immediately rubbed their fists. Boss, did you hear that? Sister-in-law doesn't recognize this grandfather, can we start now? Yan Hao Yan looks at Feng Haitang. This is Haitang's home, how to choose is up to Haitang herself. Feng Haitang looks at Mu Yan, there's a little hesitation in her eyes. Mu Yan smiles faintly and says, instead of watching the roots and leaves rot little by little, it's better to uproot it and replant it into what you want. Or do you want the other people of the Feng family to live forever in the hands of such a heartless old man who can sacrifice everyone for his own benefit? Following Mu Yan's words, the little hesitation on Feng Haitang's face fades away, becoming extremely firm. Father Feng and Mother Feng look at her nervously and blankly. Haitang, you. Feng Haitang smiles at them. Father, Mother, don't worry, things will be over soon. Saying that, she waves her hand and shouts in a deep voice, capture Feng Wudi, clean up the Feng mansion, if you encounter any resistance, kill without mercy. Aoo. Understood, sister-in-law. Hearing that, the people of the ink camp immediately cry out and excitedly rush out. Feng Yicheng's complexion is ashen. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quietly wants to slip away. However, before he could reach the door, he sees a tower-like figure standing in front of him, coldly looking at him. Xianxia. Feng Yicheng's heart tightens, and he promptly makes a decision. Before the Yan family fell, Xianxia's cultivation was only at Earth stage. How powerful could he be now? However, Xianxia quickly used reality to tell him how powerful he was now. Feng Yicheng was beaten to death by Xianxia's fists. In the end, his shattered organs spurted out from his mouth. All the bones in his body were broken. All the pain he wanted to inflict on others was returned to him 10 times, 100 times over. When Feng Yicheng breathed his last, Xianxia stood up with red eyes and walked back to Feng Haitang's side. It was this person who had almost caused Haitang to be defiled by a beast and had almost caused them to be separated by life and death. Xianxia had long wanted to dismember this beast into 1,000 pieces. Now, he had finally done it. And the Ink Camp's attack also comes to an end. Feng Wudi was tied up and thrown to the ground. As for the guards of the Feng clan, they were either dead or surrendered. Feng Wudi glared at Feng Haitang and roared hysterically, evil woman, how dare you? How dare you disobey me? You bitch, you'll die a horrible death. Father Feng and Mother Feng were originally filled with guilt and unease about this turn of events. Father Feng sighed softly, as if he had aged 10 years. Haitang, she's your grandfather after all. You should at least not harm her life. Feng Haitang chuckled, don't worry, he is heartless, but I won't kill him. For the rest of his life, I will imprison him and provide him with good food and drink until he dies of old age. Hearing Feng Haitang's promise, Father Feng and Mother Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Wudi cursed and struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, no one cared about him anymore. They directly took him away. At this moment, the Wind Mansion had completely changed owners. With Haitang's support, Father Feng became the master of the Feng family. Any member of the Feng Mansion who wants to rebel, after seeing the formidable force of those animals from the Ink Camp, all of them bow their heads in submission. When Father Feng and Mother Feng found out that it was Mu Yan who saved Xianxia and their daughter, and even helped their daughter break through to the heaven stage, they were extremely grateful to her. When she found out that Mu Yan is that famous enchantress of medicine today, she was even more glad that her daughter was able to meet her and follow her. After settling the matter of the Feng family, Mayan gets up and heads towards the Wuwang Mountains at the border of Jingqin country and Huangyao country. It was said that this was the place where the jade dragon snake most often appeared. The depths of the Wuwang Mountains can be said to be the most dangerous place in the entire Yanwu continent. Even the fat rabbit would be powerless when faced with countless strange beasts. Di Mingju can protect Mayan and Xiaobao, but he can't interfere in the Yanwu continent's affairs at will. He can't protect the others. Therefore, Mayan only brought 2 or 3 elites from the Taisu camp and the Ink camp to the Wuwang Mountains this time. As for Feng Haitang and Xianxia, they were newcomers, so they naturally had to stay at the Feng clan for a few days. At the gate of the Feng residence, there were a few handsome horses. They were about to set off for the Wuwang Mountains. Seeing these horses, Di Mingju raises an eyebrow, why aren't they carriages? Hearing the man's question, Mu Yan fiercely glares at him. This fellow still had the nerve to say that, if it weren't for him, would she have needed to abandon the comfortable carriage and choose to ride a horse? One must know that Mayan likes to enjoy herself very much. If she could live a comfortable life, she definitely wouldn't want to work hard. But on the way to the Feng mansion, this guy Di Mingju borrowed the cover of the carriage, plus Xiaobao has been cultivating in the space. Basically, nothing was taboo. Thinking of the scenes in the narrow carriage, Mayan can't help but feel her face and ears burn. She snappily said, we're going to look for herbs, not for an outing. Why would we take a carriage? If Jun Shangdaran doesn't want to ride a horse, then that's fine. You don't have to go. Mu Yan's tone was so bad that the Nether Fire Army thought that Di Mingju would definitely be angry. Immediately, all of them kept quiet out of fear. But who would have thought that not only is Di Mingju not angry, he even reveals an evil smile. His blazing gaze sweeps over Mayan, as if to say, Ben Jun knows that Yan Yan is angry out of humiliation, but Ben Jun won't bother with you. Mayan is infuriated. She leaped onto the horse's back and thought to herself, now that there's no carriage, I don't believe that a lecher like you can still act like a hooligan in public. The little girl of the grand virtual camp, Shui Yan, brings the best horse in front of Di Mingju, Jun Shang, this is the horse prepared for you. The little girl glanced at Mayan, and couldn't help but secretly add, son-in-law, this horse is a pair with Mrs. Horse. Her subordinates were getting more and more talkative. In the past, when she saw Di Mingju, wasn't it just like a mouse seeing a cat? She was so scared that she couldn't wait to hide as far away as possible, but now, they were calling him son-in-law. Di Mingju glances at the horse, and casually pulls it in his hand. Just when everyone thought that he would mount the horse, he suddenly took a few steps forward, came to Mu Yan's side, and then jumped up. She could feel the man's warm and strong body pressing against her, as well as the iron-like arm around her waist. Mu Yan is simply dumbfounded. How could there be such a shameless man in this world? She looks over in embarrassment and annoyance. Di Mingju, what are you doing? Get down here. Di Mingju leans close to her ear and whispers, of course it's according to Madame's wishes, to ride to Wuwang Mountain Range. In fact, it doesn't matter if we don't use a carriage. Your husband prefers this method. Mu Yan only feels that everyone's eyes are focused on her. This included Father Feng and Mother Feng, as well as Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang, who had come out to send them off. Her face was on fire, and she used her profound qi to push him down. Unfortunately, the man behind her didn't move at all. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. A deep and husky voice rings in her ears, Yan Yan, do you think that Ben Jun would be afraid of being watched? Ben Jun can't wait for the whole world to know that you belong to Ben Jun, and only to me. He could hear the friendly laughter of the Nether Fire Army. There were also envious gazes looking at the two of them. Even Shui Yan and the other girls were whispering to each other. I was wondering why Miss didn't want to ride in the carriage. It turns out that you want to ride with the son-in-law. Miss and son-in-law sitting together like this, it's like they're an immortal couple. I finally understand what it means to only envy Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Mu Yan, she wished she could go back to 2 hours ago and strangle the person who came up with this stupid idea. How could she overestimate Di Mingju's moral integrity? Miss, son-in-law, the tea house in front is the last rest stop before entering the Wuwang Mountain Range. Should we go in and eat something? Little girl Shui Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked. In the deepest part of the Wuwang Mountain Range, the weather became abnormally hot. It was so hot that ordinary people couldn't bear it at all. This was also the reason why the depths of the Wuwang Mountain Range were said to be dangerous. Apart from the fact that the exotic beasts inside were very powerful and densely packed together, there were many of them. It was also because the closer one got to the center of the Wuwang Mountains, the harsher the environment became. This time, Mayan has only brought 2 people, the little girl Shui Yan from the Grand Void Camp, and Guan Hu from the Ink Camp. Both of their talents were extremely high in the Nether Flame Army, and they had already advanced to the heaven rank some time ago. After Yan Haoyan, the 4 leaders, and Chang Yu, they were the only 2 people in the Netherflame Valley who had reached heaven stage. Mu Yan brought them along mainly to let them consolidate their heaven stage cultivation in actual combat. As for why they didn't bring Chang Yu, that's naturally because the jealous and narrow-minded Jun Shang Darren wouldn't allow it. But even though their cultivation had already reached the heaven stage, Shui Yan and Guan Hu were still somewhat unable to bear the heat. On the contrary, it's Mu Yan and Di Mingju. Even in such a hot environment, the 2 of them were still stuck together, but they felt refreshed, not even a drop of sweat. Hearing Shui Yan's question, Mu Yan immediately said, all right, let's rest in front for a while. Many practitioners who enter the mountains to gain experience will stay here to rest, and also conduct transactions here. There are even people from the Ghost City who specially stay here, just to purchase the rare treasures from the Wuwang Mountains. As soon as she enters the tea house, Mayan feels a wild and unrestrained evil aura hitting her in the face. The people who rest here are all going to enter the Wuwang Mountains. Which one of them doesn't have extraordinary strength and ferocious bravery? Only then would they dare to appear here, and in this tea house, there's another scenery. It's those prostitutes who wear unusually revealing clothes. The skin of these women is darker than that of ordinary women, a healthy wheat color. She was wearing very little clothes. They were either transparent or only covered the important parts of her body, fully displaying her exquisite and graceful figure. They are either teasing and joking with those strong men, or snuggling into the arms of powerful practitioners, wrapping around their bodies like water snakes, doing their utmost to flirt. As soon as Mayan enters, she sees this bloody and erotic scene, and can't help but whistle. This tea house outside the Wuwang Mountains is really an interesting place. The entrance of the three quickly attracts the attention of other people. Whether it's men or women, they all cast their gazes towards the four people, and then each and every one of their eyes shine like wolves. What a handsome gongzi! The fastest to react are the women who are used to doing the flesh trade. When they see Demingju's incomparably handsome countenance, each and every one of them is itching unbearably, wishing that they could immediately pounce on him. I don't know if Gongzi needs this servant to serve him. This servant doesn't need gold coins, no, even if you want this servant to pay for it. Saying that, the nearest person has already pounced on him. That impatient and unrestrained appearance simply makes people gasp in amazement. Yingmei is dumbfounded, she even forgets to protect her own master. She never thought that the mortals of the Yanwu continent would actually be so valiant, even daring to take liberties with their Junshang. Even in the Xiaoxian continent above the ninth heaven, there has never been a woman who dared to act rashly in front of Junshang. On the contrary, the little girl Shui Yan is the first to react. Like a little wolf dog protecting its master, she rushes out and opens her arms to block, impudent. This is my family's son-in-law. My family's son-in-law isn't someone that just any woman can think of, you all better behave yourself. When the 2 or 3 women hear this, their eyes unconsciously wander over Mu Yan's face. Seeing that she was as beautiful as snow, he immediately felt a little resentful. But her gaze lingers on Demingju's perfect face and figure with some reluctance. She unwillingly asks Mayan, how about renting your man to us for a day? You can name the price. Mu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth and almost couldn't stand steadily. Demingju's face is already as black as charcoal. The cold air emitting from his body makes those prostitutes, who are used to seeing great storms and great waves, to reveal an aghast expression. Get lost. He spat out coldly. The entire tea house fell silent, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Even those ferocious-looking burly men, who were originally drooling with greed when they saw Mu Yan, were all as silent as cicadas out of fear under this intimidation, not daring to move even an inch from their positions. In the tea house, only Mu Yan's clear and unbridled laughter reverberates. This woman has no conscience, seeing him being coveted by another woman, she's not even the slightest bit jealous. Thinking of this, Demingju's face darkens a bit, and he suddenly tightens his grip on Mayan. Does that mean that in Mayan's heart, she doesn't like him at all? Mayan suddenly feels her waist tighten. Demingju's strength restraining her seems to be itching to break her waist. She frowns and looks up, about to speak. Suddenly, an arrogant female voice comes from the second floor of the tea house. This man, this princess wants him. As soon as the voice falls, a yellow figure descends from the sky, landing in front of Mayan and the others. Following her were a few middle-aged men with extremely high cultivation bases. The woman who is speaking looks to be in her early 20s. She has a gorgeous appearance and a fiery figure. Although her clothes aren't as revealing as those prostitutes, they're still half-covered, stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. As soon as they see her come out, the entire tea house immediately goes into an uproar. Oh, I didn't expect this little evil star to be here today. There's going to be a good show to watch. Being fancied by this Li Waner, this young couple is out of luck. Not necessarily. Look at that man, his pressure is so frightening. Maybe he doesn't even put this Li Waner in his eyes. How could that be? Even if they're more powerful, they don't have any backing. How could they contend against a country's princess? The rising and falling sounds of discussion reach Mayan's ears, making her slightly narrow her eyes. Li Waner doesn't even look at her. Her greedy eyes look up and down at Demingju's face. Soon, her eyes reveal a determined look. Say your name. Li Waner raises her chin at Demingju and arrogantly says, this princess doesn't care if you came to the Wuwang Mountains to gain experience or to hunt for treasures. I guarantee that as long as you abandon this woman and follow this princess, from now on, you can have wind and rain as you wish. The people standing in front of her are silent, like a needle dropping. Guanhu, Shuiyan, and Yingmei are all fucking stupid. Is there something wrong with this woman? She could provoke anyone, but she actually provokes their Junshang/son-in-law. Is she tired of living? However, Li Wan'er feels that she has given a great advantage to the common people. As soon as she finishes speaking, she steps forward, wanting to pull Di Mingju. However, before her hand could touch Di Mingju, she finds that her hand is grasping empty air. The man who was originally very close to him had already walked past him and was leisurely walking forward. Mu Yan's hand is holding Di Mingju's wrist, pulling him forward. It was as if Li Wan'er was air, and she didn't even see his existence. Jun Shangdaran, who is being dragged, is unexpectedly very obedient. The coldness on his face fades away, and the corner of his mouth traces a faint smile. Li Wan'er can only watch helplessly as Mu Yan and Di Mingju completely ignore her, and directly walk over. Her whole face is distorted. Stop right there! Li Wan'er roared furiously. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her. This time even Guanhu, Shuiyan, and the others were chatting and laughing as they walked over. It was as if she did not exist. Mu Yan casually pushes her hand away and says unhurriedly, "I'm sorry, I only heard a dog barking just now. I didn't notice that you were calling me." Pucci, many people in the tea house could not help but laugh. This girl was so beautiful, but he didn't expect her words to be so poisonous. Weren't these words implying that Li Wan'er was a dog? Li Wan'er clearly understands the meaning behind Mu Yan's words, and her face suddenly turns sinister. "Slut, you dare to humiliate this princess." She screams and swings her hand towards Mayan's face. However, he was caught by Yingmei midway and violently flung to the ground. Li Wan'er was dizzy from the fall. When she came back to her senses, she immediately roared at her subordinates behind her, "A bunch of trash, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you arresting all of them? Other than that man, it doesn't matter if the others are killed or maimed." In an instant, Li Wan'er's subordinates surrounded them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The oppressive might of a Heaven's Limit expert was emitted, causing everyone in the tea house to shiver. Looking at Mu Yan and the others, their eyes were filled with pity. Li Wan'er crawled up from the ground, gritted her teeth and sneered, "Bitch, now you know who you've offended, right?" Mu Yan picks her ears, "Did I offend a person? I thought it was a bitch in heat." Pft, pft. This time, the people in the tea house burst into laughter. She actually called Li Wan'er a bitch. Was this girl tired of living? It should be known that in this area, Li Wan'er had always relied on her identity as the princess of the Huanyao nation to be a tyrant. Furthermore, she was extremely fond of men. As long as a man passed by this tea house, the princess would take a fancy to him and forcefully take him as her own. During this period, there were people who resisted. However, no matter how much he resisted, how could he resist the princess of a country? Therefore, most people could only choose to swallow their anger. Now that this young girl had humiliated Li Wan'er like this, her fate would probably be even more miserable than the previous people. But when they heard Li Wan'er being mercilessly humiliated, why did they feel so refreshed? Li Wan'er was really mad this time. Good. Very good. *TCH, you've really angered me. I will let you know the consequences of offending this princess. With a wave of his hand, a group of heaven-grade warriors immediately approached Mu Yan and the others. Mu Yan nudges Di Mingju with her elbow, "You've provoked a debt of love, go and settle it yourself." But Di Mingju is unperturbed as he says, "I'm not going." Mu Yan glared at him. This guy usually hid his appearance, making it hard for people to see his true appearance. He didn't know what was wrong with him along the way, but he just had to reveal his true face. In the end, he had seduced the hearts of countless girls along the way and attracted a lot of rotten peach blossoms. This time, if it wasn't for his calamitous face, he wouldn't have provoked a fool like Li Wan'er. If he didn't deal with it, who would? Di Mingju gives her a meaningful look, faintly saying, "Yan Yan, someone is coveting your family's man, shouldn't you stand up to protect me, your husband? What if *King protection, you're the emperor of the immortal Cultivation continent. Do you need someone to protect you?" Mu Yan almost laughs at Di Mingju's shameless words. Unfortunately, Di Mingju doesn't even give her time to think, and directly pushes her into the encirclement of those heaven-grade warriors. Yingmei is unperturbed. But the practitioners in the tea house are in an uproar. What's wrong with this man? He looks powerful, but he's just an embroidered pillow and rotten straw bag? He actually let that delicate little girl face the enemy alone. Scum. Good-looking men, sure enough, they're all unreliable. Alas, what a pity for that little girl, she's going to end up with her head separated from her body at such a young age. However, these people's sighs and discussions have just begun. Over there, they hear a series of bangs, bangs. Soon after, everyone in the tea house is dumbstruck to find that Li Wanner's guards have fallen, more than 10 heaven-grade practitioners. They've only just started a conversation, and they've all King fallen? A large number of people can't help but rub their eyes and pinch their thighs, wanting to prove if it's true. Shui Yan is already holding her small face, her eyes full of worship. Miss is really too handsome. If Miss was a man, I would want to marry her. Before she could finish speaking, a cold air hits her in the face. Shui Yan immediately shivers, keeping quiet out of fear. Demingju's heart is even more stifled. Does it mean that he not only has to guard against men, but also women? Jun Mayan, this woman who doesn't let him have peace of mind. However, when that troublesome girl steps on the corpses on the ground, turns around and shows him a bright and beautiful smile, all the depression in Demingju's heart turns into deep love. Jun Shangdaran, are you satisfied now? Demingju grabs her hand and gently wipes away the blood that splashed on it. The words that come out of his mouth are very infuriating, and, in the future, remember to protect your husband like this, understand? Mayan rolls her eyes at him, then looks at Li Wanner. Li Wanner is scared silly at this time, her body shivering. Seeing Mayan looking at her, she immediately steps back in horror, her voice trembling as she says, You can't kill me. I'm the princess of Huangyao. If you kill me, my imperial father will not let you off. Mayan crouches down, looking at her with a smile that isn't a smile. It's not impossible for me to spare your life. Li Wanner's eyes brighten, thinking that Mayan is afraid of her identity as a princess. Unexpectedly, her next words were, however, I'm very annoyed by your barking beside my ear. It's impossible not to pay a price. How about this, you slap yourself 100 times, then crawl 3 times in this tea house while barking like a dog, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Li Wanner glared at her fiercely and screamed, Don't you dare, I'm a male. Mu Yan slowly raised the sword in his hand and pressed it against Li Wanner's neck. He chuckled, I also feel that this punishment is a little troublesome. Since it's like this, you can just go and die. As he finished speaking, he exerted force in his hand, and the ice-cold blade had already cut open the skin on Li Wanner's neck. Bright red beads of blood oozed out. No. Don't kill me. Looking into Mayan's pitch-black eyes without the slightest ripple, Li Wanner could only see calmness within them. At this moment, she finally realized that the woman in front of her would really kill her. She did not care about her identity as a princess at all. Thus, Li Wanner broke down, and even her feces and urine came out. I'm willing to accept the punishment, I'm willing. Woo. Please spare me. Mu Yan frowns in disgust and takes a few steps back. Because she was afraid that Mu Yan would really kill her, every slap was very heavy. After 30 slaps, she fainted in fear and pain. Mayan sneers, with just this bit of ability, you still dare to come out and bully men and tyrannize women. This tea house has been turned into a foul atmosphere by Li Wanner, and the stench is overwhelming. Mu Yan and the others can't stay any longer. Just as she was about to leave, the people in the tea house began to defend her. Little girl, a man who doesn't protect you in times of crisis is unreliable. Don't be fooled by his good looks. That's right. Little girl, you're so powerful and as beautiful as a flower. Could it be that you're still afraid of not being able to find a good man? Ahem. Miss, my name is Gu Datong. I'm 28 years old this year, and I'm at the heaven rank. May I know your name? I fell in love with you at first sight. There was actually someone who recommended himself. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Next to him, Demingju's complexion is ice cold, his eyes so cold that it's almost as if they're going to freeze this place. He didn't care what others thought of him. But if anyone wanted to covet Mayan, Ingmei shivers, knowing that his family's Jun Sheng is really angry this time. Once the emperor was enraged, corpses would float for thousands of miles. What was wrong with this group of mortals? Why did he have to court death? However, just as Di Mingju is about to explode suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out, suppressing all the voices in the tea house. What does it matter if he's reliable or not? It's fine as long as I'm reliable. Mayan cast a sidelong glance at everyone, her smile is charming and languid, but it also carries the spirit of disdainfully looking down on the world. What I want, I will snatch it myself. My man only needs to be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. I like to spoil and spoil my man. What does it have to do with you idlers? Saying that, she pulls Di Mingju's hand and turns around to leave. Ingmei stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute. What did she just hear? Miss June is responsible for spoiling and spoiling June Shang, and June Shang is responsible for being as beautiful as a flower? Wait a minute. Was there something wrong with this? June Shang, didn't you come all the way from the Xiaoxian continent to marry Miss June? Why do you feel that you are going to be married by Miss June? The point is, you're already being raised by someone, so why are you still smiling so happily? June Shang, Shui Yan and Guan who look at Mu Yan's domineering back as she pulls Di Mingju away, their hearts full of worship. As expected of their young miss, he actually wanted to spoil his majesty, and even made his majesty responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. Who else in the world could do that? In fact, Mu Yan regretted the words the moment they left her mouth. At that moment, she didn't know why she had gone crazy. Listening to those people slander and disrespect Di Mingju, he unexpectedly feels the anger in his heart rising in bursts. Then, in the heat of the moment, he blurted out these words. My man. I pamper and spoil him, he's as beautiful as a flower, heavens. What did she just say? Mayan abruptly stops in her tracks, putting on a brave front while being timid at heart. She glares at Di Mingju. Forget everything that I just said. Di Mingju's face carries a never-before-seen smile. When Mu Yan wanted to let go of his hand, he pulled it back. Which sentence did you forget? Did you admit that Ben Jun is your man? Or did you forget that you said that you would spoil me? Love me? Wait a minute. She didn't say love at all. Mu Yan fiercely glares back. Just as she's about to speak, a hand gently clasps her chin. Then, a kiss gently falls on her lips. The man's unique scent hits her in the face, caressing her lips and igniting the passion in her body. Yan, I'm very happy. The man says in a low, husky, magnetic voice, even if you still refuse to admit it, I'm sure that you have me in your heart. Mu Yan opens her mouth to speak, but the man's tongue has already gone straight in, taking away all her breath and her ability to think. When the kiss is over, her muddle-headed reason returns, and Mu Yan's hair stands up in hindsight. Because as soon as she opens her eyes, she finds that there are at least a dozen people watching them. Moreover, they're actually on the main road outside the tea house. This bastard, does he even know what shame and integrity are? Jun Shang says, Ben Jun only has Yan in his eyes, what are the other mortals? Can't see, deep in the Wuwang Mountains. The temperature here is so high that even martial practitioners can't stand it. Shui Yan and Guan whose sweat has already soaked their hair and clothes. But they don't seem to feel the heat at all, as they're working hard to kill the strange beasts of Wuwang Mountains. As the battle goes on, the two have gone from being flustered at the beginning to being skillful and at ease now. But they still look indescribably distressed. Even Shui Yan, this little girl, is covered in dirt, and her hair is stuck with mud and tied into knots. In stark contrast to them is Mu Yan, who's sitting on the side. There's a huge umbrella on top of her head, and fruits and roasted strange beast meat are placed on a flattened stone next to her. Di Mingju is grilling meat for her without complaint, and from time to time, he would grab a fruit and feed it to her. Besides eating, the only thing she has to do is occasionally pluck a few strings to prevent Shui Yan and Guan Hu from falling into the encirclement. Nyangqin. Xiaobao rushes over. There's a little sweat on his rosy little face, but his blue eyes are bright, and he throws himself into Mu Yan's arms. Mu Yan doesn't care about the sweat on his body, and kisses his pink and tender little face. Did you have fun? Xiaobao nods. Then, he fished around in his storage device. Mother, this is an exotic beast that Bunny and I just hunted, it has a lot of meat. For Mother to eat, and these fruits. Mu Yan smiles and nods, thank you, Xiaobao. Niangqin likes it very much. Xiaobao's eyes were curved, carrying the childishness of a 4 or 5-year-old child, indescribably cute. But very quickly, he straightened his face and said with some frustration, "But the jade dragon snake that mother wants, Bunny, and big sister Ing may have been looking for a long time, but we still can't find it." Mu Yan gently wipes the sweat from his forehead and is about to comfort him. Suddenly, Xiaobao was lifted from the back of his collar. "If you haven't found it, then what are you still doing here?" Dimingju says coldly, "Still not going to find it?" Xiaobao glared at him angrily. "Let me go. This scoundrel, he's trying to steal his mother again." Unfortunately, to Dimingju, his struggles can't even be considered as a cool breeze. Just as Xiaobao was about to curse out loud, a piece of fragrant roasted meat was suddenly stuffed into his mouth. "Go early and come back early. At night, the strange beasts in this Wuwang mountain range won't be something that you little guys can deal with." He feels the roasted meat melting in his mouth. After taking a few steps, he stops and looks at Mayan, Niangqin, Xiaobao, and Bunny will definitely find the jade dragon snake. Mayan beamed and said, "All right." Niangqin also believes that Xiaobao will definitely find it. Her family Xiaobao had always been endlessly lucky. Didn't he find a bunch of treasures wherever he went? The Wuwang mountain range was unimaginably huge, and the number of jade dragon snakes could be counted on one's fingers. If she wanted to find it, she could only rely on her baby and the fat rabbit. Dimingju sits down next to Mayan. His actions are very habitual as he picks her up, placing her in his arms. Mu Yan pushed him away in disgust. Hot. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, the person hugging her below her would turn cold as though his body temperature had automatically adjusted? Although Mu Yan's cultivation was high and she wasn't that afraid of the heat, she couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh when she touched such an ice-cold feeling in this scorching weather. Dimingju kisses her soft and warm lips, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yan Yan, is it comfortable? Do you want to be more comfortable?" Ben Jun will definitely satisfy you." This scoundrel, why did he have to speak so ambiguously and cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts? Don't you see that not far away, Shui Yan and Guan, who are both blushing and looking over with ambiguous expressions, Mayan is about to get up from Dimingju's arms, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps comes from afar. She raised her eyebrows and concentrated her profound chi in her ears. Soon, the conversation could be heard. "It's so hot here. One of those two bitches has a big belly and the other is covered in wounds. They wouldn't come here, would they? Don't say any more. Master has ordered us to find that bitch even if we have to turn the entire mountain upside down. Let's hurry up and search. Otherwise, it'll be even more troublesome when it gets dark. What if they have already run out of the Wuwang mountains? Heh. Do you think they can escape? Our men are guarding every entrance in this mountain range." Mu Yan listened to the conversation of the men and looked thoughtfully at a bush not far away. At this moment, the group of people seemed to have noticed the sounds of fighting. "Let's go and take a look. Maybe it's those two bitches." In Mu Yan's field of vision, a group of men wearing the same style of yellow clothes quickly appeared. Every one of them had a very high cultivation. At the very least, they were at the early stages of Heaven Realm. The two leading them had already reached the peak of the Heaven stage. Seeing Mayan's group, they are obviously stunned. They didn't expect to meet someone in such a dangerous place like the Wuwang Mountains. After seeing Mayan's appearance, the eyes of the two leaders suddenly brighten. "May I know which sect you are from? Have you seen a man and a pregnant woman here?" Mu Yan glances at them and ignores them. In Dimingju's eyes, apart from Mayan, all other creatures are trash. Shui Yan and Guan, who saw that the mist didn't give them any orders, so they focused on attracting strange beasts and fighting them to accumulate experience. The air froze for a moment. The yellow-clothed man in the lead had a sinister expression on his face. "I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? Boss?" A wretched-looking man at the side rolled his eyes around Mu Yan's body, and said with a lewd smile, "I think we don't need to look for those two bitches anymore." End of chapter 698. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.